Chapter 1. My fate is mine to command. Yuzhou Imperial Palace. Within the grand hall of the palace, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe wore a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly as he cast a cold gaze upon the rebellious son kneeling outside the door. Beside him sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, adorned in elegant attire, her demeanor indifferent and devoid of warmth, even exuding a hint of disdain for the son's shortcomings. Nearby, a youthful prodigy stood tall and imposing, dressed in a rugged outfit, his expression imbued with an air of arrogance. There was also a young girl, clad in a flowing white garment, weeping inconsolably. Li Changsheng, bewildered, withdrew his gaze. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of memories rushed into his mind like a flickering lantern. Have I traversed realms? Li Changsheng recalled that just a moment ago, he had been in a factory, tightening screws. Suddenly, a surge of sparks erupted from aged wiring, and a steel beam overhead loosened and collapsed. In that critical moment, he had pushed his father, who was also engaged in the task of tightening screws, out of harm's way, only to be struck himself. His father had named him Changsheng, hoping for a long life due to his frail health as a child. Yet, fate had other plans. Is this what it means to traverse realms? At least his father was saved, not entirely in vain for their bond in the previous life. Now, he found himself kneeling outside a grand hall, surrounded by opulence, within a solemn and majestic palace. So, it is my turn to become the protagonist? Li Changsheng's heart raced at the thought, for he considered himself a seasoned enthusiast of online literature. In the past, protagonists often faced ridicule, starting as weaklings striving to cultivate their skills. Now, it was the trend to begin with invincibility, to emerge immediately into wealth and luxury, indulging in pleasures, and wielding power over the realm. How exhilarating. Li Changsheng's excitement bubbled within him, barely contained. Wait, what is happening? Upon absorbing the memories, he sensed something amiss. His father, the Emperor of Yuzhou, the god of war of the Eastern Wilderness, was the head of the renowned Li family, a lineage of cultivation spanning millennia, and Li Yuan was among the pinnacle of power. He was one of the few supreme warriors of the age, having established the Yuzhou dynasty as the first line of defense against the invading barbaric tribes from the north. He had once led an army of 100,000 against 1,000,000 barbarian foes, achieving a resounding victory, earning worldwide fame. He was a beloved monarch, revered by the people, the guardian deity of the northern realm. Yet, in Li Changsheng's recollections, this man was a good emperor, a loyal friend, a devoted husband, a respected rival, but he was not a good father. 20 years ago, when the Yuzhou dynasty was not yet in its current state of prosperity, it was rife with internal insurrection and suffered continual defeats in battles against the demon tribes. As the empire teetered on the brink of collapse, a mere 5-year-old Li Changsheng was brought to the negotiation table by this very father. He was used as a hostage in the barbarian tribes to secure 20 years of peace along the border, a pact known as the Crown Prince Treaty. Li Changsheng had traveled to the barbarian tribes under the protection of family experts, but upon his arrival, those guardians withdrew, leaving the 5-year-old utterly alone. For 20 years as a hostage, he endured 19 years of torment at the hands of the barbarian tribes, who unleashed their hatred from the war upon him. Had it not been for the mysterious woman, shrouded in ethereal butterflies, who secretly aided him during the final year, he would have perished from the abuse. Finally, the 20-year term had come to an end. The original host was filled with excitement, yearning for a reunion with his family. There would be his father, mother, younger brother, younger sister, grandfather, and grandmother. Yet upon his return, he discovered that his prince's palace had already been usurped by his younger brother. His father was too preoccupied to see him, and his mother was ailing, unable to meet him. His once devoted younger brother merely coldly instructed a eunuch to find him a stable for temporary lodging. When the original host protested, he was publicly beaten by the eunuch. In his frail state, like a candle flickering in the wind, how could he withstand such treatment? He could only plead for mercy. The eunuch demanded that the original host crawl beneath him before he would relent. Having endured abuse since childhood, with no one to protect him, he had grown accustomed to submission as a means of survival, thus accepting this humiliation beneath the eunuch. A dignified prince, crawling beneath a eunuch? This reduced him to a laughingstock. For nearly half a year, he resided in the stable, forgotten by all. Starving for 3 days and nights, he had to beg the palace maids for scraps to survive. Yet those maids who had once assisted him inexplicably vanished. Former companions of the prince merely glanced at him and moved on, indifferent. At last, a sister he had never met came to fetch him, claiming she had just learned of his return and wished to welcome him. But before he could even taste a morsel of cake, he was accused of trespassing into the inner palace to spy on his sister bathing and was bound. He was subsequently brought here, for the crime of peeping at the princess was too grave, a family disgrace that required the emperor's personal judgment. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and Li Changsheng was punished to kneel at the entrance, watching as the family feasted within. After their meal, they would slowly judge him, the prince burdened with savage habits. Having starved for many days, the original host ultimately succumbed, dying before their eyes. This allowed Li Changsheng, who had been tightening screws on Blue Star, to traverse realms. Who was Li Changsheng? He was a child raised under his father's love. Though impoverished, he lacked for nothing in affection. He understood clearly the difference between love and neglect. He deemed his 2 decades as a hostage of farce. While his younger siblings enjoyed sumptuous meals, elite tutors, and attentive servants, he was enslaved by the barbarian tribes, at least receiving a meager meal. So that's how it is? The original host, having left his parents at a young age, could not fathom parental love. He believed that enduring pain would eventually lead to happiness. Rest easy, I will bear your suffering, and in return, I shall avenge you. Having realized this, Li Changsheng tasted the bitterness of despair and smiled ruefully. However, to the eyes of the Li family, his demeanor was nothing short of an eyesore. You wretched beast who spied on your sister bathing, showing no remorse, merely whining about hunger as if you had not eaten for centuries. How could a member of the Yuzhou royal family be reduced to such a stable prince? Now, you sit there foolishly smiling. How embarrassing, utterly disgraceful. Whoosh! A teacup was hurled at Li Changsheng's forehead, though it was merely a casual throw. It left him bloodied. The eunuchs and guards on either side shivered slightly when the emperor was enraged. Lives were at stake. You shameless wretch, do you still have the gall to laugh? A powerful aura radiated from the emperor, ruffling Li Changsheng's hair as he stumbled backward under the suffocating pressure of the peak warrior's might. Yet this wrath seemed solely directed at him. His father, in a considerate manner, avoided targeting his younger siblings, lest they be inadvertently harmed. Were you not just lamenting your hunger? Now you find the strength to laugh. I, from the Li family, have practiced cultivation for generations, our legacy spanning millennia, defending the northern realm of humanity. Each one of us is a dragon among men, a great hero, a remarkable figure. Look at yourself. After being a hostage for 20 years, you made no effort to cultivate. You have returned for half a year, idling away your days, beating eunuchs and palace maids, hiding corpses, and sneaking out to indulge in debauchery, acting immorally. And to top it off, you even dared to lay your sights on your own sister? Li Changsheng listened, bewildered. Was this directed at him? His suppressed anger surged within him who had cast this slander upon him. Is this blind old man unable to see the battered body that had endured 20 years of torment? Li Yuan, do you truly believe I am putting on an act? But upon seeing his brother Li Chengjian's smug demeanor, everything clicked into place. Having been granted a second chance at life, Li Changsheng would not endure even a modicum of injustice. Just as he prepared to retort and vindicate himself. Ding! The life choice system has been loaded. Wait, a system? Li Changsheng suppressed his anger, thinking that had this system arrived a moment later, he would have confronted the god of war of the eastern wilderness Hedon. He turned his attention to the system before him. Key life juncture, choice activated. Chapter 2. Your incompetence demands that you step aside and yield. Key life juncture, choice activated. Choice 1. Confess voluntarily, vow to repent, and become the exemplary child in his parents' eyes, even as a fatu, living with humility and resilience. Reward, supreme bone. Admit fault, bow down, endure this unjust burden. Choice 2. Remain silent, exercise patience, endure it all, and await the day when his father recalls the injustice and investigates. Reward. Heart of the tortoise, allowing you to digest all grievances, injustices, and bullying, fostering self-optimism. Tortoise? Glancing at the second life choice, Li Changxing rolled his eyes. You are the tortoise. Your entire family are tortoises. If he had been reprimanded daily for not tightening screws quickly enough at work, would he have endured it for the sake of a 4,000 to 5,000 monthly salary? Having finally reincarnated, he could bear not a single grievance. Pass. Choice 3. Tear off the facade, denounce their hypocritical faces, refuse to accept this injustice, and sever ties with the royal family. He would renounce the title of prince for the sake of freedom. Reward. Celestial demon relic. Contemplating the 3 paths laid before him. How to choose? While the reward of supreme bone in the first choice was alluring, promising effortless mastery in any endeavor, it required him to obediently conform to his parents' expectations of being the ideal child, a compliant darling. As for the second choice, you are the tortoise. Your family is full of tortoises. The third option, however, resonated deeply with Li Changxing. Life is but a fleeting moment, yet one must fight for their dignity. I, Li Changxing, have been a hostage in the barbarian tribes for 20 years, and I own nothing to the people of Yuzhou nor the Li family. From this moment forth, I shall live for myself. Ding! Choice successful. Acquired the Celestial Demon Relic. Received the Pursuit of Self-Life Starter Pack. Please check your inventory. Oh, a starter pack for life? Li Changxing felt elated. Now he need not worry excessively about his life's uncertainties. And he immediately felt a small, walnut-like relic within his body, continuously emanating energy. This revitalized his originally feeble physique, alleviating his hunger. Li Changxing's heart brimmed with delight. What a formidable heavenly demon relic, capable of autonomous operation. Just as Li Changxing was about to unseal the grand gift of life, a voice thundered, "Unfilial son, do you still not know repentance? Do you think that by remaining silent, you can evade your culpability?" At the sound of the reprimand, Li Changxing lifted his gaze, his eyes turning sharp and indifferent. That piercing glance momentarily stunned Li Yuan and the Empress, Zhao Xuanji. How could this wayward son dare to fix such audacious eyes upon them? They were filled with disdain. This scrawny figure, resembling a wretched slave, was pitiful. Were it not for the blood oath confirming his lineage, one might truly believe that a stray from an alien tribe had been returned. The neglect from his parents and the slander from his siblings had persisted for 2 decades without fail. Li Changxing understood that he was superfluous to this family. They had grown accustomed to their harmonious family of 4, and his sudden return disrupted their idyllic rhythm of life. He recalled a pair of renowned brothers from his previous life, named Xiang Zhua and Xiang Yu, who seemed to have experienced a similar fate, favored by their parents. Ha! After a sorrowful laugh, Li Changxing retorted furiously, "Repentance? What wrong have I committed that warrants such a demand? Do you still regard me as a scion of the Li family? Even the barbarous tribes know I am but a pawn in negotiations. I returned by mere fortune. Have you ever publicly acknowledged my return? Are you afraid the populace will learn that the success of 2 decades past was due to this prince before you, rather than your prowess as a war god?" Li Changxing's sudden rebuttal plunged the atmosphere in the palace into an icy silence. No one had anticipated such defiance from him, let alone the stinging challenge to the emperor's martial achievements. Li Yuan was taken aback that the prince would dare to rebel to such an extent, and even more so that he would question his accomplishments as the war god of the Northern Front. His dissatisfaction towards the prince was rekindled. "Impudent wretch, the matter at hand is your voyeurism upon your sister's bathing and the violation of palace maidens. Furthermore, sending you to the barbarian tribes was for the greater good of the world, a royal obligation. As long as you are the crown prince of the Yu dynasty, you shall not face death. You may endure some hardships. Yet here you are, returned nonetheless." Li Changxing was momentarily taken aback. What sort of reasoning was this? They had reaped all the glory and benefits, while he bore the brunt of the suffering. With the mere "you have returned," everything was supposed to be resolved, but he quickly dismissed it. He had lost interest. He desired to extricate himself from the royal family. Ridiculous? Do not place the shameful mess of your own making upon my shoulders. I, the esteemed crown prince, have endured 20 years of indignity, and upon my return, have you even cast a glance in my direction? I dwell in the stables, subject to the humiliation of eunuchs. And do you know which maidservant brought me food only to mysteriously vanish the next day, victim to such clumsy framing? As the emperor, how could you fail to see this? Your ignorance is appalling. It would be best for you to abdicate and yield the throne. Silence. The palace was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Who dared to demand that Emperor Yu yield the throne? Was this rebellion? Even the second prince, Li Chengjian, was left dumbfounded, yet inwardly elated. My dear elder brother, you are truly foolish, seeking your own demise. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan was indeed enraged. He slammed his palm onto the table and, with a powerful grasp, pulled Li Chongqing before him, choking him by the throat. Unfilial son, do you seek rebellion? However, upon closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed the numerous wounds, scars, and burns that marred Li Changsheng's body, hidden beneath his garments. Almost every inch of his skin was damaged, save for his hands and face. It was only now, with his clothes slightly lifted, that the truth was revealed. One could easily fathom the hardships Li Chongsheng had endured over the past 20 years. Li Yuan suddenly released his grip, pushing Li Chongsheng 5 steps away, his expression darkening and his mind in disarray. These past 6 months of floods in Jiangnan have kept me preoccupied, and it was unavoidable that I could not summon you. As your father and sovereign, you should be understanding of my plight. Yet, they claim you spied upon you where bathing. Are they all mistaken? Gasping for breath after nearly being throttled, Li Chongsheng quickly regained his composure thanks to the energy of the heavenly demon relic. A man of experience, he understood clearly being neglected by parents was in fact a form of happiness. After all, he had traversed into this life, emotions were of little consequence. Li Chongsheng could not be bothered to explain, he merely wished for a swift conclusion. With a sardonic tone, he said, Indeed, indeed, it was all my doing. I am unworthy to be a scion of the Li family, unworthy to don the royal dragon robe. I beseech the emperor to demote me to a commoner, severing all ties from this point forth. This declaration plunged those around him into silence once more. The second prince, Li Chengjian, could no longer contain his mirth. He had coveted the throne for 20 years. When the crown prince returned, he had been consumed by worry, but now it seemed evident that a slave raised by barbarians was indeed a foolish waste. Everyone present could discern that Li Changsheng's words were a desperate act of defiance. The empress, Zhao Xuanji, felt disappointment wash over her. She had never imagined that her once obedient and courteous eldest son would now brazenly oppose his parents, revealing himself as a ruthless and venomous rogue. He was now a crown prince who had spied on his sister bathing, violated palace maidens, and consorted with courtesans. Yet he denied his transgressions. Her younger son, Li Chengjian, never lied. Could he possibly be capable of deceit? In comparison to him, her disappointment in Li Chongsheng grew ever more profound. Her younger son was intelligent and exceptional, with remarkable martial skills, earning the admiration of ministers and even the esteemed elder practitioners from various martial arts sanctuaries. This year, he had even become the saint's son of the Brahma Temple, with an unlimited future ahead of him. In contrast, Li Chongsheng, who resembled a useless waste, was utterly contemptible. Zhao Xuanji patiently implored, Do you truly wish to forsake your mother? Acknowledge your father's authority, vow to amend your ways, and abandon the vile habits learned from the barbarians. Let us consider this matter settled. You are no longer a child, you should exhibit some maturity. You have returned for half a year, and I have arranged for your brother to take care of you. Is that not acceptance? Li Chongsheng scoffed. You occupy my royal residence and force me to live in the stables, and you dare call that acceptance? Li Chengjian interjected. I cleaned the royal residence for the crown prince. It was his insistence to remain in the stables, claiming he had grown accustomed to it. What could I do? I even sent eunuchs to invite him inside. Yet he beat my servants and claimed he was the one being beaten. Mother, I'm the one wronged here. At that moment, the weeping Li Yuer chimed in. I knew the crown prince suffered upon his return. I wanted to guide him properly. Who could have imagined he would barge into my inner chambers and spy on me bathing? Mother, father, you must take my side. Emperor Li Yuan gestured animatedly. A look of disappointment etched on his face. Look at your younger brother and sister, how well-behaved and understanding they are. They do not disdain your barbaric tendencies. Do not act irrationally. Li Chongqing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Let it all come to ruin, he was weary. Chapter 3. I shall sever ties with you. Li Chongqing gazed at his aggressive family, his brow furrowed in disdain. He cast a cold glance at his arrogant father, the contemptuous mother, and the second prince who had framed him, further affirming that his choice was indeed justified. What is the meaning of unreasonable disturbance? For your grand ambitions, I have endured the hardships of being a hostage for 2 decades, born yet not nurtured. Have I become the one being unreasonable? Am I not the crown prince of Yu dynasty? Have I not sacrificed 20 years for Yu dynasty? You are correct. I am full of flaws and lack the etiquette of royalty. Unlike my younger brother, who has been draped in silk and jade since childhood, guided by esteemed mentors, and surrounded by endless treasures, he need not worry about the chill, nor suffer hunger or violence. I am superfluous. I shall leave. Let your family live in harmony. I, in my magnanimity, shall grant you this. I shall enable you to attain the illustrious titles of a wise sovereign and a virtuous empress. These words struck Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji at their core. How could they, having just returned the crown prince who had been a hostage for 2 decades, cast him away so easily? How would the world judge them? He is the god of war of the northern frontier, the greatest monarch of Yu dynasty. How could he bear any blemish? Barbaric, you, too, have read the sacred texts in your youth. How have you learned the selfishness and ingratitude of the uncivilized? Li Yuan's face flushed with anger. Had he not just seen the countless scars on Li Chongqing's body, he would have struck down this ungrateful son with a single blow. The grand hall of the palace fell into an oppressive silence. Zhao Xuanji, infuriated, clutched her chest, lamenting how her eldest son could utter such treasonous words. If these words were to spread, they would tarnish the royal reputation and disgrace the Li family's honor. Her own reputation as a mother would be utterly ruined. Li Chongqing had no desire to engage with these wretched individuals. He rose and walked towards the door. He could no longer remain in this palace. The second prince stood up, furious. Who permits you to leave? You are utterly without decorum. Kneel before me. Li Chongqing felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him. Turning back, he saw his younger brother, who had once wept and begged him not to leave, and he let out a derisive snort. Kneel? A prince dares to command the crown prince to kneel. It seems the world has indeed become fantastical. Li Chongqing mockingly pointed at Li Chongjian and laughed heartily. Behold, this is your cherished younger son, well-mannered and educated, daring to demand the crown prince kneel? Is he not the barbaric one? Upon hearing this, Li Chongjian's expression stiffened. He realized he had acted rashly, yet he looked towards his parents, who remained silent, and puffed out his chest with pride. Witnessing this, Li Chongqing felt a deep disappointment. Indeed, the favored are emboldened by their privileges. Li Chongqing scoffed. You, nurtured in an ivory tower, what qualifications do you have to lecture me? Without the support of your family, you are worth nothing. Do you truly believe yourself to be inherently superior? If our roles were reversed, you would fall far short of me. His words outright denied Li Chongjian's years of effort. Igniting a fury within him, he bellowed. What do you amount to, crown prince? A stable prince? A cowardly prince? Do you possess even a shred of the grace of the Yu dynasty's crown prince? You are unworthy. With that, he struck Li Chongqing in front of all. Li Chongqing had anticipated this outburst. He aimed to provoke him. Yet Li Chongjian disregarded their brotherly bond entirely, delivering a powerful blow to Li Chongqing's chest. The force propelled Li Chongqing out of the door like a kite severed from its string. A searing pain coursed through his body, and he felt as though he might shatter completely. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chongjian, you, on the high seat. Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. Zhao Xuanji, however, stood up and rushed to grasp Li Chongjian, urging, do not act impulsively. Yet, no one came to assist Li Chongqing, who lay on the ground, bloodied and disheveled. The celestial demon relic within Li Chongqing sensed the peril of his life and continuously released its energy to mend him. Sustaining his very breath, with a stubborn resolve, Li Chongqing rose, resembling a newly born mule, stumbling and rising again, determined not to bend his knees despite his trembling legs. Zhao Xuanji wished to approach him but halted. Seeing that he had managed to stand, she inquired. Changsheng, are you all right? Do not come any closer, Li Changsheng called out, halting his mother in her tracks. With this blow, I sever all ties with you. Seeing the pain and resentment etched upon Li Changsheng's face, Zhao Xuanji felt a profound sorrow and confusion. She had never intended to harm him. Why did he harbor such hatred for her? His mother? Yet the look he cast upon her, akin to that of a foe, was unbearable for her to accept, for he was her own flesh and blood. Li Changsheng gasped for breath. Li Chengjian, having trained from a young age under esteemed mentors and as a disciple of a sacred place, was no match for Li Changsheng, who had endured 2 decades as a hostage. However, Li Changsheng managed to withstand it, entirely due to the protection of the celestial demon relic. Upon witnessing that Li Changsheng still breathed, Li Yuan merely admonished, Changjian, you have acted rashly. Li Changsheng continued his exit, scoffing. A prince, in a fit of rage, openly assaults the crown prince, and all you can say is that he acted impulsively. How splendid! Such decorum and education. You should rejoice. Your beloved younger son, whom you have painstakingly nurtured and educated over the years, surpasses me. Your desires have been fulfilled. His repeated mockery rendered the emperor's family speechless. Zhao Xuanji, frustrated at their inability to comprehend, exclaimed, Changsheng, your father and I have never thought this way. We wish for your well-being. Mother knows the debts owed to you over the years. Do not act this way. Grant me a chance to make amends. As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she found herself in tears. Had she not longed for her eldest son during these years? Yet the treacherous wilderness, with its 10,000 mountains, was fraught with peril. Even if she ventured forth, she risked falling. Her younger son and daughter could not be without their mother. She had prayed for Li Changsheng to grow strong, to endure hardships, and to return well-mannered and considerate. Little did she expect that, upon finally going to see him, he would cause such a calamity. Cease your crocodile tears, Li Changsheng retorted. He had reached the entrance of the palace, leaving a long trail of bloodied footprints behind him. Li Yuan, enraged, could no longer bear to see this ungrateful son. The ghastly scars on Li Changsheng's body had further unsettled him. Li Yuan bellowed. Come forth, seize this disrespectful Li Changsheng. Suddenly, Li Changsheng turned and shouted, Let the emperor acknowledge the crown prince. This declaration resounded like thunder, a furious roar that silenced all, leaving them too stunned to breathe. Li Changsheng's fury was palpable, and Li Yuan felt a surge of suppressed anger coursing through him. For so many years, no one had dared to confront him in the Yu dynasty, to challenge his supreme authority. This ungrateful son was the first in a fit of rage. He shouted, Ignore him. Let him leave. If he wishes to depart, then let him go. Li Changsheng continued his march, unmindful of the palace's layout. The maids, eunuchs, and consorts all kept their distance, avoiding him. However, the celestial demon relic continuously released energy, rendering his life extraordinarily resilient. Upon reaching the Xuanwu Gate, Li Changsheng felt his injuries healing, his strength returning, though he was on the verge of starvation. Suddenly, 8 individuals carried a sedan chair, bringing an old man before Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng declared, Good dogs do not block the way. The old man in the sedan hastily disembarked, carefully scrutinizing the prince adorned in his ceremonial robes. Crown Prince, do you still remember this old minister? Chapter 4. The abolishment of the eldest and the establishment of the youngest is inevitable. Minister Xiang Long. Li Changsheng recalled his former teacher. Xiang Long bowed deeply before the crown prince, kneeling and prostrating himself. When he lifted his head, tears streamed down his face. Crown Prince, you have suffered. You have finally returned. This old minister has waited 20 years. It was not in vain. He was indeed an elder of the Crown Prince's faction. But how many remained? Most had long dispersed. Yet this old man, steadfast in his beliefs, remained loyal for a lifetime. To Li Changsheng, he was undoubtedly a devoted minister. However, over the years, all had mocked Xiang Long for his obstinacy and folly, declaring that aligning with the Crown Prince held no future, while former close aides had defected to the second prince. Nonetheless, at this moment, Li Changsheng was famished. He remarked, Minister Xiang, I am hungry. Do you have any food on you? Xiang Long was taken aback. Could the Crown Prince truly be hungry? He rummaged through his pockets and produced a makeshift bun and a water pouch. Starved, Li Changsheng took a bite of the bun and a sip of water. Relishing the flavors, It was the finest meal he had had in 20 years. Xiang Long inquired, "Crown Prince, I have heard you returned 6 months ago. Why have you not contacted this old minister during this time?" Having satisfied his hunger, Li Changxing responded, "Old minister, I am no longer the crown prince. Thank you for the bun. I shall repay you in the future. It would be best for you to seek another path." Xiang Long was perplexed. Had he not just returned? The crown prince, who had served as a hostage for 20 years, had achieved great merit and was destined to inherit the throne. The emperor had not sought to depose the crown prince. Why speak such despondent words? Feeling somewhat revitalized after eating, Li Changxing requested the sedan chair be given to him. "Crown Prince, where do you wish to go?" "This old minister shall escort you," Xiang Long offered. Li Changxing replied, "Just get me out of this palace." Xiang Long furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced, commanding, "Lift the sedan." The palanquin, under the watchful gaze of the elite within the imperial palace, exited the royal grounds and veered towards the residence of the esteemed Xiang family. Upon confirming the destination of Li Changxing, the escort hastily returned to the palace to deliver the news. As dusk fell, fatigue began to envelop Li Changxing. With a loyal and steadfast old minister to rely upon, he decided to rest for the night. Originally a traveler from Blue Star, his memories were marred by a life of servitude as a hostage, leaving him with scant understanding of the Yu dynasty and the lands of humanity. To seek vengeance, he first needed to augment his strength and comprehend this world. He hesitated to dwell on his past. As each recollection seemed to awaken the pain of his scars, he felt as if the memories of the past 20 years were dragging him into a chasm of darkness and endless torment. Let me first examine the grand gift of life bestowed upon me. Li Changxing possessed a hint of confidence. Despite having severed ties with his past, he still had a substantial gift awaiting him. In the solitude of his chamber, he commanded, "System, activate the life-starting grand gift." Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the supreme magical skill, Taishu Demon God Technique. Congratulations, you have obtained a heavenly demon transformation pill. Congratulations, you have received a blood demon protector. These 3 gifts were pivotal, particularly the transformation pill, a top-tier elixir of this realm, which he had witnessed in the tribes of the wild and exotic races. Individuals with poor aptitude, congenital ailments, or damaged foundations could consume this pill to restore their vitality, often emerging even stronger than before. The system manifested as a radiant light. These 3 items appeared upon the table. Li Changxing's current physical form was riddled with ailments and had long since lost the qualifications for cultivation. It was indeed a perfect match for the pill, and he consumed it without hesitation. Gulp. The pill dissolved instantly, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Li Changxing's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A delicate mist of white coalesced into silken strands, enveloping him in a cocoon. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his flesh and bones, as if his internal organs were regenerating. After half an hour, a hand emerged from the chrysalis, and Li Changxing felt as though he had been reborn. The hidden pains throughout his body vanished, and even the fracture in his left foot had healed. The only drawback was that this transformation only affected his internal state. His exterior remained marred by gruesome scars and burns. Li Changxing mused, "Restoring my inner self is already a significant achievement. One must not be overly greedy." The blood demon protector could transform into an identical copy of himself with a mere drop of blood. Such a wondrous artifact must be a unique treasure of this martial world. Serving as a safeguard in critical moments, Li Changxing carefully stowed it away. Ultimately, what he anticipated most was the Taishu Demon God Technique. With its supreme power aligned with his heavenly demon relic, it was a perfect synergy. As he opened the magical skill, the characters danced as if alive, burrowing into Li Changxing's mind. Within an hour, he had grasped the technique as though it were second nature. Transforming the method into an unreadable celestial script, Li Changxing marveled. Indeed, it is the supreme magical skill, rarely imparted to others. This was not merely a cultivation method. It also possessed the capabilities of soul-searching, bloodlust, and skill acquisition. Notably, due to the presence of Li Changxing's heavenly demon relic, this technique would autonomously cultivate after a week of practice, requiring no further effort on his part, functioning like a heartbeat that maintained a unique cultivation system. Li Changxing rejoiced. The heavenly demon relic was, without a doubt, the right choice in this world. Martial cultivation is categorized into various realms: body refinement, Qi Si, martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial monarch, martial emperor, martial sage, martial venerable, and martial deity, collectively known as the 10 realms of martial arts. Each realm is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Generally, upon reaching the martial emperor realm, one is regarded as a formidable figure among humanity. For instance, the emperor of the Yu dynasty, Li Yuan, stands at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. In contrast, his brother, Li Chengjian, despite indulging in resources over the years, has barely reached the late stages of martial master. Having mastered the technique, Li Chongqing's body began to cultivate automatically, allowing him to sleep soundly. At that moment, within the imperial study, the emperor tossed aside a pile of petitions advocating for the abolition of the crown prince. The crown prince has been taken by the esteemed Xiong. Your Majesty, how shall we address this rebellious child? The ministers are already in discussion. Since my ascension, I have traversed the realm, repelling the barbaric tribes to the north and quelling the demonic forces to the west, thus establishing the mighty Yu. Why must he force my hand? Should the people witness the crown prince in such a disgraceful light, what shall become of us? Empress Zhao Xinshu gently grasped his arm and replied, Your Majesty, Changsheng is indeed unfit for the role of crown prince. Although Changjian has not openly declared it, his ambition for the Eastern Palace is unmistakable. However, we owe a debt to Changsheng that we must rectify. Li Yuan snorted disdainfully. If he possessed even half the sense and capability of the second prince, I would not have such concerns. Seeing his obstinacy, Zhao Xinshu amended her tone. Both the heart and the hand are flesh. However, national affairs cannot be treated lightly, nor can they be swayed by emotion. I perceive this as an opportunity. If Chengjian were to ascend to the position of crown prince, perhaps he would harbor less animosity towards Changsheng. I could then keep Changsheng by my side for proper guidance, ensuring he sheds his vices, thus preserving the royal family's dignity and preventing our clan from suffering disgrace. Moreover, it would spare your Majesty from the infamy of having deposed the crown prince. What do you think, your Majesty? Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Empress, let us proceed as you suggest. This shall serve as a lesson for him, a consequence for defying me. He will remain by your side to cultivate, and his needs shall not be neglected. What grievances could he possibly have? Let the ministers deliberate on this matter during tomorrow's court session. He shall always be my son. His attempts to escape my authority shall not be determined by him. Chapter 5. From today, I shall no longer endure as the sun rose and the roosters crowed. Li Changsheng awoke from his slumber at the residence of the esteemed Xiong. He sat cross-legged, feeling as light as a feather, his limbs invigorated, and his spirit transformed as he moved. His joints cracked like popping beans. Had he truly achieved the body refinement realm overnight? Drawing upon his memories, he discerned that he had reached the initial stage of the Qi-Si realm. The effects of the transformation pill were evident, complemented by the influence of the heavenly demon relic, ensuring that Li Changsheng's body was perpetually honing and enhancing itself. The condensation of energy into Qi was an accomplishment that took many years for others to achieve. Li Changsheng, come forth and present yourself before the emperor. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, brimming with arrogance. Li Changsheng's mind conjured the face of a most detestable eunuch who had tormented him during his half-year return to the palace. Of course, the instigator behind this was none other than his brother, Li Chengjian, but the executor was equally loathsome. Outside the door, the eunuch exclaimed with dissatisfaction, Master Xiong, how dare you address the crown prince by name? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Master Xiong, you are such a fool that even the greatest physician cannot save you. Do you not know how to choose your side? You, a eunuch, dare to strike a minister of the court? Ha ha ha, do not think that I fear you, a powerless crown prince's advisor. I have even struck the crown prince himself, making him crawl under my legs. Master Xiong, this crown prince is a burden despised by all. Do you know what is to be discussed in court today? What is to be discussed? The abolition of the crown prince and the elevation of the second prince, Li Chengjian, to the throne. Ha ha ha, Master Xiong, this is the result of 20 years of waiting. No, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The laws of our ancestors cannot be altered. At that moment, Li Changsheng emerged from within. Upon seeing him, the eunuch's expression was one of disdain and contempt. He arrogantly looked down his nose and said, Li Changsheng, the emperor summons you to court. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his sleeve, Li Changsheng revealed a kitchen knife. In one decisive motion, he struck the eunuch's shoulder. Splatter! Blood sprayed 3 paces away. You dare strike me? The eunuch was incredulous. He had bullied Li Chongqing for half a year, even forcing the cowardly crown prince to crawl under his legs, yet the latter had the audacity to commit such an act in public. Li Chongqing showed no fear. Previously, he had been unable to retaliate, primarily due to his frail original form, having neither practiced martial arts nor nourished himself properly. However, after the transformation of the previous night, Li Chongqing now stood as a practitioner of the Qi realm. A mere eunuch, ignorant of martial arts, was no match for him. The other young eunuchs were left in shock. Such an event was unprecedented, and they were at a loss for how to react. You worthless crown prince, do not think I fear you. The eunuch, despite his injury, attempted to subdue Li Chongqing once more. He was a trusted confidant of the second prince, who had amassed numerous supporters and favorable public opinion, cherished by the emperor. This useless crown prince had only recently incited the emperor's wrath. How could he dare to injure anyone here when the second prince would surely protect him? However, as the eunuch threw a punch, Li Chongqing effortlessly countered, causing a loud crack as bones shattered. The eunuch fell to his knees, howling in agony. He could not comprehend how, after just one night, this useless crown prince had gained such power. With a series of resounding slaps, Li Chongqing unleashed his fury upon the eunuch. Once satisfied, he pressed his hand down on the eunuch's head, a sinister smile curling his lips. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me. With that, he activated the magical skill, delving into the eunuch's soul, bloodlust. Through his palms, he incessantly absorbed the vital energy and blood of the eunuch Shigonggong, channeling it for his own use, which expedited the enhancement of his powers. In an instant, Shigonggong transformed into a lifeless husk. Subsequently, his soul was bound to a tattered cloth, ensuring that he would endure eternal torment, unable to attain rebirth. His spirit could be subjected to hellish tortures such as soaking in water, exposure to the sun, being stabbed, or boiled alive. The onlookers were horrified by this macabre spectacle, rendered speechless. Was this not the method of the demon clan? Yet, it mattered not. Soon, those eunuchs who had bullied Li Chongqing would meet the same fate. 5 eunuchs in total were all ensnared within the tattered cloth. The crown prince, Xiang Long, was filled with trepidation and anxiety. Li Chongqing exhaled a long breath, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. He addressed the Grand Tutor. You have done nothing to wrong me. I shall not harm you. I will not obstruct you. If you wish to expose me, then do so in any case. I am leaving now. This wretched crown prince, let whoever wishes to take the position do so, of course. The last remark was merely jest. Crown Prince, Xiang Long wept bitterly, prostrating on the ground. He remarked, martial arts are akin to weapons. Weapons can protect the people or incite rebellion. The same applies to martial arts. I am no antiquated individual. Such eunuchs, defying authority, ought to be executed according to LW. Li Chongqing was astonished. This elder's thoughts were surprisingly progressive. Unbound by convention, Xiang Long continued, however, I advise the crown prince to enter the palace and avoid this calamity for now. The imperial capital is rife with spies and guards. Should you attempt to leave the city, you may very well be captured and accused of resisting imperial edicts, resulting in even greater punishment. It seemed to be a reasonable argument. Previously, in the savage tribal lands, Li Chongqing had attempted to escape but was invariably discovered before he could even exit the gates. Ding! A critical life choice has been unlocked. Choice 1. Flee directly, wander the world, no longer participate in the conflicts of the Yu Dynasty royal family, and live independently. Reward. Mysterious level martial art, the divine movement technique. Choice 2. Expose the true nature of the second prince. The throne shall not be relinquished easily, infuriating them. Reward. A vial of truth pill. Upon contemplating these 2 life choices, Li Chongqing found himself disinterested in the crown prince position. However, he was intrigued by the prospect of enraging Li Chongjian and thwarting their ambitions. Furthermore, upon reflection, simply fleeing seemed rather arduous. Not to mention the experts of the Yu Dynasty, various officials, and the cultivators of the Li clan. He was utterly unfamiliar with the Yu Dynasty, lacking even a map that it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. The mysterious level martial art was not particularly enticing. Entering the palace was a tactical retreat, potentially increasing his chances of survival. Very well,
Into the palace I shall go and see what they have to say. I in the grand hall of the Yu dynasty, civil and military officials lined up in 2 rows. Li Yuan sat upon the throne, radiating an aura of regal authority, flanked by the empress and the second prince. Zhao Xuanji, though the empress, was the daughter of the contemporary Sword King, and the Zhao family was a prominent clan of a sacred land. The present prosperity of the Yu dynasty was significantly tied to the Zhao family. She occasionally accompanied the emperor to court, and no official dared to voice dissent. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. A minister announced. Li Yuan waved his hand. Proceed. The crown prince has returned for half a year, neglecting state affairs, and has not adhered to the laws and etiquette of our great Yu. Recently, rumors have emerged of him secretly leaving the palace to consort with courtesans, which severely tarnishes the dignity of the nation. I second this. Another minister chimed in. As crown prince, he cannot wield arms against enemies nor stabilize the nation. He is neither a source of relief for your Majesty nor a role model for the royal family. I second this. Another added, the crown prince is devoid of virtue, ability, merit, and action. He is a crown prince of 4 deficiencies and should rightfully be deposed. Some uninformed officials appeared bewildered. What is happening today? When did the crown prince return? They had received no news of this. Has he truly been back for half a year? Shouldn't there be a welcoming ceremony first? The officials exchanged glances, realizing that a significant event was unfolding. Suddenly, Li Yuan thundered, How dare you? The crown prince has been a hostage in the savage tribes for 20 years. You wish to depose him upon his return? What is your intention? How can the crown prince be devoid of virtue, ability, merit, and action? At that moment, dozens of officials knelt, speaking in unison. Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly. Summon the crown prince to the court for questioning. The others, still in the dark, fell silent. They understood entirely. It was merely a spectacle. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside the hall. Is this a preordained matter that requires such a grand performance? How ridiculous. Chapter 6. My dear second brother. Are you satisfied now? The officials were taken aback. Someone had entered the grand hall without waiting for a summons? Yet, the figure wore a dragon robe and bore a resemblance to the current emperor of the Yu dynasty. No, he bore an even closer resemblance to the first Holy Land's inheritor, the divine maiden Xuanji, though he appeared somewhat frail. The ministers murmured among themselves, realizing this was likely the long-hidden crown prince, who had returned for half a year without announcement. On the throne, Li Yuan's expression darkened. This son had disregarded decorum by entering unannounced. It was not merely a matter of etiquette, but a blatant display of disrespect. Unfilial son, Your Majesty, quell your anger. Suddenly, an elderly minister entered behind him, the crown prince's grand tutor, Xiang Long. He prostrated on the floor, stating, There are those who intend to harm the crown prince. He acted impulsively in his entrance, fearing he might otherwise meet a tragic fate. Immediately, an official retorted, Absurd. Our great Yu is at peace. Who would dare lay a hand on the royal family? Xiang Long interjected. A few treacherous eunuchs dared to attack the crown prince in my presence. But I managed to eliminate them on the spot. Li Chongqing felt a stir within. This elder was shielding him from blame? What loyalty! Since I am here, I shall seize the position of crown prince and then flee to my heart's content. It seems far more exhilarating. The second prince was furious, barking, Xiang Long. His Majesty merely instructed the eunuch, Shi, to summon the crown prince for court. How dare you kill him? Li Chongqing scoffed. Shi Gonggong intended to kill me. Should I not retaliate? Grand Tutor Xiang has rendered great service in protecting the crown. Let His Majesty reward him. The second prince immediately denied. Shi Gonggong is a long-serving eunuch, known for his prudence and adherence to court etiquette. He has never erred in his dealings. He is widely praised as a good eunuch. How can he suddenly be a murderer? You have no evidence. This is merely a case of slander. What a silver-tongued orator. Li Chongqing believed that the eunuch had been deliberately arranged by Li Chengjian to humiliate him, compelling him to act. However, Li Chongqing was not concerned. He rebutted. You are merely distorting the truth and sowing discord. This is not the first time. Are there not always excuses to fabricate charges? Li Chengjian bellowed, Crown Prince, it is you who has ravaged the palace maidens, acting immorally and neglecting state affairs. Now you even wish to kill the eunuch who delivers imperial edicts. Do you not intend to rebel? Li Chongqing rolled his eyes. This fellow was utterly dim-witted. The same accusations were being repeated, merely an attempt to drive him away. If he were to refrain from slander and speak reasonably, perhaps he would have handed the position to him outright. But now, he was determined to stay. As the two princes exchanged barbs, the second prince signaled to his close advisors, who immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, the crown prince is indeed devoid of virtue, ability, merit, and action. He has ravaged palace maidens, assaulted the eunuch delivering imperial edicts, and barged into the court, showing utter disregard for the law. How can such a person sit upon the Eastern Palace throne? I propose we establish the virtuous and capable second prince as the heir apparent, one who embodies both civil and martial prowess. Just like your Majesty, in quick succession, more than 20 officials knelt, urging, Your Majesty, for the sake of the future of the great you, for the welfare of the people, we implore you to depose the elder and establish the younger. At least 100 officials in the court, a quarter of them, were petitioning for the deposition of the elder prince, including many military generals. Xianglong shouted, Your Majesty, the ancestral laws must not be altered. The crown prince has been a hostage for 20 years, toiling and achieving great merit. His character is upright. Such slanders, lacking verification, cannot warrant easy deposition. It would only invite ridicule from the world. The court fell into an eerie silence, though warriors in this world could defy the heavens and alter the balance of yin and yang. The feudal mindset remained deeply entrenched. One would not dare act recklessly without necessity, lest they invite divine retribution. Li Chongqing understood that it was all a farce, a mere power struggle, with the throne being the prize. The emperor was innocent in this. It was merely a conflict between sons, and the fault lay with the officials. He had only caused a scene yesterday, and now it was arranged. Could this be a spontaneous decision? Regardless of whether others believed it, he certainly did not. Li Chongqing surmised that his 6 months of silence upon returning were likely spent orchestrating this very plot to depose the elder prince. On the side of the throne, Li Chengjian wore a conspicuous smile. Crown Prince, you will undoubtedly demand evidence from me, but I have prepared everything over these 6 months. There will be no flaws. Everything you do is within my expectations. Even if Shi Gonggong meets his end by your hand, in truth, even had you not killed him, he would have perished. Yet your action only serves to fortify my position. Suddenly, Li Yuan slammed his palm against the dragon throne, unleashing a tremendous force of martial might. How insolent! The emperor's hand descended from the air, suppressing the dozens of officials who had petitioned for the deposition, causing them to cough up blood. Xianglong is correct. The crown prince has served as a hostage for 2 decades, contributing greatly to the Yu dynasty. He cannot be easily deposed. I do not believe the accusations against the crown prince. I demand a thorough investigation to restore his honor. Seeing this, Xianglong's tense brow relaxed. The emperor remained open-minded. However, in the next moment, more officials knelt once more. We beseech your Majesty to consider the welfare of the great Yu and depose the elder in favor of the younger. As I beheld more officials kneeling, only a handful remained dazed and slow to follow suit, thereby truly creating a scene of coercion among the 100 officials. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan, infuriated, erupted in a tirade. You are forcing me. Do you comprehend the sacrifices the crown prince made for Dayu? We are aware, your Majesty, if you understand, then are you plotting rebellion? The crown prince, being the legitimate eldest grandson, had been promised by me that upon his return from the savage tribes, he would still hold the title of crown prince. Be why compelling me thus? Are you not rendering me a man of broken trust, subject to the ridicule of the world? With an authoritative roar, Li Yuan's wrath summoned ominous thunderclouds above the capital, while fierce winds howled outside the palace, heralding a deadly portent. Yet, Li Chongqing remained impassive, continuing the charade. You all may proceed with your performance. Xianglong interjected, Your Majesty, why are the ministers so aggressively confrontational? However, the faction of the second prince persisted in their counsel. Your Majesty, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the state of Dayu. If you do not acquiesce, I shall take my own life right here in the court. Upon uttering this, the official rose and dashed his head against a nearby pillar, collapsing unconscious, blood splattering upon the court. Your Majesty, for the sake of the state. Your Majesty, for Dayu. Other ministers again prostrated themselves. Li Yuan let out a heavy snort. The imperial crown atop his head swayed with his imposing presence, exuding absolute authority. You are compelling a palace coup. You are placing me in an unjust position. Li Yuan resumed his seat, and beside him, Empress Zhao Xuanji remarked, Your Majesty, why not inquire how the Crown Prince defends himself? Li Yuan sighed, conceding, Very well. Crown Prince, what is your defense? Ah, you wish to know my thoughts. It is already a foregone conclusion in my mind. Am I to justify myself? I shall not dignify you with a response. Li Chongqing smiled and said, Finished with your performance? Excellent. I concur with the opinions of the esteemed officials and the emperor. Before he could finish, the second prince's faction jumped forth, rebuking, boldly audacious. Although you are the crown prince, what gives you the right to agree? The officials were taken aback, turning to look. Shouldn't the crown prince be denying his guilt and striving to protect his throne? The royal couple seated upon the dragon throne exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unaware of their eldest son's disposition. Expecting a lengthy struggle, they were surprised by his casual acquiescence. Li Chongqing continued, My dear younger brother, I have consented. Surely you are pleased now? Vulgar. A voice erupted from the court. How dare you utter such filth within the hall? The crown prince has indeed become uncouth, showing no respect for decorum. Several officials chastised him. Li Chongqing retorted disdainfully, What of it? Is not Li Chengjian the second in line? Is he not my beloved younger brother? Is he not my little second? He is fit to be the heir. Is he not pleased? Just look at the smile on his face. The officials muttered, Second prince. Perhaps you should contain your mirth, for the title of crown prince has not yet officially fallen upon you. But I have a condition. Li Chongqing suddenly smiled mischievously. Hearing the word but, the crowd furrowed their brows. What trickery does this boy intend? You are unable to play such games. Li Chongqing produced a Zhenyan Dan. This is a Zhenyan Dan. Whoever consumes it will speak the truth for an hour. I ask the future crown prince Li Chengjian to take it and restore my innocence. The crowd gasped, wondering if the crown prince had lost his senses, thinking he could simply present a pill for the second prince to consume. Li Chengjian scoffed, Do you intend to poison me? Such a pill cannot exist, brother. I have always respected you. Why must you harm your own kin? Li Chongqing recognized that Li Chengjian would not easily swallow the pill. He abruptly seized a civil official, one who had vociferously advocated for replacing the crown prince, undoubtedly a supporter of the second prince. The official panicked. What are you doing? Li Chongqing replied, Your master is feeling guilty. Let his lackey be the first to try it. With lightning speed, he administered the Zhenyan Dan to the official. Gulp, you. After consuming the pill, the official showed no signs of distress, leaving the crowd puzzled as to the crown prince's intentions. Such miraculous medicine exists, and yet we need not resort to torture. They were incredulous. Li Chongqing promptly inquired, Who has been spreading rumors about the assault and murder of palace maids? It was the second prince. For those maids had secretly delivered meals to the crown prince, incensing the second prince, who then had them killed and framed the crown prince. Who orchestrated the scandal regarding the crown prince's dalliance with courtesans? It was the second prince who commanded us to promote such rumors within the capital, aiming to tarnish the crown prince's reputation and create a groundswell for his deposition. The officials erupted in uproar. The Minister of Rights, who had revealed the truth, quickly covered his mouth, panic evident on his face. He was bewildered as to why he had blurted everything out. The second prince fumed. Lu Daren. Have you lost your mind? Lu Daren was equally at a loss. He could not contain himself. Li Chongqing pressed on. What other schemes has my younger brother employed in this palace coup? Just as Lu Daren was about to say that the second prince had done nothing, he instead exclaimed, The second prince has bribed palace maids and eunuchs to fabricate evidence. For the past 6 months, he has suppressed news of the crown prince's return, coordinating with us to compel the crown prince to abdicate. The second prince went on to say, If your majesty. Suddenly, the emperor struck, slaying Lu Daren with a single blow. Li Yuan, furious and humiliated, admonished, How dare you spread rumors in the court? Silence fell. The previously raucous court now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A death in the court was no trivial matter. And the emperor's wrath was palpable, causing the ministers to tremble in fear and refrain from speaking. Li Chongqing observed this spectacle of intimidation without concern. Li Yuan would never dare to publicly execute the crown prince in the court. Moreover, this was merely a struggle between him and the second prince. Li Chongqing lifted the vial and proclaimed, I have 4 more Zhenyan Dan. Why, dear younger brother, dare you consume one? Li Chengjian's face turned ashen. This audacious crown prince possessed such remarkable pills. Could they possibly have been given to him by Xiang Long? Well played, Xiang Long. After all these years of suppression, you still possess such means. I shall remember this grievance. Xiang Long, seeing the shift, quickly asserted. Your Majesty, it is evident that the crown prince has not committed any transgressions and has served as a hostage for Dayu for 20 years, ensuring the northern borders remain peaceful. Such merit deserves national recognition, a grand welcome for the crown prince to assume the Eastern Palace, appointing both civil and military mentors, selecting a crown princess, and learning the principles of governance to become a worthy heir. Xiang Long expounded upon a plethora of benefits for the crown prince, leaving the officials feeling overwhelmed. Xiang Long, you grow bolder with age. The anxious second prince, exasperated, sought his mother's assistance. Without any incriminating evidence against Li Changsheng, the campaign to replace the crown prince lacked legitimacy. If forced through, it would compel the hard-working and meritorious Li Changsheng to abdicate, a move that would invite ridicule and scorn from the world. A blemish that could never be erased should he ascend the throne. The royal couple on the high throne gazed upon Li Changsheng with increasing disappointment and disdain. Why could he not comprehend the difficulties faced by parents? Was the position of heir so crucial? He had spent 20 years as a hostage, lacking any foundational knowledge or understanding of governance. Why must he covet this role? It appeared that this eldest son had been corrupted by the foreign tribes of the barbaric lands. Not only was he selfish, but he also reveled in the pursuit of power, devoid of any broader vision. The second prince, in contrast, was obedient. Simultaneously, he became more resolute in his desire to replace the crown prince. This ungrateful child, remaining in the position of heir, would surely drive him to despair. The empress spoke. Your Majesty, I suggest we postpone this matter for another day. Today's objectives unmet, Li Yuan was compelled to devise an alternative approach. What wise counsel do you have, Empress? Zhao Xuanji replied. Why not have the crown prince undergo some practical training, allowing the ministers to witness his capabilities? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, the crown prince had been a hostage for 20 years. What could he possibly know? Assigning him even trivial tasks would likely lead to chaos. The ensuing problems would be easily exploited. Achieving merit was exceedingly difficult. Yet exposing his flaws would be a matter of ease. Li Changsheng, sensing his opportunity, understood that he must seize the title of crown prince legitimately before departing Dayu. He knew that, ultimately, this unfeeling couple would pass the throne to the second prince. But he could not allow them to do so comfortably. He intended for the second prince to ascend amidst the scorn of the populace. Is it not your desire to be remembered as a great emperor? I shall ensure that does not happen. Well, are we no longer performing? What a waste of the Zhenyan Dawn I prepared specially. If you are unwilling to consume them, shall I find another minister? Who dares to partake? Li Changsheng approached the ministers, holding a vial of medicine in his hand. The ministers, startled, covered their mouths and scurried away. As the saying goes, while one may indulge in reckless consumption of food, one must be cautious with words. Lu Shangshu's corpse had yet to cool. Teeth, is this yet another game you wish to play? Now that you cannot afford it, is that so? The empress chastised. Changsheng, have you not yet had your fill of chaos? Zhao Xuanji sighed helplessly, originally intending to strip Li Changsheng of his title as crown prince and mentor him closely. However, his rebellious nature proved insurmountable. The affairs of state rest on your father and the esteemed ministers. You have been a hostage for 20 years, lacking understanding of cultivation and etiquette. How can you grasp the governance of a nation? As the crown prince, you ought to contemplate the greater good of Dayu and alleviate your father's burdens. At last, it was Zhao Xuanji's turn to speak. Xiang Taifu quickly interjected, Your Majesty, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted. With a little guidance from this old minister, he will soon master state affairs. As for cultivation, that matter is equally manageable. I believe the crown prince deserves a chance. Li Changsheng patted Xiang Taifu on the back, saying, Oh, Xiang Taifu, if you continue to serve in this manner, you will surely be suppressed to death by them. Li Yuan suddenly erupted in fury. Unfilial son, what nonsense are you spouting? My life has been lived with integrity. Have I ever forced anyone? If you possess true capability, who would dare to depose you? What do you have to offer? Look, they openly scorn us. Li Changsheng retorted, Then I request, father, to allow your son to venture to the border. I am willing to wield my sword and expand the territories of Dayu, to prove that I, as the crown prince, possess the ability to safeguard the nation. Ah? The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend why he had so desperately sought to preserve his position as crown prince only to now hasten towards the front line. Seeking death, the second prince struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly unable to contain the smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 8. Deceiving the old father to tears upon entering the palace. Li Chongqing had conversed with Xiang Taifu about the current state of affairs. Mastering information was of utmost importance. Although Dayu appeared tranquil, the Western Front faced the lurking threat of the demon race. With occasional skirmishes, the Eastern Front had territorial disputes with Dafeng, leading to frequent tensions. Recently, Dafeng had been plagued by floods, resulting in poor harvests, and was now seeking grain from Dayu. Should Dayu refuse to assist, the two nations might once again plunge into conflict. Furthermore, this was an era of martial prowess, where military generals held immense significance. The literary realm had the imperial examination system, while the martial realm hosted the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This year, the tournament would be held within Dayu's borders, akin to hosting the Olympics, with nations spending lavishly to recruit promising young talents. Thus, on his journey, Li Chongqing had already determined his escape route, to the border. To seize military power, Lai Yuan's eyes gleamed with insight. He immediately discerned Li Chongqing's intentions. This lad intends to flee the imperial city. Li Yuan scoffed, "You lack understanding of cultivation. Do you not fear death in battle?" Li Chongqing feigned earnestness, declaring in response to father, "I would rather die a glorious death in battle than be wrongfully executed on baseless charges. At the very least, I would have fought for Dayu, and thus have no regrets in death." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan rolled his eyes. This unfilial son, is he inherently rebellious? Who in Dayu could wrongfully accuse you? Is this a roundabout way of insulting me? One minister stood and declared, "The crown prince is our heir. If he were to perish on the battlefield, would that not be a laughingstock for Dayu, suggesting we have no capable leaders?" Li Chongqing's desire to escape the imperial city was glaringly obvious. And many began to speculate, if you wish to leave, then leave the title of crown prince behind. Li Chongqing turned to the speaker and inquired, "And you are?" "Lord of Julu, Su Mingxi, concurrently serving as the Minister of War." Xiang Taifu discreetly added, "His daughter is also the second prince's consort, the father-in-law of the second prince." Li Chongqing retorted, "Lord of Julu, your words are misguided. An ignorant perspective." "Oh?" Su Mingxi mocked, "Then I would like to hear what high-minded insights the crown prince has gleaned from the barbarian tribes." Ha ha ha, laughter erupted in the court. Indeed, Lord of Julu was a man of vast knowledge, both literary and martial, a revered scholar of his time who had forsaken the pen for the sword and achieved military merit. He was a pillar of the state, not someone easily rebutted. Li Chongqing stood tall and declared with conviction, "If even the common folk of Dayu can defend their homes and country, then as the crown prince, I should set an example for all. Which descendant of the Li family is not a hero, a person of distinction? My father is the god of war from the east. A tiger's son cannot be a mere dog. If you doubt my capabilities, are you not questioning the merit of my father's lineage? Damn it." The Lord of Julu's face turned green with rage. Li Chongqing's shift in perspective was akin to calling for his entire clan's destruction. Xiang Taifu, witnessing this, immediately rebuked, "Lord of Julu, how dare you to question the royal bloodline? Today, you dare to challenge the crown prince. Tomorrow, you will dare to challenge the second prince, and the day after, the emperor himself. What are your true intentions?" Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow, impressed by Xiang Taifu's excellent collaboration. The Lord of Julu quickly defended himself, "I did not mean it that way. I am merely concerned for the crown prince's safety." Li Chongqing retorted angrily, "You were the one who just claimed I could not alleviate my father's burdens, and now you obstruct me from doing so. What is it that you truly desire from me?" His words rang out, resonating across the assembly. The court fell silent, caught in a web of contradictions. The Lord of Julu was momentarily stunned. How could the crown prince be so astute? Yet, upon seeing Xiang Taifu beside him, he concluded it was Xiang Taifu's instigation. Inwardly cursing, "Xiang Long, you think to rise through the crown prince? Dream on." Li Chongqing had seized the initiative entirely. Noticing the silence among them, he called out, "Why the silence? Speak up." Zhao Xuanji, observing the crown prince's newfound audacity, expressed her disdain. Crown Prince, after enduring 20 years of hardship, you wish to venture to the border to achieve merit. Are you not afraid of death? Li Changsheng replied, Of course I fear death. Li Yuan, hearing this, frowned in disdain. A true man should not fear death. He scoffed, If you fear death, then why? Before Li Yuan could finish his sentence, Li Changsheng proclaimed loudly, Sing the military song, let it echo like my father's chant. I vow to vanquish the barbarian foes. I shall die on the battlefield for my father. Why should I concern myself with a corpse wrapped in horsehide? This was a poem about departing for the frontier, yet Li Changsheng had modified it to express his devotion to his father, proclaiming that he would only focus on slaying enemies to relieve his father's worries. Disregarding all else, the courtiers around him were deeply moved. What a filial son! Sing the military song, let it echo like my father's chant. Why should I concern myself with a corpse wrapped in horsehide? The emperor could not help but murmur along. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly welled with tears. Had he been too harsh on this eldest son? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tears welling in his eyes. Perhaps this son, having endured so much, yearned for his love. His rebellious phase had merely arrived late. It seemed that his earlier words about severing ties were a plea for his father's affection. With this newfound understanding, he found the boy much more agreeable. Observing the silent assembly, Li Changsheng felt satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Otherwise, how could he escape the capital? Li Yuan rubbed his forehead and said, In that case, go to Ningzhou. Ningzhou, located on the eastern front of Dayu, bordered Dafeng. Although the two nations occasionally clashed, they maintained diplomatic relations, exercising restraint. Injuries were common, but fatalities were rare. Moreover, it was a prime location for the scions of the powerful to gain prestige. However, Zhao Xuanji interjected, Your Majesty, if the crown prince seeks to achieve merit, he may find little opportunity in Ningzhou. Perhaps he should go to Yunzhou, where he can garner fame and relieve your worries. The court collectively gasped. Yunzhou, on the western front, served as the first line of defense against the demon race. In 10 years, there might be no battles, but when war broke out, it would surely be a river of blood with countless casualties. Yet, those who survived would rise through the ranks like a rocket, truly a test of character. Li Changsheng sighed. Was there not a single option from his parents to keep him at home? Indeed, he was extraneous. But it mattered not. This was his choice, and he would accept it. Xiang Taifu quickly added, Your Majesty, the crown prince is yet unmarried and knows nothing of military matters. Such haste is unwise. I propose that this old minister instruct him for a time, during which we shall also arrange for a crown princess. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. Truly, the old fox was still sharp. This suggestion from Xiang Taifu directly benefited Li Changsheng, postponing any frontline deployment. Are you two performing a duet? Li Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Very well, since you insist, I shall grant your wish. Proclaim. The crown prince shall be appointed as General Feilong, and a selection for the crown princess shall be made soon. After the grand wedding in 1 month, he shall depart. Suddenly, the second prince, standing by, implored, Yunzhou. Ultimately, Li Yuan decided Li Changsheng's destination. Hearing the first part of the emperor's proclamation, Li Changsheng felt satisfaction. He had achieved his goal. But what was this nonsense about marriage? To leave an heir? With such treatment, how could his son fare any better? My dear second son, you will now enjoy some relief as well. Upon leaving the court, Xiang Long wore a troubled expression. Crown Prince, venturing to Yunzhou is akin to courting death. Why did His Majesty suddenly change his mind? Li Changsheng chuckled, Xiang Taifu, I have long since grown accustomed to this. Perhaps the moment of emotion is fleeting, and reason is the final choice. Regardless of where I go, it is all the same to me. Xiang Long remarked, It seems this old minister must be meticulous in selecting a suitable crown princess for you. Li Changsheng shook his head, No need. Find me a woman of ill repute. One with a notorious reputation, preferably a shrew. Let that kind of gem serve to solidify my status as a good son of the Dayu court. Li Changsheng felt that since he was destined to escape, he could not harm virtuous women. Thus, finding a wicked woman would be a more suitable match. Chapter 9. I am researching the art of the bedroom. After leaving the court, Li Changsheng was in high spirits. His achievements were attributable to his royal bloodline. Most importantly, he had successfully thwarted the second prince's attempt to seize the throne, which utterly disgusted him. Oh, the second prince. The throne I concede to you is yours. But if I do not grant it, You cannot simply take it. Beside him, the cautious Minister Xiang remarked, Your Highness, the faction of the second prince may be waiting for you to make a mistake. Seeking a legitimate reason to depose you, it matters not. I have already accomplished my goal of safely leaving the imperial capital, Li Chongqing replied. Not only has he suffered a loss, but I have also gained immensely. However, Your Highness, I worry that the second prince and the Duke of Julu may act out of desperation. It is wiser to select a capable consort and no need. I must find a notorious harlot. A venomous woman. I have a preference for such. Li Chongqing was averse to political marriages. He was determined to leave and could not bring misfortune upon virtuous women. However, this decision of his seemed rather reckless in the eyes of Minister Xiang. Xiang believed that the prince wished to escape the capital and live a peaceful life. Yet, having witnessed the prince's cunning methods, Xiang did not dare to advise him directly. Instead, he suggested indirectly, Your Highness, we do have opportunities. If you can establish your position, many in the court will rally to your side. The current emperor is in good health, and your prospects are quite promising. Li Chongqing understood the old minister's intentions. He was quite traditional, hoping for him to charge towards the imperial throne, so he could be remembered as a loyal minister. However, Li Chongqing held disdain for such familial ties, having already severed them. He was clear about his intention to escape. Minister Xiang continued to prattle on about alliances and studies, which he found superfluous. He mentioned it once, but would not repeat himself. For now, as their goals did not conflict, he decided to let him be. Li Chongqing contemplated. I will gather some attendants, manage some funds, and depart from the capital with the throne in hand. Wherever I go will be comfortable. Once I have mastered my skills, I can return and annoy them all. While pondering his future, he strolled along the dragon steps of the palace when suddenly, a pair of young men and women emerged around a corner. Dressed in the attire of fourth-rank officials, the Great Yu, only members of the Li family were permitted to serve as officials, and even then, the number was exceedingly rare. Although they wore official robes, their sleeves were embroidered with blue skies and white clouds, allowing for easy identification of Li family members in the court. Having spent 20 years as a hostage, Li Chongqing recognized few of his kin. Yet, the female official boldly confronted him, exclaiming, Li Chongqing, you are truly occupying the latrine without doing your business. Lacking talent, virtue, and capability, Great Yu is truly doomed to be dragged down by you. The onlookers were astonished at how audacious this official was. Even though it was common knowledge that she aspired to marry the second prince, her brazen support for him was rather reckless. Her brother hurriedly tugged at her, saying, Sister, be cautious. He is, after all, a prince. What nonsense prince? Is he the stable prince or the one who crawls beneath others? Is there truly such a disgraceful prince in the world? Minister Xiang angrily retorted, Lady Li, I shall report you to His Majesty for your insults towards the prince and your disrespect. The female official disdainfully raised her hand, clenching her fist, and replied, Do as you please. Let us see if His Majesty will heed you. If the prince is dissatisfied, he may spar with me, though she was merely a court official. The Li family was vast, and with the Li surname as her shield, this female official was indeed a member of the second prince's faction. Her background was formidable, akin to that of a royal sister. Even if a conflict arose, it might be viewed as mere childish squabbling, warranting familial discipline rather than royal punishment. What was most critical was that she was well aware of Li Chongqing's unpopularity. Minister Xiang, infuriated, was about to step forward to reason with her when Li Chongqing grasped his arm. The two individuals were athletic, exuding a martial demeanor with every move, and donned military official attire, indicating their prowess in martial arts. However, Li Chongqing had only just entered the realm of Qi Si, and Minister Xiang was not versed in martial arts, putting them at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Li Chongqing pointed at her and declared, Minister Xiang, I have made my decision. I shall marry her. Please promptly inform my father, and I demand the marriage to be granted tonight, so that I may enjoy her until she is weak in the knees. With that, Li Chongqing strode away, leaving the previously enraged Li Qiang thunderstruck. Although they were both members of the Li family, the clan was extensive, with numerous branches and even some sons-in-law. The relationship between them could be traced back several generations. Therefore, marrying Li Qiang was entirely feasible. Yet, at just 18 years of age, her infatuation with the second prince was common knowledge. During her time in the Sacred Land, she had followed the second Prince Li Changjian closely, essentially becoming his shadow. Now, Li Chongqing's words had completely obstructed her future. Even after Li Chongqing had walked far away, she remained rooted in place. The young man beside her said, "Sister, I told you, why provoke him?" Li Qianga burst into tears. "Brother, I do not want to. I do not want to marry this waste. I want to find Brother Chengjian. The prince is shameless." Li Chongqing had not settled comfortably in Minister Xiang's abode when he was summoned back to the palace. However, this time, the eunuch who came was more sensible, calmly waiting for him to eat and drink his fill, even wearing a mournful expression as he allowed him to rest for half an hour before another group of eunuchs came to invite him. Only then did Li Chongqing, under Minister Xiang's incessant urging, proceed to the palace to meet with the emperor. In truth, Li Chongqing saw through the situation. It would be as easy as pie for the emperor to kill him. However, the emperor did not wish to bear the reputation of a child killer and wanted to maintain the image of a benevolent father. Therefore, he was relatively safe until he stepped onto the front lines. At present, he could act recklessly. At most, he would receive a scolding. But who would care? Upon entering the imperial study, to the left were members of the Li family, including Li Qianga on the high seat. Emperor Li Yuan was fuming, "Unfilial son. Do you know why you are here? You dare to defy my orders?" Li Chongqing replied with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, I was researching the art of the bedroom, and it was at a critical moment that I was delayed." Silence fell over the men and women in the imperial study. Even the eunuchs were mute. Only Li Qianga's sobbing grew louder. "Vulgar!" Emperor Li Yuan scoffed. "Have you learned the debauchery of the barbarians in the wild tribes?" Li Chongqing maintained his serious demeanor and responded, "Your Majesty, my study of the art of the bedroom is for the lifelong happiness of Sister Qianga and to ensure the continuation of our royal lineage. What wrong have I committed? Should I not aspire for a fruitful union like Brother Chengjian, who has not yet fathered a child? If I do not strive, how shall our Li family avoid extinction?" At this, even the passing imperial guards fell silent. Expanding the royal lineage was a noble cause, and ensuring the happiness of one's wife was a rightful duty. Thus, he committed no wrongdoing. It was only reasonable to prepare to go to the front lines to relieve the emperor's burdens while subtly criticizing the ineptitude of the second prince. Li Chengjian was furious. "Li Chongqing, you speak foul words. No pearls of wisdom come from your mouth. You slander and defame. Father, please punish the prince." Li Chongqing shrugged. "How about we let the girls at the brothel in town consume a truth serum? Or you can take one yourself." The mention of such a powerful potion rendered Li Chengjian instantly silent. This was not something to be taken lightly. Consuming it would mean being at the mercy of others. Li Chongqing immediately said, "Look, silence is tantamount to acquiescence." Emperor Li Yuan was enraged and slammed the table. "Enough. A dog cannot change its nature. This matter counts as being in your favor, and it ends here. I did not summon you to discuss this lewd topic. It is regarding your intended marriage to Li Qianga." Exhausted and irritated, Emperor Li Yuan let go of Li Chongqing's defiance. Had it not been for Li Chongqing being a hostage for 20 years, he would have had him imprisoned to temper his temperament. But now, he only wished to send Li Chongqing away swiftly, allowing their family to return to their previous peaceful existence. Yet, Li Chongqing was disappointed. Had the emperor's favoritism towards his second son reached such a degree, one could only conclude that they were indeed in cahoots. Turning to Li Qianga, Li Chongqing assured her, "Sister Qianga, rest assured, I am well versed in the 72 techniques of the art of the bedroom. I guarantee your satisfaction." Li Qianga blushed furiously, her heart racing, her legs pressed tightly together. "Your Majesty, I have already found my beloved. It may be difficult for me to reciprocate the prince's goodwill. I implore you to intercede on my behalf." Li Qianga knelt before the emperor in desperation, unable to oppose directly, instead opting for a more subtle refusal. Her heart was set on marrying Li Chengjian. How could she possibly marry this worthless Li Chongqing? Her life would be ruined. Beside her, her parents and brother also knelt, pleading, "Head of the family, please show mercy to our Qianga and select another suitor." The couple directly addressed the head of the family, seeking to impose familial law on the matter. Li Chongqing interjected, "If she does not wish to marry, that is fine. I will not force you. If you do not marry me, I will take my time to choose. Who knows how long that may take? Right, Brother Chengjian?" This statement was deliberately made for Li Chengjian to hear. Li Chongqing found the dynamics within his family to be quite peculiar. He could freely berate Li Chengjian, while Li Chengjian could plead with their parents to achieve his goals. only for their parents to turn around and press him. It was absurd. Since the second brother was so easily manipulated, he resolved to exploit that further. Li Qingjian, indeed, fell into the trap. The emperor had proclaimed in court that the crown prince should hastily make his way to the front lines in Yunzhou a month after his marriage. The crux of the issue was not the journey to the front, but the marriage itself. To Li Qingjian, it seemed the crown prince sought to clip his wings. Yet, Li Qingjian found it rather amusing. He promptly countered, saying, "Your Majesty, Qian Gu is my own sister. Since she hasn't intended, I believe we should let it be. However, I do have a suggestion for a candidate." Li Chongqing immediately interjected. "I refuse. The woman you propose will certainly be as barren as your spouse. Why, Sister Qian Gu is ample of figure. She is capable of bearing children. I beseech Father to grant me this marriage." As soon as these words left his mouth, silence enveloped the imperial study. Such statements were not to be uttered lightly, for they could lead to execution. Impudent! Li Yuan's anger flared as he slammed the table. "You wretched son, do you truly believe I would hesitate to abolish you?" The others held their breath, intimidated by the sight of Emperor Yu in such a furious state. Li Chongqing stood tall and declared, "Father, you certainly would, for in your eyes, I am not even considered your son. This woman has publicly humiliated me. Have you ever thought of punishing her? Were it not for her disgrace, would I be forced to trouble her? You promised me marriage. Why then do you compel me to change my mind at the behest of my second brother?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was left speechless. In truth, he understood everything clearly. He recognized that Li Changge had erred first, and he could see Li Chongqing intended to teach Li Qiangu a lesson. Yet, he could not fathom why he wanted Li Chongqing to back down. To endure, Li Yuan's expression fluctuated between anger and despair as he thought, "No, I am fair to you brothers, I am a good father. It is you who do not understand me." Chapter 10. Parents only want what's best for you. Li Yuan was decisive in matters of state, unwavering in his decisions. Yet when it came to family affairs, he was plagued with headaches. Reflecting on the time before Li Chongqing's return, when familial bonds were harmonious and children were plentiful, he had never faced such turmoil. While he despised Li Chongqing, the eldest son from a barbaric tribe, he also appreciated his contributions over the past 20 years and was moved by his military song sung with a father's love, allowing Li Chongqing to leave a legacy before departing. This was a tradition of the Li family, to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Besides, if the son was unlikable, perhaps the grandson would be satisfactory. Yet, this matter of taking a concubine had escalated to his doorstep. Li Yuan's face hardened as he said, "Crown Prince, have I been too lenient with you? I have already acquiesced to your wishes. Must you still cause a stir?" Li Chongqing was taken aback. "What have I stirred? I merely requested to be dispatched to the frontier to alleviate the burdens of the realm. It was you, Father, who insisted I marry before departing. Can you blame me for that? You shall refer to me as your Majesty." Li Chongqing laughed. The old man was clearly losing his composure. "Why not, your Majesty, simply refrain from sending me to Yunzhou and instead cast me into the dungeon? For daring to covet Lady Li Qiangu, I could be punished. Then one day, when I mysteriously perish in the dungeon, your family would surely be satisfied." The imperial study remained so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Over the years, who dared speak so audaciously to the Emperor of Du? This crown prince was clearly courting death, waiting for the moment the emperor could no longer tolerate him, disregarding all decorum and procedures to abolish him and cast him into the dungeon. Li Yuan felt a familiar headache returning, reminiscent of the previous night's predicament. His anger surged, and he could hardly restrain himself from executing this rebellious son. Perhaps he should just kill him and later claim the rebellious son had succumbed to a sudden illness. Suddenly, Li Chongqing rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marred with burns and knife scars, and said, Come. You demand I marry yet obstruct my choices. You choose a candidate and then scold me for my discontent. I willingly enter the dungeon. My death will concern the Li family not at all, and it will not tarnish your reputation. Simply call someone to take me away, and you will be satisfied." Seeing the multitude of scars on Li Chongqing's arms, Li Yuan's breath became erratic, and his brow furrowed deeply. Even as the greatest warrior of Donghuang and a formidable martial emperor, his emotions were now in turmoil. His imposing demeanor suddenly softened. In a grave tone, Li Yuan declared, Li Qiangu is to be confined for 3 days to reflect upon her actions. As for the crown prince's selection of a bride, you may choose from the 7 great noble houses and 9 prominent marquisates. Once you have made your selection, I shall grant the marriage. 3 days of confinement for reflection? An outsider is deemed more precious than one's own son? Li Changsheng chuckled. Dear Li, do you still have any unmarried daughters in your household? The entire room fell into a suffocating silence. Was Li Changsheng still not satisfied? Did he wish to cause more chaos? Li Qianji's father hastily interjected, Crown Prince, I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold for your wedding, as a token of my daughter's apology. Li Changsheng scoffed. Ah, at least there are some who understand. He replied coolly, very well. I shall await your 100 taels of gold. A dignified crown prince should not resort to such extortion. It was akin to the northern savages, who every year simply demanded silver from Diyu. A truly ignoble comparison. Witnessing this, Li Yuan's disdain only grew. As Li Changsheng departed the imperial study, he was halted by a palace maid. Crown Prince, the Empress requests your presence. Having just acquired 100 taels of gold, Li Changsheng intended to visit the Empress to procure additional funds. Upon arriving at Xinang Palace, he encountered Zhao Xuanji and his sister, Li Yuaner. Upon seeing her brother, Li Yuaner retorted, the unnecessary one has arrived. Humph! Subsequently, she flicked her wrist toward a nearby potted plant, trimming it with scissors while muttering, Snip you. Snip you. Li Changsheng did not indulge her and retorted, You wretched girl, how pretentious. Sooner or later, you will be sent to the barbarian tribes for marriage. You. Li Yuaner was taken aback, turning around in shock that this useless sibling dared to insult her and curse her to be betrothed. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to return to the horse stables? But Li Changsheng had already passed her by on the pavilion. Zhao Xuanji was enjoying tea with her daughter-in-law, the daughter of the Marquis of Giant Deer, a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. A true paragon of loveliness. Dressed in resplendent red garments that accentuated her slender waist and ample bosom, she regrettably bore no children. In such a feudal dynasty, a hen that could not lay eggs could never become a phoenix. Upon seeing Li Changsheng's arrival, Zhao Xuanji adopted a serious demeanor. Changsheng, I heard you clashed with your father again? Li Changsheng was not inclined to engage in further pleasantries. Enough with the feigned concern. If you truly wish to assist me, send me money. Zhao Xuanji, surprisingly agreeable, produced a small box and opened it to reveal a stack of silver notes. Here is 10,000 taels for your wedding. Li Changsheng accepted the notes without hesitation. It was what she owed him, and he would not let such an opportunity pass. Zhao Xuanji continued, Since you have taken it, you should consider abdicating your position as crown prince and passing it on to your brother. Indeed, there were conditions attached. Li Changsheng responded in astonishment. Did you not just send me to Yunzhou? Can you not wait until I am slain on the battlefield? Zhao Xuanji retorted in anger. Nonsense. You and Qingjian are both my children. I treat you equally. I merely wish for you to reconsider. Once you are married and remain by my side, I will teach you well to shed your barbaric habits. Li Changsheng scoffed. So refusing to accept humiliation is deemed a barbaric habit? Zhao Xuanji countered, What grievances do you speak of? Your father and I only wish for your well-being. Do you truly believe you are suited for the crown prince's role? Is it still about the crown prince's role? Li Changsheng did not wish to prolong the conversation and simply returned the money. Empress, I do not lack for funds. I take my leave. Stop, I am your mother, yet you cannot even bring yourself to call me mother. You are not always this way. How remarkable, even she had lost her composure. Why can you not understand a mother's good intentions? Must you rush to Yunzhou to seek death? As long as you speak, I can advocate on your behalf. Li Changsheng pressed further. Yet, why has there been no punishment for my sister and second brother's slander against me? When will I be able to return to my crown prince's palace? Can the empress advocate for me? Zhao Xuanji fell silent once more. Yuaner was merely joking with you. She is still a child as your elder brother. Why must you take her words to heart? Regarding Chengjian's occupation of your palace, have I not already stated that the position of crown prince is of no use to you? Do you not wish to cultivate your skills? Remain by my side, and I shall teach you. Li Changsheng laughed. If I were to accuse Li Yuaner of having an affair with a guard, clang. Suddenly, a short sword flew from Zhao Xuanji's sleeve, pressing against Li Changsheng's throat. She revealed the cold ruthlessness of a martial arts master. Yet suddenly, she realized that the person before her was her eldest son, whom she could not bring herself to kill. Startled, her grip weakened, and the sword clattered to the ground. No, Changsheng, I was just. After stumbling over her words for a while, Zhao Xuanji abruptly recognized her double standards. Protective of her young, a reflexive response. She could understand that Dalai Changsheng rubbed his neck and said, "Thank you, Empress, for your mercy. It appears I must refrain from casually spreading rumors about the princess. Yet it seems the princess is free to spread rumors about me. What a splendid notion that we are all treated equally. I had forgotten that I am not favored." The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Li Yuan rushed over, saying, "Look at how you have angered Mother. Li Changsheng, can we be compared? We are a family of 4. You are the superfluous one to remain in the barbaric tribe as a hostage. What purpose do you serve by returning?" On the day of your return, a foul stench lingered, accompanied by a pair of shifty eyes, repulsing both the emperor and the empress, who were utterly distressed. Only then did they recall the existence of a son such as yourself. It would be wise for you to depart of your own accord. This household does not welcome you. Am I wrong to feel aggrieved? The emperor dotes on me, and what of it? What can you possibly do about it? Li Changsheng replied with indifference, "That is precisely correct. I in the future do not recklessly acknowledge any relations outside. I am in no way connected to your family." With that, he took his leave. Chapter 11. Have I truly erred? No, I have not erred. After Li Changsheng's departure, Zhao Xuanji was left seething in silence, pondering whether she had truly made a mistake. The suggestion to send Li Changsheng to Yunzhou was merely a means to intimidate him. Having endured 20 years as a hostage in the barbaric tribes of the north, suffering immense hardship, it was reasonable to assume he would not willingly subject himself to further torment. Thus, his decision to remain was entirely logical. Was it not? She believed that keeping Li Changsheng by her side would be an invaluable opportunity for someone who had been deprived of maternal love for 2 decades. The combination of these two conditions should have led to his acceptance. Yet he consistently refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also insisted on severing their ties. "The blood of my lineage runs through your veins. How can such a bond be easily dismissed?" Zhao Xuanji felt that all her actions were for the sake of her child, as for the slander from Li Yuan, having lived in the stables for 6 months and endured bullying from the eunuchs. Those events were now behind her. She never anticipated that Li Qingjian would manage the situation so poorly, nor could she have foreseen the rift between the 2 brothers. But could she be blamed for this? Since it had transpired, and the eunuch was now deceased, Li Changsheng had suffered no real loss. They were all family, and it was best to refrain from further mention of as the eldest son. Li Changsheng ought to understand and consider the greater good. She found it incomprehensible, believing instead that he had been corrupted by the barbarism of the northern tribes. Yet, Zhao Xuanji was acutely aware that as the empress, the revered mother of the nation, she could not allow a rift between mother and son to occur. How could she face the world? How could she endure the scorn and ridicule from within the Li family? Li Yuan remarked, "Mother, why not let him go? He knows nothing of cultivation or military affairs. If he goes to Yunzhou, he will not only fail to gain the respect of the local leaders, but might even succumb to illness along the way." Zhao Xuanji's brows furrowed in conflict. She feared for her eldest son's suffering while simultaneously worrying about the implications of his departure. Her heart was a tempest of turmoil, at that moment. The troubled mind of Emperor Li Yuan was also in disarray. Li Yuan picked up a recording stone, reminiscing about the past 20 years during which the barbaric tribes of the north demanded exorbitant tribute from Dayu for border trade. Due to their excessively harsh conditions, he had only agreed to half of their terms. Accepting the entirety would result in the plundering of the northern people's wealth, leading to significant fiscal deficits within Dayu. The detestable savages were never satisfied, yet due to the Crown Prince Treaty, they refrained from inciting war. However, each year, they would send recordings of the maltreatment of Li Changsheng, attempting to undermine his resolve. Li Yuan watched these recordings annually, the new scars and iron brands on his son's body feeling as though they were being inflicted upon his own face. After viewing the 10th recording, his resolve began to crack and self-doubt crept in. What kind of ruler was he, the foremost emperor of the eastern wilderness, if he could not even protect his own son? He felt less than a man. Had he not used his own son as a hostage to secure peace in the north, he would have succumbed to pressure and faced defeat. In his agony and rage, he chose to flee. Though shameful, escape proved effective. He observed his second son, Li Qingjian, growing steadily, well-educated and poised, a core disciple of the sacred land. Making remarkable progress in martial arts, he regained his dignity and pride as a father. He began to believe that without Li Chongqing, his life was perfect. Yes, he slowly started to lose his grip on reality. From the 11th year onward, he sealed away the recordings sent by the barbaric tribes, refusing to watch them again, until by the 20th year, he had forgotten he even had an eldest son at tea times. He pondered how life would be if Li Chongqing never returned. He would not have to confront the demons within his heart. Have I truly erred? Li Yuan gazed forlornly at the heavens and mused. No, I have not erred. I have made Dayu prosperous. I am the eternal emperor. It is that ungrateful son who has adopted the ways of the savages. Day in and day out, he threatens to sever ties with me. I have shown him sufficient mercy. It is he who wishes to achieve merit at the borders. He cannot blame me. The residents of Dukyu. Li Chongqing received a token of apology from the family of Li Qianga, 100 taels of gold. The purchasing power of gold remained quite favorable, sufficient for him to live comfortably for some time. As he found himself at leisure, he silently practiced the Tai Su demon god technique, assessing his progress in cultivation for the day. Truly deserving of the title of heavenly demon relic, the energy within him had been circulating naturally throughout the day. And his energy sea had begun to coalesce. Li Chongqing executed a set of punches, each strike growing increasingly vigorous. After some time, he noticed that Duke Xiang had returned. Li Chongqing inquired, "Where did the Duke go? Why is there no one at your home?" Duke Xiang sighed. "My family has already been slain by the Marquis of Julu, Su Mingxi. From that day forth, this old minister has dismissed the servants. Confronting the emptiness of my home alone, striving to inspire myself to live well." Li Chongqing suddenly understood. In no wonder this old man steadfastly stood by his side. It was all in anticipation of his ascendance as the crown prince to turn the tide. Li Chongqing reiterated, "Duke, I shall not remain. This royal family cannot accommodate me. You ought to return to your hometown." Duke Xiang replied, "Your Highness, there are ways to thrive even without remaining. Going to the border and relying on military power is also a viable path. Outsiders claim the crown prince has been a servant among the barbaric tribes for 20 years, possessing the nature of a slave, ignorant of propriety, and incapable of cultivation. Yet I see that you have entered the martial way. Decisive in killing, proving your innocence in court, surpassing the ministers, truly a dragon among men." The two exchanged glances for a considerable time. Suddenly, Li Chongqing laughed. You old man, your intentions are not as straightforward as they seem. Do as you wish. As long as you can keep pace with me, I do not mind. I merely wish to acquire some connections and money before departing." Duke Xiang promptly produced several portraits of women, stating, "The emperor has delineated the range for selecting a consort, and I have conveniently found some candidates for you. Among the 7 great noble families, there are suitable young women of age. Here are their likenesses. Among the 9 marquis families, while many eldest daughters have married out, there are still numerous illegitimate daughters. Here is the album." Li Chongqing perused the images and pointed to a young woman from the Marquis of Julu's household, saying, "What of her? Is she not repulsive? She is merely an illegitimate daughter. I doubt Su Mingxi would care, and he might even exploit her. How do these noble women react upon hearing they might be chosen by me? It is said they are in a state of constant anxiety, with many feigning illness. Some have even spread malicious rumors, secretly comparing the crown prince to a coarse barbarian, claiming that any family that marries into the crown prince's line will be shamed." "Ha ha ha, that is splendid, splendid." Duke Xiang looked on in confusion. "Your Highness, if you could select a wife from a powerful family, it would greatly benefit you. Even if you remain in the capital, you could exert influence. Marriage is akin to a second life. This should not be underestimated." Duke Xiang viewed it as a means of assistance, but Li Chongqing, fondling the 100 taels of gold sent by the family of Li Qianga, preferred the pursuit of wealth. He picked up the box of gold and waved his hand, saying, "Prepare the carriage. We shall visit each household and discuss matters." Chapter 12. My rules are the law. Before the residence of Dukyu, Li Chongqing stated his purpose, seeking an audience with the Duke. After a brief wait, a somewhat respectable servant was dispatched. Acting under the orders of the steward, he pretended not to recognize the crown prince and barred him from entering the household. Attempting to obstruct Li Chongqing's selection of a consort, if the emperor were to inquire later, he would face imprisonment and punishment. Yet Duke Yu's household would compensate him with several dozen taels of silver. He did not even bother to send an invitation in advance. Did he expect me to believe he was the crown prince? The crown prince's carriage is hardly so shabby, and he has not a single guard by his side? In these times, there are too many impostors claiming royal lineage. You had best be on your way, or I shall not be courteous. Get lost, Li Chongqing observed as these individuals delayed his entry for nearly half a stick of incense, only to ultimately attempt to expel him. One of them spat a mouthful of phlegm upon him. At this pivotal moment in life, he considered his choices. Choice 1. Endure, leave in frustration, and seek another noble lady. Reward, tranquility pill. Anyone who takes it after becoming agitated will calm down. Choice 2. Wait until Duke Yu personally opens the door to welcome him, showcasing his patience. Reward, soft armored shell. Choice 3. Kill. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, remind them of the true nature of this world. Reward, essence gathering pill. What are you still doing there? Get lost with that. Li Chongqing directly approached and seized the servant by the throat. With a sharp crack, the servant's neck snapped. The onlookers were left agape. Though they scorned the crown prince's barbaric demeanor, at that moment, they recalled the terror of being ruled by savages 20 years prior. Li Chongqing casually tossed the body aside and declared, I shall count to 3. If the door is not opened, I will enter by force. Creak. Before Li Chongqing could even begin counting, the door swung open, and Duke Yu hurriedly emerged, saying, Crown Prince, please, temper your anger. With a resounding slap, Li Chongqing struck, sending the Duke of Yu spinning on the spot, his face instantly swelling. Yet, the Duke could only endure the humiliation. Duke Yu, do you dare to defy the imperial edict? Are you contemplating rebellion? Your Highness, you misunderstand this old minister. I shall forever remain loyal to the great Yu and to his majesty. The Duke continued. This insolent servant has offended the crown prince and deserves death 1,000 times over. Your Highness, please, come inside. Though Li Chongqing was tasked with selecting a bride, he was well aware that individuals like the Duke of Yu were crafty and adept at verbal sparring. He sensed several menacing auras within the room. The Duke's residence was not devoid of martial experts. However, due to his identity as the crown prince, they dared not act. Having struck and humiliated the man, it was time to discuss serious matters. There were many more families to visit, and Li Chongqing was reluctant to waste time. He produced a small box containing 100 taels of gold and stated, This is my betrothal gift. I wish to marry your 6th daughter. I hope for your approval. Please send her to my residence tonight. In 10 months, I shall present you with a grandson. The Duke's expression darkened. You are far too hasty. Are those barbarians so frivolous? The more Li Chongqing insisted, the more flustered the Duke became. Your Highness, my daughter is afflicted with an unclean disease, I fear. An unclean disease, a venereal disease. I presume? Fear not. My constitution is robust enough to withstand it. What? Duke Yu, I assure you, I bear no disdain. The betrothal gift is settled. Simply send your daughter my way, and my father will issue a decree for marriage tomorrow. Henceforth, we shall be family. The Duke's countenance grew increasingly grim. To become in-laws with the crown prince was far from a simple marriage. It posed a grave threat to his family's future, especially since it would pit him against the second prince. He would be ridiculed by the elite of the capital for eternity, and how could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? Suddenly, the Grand Tutor, Xiang Long, approached and whispered a few words into the Duke's ear. The Duke's face lit up with understanding, and he quickly commanded someone to fetch a small box. He returned it alongside Li Chongqing's betrothal gift, forcing a smile as he said, Your Highness, as I understand it, the daughter of the Ming Duke is exceptionally beautiful and in good health. Perhaps, Li Chongqing took the box without even glancing at it, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 200 taels of gold. He patted the Duke on the shoulder, saying, Duke Yu, I hope my earlier strike did not cause you pain. The Duke hurriedly replied, No, Your Highness, you struck well. It was my family's servant who was remiss. Your Highness, not only did you strike well, but your judgment is also spot on. Li Chongqing nodded silently. As long as you believe my actions are justified, that suffices. You must understand, as long as I remain the crown prince of Great Yu, you must either yield or lie low. Indeed, indeed. The Duke bowed his head in acquiescence. It was only after Li Chongqing had departed that several young men rushed out from within the residence. Father, are you all right? The Duke, clutching his aching cheek, cursed. What sort of crown prince is this? He behaves just like a barbarian. Ouch, this hurts terribly. Who said the crown prince was timid and cowardly? Father, I suspect it was Xiang Long's idea. Indeed, Xiang Long is cunning. That crown prince has suffered for 20 years in the barbaric tribes. He could not have devised such a vicious plan to swindle us of 200 taels. If he sets his sights on our seventh daughter next, will he not extort us again? The Duke remarked. Enough. Quickly take your sister to the countryside to hide for a while. Since the crown prince has accepted 200 taels, he should be satisfied. Let us consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. Inside the carriage, Li Changsheng toyed with a gold ingot the size of his thumb, feeling quite pleased. Ha ha ha, making money is so easy. Your Highness, you might offend people with such behavior. The Grand Tutor interjected. That is a fallacy. Tow them. This amount of money is but a drop in the bucket. They will be pleased to part with it to ward off misfortune. I wager that the subsequent dukes and marquises will offer money even more willingly. Do you believe it? Does this not mean the crown prince will lose the support of these nobles? Xiang Long could only smile wryly. He truly hoped that Li Changsheng would handle the relationships with these noble powers more judiciously, but Li Changsheng had severed ties with the royal family and fled without a care. Li Changsheng scoffed. Nobles? Ha! Throughout history, who among the nobility has not risen and fallen? It matters not who assumes the role. I recognize only one principle. My rules are the rules. Xiang Long was taken aback. Gazing at Li Changsheng in disbelief, a chill running down his spine, he sensed an extraordinary quality within Li Changsheng. After a long pause, the Grand Tutor stated, I believe that extorting 200 taels is rather insufficient. Those nobles are quite adept at amassing wealth. One household could easily part with 300 taels without concern. Li Changsheng was astonished. So much? That is a sum I have never seen in 2 lifetimes. Indeed, his poverty had limited his imagination. They were truly worthy of their noble status. Yet, he expressed concern. Grand Tutor, is this method not excessively unscrupulous? Xiang Long stroked his beard and replied, Your Highness, there are 360 paths in this world, and each one is a path of kings. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other perfectly. On the way to the next household, Li Changsheng rummaged through his sleeve and retrieved the reward for his life choices, the Qi condensation pill. An elixir that enhances one's martial prowess in the realm of the Qi Sea. This pill was among the finest. With a gulp, he swallowed it, and the heavenly demon relic began to circulate the void demon god's art, slowly transforming into medicinal power. His Qi Sea gradually coalesced a substantial amount of martial true energy. Within half a tea's time, Li Changsheng had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi Sea. Transitioning from the Qi Sea realm to the mid-stage, even a talented martial artist typically required 1 or 2 years. Even the geniuses of sacred lands, with some assistance from elixirs and spiritual plants, would need half a year. This achievement was not merely due to the elixir but also Li Changsheng's superior martial techniques. Clenching his fists, Li Changsheng felt his vitality and strength surging. He was convinced that if he continued down this path, he would no longer be bullied. Chapter 13. The Crown Prince is not unfamiliar with cultivation. Li Changsheng intentionally took a longer route before arriving at the second household, the Ming Duke's residence. The Ming Duke personally came out to welcome him, stating that his daughter possessed numerous shortcomings and was unworthy of marrying Li Changsheng. He even offered a bit of gold and silver, hoping Li Changsheng would seek another. However, before Li Changsheng could speak, Xiang Long interjected, Ming Duke, the Crown Prince holds a particular admiration for your daughter. It is well known that she is both wealthy and unpretentious, noble yet not arrogant, who in the entire capital does not recognize her as the finest young lady. Even the Duke of Yu praised her highly, urging the Crown Prince to seek her hand. And he mentioned that your household is prosperous, a significant bolster to the Crown Prince. Li Changsheng smirked mischievously, recognizing Xiang Long's tactful redirection of blame. The Ming Duke was taken aback, inwardly cursing the Duke of Yu's treachery. Yet, upon seeing Li Changsheng's gesturing, he understood that he needed to increase the offer. As an uncherished crown prince, about to be sent to the border to face certain death, he could not afford to marry off his daughter to someone so precarious, especially one who was at odds with the highly favored second prince. Thus, the Ming Duke added another 300 taels, sending Li Changsheng off with tears in his eyes. with the precedents set by the first two dukes. The subsequent noble households proved to be exceedingly cooperative. Li Chongqing was not unreasonable, setting a clear price of 300 taels as a passage fee. Refusal to marry? Are you prepared for the consequences of such a refusal? Some, unable to bear the indignation, promptly entered the palace to accuse the crown prince of improper conduct, likening his barbaric style to that of a commoner, treating the esteemed dukes and marquises as mere chaff. Li Yuan received these complaints from the dukes and marquises, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought to narrow down upon hearing these words. The two individuals realized that the young girl, dressed as a maid, was, in fact, the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. How impoverished they must be to be unable to afford even a servant. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch of the duke's household, accompanied by a throng of female relatives, emerged. A delicate and beautiful woman held the hand of a small boy, while the matriarch respectfully greeted the crown prince. Upon encountering the esteemed Master Xiang, Grandmother Yang, along with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, came forth to welcome Li Changzeng. Li Chongqing spoke. I beg your pardon, grandmother, for the intrusion. His Majesty has commanded me to seek a suitable companion, and after traversing the grand estates of various dukes and marquises, I have finally arrived at your esteemed residence. In truth, Grandmother Yang was already aware of the situation, for it had been over an hour since Li Chongqing had seized the attention of the first family, and the news of the crown prince's actions had long since swept through the city. However, with all the male members of her household having sacrificed their lives, the family was left to subsist on the meager pensions. How could they possibly afford to dismiss the crown prince? The weight of imperial authority bore down upon every subject like a sword. Just moments ago, the family had been deliberating on who might be coerced into marrying this crown prince. Raised among barbaric tribes, suddenly, a girl of around 14 or 15 years leaped forward, exclaiming, "We cannot allow Sister Weiyang to marry him. It is obvious to all that he will not survive long in Yunzhou. Would that not condemn Sister Weiyang to a lifetime of widowhood? You must leave. Do not take my Sister Weiyang away." With that, she threw a punch at Li Changzeng. Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. This girl possessed considerable strength, likely at the pinnacle of the Qixi realm. The duke's household was a family of martial prowess, and it was evident from her attack that she had been trained well. Yet, Li Chongqing's Taishu demon god technique was even more formidable, as he had inherited some martial art skills. Although there was a disparity in their levels, his agility allowed him to evade her strikes and counter effectively. Grandmother Yang observed the exchange, her heart filled with confusion. Was it not said that the crown prince was unskilled in martial arts? Yet, he appeared no less capable than Lanner, but he was a man. And such proficiency held little significance. Li Chongqing, having only recently commenced his training, lacked refinement in his techniques. However, as he gradually adapted, he began to take the offensive. Skillfully avoiding the powerful energy clashes, he utilized his technique to outmaneuver her. Ultimately seizing Shen Lan's wrist and pinning her down, Shen Lan struggled momentarily before exclaiming, "Oh, you villain! Release me!" Grandmother Yang hurriedly approached, saying, "Your Highness, the little girl is merely being impetuous. I apologize for any offense." Li Chongqing pushed her away and released his grip, stating, "Very well, grandmother. You must be well aware of my intentions. I will not make things difficult for you. You need only..." Suddenly, a graceful young woman of around 18 stepped forward, her flowing gauzy dress swirling delicately with her movements. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, her lips were as luscious as blooming peach blossoms, and her face, smooth as jade, radiated a classical elegance. "I am Shen Weiyang," she said, performing a graceful curtsy. Li Chongqing frowned, displeased by the interruption. "What is it that you wish to convey?" Shen Weiyang replied, "If the crown prince seeks a bride from the Duke of Dinghua's household, I am the only suitable choice. My elder sisters are already engaged, and my younger sister is still too young to comprehend such matters. I remain unwed." Li Chongqing smirked in amusement. His initial intention had been to scold and depart, yet here was someone eager to be his bride. Even calling him a barbaric prince, she still offered herself. Truly audacious, he inquired. "Are you not afraid of me? Do you not harbor disdain?" Shen Weiyang answered. "The crown prince is the heir of a nation, a subject of Du for 20 years, enduring trials and tribulations. We can only regard him with admiration and respect," Li Chongqing thought to himself. Indeed, those without strength can be quite eloquent. The dukes and lords had not even bothered to show their faces, merely dismissing him with a hefty sum. It was rare for him to encounter someone in Du who treated him with such friendliness. And his demeanor softened considerably. After all, the men of the Duke's household had also perished for their country, and he had earned a fortune from visiting numerous noble families. He reconsidered, deciding to spare this family. Very well, I shall let you off this time. Master Xiang, here. Reward them with a gold ingot. Master Xiang produced a gold ingot and handed it over, leaving the women of the Shun family rather perplexed. Chapter 14. The unrest of Li Chengjian. Master, your carriage is inadequate. It cannot bear the weight of a fortune. At Master Xiang's doorstep, Li Changsheng could not help but voice his criticism as he looked at the carriage, which had buckled under the strain. In truth, due to discrepancies in unit conversions, this sum of several thousand gold pieces weighed approximately 100 pounds by Li Changsheng's previous knowledge, quite a substantial amount. After making rounds through numerous noble families, he had accumulated quite a fortune, yet the old horse-drawn carriage could not carry the load. You are to procure a carriage befitting my status by tomorrow. The funds will come from here. Master Xiang readily complied. Li Changsheng then asked, Master, I presume the Emperor will not bestow any further funds upon me. With this sum, how many men can we recruit? For commoners, including wages, weapons, armor, and provisions, we could recruit approximately 1,000 men, sufficient to sustain them until Yunzhou. For more skilled warriors, around 200. With provisions and wages, they should manage until Yunzhou. After the recent floods, there are many refugees. We need not pay them. Let us recruit some warriors as guards and have them train the refugees. Your Highness is indeed insightful. This would save money while maintaining the combat effectiveness of the troops. Recruit 500 refugees and 50 skilled warriors. The higher their strength, the better. Paint a grand picture for them. Your Highness, what do you mean by painting a grand picture? Ah, it's just a metaphor. We will embellish the benefits to raise their expectations. Haha, Your Highness, this plan is indeed brilliant. With a goal established and funds in place, the execution would become significantly easier. Master Xiang, possessing immense knowledge, found such matters trivial. However, Li Changsheng's recent acquisitions from a dozen noble families had yielded him a substantial fortune. The second prince, upon hearing this, felt a surge of envy. He had yet to accumulate such wealth, at that moment. His wife and father-in-law, the Duke of Julu, Shuming Si, approached to discuss strategies. Your Highness, the Emperor still favors you. Do not act in haste. Both my father and mother are displeased with that barbaric prince. Had it not been for his slight blood relation, he would have perished long ago. Yet now he is in the capital, proving to be quite a nuisance. They had originally planned to depose him at court, only to have that plan foiled. Now, the public accuses me of framing him. Shuming Si exchanged glances with the princess, both pondering whether this was not indeed his doing. It was evident that he dared not consume the truth-telling pill. His guilt was palpable. Shuming Si continued, however, he is in the capital, and the Emperor has his spies observing him. Even if assassins are sent, they may not succeed. Li Chengjian seethed. I do not comprehend. The Emperor clearly despises this barbaric prince. His insubordination and disrespect, not to mention his declarations of severing ties, are utterly intolerable. Why then allow him to go to the border? The Duke of Julu replied, even a tiger does not consume its young. Li Chengjian scoffed. If he truly cared, would he allow the crown prince to suffer in the barbaric tribes for 20 years? He is ruthless. I must be even more so. I cannot wait any longer. I wish to take his place now. If he succeeds at the border, will I not find myself in greater peril? Seeing the second prince's agitation and lack of strategic composure, the Duke of Julu sighed, realizing that it stemmed from his daughter's inability to bear children. The two had been married for over 5 years, yet had produced no offspring. The Duke naturally wished for the Zus to ascend further. But lacking a legitimate heir, he felt compelled to assist the second prince in seizing the throne to mend their relationship. Otherwise, the Li clan would voice their discontent, and the Su family would lose their most significant support. However, should Li Changsheng perish, the Emperor would be left with only Li Chengjian as an heir, which would not be a grave issue. Yet within the royal city, the crown prince could not be harmed. Thus, the crown prince's voluntary request to venture to the border to achieve merit was, for them, an immensely favorable development. They need only bide their time. However, just moments ago, the Emperor had granted a marriage between the Duke of Dingwish Xin Weiyang and Li Changsheng. making her the crown prince's consort. Once Shen Weiyang becomes pregnant, the circumstances would change dramatically. The Duke of Julu took several strides before stating, "We cannot harm the crown prince, but we may act against Shen Weiyang. Should we find someone to defile her, causing her to conceive, and with the emperor's decree to wed her, for the sake of the Shen family, she would likely not voice any objections, merely acquiescing. After 10 months, when she bears an illegitimate child, we can expose this, slandering the crown prince as incapable of fatherhood. Even if he manages to survive at the border, it would be of no consequence." This is a strategy to cut off the source. Li Chengjian's expression darkened. This scheme was indeed vicious, yet it inexplicably left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, he had no offspring with the second prince's consort. Despite those around him offering comfort by claiming that the time had not yet come, and even blaming the second prince's wife for her inability to conceive, he alone was aware that the fault lay with him. He had been secretly indulging in the pleasures of the city, dallying with numerous women, yet none had managed to bear him a child. He had kept this matter shrouded in secrecy, his heart rife with unease. If it were to be agreed upon that he would have no heirs, his chance of becoming the crown prince, let alone the emperor, would be lost. His father and mother might very well hasten to produce another brother for him, sealing his fate to a life of obscurity, possibly relegating him to the same fate as his elder brother, stripped of affection. There could be wars erupting elsewhere, and it might soon be his turn to serve as a hostage. The mere thought of this sent Li Chengjian's mind into a whirl. He recalled the year he was merely 3 years old, when he witnessed the horrors of the demon clan slaughtering throughout the Yu dynasty, the iron hooves of barbarian tribes ravaging the land, and various martial experts pressuring the Li family to abdicate. He had seen his father beaten to the brink of death by these formidable foes. Cornered to the point of considering self-immolation for his country, it was then that a minister had stepped forward, proposing that the barbarian tribes accept a hostage from the Li family to alleviate the pressure on the Yu dynasty. Initially, it was his younger brother who had been chosen, not the crown prince. The barbarian tribes had deemed his younger brother insignificant, refusing to cooperate, which ultimately led to the crown prince being sent as a hostage for 20 years. Hearing her husband and father conspiring to defile a lady from a marquis's household left Su Fei feeling inexplicably desolate. The young lady from the Shen family had once been an acquaintance of hers. She remarked, "The Shen family is known for its loyalty. Is it truly appropriate to act in such a manner?" Su Mingxi scoffed, "That is merely the Shen family's folly. No one wishes to marry their daughters. Why should the Shen family be any different? What if he were to father a royal grandson? Your position would be in jeopardy, and you wish to concern yourself with her?" Su Fei fell silent. Chastised into submission by her father's tirade, Li Chengjian remained indecisive, believing that his brother ought not to return. Their family had no need for him. Ultimately, he dismissed his father-in-law's suggestion, stating, "Very well, as long as I do not heir. If he departs from the capital, I shall have one." The Marquis of Julu nodded in silence, yet he too worried about the crown prince leaving behind a bloodline. That would indeed complicate matters. Upon leaving the prince's residence and stepping out of the imperial palace, a carriage approached the Marquis of Julu, and a martial attendant stepped forward. He instructed, "Find some rogues to deal with Shen Weiyang. Ensure it is executed flawlessly with no slip-ups, and above all, do not reveal our identities." "Understood, my lord," the attendant replied, taking his leave to fulfill the task. Chapter 15. Your life is chosen by me at the residence of Grand Tutor Xiang. Li Chongqing had taken up long-term residence there, and of course, he had also been summoned by the empress to live in the palace, but having severed ties, he refused to go. As a result, whispers of the crown prince's insubordination and rebelliousness filled the air, as if all blame rested solely upon him, leaving the emperor and empress powerless. Perhaps this was the power of public opinion. However, it mattered little to Li Chongqing. He intended to live life on his own terms. Aware that they wished for his demise, now, he felt that having received funds, once he recruited a few capable individuals, escaping would not pose much of an issue. Though this was a feudal dynasty, it differed significantly from what he had known in his previous life, for this was a world imbued with martial prowess. The current Emperor Yu, at the pinnacle of martial power, could single-handedly contend against an entire nation. Thus, recruiting soldiers was akin to acquiring a few servants for one's household, posing no threat to the emperor's rule, making the process relatively smooth. Grand Tutor Xiang presented a registry, a list of 500 names and ages of vagrants. These vagrants had no land, no homes, no wives, no offspring, and lacked skills. They were merely young men who would follow for a meal. However, the costs associated with recruiting martial artists were significant in this world of martial arts. The stronger the individual, the higher the price. Yet, with many martial academies in the imperial capital, recruiting 50 martial artists of the master realm was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in bargaining, after all. The initial capital had been acquired through dubious means, under the auspices of the prince's identity. Once he stepped beyond the capital, things would be different in this regard. Grand Tutor Xiang advised to save where possible. If recruitment proved too challenging, it would suffice to enlist martial artists at the Qi High Realm. In recent days, Li Chongqing had also familiarized himself with the martial arts progression in this world. Common individuals began their training at the age of 5, achieving Master Realm status by adulthood, which was commendable. As for those from prestigious families like his, due to access to superior techniques and resources, they could generally attain the martial sect realm by maturity. Now at 25, Li Chongqing, if compared to the talented youths of the Sacred Land, might even reach the martial king realm. He mused to himself. Ultimately, having strength is the true path to dominance. The imperial edict summoned the crown prince to receive the decree. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside, causing Li Chongqing to wonder if his father had finally come to his senses and sent him silver for his journey to Yunzhou, or perhaps even a capable expert. The edict proclaimed that the emperor had betrothed the crown prince to Shen Weiyang, a mere 16-year-old maiden from the Shen family. Was this some sort of jest? He was preparing to flee, yet he was being tasked with the fate of a young girl. Li Chongqing accepted the edict and hurried to the Shen residence. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the same young maid from before, who shot him an indignant glare, clearly displeased with her brother-in-law. The crown prince has come again, grandmother, mother. That detestable crown prince has returned. Li Chongqing smiled, not wishing to engage in a quarrel with a mere child. When the matriarch emerged, her demeanor was markedly more cordial than before. Adorned with a smile, "I have the honor of meeting His Highness the Crown Prince." Li Chongqing wasted no time, stating, "I did not request the emperor to betroth Shen Weiyang to me." "I hope there are no misunderstandings," the matriarch explained. "This was the initiative of our Shen family. His Highness's esteemed identity grants Weiyang the fortune of becoming the crown princess. Please rest assured. Your Highness, Weiyang has been intelligent and well-educated since childhood, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Should she become your crown princess, she will dutifully manage household affairs." Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. Household affairs? Duties of a wife? He tilted his head, circling the matriarch. "I see. Is it your intention to leverage my status for a resurgence of the Shen family?" The matriarch's cheeks flushed with sweat. Such matters bore no benefit and could not be acknowledged. "Nay, it is merely that Weiyang has long admired your Highness for your dedication to the great Yu dynasty over the past 20 years. Enough of this rhetoric. I would not be swayed by such words. However, since this proposal arises from your family, I would like to meet Shen Weiyang. She is in the eastern part of the city, purchasing cosmetics and bridal attire in the eastern district." A carriage from the Dinghua Marquis's residence rumbled along. Arriving at a shop specializing in gold and silver jewelry. Two exquisitely beautiful women, like stunning flowers, descended from the carriage. The surrounding commoners, upon recognizing the Marquis's emblem, instinctively stepped back, wary of approaching too closely. "Sister-in-law, you are well versed in gold and silver ornaments. Help me select some inexpensive pieces." "Weiyang, dear child, why must you demean yourself by marrying that detestable crown prince? Your lifelong happiness does not necessitate such sacrifice. You should contemplate your own future." "Sister-in-law, please cease your protests. My mind is resolute, especially since the emperor has already arranged the marriage." "You dare say so? The betrothal gift is but a single gold ingot. The capital is rife with gossip, mocking you for being bought for a single ingot, with no dowry, and even having to provide your own bridal gifts, branding you as worthless. But who knows the burdens you bear?" Remained silent. Did she not understand? Yet the Shen family was now impoverished. Most of the womenfolk lacked martial prowess, rendering military service impossible, political paths closed, and attempts at commerce had led to financial ruin. Now, with over a dozen mouths to feed, every expense was a concern. Yet if she were to become the crown princess, it would be a different tale. Even if widowed, she would still hold the title of crown princess. A member of the imperial family, and her life would undoubtedly improve. As the two conversed, they entered a jewelry store frequented by the capital's elite. Upon entry, they felt several intense gazes upon them. Look, the young lady from the Shun family. I heard she has been betrothed by the emperor to that crown prince. The Shun family must be utterly desperate. They sold Shun Weiyang for a single gold ingot. The Shun family has been known for its loyalty, but to marry into that family of misfits? Ha! I've heard that the Holy Land Sun has taken a liking to Shin Weiyang. What a foolish path for the crown prince. Such gossip reached Shin Weiyang's ears, yet she remained composed. Regardless, beneath the emperor's gaze, she was to marry the crown prince. On the surface, none could harm her. As she selected various items, she found them all too expensive to assemble a proper set of bridal gifts for the Dingwa Marquis' household. Suddenly, a figure clad in martial attire approached her. Miss Shun. Shin Weiyang slightly inclined her head. Lordly, a pleasure to meet you. Li Qianga, indignant, exclaimed, Miss Shun, you are renowned for your virtue and talent, excelling in poetry and music. To marry that barbarian is indeed a grave injustice. Shin Weiyang furrowed her brow, raising her voice. Lordly, I ask you to retract your words. Do not malign my future husband. The crown prince is a man of great character, noble status, and lofty aspirations. It is my honor to marry him. Surrounded by the refined young ladies of high society, each was left in a state of astonishment, even before the marriage had been formalized. They were hastily advocating for the crown prince. Li Qianga wore an awkward expression. She had initially thought to share empathy with the familiar ladies by condemning the extortionist Li Chongqing, only to find herself transformed into a mere jester. With a sudden shift in attitude, Li Qianga remarked, It appears you two have succumbed to moral decay, truly bewitched. Now, you must even purchase your own wedding supplies. TSK, the jewelry and fine fabrics here are worth thousands of taels of silver. Can you afford that? Shin Weiyang's expression grew strained. She had already selected the most modest options, yet they still bore considerable value. Suddenly, a voice from behind commanded attention. Wrap all of this up and deliver it to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. I shall bear the cost. Chapter 16. You have once again stumbled into my line of fire. Pack everything up, came a gentle voice that caused the crowd to turn. Shin Weiyang was taken aback to see Li Chongqing's arrival. Confusion swirled within her. Why would Li Chongqing pay for her? The crown prince. Li Qianga felt a tremor of fear. Instinctively retreating 2 steps, it was uncommon for royalty to appear among the common folk without a protector by their side. The noble ladies in the shop fell to their knees in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Though Li Qianga's heart was heavy with reluctance, she too was compelled to kneel. Li Chongqing spoke coldly. Moments ago, someone was speaking ill of my fiancée behind her back. I have taken note of the names. Prepare your coffins upon returning home. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the onlookers raised their heads in shock. This crown prince was exceedingly ruthless. Li Chongqing continued, Should you doubt my resolve, feel free to act as you wish. Your Highness, spare us. Please, Your Highness. A woman immediately pleaded, crawling forth in desperation. News of Li Chongqing's recent act of vengeance against a palace eunuch, along with his threats against nobles, had spread like wildfire through the city. Everyone was aware that this crown prince hailed from the savage tribes. Were they not mere barbarians? The prevailing narrative in Dayu painted the uncivilized as brutal, and thus they instinctively associated the crown prince with such imagery. Yet, they were merely the wives of officials, believing it harmless to gossip, unaware that their words had been overheard. In truth, they were mistaken. Li Chongqing had not truly heard anything. He merely sought to intimidate and disperse them. Their willingness to kneel was astonishing. Was it his fearsome presence, or their cowardice? Since you have willingly admitted your wrongdoing. Li Chongqing saw an opportunity for extortion. When others accuse you of being despicable and shameless, it is best to truly embody those traits. With my wedding approaching, not only do you fail to offer congratulations, but you also dare to slander me. Do you truly believe the Li family is without allies? Li Qianga, your servant is here. Kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Li Qianga was rendered speechless, mocking the crown prince for his lack of knowledge regarding the idiom. Yet she found herself in a predicament. To act against him seemed an act of cruelty. If she were to take action, the ensuing chaos would be substantial. Li Chongqing inquired. What? Still not making a move? Did you not just claim my fiancé has fallen from grace, bewitched? Your Li family cannot afford even 100 taels of gold. Do you not see the dangers of your words? I may take a concubine, perhaps even a secondary wife. I find you, dear Qianga, quite suitable. Li Qianga felt a wave of fury wash over her. But she could not devise a countermeasure. Why are you not acting? Suddenly, Li Changsheng reached out, grasping Li Qianga's shoulder. He activated the Taishu demon god technique, siphoning her energy. Unprepared, Li Qianga felt her vitality and true qi rapidly deplete. Though she stood at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, she was notably exceptional among her peers. She quickly realized something was amiss. Her Zifu Qi was being disrupted by Li Changsheng, and her energy plummeted dramatically, her cultivation abruptly falling to the early stages of the martial master realm. What a terrifying technique! In the world, there are countless methods to absorb another's power, but they often come with stringent conditions and lengthy durations. Yet, within mere moments, she had been drained. Li Qianga was unaware that Li Changsheng wielded an unparalleled demonic art, augmented by the heavenly demon relic. Its power could be deemed the strongest in the present age. She attempted to resist, but the thought of his royal status stilled her hand. Any action could lead to dire consequences. Now, all she felt was profound regret for her earlier words. Suddenly, her vision darkened, her strength waning as she collapsed to the ground. Li Changsheng released her, standing with satisfaction. He had successfully absorbed her energy. His qi expanded significantly, his dantian filled with a surge of true qi, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Traditionally, absorbing another's power could lead to backlash and instability, yet Li Changsheng felt no discomfort. The heavenly demon relic constantly aided him in his cultivation, fortifying his body and refining his true qi. This was a process of solidifying his foundation. While others spent years establishing their groundwork, Li Changsheng was relentlessly fortifying his. The noble ladies in the shop gasped as they witnessed Li Qianga faint. Fear rendered them mute. Some began to slap their own faces, hoping to atone for their transgressions and earn Li Changsheng's forgiveness. At this moment, Shen Weiyang spoke. Your Highness, all humans err. They, too, are loyal to Daiyu through their families. I implore you to show mercy. Li Changsheng tilted his head, responding, You wish to speak on behalf of those who have wronged you. Shen Weiyang shook her head. I do not speak for them. I merely believe their sins do not warrant death. I also wish to avoid unnecessary troubles for your Highness. Cleverly spoken. In truth, Li Changsheng simply sought to extort a sum. After all, his identity as crown prince would hold no weight once he left the capital. He intended to make the most of his position while he could. He coldly scoffed. Foolish women, they wish for your demise, and yet you wish to save them. Very well, I shall grant them a chance at life. My father has appointed me as the Flying Dragon General, tasked with confronting the demon horde at the front lines of Yunzhou. I am in need of hands. Let their sons, husbands, and brothers join me. You must hasten to prepare them. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies felt as though the sky had fallen. Who would willingly send their loved ones to the brutal battlefield of Yunzhou? These were the children of common folk. They were officials of the capital. Shen Weiyang interjected, Your Highness, they are but scholars, unaccustomed to violence. Perhaps a ransom exchange would be more suitable. Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow. This girl had discerned his intentions. Excellent. He accepted the suggestion, stating, Scholars? Humph, utterly useless. If that is the case, I shall give you another chance. Pay a ransom for their release. But how much would be appropriate per person? These ladies differed from the noble families. Their wealth was not so abundant. If they could not produce the funds, they would be forced to sell land or property, creating a significant uproar that would reach the emperor's ears, a troublesome situation. Shen Weiyang proposed, Let it be considered a wedding gift to celebrate our union. Given the grandeur of a crown prince's wedding, their families should be able to manage. Li Changsheng slammed his palm onto a nearby jewelry display, shattering a corner of the wooden table, causing the noble ladies to go silent with fear. Act as the crown princess suggests. Return and prepare gifts for my wedding with the crown princess. Beside them, Xian's second sister-in-law stared in disbelief, pondering how these two had begun to play their roles in tandem before even tying the knot. Their extortion efforts were seamless. Yet, they deserved it. Moments ago, they had openly mocked Shen Weiyang, even ridiculing her for being a widow. It was only fitting that they faced retribution. Truly a heartening turn of events. The noble ladies hastily departed. Li Changsheng, surveying the array of wedding supplies, produced a recently exchanged gold note, generously purchasing the items. With the transaction complete, he was eager to return and advance his cultivation. "Your Highness," Shun Weiyang suddenly stepped forward, calling out to him. Her exquisite features reflected uncertainty, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions as she finally spoke. "The journey is long, and I am filled with trepidation. Might I request Your Highness accompany me?" Li Chongqing was about to decline, stating that he was busy, when suddenly the life choice system presented itself before him. Critical life node choice 1. Escort Shun Weiyang back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence and agree to the marriage arrangements. Reward, Qinfeng Wuxia wedding dress, an opulent bridal gown. Choice 2. Part ways and hasten to breakthrough. Reward, Dragon Tiger Fist technique, a commendable martial art. Choice 3. Bring Shun Weiyang back to his own residence, advising her that one must follow their spouse's lead. Reward, Inhua Yinyang pendant, true love yields unexpected effects. Li Chongqing pressed his lips together. What is this? Chapter 17. Ruthless and blood-stained hands of the butcher. What is this? Li Chongqing gazed at the 3 options. Was this truly a critical life node? Could it be that my earlier decision had touched her? He mused. It is reasonable. In such a feudal dynasty, where relations between monarchs and subjects, fathers and sons are paramount, one might hope for harmonious interactions. Moreover, the marriage with the Shun family was thrust upon me. Come with me. Li Chongqing waved his hand. Since you are to be my wife, the betrothal gifts must be reconsidered. After the selection, a pair of Yinyang jade pendants unexpectedly appeared from Li Chongqing's sleeve, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, clearly a matching set. Although their purpose remained a mystery, it was believed that true love could yield unforeseen effects, which seemed somewhat mystical. However, in a world where martial prowess dictated the path, it was entirely reasonable. When Li Chongqing spoke, the 2 women complied with his directive to alter their route. Within the carriage, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Shun Weiyang had invited Li Chongqing, primarily to gauge his attitude towards her. If he cared even a little, he would surely escort her home. To her surprise, Li Chongqing instead insisted on taking her with him and even proposed a new betrothal gift. This revelation stirred something within Shun Weiyang. He appeared far from the disreputable figure she had heard about, seemingly considerate of her dignity, as for his unscrupulous actions in extorting money. While they could be deemed disrespectful, they were merely the result of gossip from those women, who had tarnished themselves and thus faced retribution. Shun Weiyang felt a sense of vindication, which led her to secretly collaborate with Li Chongqing in their deceit, punishing those women while profiting from them. She perceived no ethical dilemma in this. She admired Li Chongqing for valuing substance over superficial appearances. After her family had perished in service to their country, she had witnessed too many women from her clan squander money in a futile attempt to uphold appearances, ultimately gaining neither respect nor wealth. Therefore, she believed that holding onto tangible silver was far more advantageous. Suddenly, the coachman outside exclaimed in alarm, "What are you doing?" "Oh no." Immediately, everyone sensed the carriage lurch forward at an alarming speed. "Miss, there are thieves." The sudden acceleration caused chaos within, and Shun Weiyang was thrown forward, nearly colliding with the wooden panel. Quick as lightning, Li Chongqing reached out to catch her, pulling her into his embrace. A small gasp escaped Shun Weiyang's lips, her heart fluttering. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her, and it was none other than the infamous barbarian prince. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. It seemed this prince was surprisingly gentle, not as crude and rude as the rumors suggested. Li Chongqing, too, felt a jolt of surprise. After 2 lifetimes of solitude, he was finally experiencing the sweetness of a beautiful maiden's touch. Her delicate arms and legs, her slender waist, and her ethereal beauty, combined with a faint fragrance, set his heart racing as well. The 2 shared a shy glance, both flustered. "Ouch, that hurts," came the voice of the second sister-in-law, who had bumped her head. Looking speechless, Li Chongqing steadied her, pulled back the curtain, and inquired, "Who is it?" The assailant, clearly a brute from the city's martial arts school, was rugged and muscular, his brow furrowed with menace. Upon noticing a man among them, he exclaimed, "Huh? There's a man too?" Li Chongqing responded with a swift kick. Bang! The assailant raised his arm to block, but could not withstand the force of Li Chongqing's powerful strike, and was sent flying. This kick allowed Li Chongqing, having just absorbed Li Chang's power, to refine his energy more rapidly. Beyond the Qi Si realm lay the martial master realm, To ascend to the martial master realm, one needed to open the 81 meridian gates throughout the body using the true energy from the Qi. Typically, this required substantial true energy to be gathered in the Dantian. However, at this moment, each of Li Changxing's movements was infused with the Taishu demon god art, and the abundance of power accelerated his breakthrough process. Indeed, experience yields true knowledge. Li Changxing seized the carriage's reins, but upon stopping, he found himself in a desolate area on the western outskirts of the city. Surrounding the wasteland were a dozen martial artists, clearly unfriendly. Didn't they say there was only one woman? Why is there a man too? Enough chatter. Bind them all. Before they could finish speaking, one martial artist lunged at Li Changxing. Suddenly, a small dagger flew through the air with incredible speed. Li Changxing remained unfazed, deftly catching the dagger and sending it back. Whoosha! The dagger struck the assailant's thigh. Be careful. This guy is skilled. Whoosh! Suddenly, another attacker appeared from behind, aiming a dagger at Li Changxing's back. Li Changxing reacted swiftly, rolling forward to evade, only to be met with two long spears thrusting towards him. Due to his inexperience, he was initially caught off guard. At that moment, he created some distance and steadied himself. Li Changxing found it puzzling. These assailants did not seem particularly formidable. Why would they dare to attack the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua? Just then, the two women in the carriage screamed as the group of brigands lunged towards them. Xin Weiyang, possessing some martial skills, kicked one of the brutish attackers in the face. She grabbed her sister-in-law and jumped from the carriage, intent on joining Li Changxing. The second sister-in-law, alarmed, exclaimed, Weiyang, what are you doing? It's dangerous. We must flee, however. Xin Weiyang understood that retreating now would render her marriage meaningless. In a loud voice, she declared, Do you know who we are? To dare attack us, you would need 10 heads. She attempted to intimidate these ruffians, but they remained undeterred. One of the assailants sneered, Little lady, it doesn't matter who we are. You have nowhere to run now. Behave, and I promise to treat you well. Li Changxing, seeing the two women separated, was about to intervene when another assailant shouted, Kid, what are you dawdling for? Die. Suddenly, one of the attackers attempted a surprise assault, leaping to restrain Li Changxing. However, Li Changxing's agility allowed him to evade and seize the assailant's face. Yuan Xuan Demon's skill, Bloodthirst. In an instant, the brute, who had been posing like a bull, transformed into a mere husk. With a surge of qi and blood, several of Li Changxing's meridian points were unblocked, elevating his cultivation to new heights. Who is this kid? The other martial artists gasped in shock. Is that a demonic skill? Yet, emboldened by their numbers and weapons, they charged forward. However, the Taishu demon god art was not merely a technique. It encompassed matching fist techniques and weapon mastery. Though Li Changxing was still unfamiliar with it, he managed to hold his ground against these assailants. The key was that these individuals were merely at the pinnacle of the Qi realm. For ordinary individuals lacking resources or talent, that was already commendable strength. But for Li Changxing, the more he fought, the more meridians he opened. His qi and blood grew stronger, and his internal energy surged. Bang! Finally, after delivering 49 punches, Li Changxing opened all his meridians. The demon Buddha relics continuously refined his physique, allowing the internal energy from his Dantian to permeate every inch of his body. Each punch and kick became invincible. This was the martial master realm. Earlier, it had seemed like a 1-on-10 struggle, with both sides at the pinnacle of the Qi, leading them to mistakenly believe Li Changxing's strength was limited. But in the next moment, during the fray, Li Changxing's cultivation broke through. An assailant attempted another sneak attack, but Li Changxing swiftly turned and punched. Crack! The man's hand shattered, his shoulder unable to bear the impact. Piercing through flesh from behind. Ah! The assailant howled in agony. Li Changxing's movements were fluid and ghostly, appearing almost supernatural to the onlookers. Whoosh! In mere moments, he had snapped the necks of over a dozen attackers. Thud! Thud! Their bodies fell simultaneously. Li Changxing spared only one survivor. The remaining assailant, paralyzed with fear, staggered back, bewildered. Did they not just engage in a fierce battle? How had the tides turned so suddenly? Chapter 18. No survivors. The lone survivor retreated step by step. Trembling in terror, Li Changxing clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a rush of power that filled him with exhilaration, a savage bloodlust that he found irresistible. He glanced at the two women. Shen Weiyang quickly pulled her sister-in-law, stating, "Sister-in-law, let us get inside the carriage." Clearly, she had anticipated Li Changxing's intentions and wisely sought refuge. The lone survivor, realizing his fate was sealed, brandished a dagger and coldly declared, "You won't learn anything from me." With that, he plunged the blade into his own throat. However, he underestimated Li Changxing, and even more so, the Taishu demon god Artli Changxing sprang forward, seizing the survivor's head and reversing the demonic power. The blood qi transformed into threads, extracting the man's physical form from his soul. Soul extraction, a wisp of spirit was drawn forth. Under the scorching sun, it felt as if he were being boiled alive. Desperate for survival yet unable to die. "Who sent you to attack us?" I don't know. I was just paid to do a job. Spare me, please. Who are your backers?" "The Jishan Martial Academy sent us." "But I truly don't know more." Li Changxing retrieved the tattered cloth he had used to imprison Master Shi and instructed them to join their fallen comrades. After resolving the ambush, he departed without a care. He feared no repercussions. If the officials traced the incident back to the Duke of Dinggua's residence, they would hesitate to pursue the matter further. Upon arriving at the home of Master Xiang, the two women were still shaken but inexplicably found some calm in Li Changxing's presence. Li Changxing inquired, "Are you worried?" Shen Weiyang shook her head. Li Changxing instructed Master Xiang to bring out 3 chests of gold, declaring, "Consider this my betrothal gift. Let us take it back together. I have no house. After marriage, you can continue living in the Shun residence, or you may reside in Master Xiang's house as well." As he spoke, Li Changxing produced the land deed from the residence of Minister Xiang. Minister Xiang was rendered speechless. The crown prince truly behaved like a goose that lays golden eggs, even plundering his coffin funds. Yet, upon realizing that he too would accompany the crown prince to Yunzhou, he fell silent, considering it a congratulatory gift for the couple. After a prolonged silence, Shen Weiyang finally accepted the items and inquired, "How long will the crown prince be away?" Li Changxing mused internally, "How long? Surely, he intends never to return. Why must this foolish girl insist on marrying me?" he replied. "It is hard to say if you cannot wait. You may write to me or come to find me." Suddenly resolute, Shen Weiyang declared, "Then I will accompany the crown prince. I am willing to share life and death with him." Upon hearing this, Li Changxing felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed this girl was truly traditional, willing to follow her husband wherever he went. Minister Xiang interjected, "The crown prince's foundation is still unstable. The crown princess should remain behind to support him. The front lines are perilous, and the crown prince may find it difficult to attend to your safety. I believe this is ill-advised." Shen Weiyang, being a clever girl, quickly grasped Minister Xiang's intent and nodded silently. Ultimately, the Shen family accepted 600 gold as a betrothal gift. Minister Xiang remarked, "Your Highness, the fairy is in need of funds. 3 chests of gold seem rather excessive." Li Changxing replied, "She is wagering her entire life on me. A trifling sum of wealth is inconsequential. Moreover, many officials will soon present wedding gifts, which will serve to replenish the coffers." He added, "By the way, Minister, are the wedding invitations prepared?" Minister Xiang confirmed, "The invitations are ready, and I have sought an audience with His Majesty, explaining that the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace requires space for wedding arrangements. However, the Emperor deemed the time too pressing. The Eastern Palace is currently occupied by the Second Prince, and His Majesty suggested the Crown Prince seek another palace, as there are many available within the palace grounds." Li Changxing no longer expected support from his biased parents or resentful brother. He said, "Why go to the palace? It shall be held here. Did you not gift me this house? Arrange for it to be decorated. We shall marry here." Minister Xiang fell silent. Since the establishment of the Great Yu, such a situation had never been witnessed. Royal wedding in such a humble setting would surely invite ridicule from all corners of the realm. "Let them laugh," Li Changxing retorted. "When I next enter this imperial city, I shall ensure that none shall find mirth in their laughter." He understood well that by claiming the title of Crown Prince, the 4 members of his family would not take kindly to him, all eager to witness his downfall, believing him to be superfluous. Yet he was determined to assert himself. He must present a dignified facade in this martial world. As long as he continued to train and break through to the realm of martial sovereign, even his father would have to bow before him. After discussing various matters, Li Changxing inquired about the soldiers accompanying him. To avoid conflict, Minister Xiang had recruited 300 refugees and 50 idle martial artists under the guise of hiring servants. All the martial artists possessed strength at the martial master level, accompanied by ample provisions and carts, already positioned at the nearest pass to the capital. What about those 50 martial artists? From which schools do they hail? Li Changxing asked. Minister Xiang presented a roster detailing the origins, backgrounds, and masters of each martial artist. Those who could provide such information were all reputable martial practitioners. Finding so many in such a short time could either mean Minister Xiang's considerable influence or a lack of suitable employment opportunities in the Great Yu. The former was acceptable, the latter posed a risk. The 50 martial artists were currently training at a practice field in the eastern suburbs. Li Changxing took the roster and set off for the training grounds. This location was usually frequented by escort agencies, merchants, and wandering warriors seeking assistance. Many martial artists, having honed their skills, would linger here, waiting for opportunities. Following the map, he located the resting area of the 50 martial artists. Kong Ding, Li Changxing called out. A man named Kong Ding stood up. He was the sergeant selected by Minister Xiang. I am Kong Ding. May I ask who you are? I am the one you are to follow. You are the crown prince? Kong Ding knelt. Commoner pays respects to the crown prince. The others looked on, kneeling in unison and chanting, Long live the crown prince. Li Changxing waved his hand. Enough. You are all now my trusted confidants. I was just ambushed. Prepare yourselves, for tonight we shall seek vengeance. The martial artists exchanged glances, taken aback by the suddenness of it all. However, as loyal subjects of the crown, they deemed it reasonable, as night fell. Li Changxing took advantage of the brief respite to familiarize himself with the martial artists. Their skills were commendable. The strongest among them, Kong Ding, was at the pinnacle of the martial master level. Aged 30, the reason he joined the military was due to financial hardships, with dependents to support and no decent work available. Even positions as guards for affluent families were first offered to those with connections, leaving practitioners from lesser schools like theirs at a disadvantage. Despite this, the martial artist respected him for his role in maintaining peace between the two nations and for being a hostage in the barbaric tribes for 2 decades. Obediently following Li Changxing's commands, Li Changxing envisioned utilizing his knowledge from the modern world to reform these men. Once he devised a contemporary training regimen, he would possess a capable force to safeguard him. As dusk deepened, Li Changxing began arranging the ambush plan for the night. Chapter 19. You wouldn't want your father to end up in prison, would you? Jishan Martial Arts School, an unremarkable establishment among the many in the capital. Most of the aspiring martial artists had already dispersed, leaving only the core disciples of Jishan Martial Arts School. The master, it is said, is the current crown prince's companion, one disciple remarked. Master, we have been deceived. We must flee at once, another exclaimed. Those 15 disciples are dead, and the authorities dare not investigate. This business is too perilous. Master, it is too late. We are all in grave danger. Within the room, the master of Jishan Martial Arts School and several of his closest disciples convened. They were merely an ordinary martial arts school, with the most formidable among them barely at the pinnacle of the martial master level. Recently, they had taken on a lucrative job to abduct the Shen family's heiress, Shen Weiyang, and tarnish her reputation. Initially, the master had hesitated to accept such a task, but the offered price was too enticing to resist. With the scarcity of male heirs in the Duke of Dinghua's household and the vulnerability of women, he rashly decided to take the risk for the sake of money. But the plan had backfired. That was the woman of the crown prince. How could he have known that the Yu dynasty had a crown prince? He had only heard of the second prince. As a mere martial artist, how could he be privy to such matters? Rubbing his bald head, he said, Take all the money and leave tonight. Before long, several disciples from Jishan Martial Arts School emerged, carrying 3 large chests of belongings, preparing to depart. Suddenly, masked assailants surged in from all directions. Leave no survivors. Kill them all, commanded a young man at the forefront. It was none other than Li Changxing, who had long conducted reconnaissance on Jishan Martial Arts School. With the advantage of numbers and strength, victory was assured. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a flurry of concealed weapons rained down, and the first wave of ambush caused several martial artists from Jishan Martial Arts School to fall, discovering that the weapons were laced with poison. Who are you? The master of Jishan Martial Arts School exclaimed in shock. Grasping a banknote in search of an escape route, he was the strongest among them, relying on brute force to break through the encirclement. Yet, Li Changxing kept his gaze fixed on him. He was the key to uncovering who had hired him to target Xin Weiyang. Though Li Changxing felt no affection for Xin Weiyang, they now shared a common enemy. At the very least, she had preserved his dignity, ensuring he was not ridiculed throughout the city, with no noblewoman willing to marry a man of his reputation. As the master of the martial arts school vaulted over the wall, Li Changxing ambushed him from behind. The master turned, delivering a powerful punch, his vital energy coalescing into a form. However, Li Changxing, being at the martial master level himself, withstood the blow without retreating an inch. Damn it! The master, realizing that his opponent was not only strong but also outnumbered, lost interest in fighting and hastily made his escape. Yet he assumed that all the pursuers were concentrated at the martial arts school. As he sprinted down a narrow alley, a large net suddenly descended upon him, ensnaring him and dragging him to the ground. Swish! A throwing knife struck his thigh. The master of Jishan Martial Arts School realized he had been poisoned and cried out for help. But in the next instant, Li Changxing covered his mouth and directly activated his demonic technique, siphoning away his martial power. In mere moments, the master found himself deprived of a significant portion of his strength. His eyes wide with terror. What kind of martial arts is this? He thought, utterly powerless to resist, feeling his life force and vital energy ebb away. If you want a swift death, speak the truth. Otherwise, you shall reunite with your disciples in the afterlife. Li Changxing produced a tattered cloth, upon which several tormented souls writhed, twisted, and emanated a chilling aura. The master of Jishan Martial Arts School was drenched in cold sweat. Was this not a clear manifestation of demonic powers? Yet, how could an ordinary martial artist wield such techniques? Regret washed over Jishan Martial Arts School. They had no idea what kind of figure they had offended. It was the steward of the Duke of Julu. Please, my lord, I realized my mistakes. I was left with no choice. For the sake of silver, I beg you to grant me a chance. Upon hearing this revelation, Li Changxing's expression darkened. It was none other than his good brother's father-in-law, who had sought to tarnish his fiancée's reputation. Were they in collusion? Li Changxing's face grew grim. I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to pursue me. In a moment of profound exasperation, Li Changxing entrusted an individual to the care of Kang Ding and his entourage, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch, for the captive was indeed a person of considerable significance. Though uncertain of the hostage's utility, it was imperative to ensure their temporary oversight. Having dealt with the Jishan Martial Arts Academy and seized several sizable chests of silver, amounting to over 5,000 taels, Li Changxing donned a python robe and made his way to the imperial palace. The Su family, renowned and prosperous, boasted formidable warriors among their ranks. Presently, Li Changxing's own power could not challenge the Su clan. Yet he saw an opportunity to strike back, perhaps extracting a considerable ransom in the process. At this juncture, he was determined to seize any advantage. If he could elicit the Emperor Yu's sympathy and provoke a reckoning against the Su family, he would not consider it a loss in any case. He could not allow matters to rest as they were. The vast expanse of the Great Yu Imperial Palace was daunting. Although he had entered, the eunuchs and palace maidens skirted around him, offering no guidance. Li Changxing wandered aimlessly for quite some time, unable to ascertain his location. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sound of weeping emanating from a nearby courtyard. Who could be crying on such a late hour? He thought it fortuitous to find someone to inquire about directions. Who is weeping here? Crying incessantly, day in and day out, he grumbled, approaching the source of the lamentations. To his astonishment, it was none other than Su Fei, the daughter of the Marquis of Julu and the principal consort of the second prince. Pray tell, is your marital life so fraught with discord? Li Changxing taunted, eliciting a startled response from Su Fei, who hastily rose and retreated, dabbing at the corners of her tear-stained eyes. What brings you here? She stammered, her voice trembling. This is the garden of the second prince's East Palace. Why should I not be here? I am the crown prince, he retorted, a fierce assertion that rendered Su Fei momentarily speechless. The second prince had occupied the East Palace for many years, growing accustomed to its comforts. Li Changxing stepped closer, cornering her against the pavilion's edge. Pray, what is it you wish? What do you mean by wish? Do you mean to mount a horse? Su Fei stammered, with a sudden and disconcerting gesture. He grasped her delicate visage, causing her to shudder in fear. Today, your father dispatched men from the Jishan Martial Arts Academy to assault my betrothed. Shen Wing, do you have any knowledge of this? Dear Su Fei? The very mention of the incident caused her to tremble. She was acutely aware of her father's blundering actions. It was inconceivable that he would mismanage such a matter, claiming that he could not find anyone from the Su family. Yet here was the crown prince, uncovering the truth with alarming ease. Li Changxing's smile morphed into a sinister threat. Su Fei, surely you do not wish for your father to languish in prison? Silenced by fear, she bit her lip, her body quaking uncontrollably. His gaze drifted downward, and he noted her disheveled attire, revealing an absence of a proper undergarment, the thin fabric barely concealing her form, which appeared even more alluring under the moonlight. She felt a wave of shame wash over her, her cheeks aflame, yet she dared not utter a sound, fearing that any noise might attract the attention of the lurking eunuchs and maidens, or even rouse the slumbering second prince. Any accusations she might hurl at Li Changxing would be futile, for her honor would be irreparably tarnished. Disrobe, he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Your Highness, please, have some restraint. Su Fei protested, her voice laced with desperation. Li Changxing, undeterred, continued to shake her gently by the face, reminding her, when the second prince coerced me into the stables, you were present, were you not? Did you ever consider the consequences of today? Upon hearing this, Su Fei complied, reluctantly shedding her outer garment, revealing the sheer fabric beneath that accentuated her curves. Remove more, he insisted, and she hesitated, aware that further disrobing would leave her entirely exposed. Taking the flimsy garment and ribbons into his possession, he remarked, it serves no purpose to torment a mere vase. Have your father estimate a sum to redeem this attire? Hearing that Li Changxing merely sought financial recompense, Su Fei felt a modicum of relief. That was my father's unilateral decision. Neither the second prince nor I consented to it. Li Changxing was taken aback. His younger brother had not participated in this scheme. It was unexpected, yet perhaps a ruse. Regardless, I am acutely aware of how you and your family have treated me. Here you are, wailing like a banshee in the dead of night. Is it not because the second prince is incapable? He insinuated. Su Fei fell silent, her expression betraying a mix of shame and resignation. Oh, so he is indeed incapable. Her discomfort deepened, for it was true. She had silently borne the pressure of her inability to conceive. Just that very day, the second prince had unleashed his frustrations upon her, using her as a scapegoat for his own inadequacies. Too fearful to resist, she had sought solace beneath the moonlight, pouring forth her sorrows. Li Changxing scoffed, after all these years of failing to bear children, you are not the only one. It seems he is the one who cannot sire heirs. How amusing that your family's favored son is plagued by such a deficiency. I wonder how you will manage henceforth. As he prepared to take his leave, Su Fei's hand grasped his sleeve with urgency. Crown Prince, I implore you. Chapter 20. If I am not to become a demon, who shall become a ghost? Your Highness, I beseech you to assist me. Assist you? How preposterous. What reason have I to lend you aid? You may remain here to suffer in silence. Li Changxing wrenched his arm free. Exasperated. Had she never seen a pig run before? Li Changjian may be incapable of fathering a child, yet all the blame fell squarely on Su Fei's shoulders. The outside world would only laud Li Changjian as a paragon of virtue, devoted to a single love, while Su Fei would forever be scorned as a barren hen. The trials of life within the palace would surely drive her to madness. With a sudden thud, Su Fei sank to her knees. In truth, she had contemplated this countless times. Her own suffering was profound. The Su clan relentlessly sent her dubious, bitter concoctions under the guise of fertility remedies, compelling her to consume them. Her father, the Marquis of Julu, understood the reality and did not blame her, yet he publicly chastised her for failing to bear royal offspring. Meanwhile, Li Changjian squandered his days in revelry, seeking validation of his virility in taverns, only to return and unleash his frustrations upon her. She had endured more than enough. There was not a single physician or healer in the palace willing to scrutinize the second prince's health, preferring instead to berate her and administer more dubious potions. Why not seek a substitute? A child to masquerade as my own, she had pondered endlessly. The former option was fraught with peril, and the latter required Li Changjian's cooperation. Earlier that day, she had broached the subject, suggesting they procure an infant to placate the pressures from the Empress and the Li clan. Yet Li Changjian had erupted in fury, expelling the attendants and beating her mercilessly before retreating to indulge in debauchery once more. Su Fei had grown weary of such a life. It was not her fault, yet the world condemned her. She found herself envying and admiring the crown prince, who defied the great Yu dynasty. He had done what she had longed to achieve, but lacked the courage and means to execute. In the throes of heightened emotion, she impulsively conceived a daring plan to beseech the crown prince for his seed. If ever discovered, at least she could claim her child bore the Li name, perhaps ensuring her survival. Otherwise, she doubted she would endure until the next winter. This was both a desperate act of self-preservation and the only rational escape she could envision. "Your Highness, I cannot continue living like this. I am destined to be beaten to death. If not by blows, then by the 10 bowls of medicine I must consume daily. My days are numbered." Li Changsheng, however, was indifferent to the troubles of the second prince. Just as he was about to depart, he was presented with a pivotal choice by the system. Critical life decision choice 1. I must assist my sister-in-law. For saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda, granting a soul its rightful place in the royal tombs. Reward. Wandering Soul's Banner, undeveloped. Choice 2. Feel sympathy for Su Fei. Turn coldly away and dismiss her affairs. Reward. 100 taels of gold. Choice 3. Make Su Fei your servant, to act as your spy within the palace, bestowing the second prince with a green hat. Reward. Human Emperor flag, undeveloped. Li Changsheng was taken aback. Could this truly be a critical life decision? What was so significant about it? The prospect of 100 taels of gold had once enticed him, but now he found himself indifferent to monetary gain. Nevertheless, the Wandering Soul's Banner and the Human Emperor flag piqued his interest. The idea of Su Fei becoming an undercover agent was appealing. It would provide him with an ally should the second prince or the emperor seek to act against him. Very well, this is the life I wish to lead. Li Changsheng turned to face Su Fei, who knelt before him. Having summoned the courage to act impulsively, he approached her with deliberate steps, causing her to retreat to the corner of the pavilion in trepidation. "It is simple enough to assist you, but I require your truth." With that, Li Changsheng produced a truth elixir. "Consume this elixir." Su Fei, her fair oval face flushed, gathered her scattered thoughts and, with her bruised arms, took the potion without hesitation. "Is this a trap?" "It is not." "What is your opinion of me?" The crown prince defies the royal family, displaying the temperament of a barbarian, lacking any substantial backing. "You are destined to meet a grim fate. Yet, I admire your courage to resist. I harbor no ill will towards you." Li Changsheng's heart lightened. This woman held him in esteem? Is this place secure? The eunuchs and maidens have all fled, driven away by Li Chengjian's tirades. He is deep in slumber. And here, it is just you and I. Are you willing to become my servant, to observe the movements of everyone within the palace? I am the daughter of a marquis. Do not push your luck. You are a devil. I, a devil, perhaps. But if you do not agree, so be it. Crown Prince, do not depart. I consent. You swear that for this lifetime, you will toil for me as a servant, never to betray. I vow that if the Crown Prince rescues me, I shall labor for him as a servant, never to betray. Crown Prince, please be gentle. Once both parties have settled their terms, Li Changsheng is not courteous as he removes the last garments of Consort Su, revealing her exquisite form, her curves mesmerizing. However, there are bruises upon her body, fresh marks of recent abuse. Li Changsheng lifts Consort Su's thigh, giving it a gentle squeeze, whether from shyness or the pain of her bruises. She emits a sound of embarrassment, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, fearful of eavesdroppers. After a moment, muffled sounds of her soft moans can be heard from the garden pavilion. Ding! The palace's night watchman strikes the gong 3 times. It is now the hour of the tiger. Li Changsheng rises to assist her with her waistband, glancing at the weakened Consort Su and says, "In the future, any news should be conveyed to the Crown Princess." Holding Consort Su's satin garments, he turns back to add, "By the way, have your father prepare more wealth for me. I find myself in need of funds." Glistening with perspiration, Consort Su gazes up at Li Changsheng, cursing him in her heart. "You devil, the northern barbarians are not even a fraction as vile as you. Truly, you are beyond wicked." Yet, Consort Su has no choice. She dresses herself, limping back into the chamber, her mind swirling with confusion. 6 months prior, upon their first encounter, he had been a mere shadow of a man, frail and battered, clinging to life. How could he suddenly possess such strength and vigor? Little does she know, Li Changxing's physique has been transformed by the celestial demon S elixir, not only enhancing his cultivation but also restoring his body to its prime. Dragging her weary form back to her chamber, Consort Su collapses onto the bed. She touches her belly, uncertain if this time will bear fruit. Suddenly, she bursts into manic laughter. Ha, ha, ha! You were the one who wronged me first. Do not blame me for my betrayal afterwards. After leaving the palace, Li Changxing returns to the Xiang family. Initially intending to extort some coin, he now finds himself with a servant, a most fruitful outcome. He sleeps soundly until dawn. The following morning, Xiang Taifu comes to summon him. Your Highness, the Duke of Julu requests an audience. Chapter 21. Will that ungrateful son truly not come to plead for me? Li Changxing yawns as he regards the Duke of Julu before him, who has brought a chest full of counterfeit gold. Duke of Julu, you are indeed a cunning individual. While other nobles at least offer me some semblance of respect, you present me with worthless gold. As if that were not enough, now you have sent someone to bully my betrothed, which is a capital offense. With that, Li Changxing throws the box of gilded silver ingots onto the ground. The Duke of Julu's expression darkens. He had dispatched a trusted confidant for this task, who then recruited a trusted aide from his household, who in turn sought the help of the steward, leading to a relative of the steward. Ultimately, that relative, misusing the Duke's name, had engaged individuals from the Jishan Martial Arts Hall to carry out the scheme. The Duke was seething, nearly losing his composure. Not only had the plan failed, but it had now backfired on him. This morning, his daughter approached him, claiming that Li Changxing had caused a ruckus at the Crown Prince's residence, stealing her intimate garments and demanding ransom. Upon hearing the demand for money, the Duke remained relatively calm. Your Highness, please return my daughter's garments. Name your price. Li Changxing retorted. Your head? The Duke chuckled lightly. It is easy for a sovereign to demand the death of a minister. However, if you take my life, it will not change the fact that you are not favored by Empress Yu. Since you intend to flee the imperial city, you must maximize your benefits. I shall offer 1,000 taels of gold to reclaim my daughter's belongings. Li Changxing inwardly cursed the old fox. The Duke was clearly undeterred. It was evident that the Duke of Julu was also a martial artist. Li Changxing produced Consort Su's delicate veil, intentionally inhaling its scent, savoring the soft fragrance from the previous night, and remarked, perhaps I should return it directly to my second brother. I doubt your daughter is worthy of him. Let him find another wife. Xiang Mingxi frowned. Your Highness, what good does it do to harm others without benefit to yourself? If you take the money, I lose the reason for misunderstanding. Li Changxing replied, that is true. Nothing brings me more joy than acquiring wealth. However, I require a grand wedding banquet. Please have Duke Su invite all officials so that I may receive gifts until my hands ache. Additionally, I will not hold a banquet. The Duke's lips twitched. To receive gifts until one's hands ache without a banquet. What sort of game was this? Clearly, this barbaric prince, raised in a savage tribe, did not comprehend the importance of using wedding celebrations to foster connections with officials. Though it appeared he was reaping great benefits, he was, in reality, sacrificing greater political capital. Yet, he did not realize that Li Changxing had already severed ties with the emperor and was indifferent to such matters. In his pursuit of maximizing profits, Li Changxing intended to collect as many contributions as possible. But how many individuals could he invite? Would he have to send invitations one by one? That would take an eternity. It was far simpler to let Xiang Mingxi handle it. All officials, regardless of rank, should be summoned, a straightforward and efficient approach. Li Changxing added, do not forget, I will verify the 1,000 taels of gold for your head before allowing you to leave. Otherwise, I shall keep Consort Su's garments. Xiang Mingxi ground his teeth in frustration. You barbaric prince. You are nothing but a thief. No one had ever dared to threaten him in such a manner. However, he had no choice. He did not possess the courage to kill a prince within the capital. Furthermore, the Duke's power heavily relied on his daughter marrying the second prince, wealth through familial ties. His clenched fists relaxed within the wide sleeves of his official robes. There would be future opportunities. Xiang Mingxi swallowed his anger and donned a smile. I shall comply. Your Highness, I wonder if the wedding date has been set? Tomorrow night. The Duke's lips twitched. One day? Was this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for him? Li Changxing, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired. Is that time too constraining? Does it trouble the Duke? If not, I might as well confront my royal brother directly. Xiang Mingxi awkwardly shook his head. It is not urgent. I shall attend to it immediately, ensuring that gifts pile up before your highness. With a begrudging air, Xiang Mingxi departed, still cursing his daughter for her foolishness in allowing Li Changsheng to take her garments. The fabric from the palace is easily recognizable, particularly a set of palace attire gifted by the empress, making it simple to determine it belonged to her. Once discovered, she could not wash away the stain of her reputation. The second prince would certainly cast her aside, leading to the decline of the Su family. Yet, he could not fathom that Li Changxing had already ensnared consort Su in his web, within the palace. Empress Yu, upon receiving the memorial presented by Xiang Taifu, was furious, slamming the table and cursing, "Ungrateful son! Ungrateful son! A mere wedding affair involving a minor household has the audacity to bring shame upon the Li family. How could he, being the eldest, act with such malice?" Zhao Xuanji, who had just entered, picked up the memorial. After reading it, she remarked, "Li Changsheng is to wed the daughter of the Shen family tomorrow night. How hasty! Shouldn't a favorable date be chosen, allowing the Ministry of Rites to prepare?" Empress Yu retorted, "Humph! A barbaric custom, utterly ignorant of the etiquette of the Central Plains. He is likely enamored with the beauty of the Shen girl. Hastily desiring her body, how disgraceful," Zhao Xuanji added. "I have heard he has extorted money from the nobles, using it to recruit troops. How will he sustain such a grand wedding?" Li Yuan scoffed. "When he runs out of money, he will naturally come to plead with me." Last night, the attending eunuch reported that he entered the palace to pay his respects. I deliberately dismissed all palace maids and eunuchs, allowing him to wander aimlessly for 2 hours. Zhao Xuanji sighed, "Your Majesty, why put yourself through this? Perhaps this is a good opportunity to mend relations with Changsheng." Li Yuan stated. "He must learn the rules that a father should never bow to his son. Am I someone he can see whenever he pleases? When he runs out of money, he will come to beg." Zhao Xuanji countered, "We cannot allow him to be wed without any attendees, for that would disgrace him." Li Yuan replied, "As long as he is willing to acknowledge his wrongs and follow my arrangements, I shall grant him an opportunity. This wild nature must be tempered. A hungry dog knows to return home." The next day, at the Xiang residence, due to his advanced age, Xiang Taifu had already taken a portion of the funds and set off for the nearest checkpoint to the capital. Meanwhile, Li Changxing had employed some farmers to tidy up the Xiang family estate, adorning it with bright red lanterns. Before long, Shen Weiyang's sister-in-law arrived. "Sister-in-law, have you found the people?" This sister-in-law was also a beauty, but unfortunately, on the day she married into the Shen family, her husband was called away to the front lines, never to return for 3 years. Thus, she had remained a widow since her marriage. She gestured to a few armored guards behind her. "These two are my nephews, leaders of the Imperial Guards. They have brought a contingent of men. With them here, your wedding banquet shall be secure. Have you met the Crown Prince?" The 2 leaders of the Imperial Guards knelt on one knee. "Yes, rised." Li Changxing casually rewarded each with a gold ingot, ensuring they were compensated for their efforts. The sister-in-law frowned, glancing around the empty interior. Aside from the festive decorations, there were no guests in sight. She leaned closer and asked, "Crown Prince, you cannot expect His Majesty and the Empress to come to a place like this, can you?" "The Li family members are unlikely to attend either." Li Changxing chuckled awkwardly. "They will come, have no worries." Chapter 22. Does the Crown Prince regret his decision? What? They have already fled. In the modest residence of the Xiang family, Lord Zhang presented gifts, 2 pairs of golden-laid jade dragon and phoenix pendants. Minister Ma bestowed a generous offering of 1,000 taels of silver. Lord Zhao contributed 10 bolts of silk satin and a shop located on the East Street. As dusk fell, a continuous stream of visitors arrived at their doorstep to present gifts, while the doorman, Qing Tong, announced loudly the contributions of these officials. Though their fortunes paled in comparison to those of the nobility, the gifts they offered were nonetheless of considerable value. In her quest to reclaim her daughter's personal belongings, Su Mingxi exerted every effort to persuade and pressure, successfully attracting a plethora of guests for Li Changsheng. However, the gifts arrived while the guests did not, as no banquet had been arranged. The gift-bearers simply left their offerings and returned whence they came. Observing the unending flow of wealth and congratulatory gifts entering through the front door while the back door saw them departing, the second sister-in-law of the Shen family found herself utterly bewildered. What kind of affair was this? The crown prince seemed intent on exploiting the wedding for profit. Such news would surely become the subject of ridicule. What uncouth behavior is this? Aunt, does the crown prince wish for us to deliver these gifts to the Shin family? To the Shin family. Is the crown prince not taking them for himself? He claims they are for the future use of the crown princess. Upon hearing this, the second sister-in-law's heart stirred. It appeared that the crown prince was not solely concerned with his own interests. This substantial sum would indeed alleviate the Shin family's financial woes. It seemed that marriage was a lucrative enterprise. Poor Sister Wei Yong, she sighed. Yet, can the crown prince even ensure his own safety? Will he truly consider Wei Yong's situation? What on earth was the crown prince thinking? It was incomprehensible. Meanwhile, within the grand confines of the Shin estate, the couple performed the traditional rites of marriage, first bowing to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors, and finally to each other. Li Chongqing had chosen to conduct their wedding ceremony in this intimate setting. The guests invited were a select few, closely related to the Shin family. Making this union a rather clandestine affair, Li Chongqing could surmise that the Shin family's current decline necessitated his status to maintain appearances. He, too, needed to fulfill his duty of establishing a family. For only then would Empress Yu permit him to depart. It seemed they were all using each other to their advantage. As they were ushered into the bridal chamber, the officiating matron called out loudly. Shin Wei Yong was escorted back to her boudoir, while Li Chongqing remained behind to drink with the guests. Yet, a palpable discomfort hung in the air. After all, the crown prince, despite his lack of favor, should not have been reduced to such a commonplace setting. This matter had surely caught the attention of Empress Yu. After toasting the guests, Li Chongqing took his leave and entered the Shin family's back courtyard. Where he beheld the various gifts that had been sent, he refrained from taking them, considering them pocket money for his bride. He pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. Miss Shun, Your Highness? No, my husband. Please call me wife. Let's forego that, shall we? After all, you are not genuinely willing to marry me. We are merely collaborating. I dare not become too engrossed in this charade. You may lift my bridal veil. Li Chongqing picked up a small red rod nearby and gently lifted Shin Wei Yong's bridal veil. The flickering glow of the red candles cast an enchanting light, and Li Chongqing was immediately captivated by her beauty. Her features were as exquisite as porcelain, smooth and delicate, flawless in every regard, each angle radiating an ineffable charm. Her long, arched eyebrows and tender, luscious lips exuded a unique allure that was utterly intoxicating. Dear husband, Shin Wei Yong spoke softly, you once said that one must follow the chicken if one marries a chicken, and the dog if one marries a dog, did you not? She extended her hand to loosen Li Chongqing's belt, but he grasped her hand gently. Her delicate fingers were small and warm. In the confines of the small boudoir, the rapid beating of Shin Wei Yong's heart could be heard. After a moment of shared gazes, she leaned gently into Li Chongqing's embrace and said, Am I to marry again? No matter how dire your circumstances, I have chosen you, and I shall remain steadfast. And how can you convince me that you will truly care for me and not merely play a role? If I were to say that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a fondness, would you believe me? Perhaps we should allow time to serve as proof. Time? Li Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. Such a beauty, so proactive, an uncontrollable urge surged within him, and he suddenly pushed Shin Wei Yong onto the bed, swiftly removing her garments. Grasping her chin, he declared, You initiated this, and if you regret it now, it is not too late. Shin Wei Yong, blushing, turned her face away and retrieved a white cloth from behind the pillow. Shyly, she said, Husband, according to tradition, I must use this to prove my purity. My dear lady, you are playing with fire. Li Chongqing could no longer contain himself. He leaned down to kiss Shin Wei Yong's neck, exploring further downwards. Shin Wei Yong, equally entranced, wrapped her arms around his back, knowing she could only ever be Li Chongqing's woman. At the royal palace of the Great Yu, a messenger eunuch hurried back with alarming news. Your Majesty, the crown prince's wedding had no guests in attendance. At that moment, Li Yuan was dining with his family. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuan felt a surge of smug satisfaction. He scoffed, Ungrateful wretch. Even at this juncture, he does not come to seek my aid. Is he intent on bringing shame upon the Li family before the entire world? Li Chongjian interjected, Father, please calm your anger. The crown prince was raised among the barbarian tribes. He may not understand proper etiquette. Allow me to go and persuade him to return to court for assistance. Li Yuan nodded. Very well, but make a grand scene of it. We cannot allow this wedding to proceed. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our Li clan. This ungrateful child is driving me to madness. Zhao Xuanji expressed her concern. Are we pushing Chengxing too hard? Li Yuan chuckled. Rest assured, he will regret opposing me. Li Qingjian, elated by the command, hurried off to join the fray. He rose, and Su Fei followed suit. But as a martial artist, Li Chengjian moved swiftly, not waiting for her. Since becoming Li Chengxing's servant, Su Fei's attitude had shifted. She seemed less concerned about Li Chengjian and was merely curious about Li Chengxing. As night fell at the Xiang family residence, several off-duty military commanders stood guard at the entrance. The second prince has arrived. A nasally eunuch shouted. Li Qingjian emerged from the carriage and bowed to the second prince. The guards hurriedly knelt in respect. Li Qingjian remarked, on such an occasion as the crown prince's wedding, why is it so desolate? Not a soul in sight. The guards exchanged glances, as they were merely summoned for assistance. Second prince, the crown prince ordered that no one is to enter. I come by order of his majesty. Who dares to stop me? Li Chengjian thundered, as several fully armored guards stepped forward. They forcefully pushed their way inside, only to find the interior completely empty. Li Chengjian was puzzled. What is going on? Where is everyone? He kicked open each room, finding nothing. Upon reaching the last room, he noticed a red lantern hanging outside and a paper affixed that read, Li Chengxing's bridal chamber. Entry forbidden. Li Chengjian sneered. Crown Prince, could it be that the young lady of the Shun family has yet to arrive, leaving you alone in solitude? He pushed the door open with determination, but at that very moment, a basin of foul water was tipped over from above, splattering all over Li Chengjian's head, while the surrounding guards recoiled in shock. A terrible stench wafted through the air, and Su Fei could not help but chuckle at the spectacle. Clearly, this was a deliberate setup by Li Chengxing, anticipating that someone would come and attempt to enter. Ah, it stinks. Get me water. Li Chengjian cried out in disgust. In the still of the night, Li Chengxing quietly departed from the Shun residence, accompanied by a band of trusted allies, utilizing the cover of darkness to escape the capital. After walking for a while, he glanced back at the Grand Yu Imperial City and murmured, when I return next time, I shall demand that the entire city kneel in welcome. Chapter 23. The Empress's regret in the Great Yu, during a court assembly. What? This rebellious son, the crown prince, actually wed in the Shin family? Li Yuan's countenance shifted between shades of green and white as he read the memorial presented by a minister. The entire court fell silent. The crown prince's actions seemed to indicate a resolute intention to sever ties with the royal family, showing utter disregard for reputation or the empress's favor. Such behavior tarnished the empress's name. Li Yuan seethed, gritting his teeth. He could not afford any blemish on his reputation, for he was the emperor lauded by the masses. He would not allow any rumors of discord between father and son to circulate. Suppressing his fury, he declared, since he is wed, then let him wed. He is eager to relieve my burdens. I am pleased. The ministers exchanged awkward glances, acutely aware that they had been coerced into presenting numerous gifts, which now seemed to have been appropriated by the crown prince. In truth, after Li Chengxing's departure, Li Yuan's mood improved. He could foresee that Li Chengxing would achieve nothing in Yunzhou, perhaps even struggle to integrate into the local powers. This would grant him a legitimate excuse to depose the crown prince. Redirecting the focus of the public and the court toward his own favored son, Li Yuan continued, notify all states and counties to permit passage. After the court adjourned, Li Yuan strolled through the garden, feeling quite pleased. However, the Empress Zhao Xuanji, in stark contrast, wore a gloomy expression, having ultimately failed to keep her son close. This outcome diverged from her expectations. She had wished to retain Li Chengxing nearby for proper guidance. Li Yuan's enjoyment was interrupted as he remarked, why the tears? What is there to cry about? If he has grown wings and dares to sever ties, let him go. I shall see how long he can maintain that stance. I have already sealed off the news and will not allow any words that may harm you or me to spread. Zhao Xuanji has always been compliant with her husband, yet this time she finds it exceedingly difficult to bear. As a woman, she is particularly sensitive to the parent-child relationship. She has often envisioned a scene of maternal kindness and filial piety, with Li Chengxing by her side, gradually being educated to become like a person of the Yu dynasty. However, that dream has shattered. Li Yuan. He is flesh of my flesh, not some insignificant being. He departed without a word, not even a farewell, just as he claimed. severing all ties. After 10 months of pregnancy and 5 years of nurturing, how can I resign myself to this? You once said that your arrangements could ensure he would remain. Where is he now? Li Yuan fell silent. He had indeed told his wife that, as long as Li Changxing received no support, he would naturally struggle without money or allies and would return to the palace seeking help. Once he sought assistance, he would be at their mercy. Yet, Li Changxing, through a marriage, had amassed wealth and vanished without a word. This has deeply wounded their hearts as parents. Is he not the essence I have cast out? Li Yuan wished to defend himself, stating, Can I not feel sorrow? Why does he not understand the need to bow his head? If he were to acknowledge his mistakes, I would shower him with affection. Zhao Xuanji's emotions grew increasingly agitated. With tears welling in her eyes, she exclaimed, Enough! Li Yuan, is this how you fulfill your role as a father? Or do you not wish for Changxing to return? Would you rather he perish outside? Li Yuan's expression darkened. He could sense his wife's genuine anger. Xuanji, how could I feel that way? Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Zhao Xuanji interrupted. Years ago, I opposed allowing Changxing to become a hostage. It was your ambition and desire for the title of the greatest warrior of the northern frontier that led to Changxing being taken. Do not forget that you owe your current position to him. He is half responsible for your achievements. You promised me that you would mend the relationship between the two brothers, allowing Changxing to stay. I even consented to your decision to depose him. But where is my Changxing now? The grievances he has suffered over the past 6 months, when will you compensate him? Perhaps I was truly mistaken. I should not have favored Qingjian so much. He has already gained enough. It is we who owe Changxing. As she spoke, Zhao Xuanji began to reflect upon herself. With a bitter smile, she admitted, Yes, I was wrong. Over the past 6 months, I have been too preoccupied with caring for Changjian and Yuaner, placing too much trust in you. It was my excessive faith in you that caused me to forget Changxing's existence for so long. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. However, witnessing his wife's emotional turmoil and incoherent speech, he attempted to soothe her. It is my fault, entirely my fault. Your Majesty, I truly have erred. Please do not blame yourself. Zhao Xuanji raised her head coldly, shrugged off his hand, and made a gesture to keep him at bay. With indignation, she declared, Li Yuan, Changxing must not go to Yunzhou. My intention was merely to intimidate him. Yet he must not venture there. It is far too perilous. You must bring our son back. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. The reason Changxing has become so cold and unfeeling is entirely your doing. No wonder he wishes to sever ties with me. On the day of his wedding, you did not even show up. He even schemed to douse Qingjian with filth. What will happen if the two brothers become enemies? You have always cared only for those so-called superficial honors, fearing for your reputation. Have you ever truly cared for your son? Li Yuan felt speechless within. He admitted that he had boasted before the empress about being able to discipline the crown prince. Yet had she not neglected to care for their son? Always revolving around their second son and daughter, he had never anticipated that in this hierarchy, he was the most mistaken one. Zhao Xuanji reminisced about the 5-year-old Li Changxing. So well-behaved and understanding, and her heart swelled with emotion. A single tear fell from her eye as she coldly declared, Li Yuan, you continue to play the perfect emperor. I will go find Changxing. He is my son, and I cannot let him take risks. After speaking, Zhao Xuanji unleashed her true energy, her figure shifting as she leaped into the air, transforming into a pink streak of light. Vanishing within the palace. Xuanji, Li Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the eldest son, whom he had found so bothersome, would leave, and their family would never return to its former state. This household would remain in turmoil. What had sparked this sudden concern for their eldest son? Was it a newfound sense of conscience? Li Yuan's mind flashed with images of the scars on Li Changxing's body from mistreatment. Causing his breath to quicken and his body to weaken, he staggered against a pillar, his face pale, feeling utterly despondent. His wife had left him, his son had severed ties, and the two brothers were on the brink of enmity. Was he truly such a failure? Fathered at that moment, Li Changjian arrived in the garden. He supported his aged father, having witnessed the earlier quarrel between his parents, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Since his earliest memories, his family had always been harmonious, never having raised their voices at one another. Moreover, having been splashed with filth, his rage towards the crown princely Changxing reached its peak. He wished nothing more than to see him utterly destroyed. Damn Li Changsheng! If it weren't for his return, this family wouldn't be facing such turmoil. Everything was harmonious and beautiful, all ruined by him. Upon seeing his second son, who had always made him proud, Li Yuan's mood improved slightly. He was always so understanding, empathizing with his father's struggles. Having multiple children had its advantages. While the eldest was spoiled, the youngest had risen to the occasion. Li Chengjian said, "Father, do not worry. I will bring mother back." Li Yuan nodded silently. "Good, go ahead." Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanji departed from the Great Yu Palace, heading straight to her family home, the first sacred land. Li Chengjian, having received the imperial edict, did not rush to find his mother. He intended to enjoy the scenic beauty and, in the process, gather some wealth. As for the crown prince's fate, he wouldn't concern himself with it. He believed that before reaching Yunzhou, the untrained crown prince would undoubtedly meet his demise. In the end, he would return with a fortune and seamlessly inherit the title of crown prince, achieving a win-win situation. Chapter 24. My blade, Saint Grandfather. Miss, we have arrived at the front mountain of the sacred land. An opulent carriage came to a halt at the outskirts of the first sacred land. Here, many individuals seeking the pinnacle of martial arts had long gathered, forming a vassal town of the first sacred land. The first sacred land, formerly known as the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land, implies that every disciple of the sacred land is a hidden dragon, destined to ascend and transform one day. Zhao Xuanji is the former saintess of the sacred land, and this is also her family home, her greatest source of strength. The Mei Jianxin drew back the carriage curtain, revealing Zhao Xuanji in a snow-white garment, resembling a wandering heroine of the martial world. "Jianxin, do you think my father will forgive me?" Zhao Xuanji asked uncertainly. Jianxin, who had served Zhao Xuanji for over 20 years and was now in her 30s, was also a master in martial arts. "Miss, the Blade Saint will surely understand your plight. The Emperor has entrusted you with all 3 children. How could you manage alone? It is entirely the Emperor's fault." Zhao Xuanji felt somewhat relieved by these words. She sighed. Upon reflection, if I had endured the same injustices as Changsheng, I too would have been furious. I even urged him to be magnanimous and consider the bigger picture. "Truly, Jianxin, do you think I have set my expectations too high for him?" Recalling her previous indifference towards Li Changsheng, Zhao Xuanji found herself stepping into his shoes for once. She had been a hostage for 20 years, had returned only to be confined to the horse stable, had received no care, and had even been stripped of her identity as a saintess. This moment of empathy awakened within Zhao Xuanji a sense of sympathy for Li Changsheng, perhaps igniting a sudden surge of maternal love, or perhaps it was the realization that it was Li Changsheng who had abandoned her. Regardless, she found herself inexplicably remorseful for her past actions. Seeing her mistress in turmoil, Jianxin comforted her formulaically. "Miss, we all know that you love your children dearly. Perhaps the crown prince, having experienced much outside, will come to understand your intentions." As Zhao Xuanji ascended the 1,000 steps of the sacred land, her movements were graceful, as if she could leap 1,000 steps in a single bound. Such is the prowess of a martial arts master, traversing the mountain as though it were level ground. At the first sacred land, the ancestor dragon terrace, "Father," an elderly man, hunched over and sipping tea while admiring the waterfall and mountain scenery, slowly turned around. "Why, daughter? Why have you returned? Did Li Yuan bully you?" Suddenly, the waterfall behind him ceased its flow, and a pure blade aura enveloped him, exuding the might to challenge the heavens. This man was Zhao Xuanji's father, the supreme elder of the first sacred land. Zhao Shengqiao. Despite his current gentle demeanor, he had once severed the chasm of the demon realm with a single stroke, instilling fear in foreign enemies across this vast wasteland, with a terrifying legend surrounding him. Even the Emperor Li Yuan had to tread carefully in front of this father-in-law. However, having reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, he vowed to break through that barrier before leaving the mountain and had not set foot outside the sacred land for nearly a century. Dedicating himself to the study of martial arts, "Father." Zhao Xuanji felt a pang in her heart. Her father truly cared for her. "Father, I am an unfilial daughter. It has taken me many years to return to see you." "Haha, it has only been 30 years. Your return proves you have thrived in the Yu dynasty. Whether you return or not matters little. As a cultivator, I have a long life ahead of me." Zhao Shengqiao subdued his imposing presence, graciously inviting his daughter to take a seat and personally pouring tea for her. Yet, why did she appear to be on the verge of tears? Had she suffered indignities at the Li household? You bore children for Li Yuan, stabilizing Yu Zhao, embodying maternal grace, and now he seeks to take a concubine? Observing his daughter's low spirits, Zhao Shengqiao, who had not brought back his grandson or granddaughter, began to discern the underlying issues. Moreover, a married woman is akin to spilled water. Matters pertaining to her husband abound. If there were no genuine concerns, would she return to see this old man? However, Zhao Shengqiao was rather pleased with the turn of events. It was a rare opportunity for him to see his daughter, who had evidently endured some grievances, and to once again radiate paternal affection before her. Father, I was wrong. Back then, I should have invited the brilliant martial artists to unite against the barbaric wilderness in Yuzhao, rather than allowing Changsheng to serve as a hostage. Now that Changsheng has returned, I have lost him once more. Before she could finish, Zhao Shengqiao erupted in anger. What a reckless fool! Li Yuan cannot even manage this trivial matter, allowing my precious daughter to suffer. But tell me, my dear, who is Changsheng, your secret lover? The two had not seen each other for 30 years, and Li Changsheng was only 25 this year. Although Li Chengjin and Li Yuaner had previously come to the first sacred land to cultivate, the grandfather and grandson naturally knew each other, having shared affection and guidance. Yet, the elder truly had no knowledge of an additional grandson. Zhao Xuanji, infuriated, set down her teacup and retorted, "Father, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not the sort of woman to be indiscreet. I am already a wife. How could I entertain the notion of a second husband?" Zhao Shengqiao awkwardly grimaced. "I thought you might still be in contact with those suitors from your past. After all, back then, the number of those pursuing you could stretch from the sacred land to the great wilderness. Yet you chose the son of my sworn enemy." With a chuckle, Zhao Shengqiao pressed further. "Then tell me, who is Changsheng?" Zhao Xuanji explained. "He is my eldest son. I raised him until the age of 5 before Li Yuan took him to serve as a hostage among the barbarous tribes of the northern borders for 20 years. In exchange for peace in the north." "What? I have a grandson." The Blade Saint slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "He, the greatest warrior of the eastern wilderness, traded his son for peace? Bah! What a hollow reputation. Nonsense. Do those barbarians truly provide my grandson with a good life?" Zhao Xuanji furrowed her brow. "In the initial years, Li Yuan assured me that Changsheng was well among the barbarian tribes. I even attempted to traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains twice to visit him, but I failed both times. That place," Zhao Shengqiao interjected, "that place is rife with miasma, teeming with demons. It is not a realm for ordinary folk. Given your previous lack of cultivation, it is understandable that you could not reach it. However, the notion that he is living a good life there is pure folly. The barbarians despise us. I suspect he is deceiving you." Zhao Shengqiao's anger flared again. And what of Li Changsheng's return? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanji fell silent, for she too had mismanaged that aspect. She recounted the entire situation in detail, and upon hearing the account, Zhao Shengqiao, who had been pleased by his daughter's visit, was now seething with rage. "Foolishness! Have you been foolish for 30 years? Both your palm and the back of your hand are flesh, yet Li Chengjin and Li Yuaner have been by your side for years, lavished with your favor. Is that not enough? What great harm necessitates your constant presence? Are they made of clay? You could not see your eldest son at the first opportunity, yet you prioritize the feelings of the younger? Ah, if you were not my daughter, I would be tempted to strike you down. To send a mere 5-year-old child to the enemy as a hostage. What were you two thinking?" Clang, clang in his fury. Zhao Shengqiao's blade aura surged, severing the beams of the nearby wooden hut and carving deep gashes into the rocks of the distant waterfall. He was genuinely enraged. Meanwhile, what was Li Yuan doing? He was preoccupied with managing the water disasters in Jiangnan, with no time to spare. Ridiculous. Does Yu Zhao have so many officials merely taking up space? Must he, as the emperor, personally attend to everything? With thousands of relatives in the Li clan, isn't there anyone with the insight to handle this? If he wishes to treat someone well, must that person reside in a stable and be bullied by eunuchs? Zhao Xuanji timidly replied, "That eunuch has already been executed. I cannot also punish Chengjian, can I?" Zhao Shengqiao roared, "Of course you must. Li Chengjian is envious, lacking in integrity. What kind of mother are you? If you have 3 children, must you not treat them all equally? Is that so difficult?" Chapter 25. The queen was scolded into silence. "Father, please do not be angry. I have realized my mistakes. I have been woefully neglectful of Changsheng. Zhao Xuanji responded, her voice filled with sincerity. Zhao Shengqiao shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps his daughter was not regretting her actions but rather fearing the loss of her eldest grandson. Father, what is paramount now is to bring Changsheng back. He feels utterly estranged from me, yet he does not understand the ways of cultivation or the treachery of the human heart. If he is manipulated by others, it will be disastrous. Seeing his daughter weep like a blooming pear blossom. Zhao Shengqiao scolded, Li Yuan cannot even keep his own son. It seems he wishes for his son to leave. Is it not a desire to see him perish? After enduring 20 years of hardship, you choose not to welcome him back, but instead view him as a burden. Rather than thinking of recompense, you seek to strip him of his status as heir, ignoring him completely as parents. You are truly reprehensible. To sever ties with him is far too lenient. If it were me, I would not allow a single day to pass without rectifying the situation. Zhao Shengqiao was enraged by their negligence, raising his hand in exasperation, but ultimately, as it was his own daughter, he restrained himself. Yet he could not fathom that he had an additional grandson who had suffered for 20 years due to their incompetence. This couple had truly deceived him cruelly. Zhao Shengqiao waved his hand, dismissing her. You may leave, I cannot assist you here. I, the esteemed blade saint, revered by all who wield a blade, do not have a daughter who cannot discern right from wrong. Even a tiger does not eat its young, yet you two are less than beasts. Zhao Xuanji trembled at his harsh words. She and her servant, Jianxin, quickly knelt before him. Father, I recognize my mistakes. I should not have treated Changsheng differently. I should not have forgotten him, nor should I have indulged in the allure of being a revered mother. I must show him greater compassion. Great elder, I implore you to forgive the young lady. Humph! Now you wish to repent? It is too late. The old blade saint snorted coldly. I uphold justice, not family ties. If I were to forgive you, how could I expect my grandson to accept me? He paused before continuing. That boy is your own flesh and blood, having suffered for 20 years, laboring tirelessly. Not only must he not be deprived of enjoyment, but he also must not be sent to the perilous lands of Yunzhou, let alone his inability to cultivate while trapped in the barbarian tribes. You cannot treat one child equally while neglecting another. You cannot provide no water at all. Zhao Xuanji repeatedly agreed, knowing it was futile to argue, only hoping her father would lend her assistance. Zhao Shengqiao added, this child feels utterly estranged from you. His heart has been deeply wounded. Now he has taken flight, and I fear he may never return. His heart was filled with worry and conflict, yet ultimately, he made a reluctant decision. After all, this was his own grandson. Zhao Shengqiao cared deeply for familial bonds. Very well, I have lingered in this humble abode long enough. Who can deny my own grandson? He declared, I shall accompany you on this journey. But, my dear, you are no longer a child. Your offspring have grown. You must learn to practice moderation and balance all parties involved. I can assist you for the time being, but I cannot be your everlasting crutch, nor will I always clean up after your blunders. As he spoke, Zhao Shengqiao reflected on his long life. Having lived for over 100 years, his lifelong pursuit had been to advance further. Yet despite his efforts, he had struggled to break through that barrier. Now, as he re-entered the world of cultivation, he wondered if he would ever have the chance to fulfill that long-held aspiration. But had you chosen that lad from the Xinyuan family, or if I had firmly opposed your marriage to Li Yuan back then, perhaps we would not be facing such a conclusion. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Xuanji's heart filled with joy. Father, you are willing to leave your seclusion? Indeed, should you seek Li Changsheng, he will only harbor greater resentment towards you. I, as his grandfather, share a bond with him. Although he claims to sever ties, the blood bond cannot be broken. Father, I will accompany you. I only seek an opportunity to explain myself to Changsheng. Very well. Once we find my grandson, you must heed my counsel in all matters. Zhao Shengqiao shook his garments, reaching out with an ethereal grasp. Blade, come. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Beneath the longing water pool of the first sacred land, the waters surged upward, spiraling into the heavens and scattering across the land. The blade aura radiating outward caused the entire sacred site to sway. Those unaware might have mistaken it for an earthquake, but those in the know gasped in astonishment. Was the blade saint emerging from seclusion? Within 1,000 miles, The great martial sects and renowned practitioners of the sacred land all emerged to gaze skyward. The dragon-shaped aura amidst the clouds was the Blade Saint's unique technique, Sky Blade breaking the firmament, establishing a path of its own. The Blade Saint was emerging? What was transpiring? That old monster had vowed not to leave his seclusion until he broke through his realm. Now that the Sky Blade had re-emerged, it appeared the great wilderness was in for some unrest at this juncture, unbeknownst to him that he was already on the mind of his grandfather. Li Changsheng was leading his entourage to a town known as Nanyuan. Disguised as a merchant convoy, they naturally concealed their identities and movements. Within the carriage, Li Changsheng was diligently cultivating his skills. His body being refined through the aid of the heavenly demon relic, his strength rapidly augmenting. He was also beginning to practice the martial arts techniques derived from the Taishu demon god scripture through his will. Unlike the mastery of soul-searching, bloodthirsty, and techniques, these martial arts primarily focused on combat maneuvers rather than the manipulation and transformation of true qi. With an expanded repertoire of martial arts techniques, Li Changsheng found himself increasingly adept in confrontations. Every time they set up camp for rest, he would spar with the martial masters among his subordinates. As Li Changsheng's convoy approached the city, they observed the officials inspecting the passers-by. Everyone was required to reveal their faces before being permitted to proceed. Prince Xiang Taifu, taking small steps, approached. Li Changsheng cast him a glance, prompting Xiang Taifu to quickly amend his words, saying, "Young master, it is the Lord of Nanyuan, a man of the Duke of Julu, and also an ally of the second prince. He seems to be waiting for us, likely to ascertain our whereabouts." Li Changsheng squinted at the city tower, where he noticed Li Qianga and several other martial artists clad in the attire of the Li family. Was it the emperor? Or the second prince? It appeared that as long as he did not perish in the capital, they would feel secure, he remarked. Even members of the Li family have mobilized. This place is not safe. There could very well be an assassination attempt. Xiang Taifu replied, "The servants have been traveling for 3 days and nights without rest. They are weary and in need of respite. Shall we camp outside the city?" Li Changsheng waved his hand, saying, "Supplies are still necessary. Let some remain outside to camp, while others enter the city to procure essential goods. We shall divide our forces and enter in batches." Soon, the ordinary servants of the convoy set up camp 10 miles outside the city, while the 50 martial artists transformed into 4 merchant convoys carrying supplies, entering the city in stages under Xiang Taifu's guidance. Li Changsheng then directed his gaze towards a large vessel on the river outside the city. Entering the city by water would evade scrutiny. He and Xiang Long strode directly towards it. Upon inspection, he noted it was a 3-story private boat, 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, where a group of young men and women were engaged in martial arts practice, sparring with one another. Disrupting their exercise, Li Changsheng leaped onto the boat, prompting the surrounding youths to turn their attention towards him, their expressions tense and on edge. "I apologize for the interruption. Please, do not be alarmed. I bear no ill intent. This is our chartered boat. What brings you aboard?" One of them inquired. "I witnessed your martial arts duel and felt a surge of enthusiasm. I wish to engage with you all," he replied. "Ha ha ha, what status do you have to challenge us? Do you even know who we are?" Chapter 26. Who is this young master? Li Changsheng's arrival immediately provoked the displeasure of the surrounding young martial artists. "How audacious! What right do you have to instruct us? Leave, or I shall break your legs. Please, remain calm. That it is fate that has brought us together, and I come with sincere intentions to offer guidance." Why the harsh words? The martial artists aboard the vessel were incensed. Each of them had trained from a young age, hailing from prestigious families, and were among the best of their peers. They believed that instruction should come from seniors older than themselves, not from a youth only a few years their senior. "Patience is a virtue for those who practice martial arts," he continued. At this moment, a middle-aged woman rose, causing the younger ones to quiet down. "I am Qing Shuang, a steward of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground." "And you are?" Despite his humble attire, which had been prepared by Xiang Taifu, the fabric was exquisite, not easily found in the market. Qing Shuang, being discerning, recognized the luxury of his clothing and inferred that his status must be significant. Particularly, although Xiang Taifu was an elder, his demeanor and mannerisms exuded the grace of someone of high standing. She surmised that this master-servant duo must have an extraordinary background and decided to test Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng cupped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Zhao Changsheng, a wandering cultivator passing through. and apologized for the disturbance. Cheng Shuang scoffed, "A mere moment of enthusiasm? Do you dare to tread upon our domain without the skill to back it?" She immediately called out, "Since you wish to instruct my disciple, Cheng Ying." Not knowing the intentions of the other party or whether there were any hidden agendas, Cheng Shuang aimed to gauge Li Changxing's capabilities. A young woman, approximately 19, leaped from the back row, reaching out with a grasp towards Li Changxing. A phantom hand shadow was thrust towards him. In the realm of martial arts, there existed numerous schools, each distinct in its techniques. The method of grasping from a distance was not particularly rare at Li Changxing. Relying on the foundation of the Taishu demon god scripture, had also honed several skills during their 3-day journey. He evaded the attack with a swift maneuver, advancing rather than retreating, and cleverly positioned himself behind the young woman, seizing her hairpin. Her hair cascaded down in an instant, and she furrowed her brows in frustration. Having lost in a single move left her disoriented. Had he struck her head instead of seizing her hairpin, she would have been gravely harmed. Li Changxing returned the hairpin with a smile, saying, "You left too many openings. Your movements are too antiquated and lack variation." "You?" Cheng Ying huffed, retreating to sulk in silence. The critique was more stringent than what she received from her master, devoid of any leniency. Observing his peers, all of whom were martial masters, Li Changxing was confident in his ability to prevail in a contest of sheer will, let alone a sparring match. Who among them could match the sophistication of his unparalleled demonic skills? Thus, he felt quite assured. Cheng Shuang, bewildered, noted that Li Changxing's movements were intricate and fluid, devoid of any hesitation, truly exceptional. Even she, as an observer, was thoroughly impressed. Most astonishingly, she could not identify the technique as belonging to any particular sacred ground. Cheng Shuang pondered, could he be a disciple of a powerful figure, sent specifically to challenge our Radiant Light Sacred Ground's disciples? Suddenly, another young man stepped forward, declaring, "I shall engage. Please grant me your guidance." He advanced with a confident stride, arms outstretched, clearly a practitioner of brute strength. Li Changxing countered his attack, employing a technique of yielding to overcome force, effortlessly tossing the young man aside. Bang! The youth fell face first into the dirt. "I concede," Li Changxing said with a respectful gesture. Having easily defeated 2 opponents in a single move each, the disparity in skill was unmistakable, garnering the attention of the others. "I shall try next." A poised young man in white, wielding a folding fan, stepped forward, causing a stir among the onlookers. Young master Bai is stepping in. He has already attained the martial sovereign level. How can that fellow, merely a martial master, hope to contend? It must be said, this young man possessed notable skill. However, facing young master Bai, he was bound to meet a formidable challenge. Young master Bai, teach him a lesson and bring glory to our Radiant Light Sacred Ground. Li Changxing, overhearing their whispers, recognized that the young man in white was indeed formidable. Achieving the martial sovereign level at such a young age indicated remarkable talent. Nonetheless, Li Changxing had no intention of retreating. The disparity between the martial sovereign and martial master realms typically dictated a significant gap in power, akin to an adult bullying a child. Unless that child possessed extraordinary abilities, victory was unattainable. Coincidentally, Li Changxing was that child with extraordinary powers. With the aid of the heavenly demon relic, his formidable physique, and unparalleled demonic skills, he had opportunities to secure victory through cleverness. However, the young man surnamed Bai spoke. "If I were to overwhelm you with my realm, it would be an unfair victory. I will restrain my strength to the peak of the martial master level for this duel." The peak of the martial master level would indeed surpass Li Changxing's early-stage prowess. Initially, Li Changxing anticipated a battle of realms, but he was taken aback by the other party's decision to suppress their strength. "Feel free to unleash your full power," Li Changxing replied. "Hemph, so you are quite arrogant? Win against my ultimate technique first," retorted the young man. With that, young master Bai leaped forward, raising his fan, his hands moving like shadows as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Thud, thud, thud. The air resonated with the sound of his fan striking the atmosphere. But in truth, he had missed entirely as Li Changxing evaded each assault. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigned supreme. If one could not match speed, then Li Changxing would close the distance. Aiming 2 fingers at young master Bai's throat, young master Bai reacted swiftly, drawing a small blade with his left hand to counter Li Changxing's advance. With the first strike still in motion, He could not withdraw and was forced to engage in a mutually destructive assault. However, as Li Changxing's movement shifted, he deftly opened his hand, reaching around to snatch the jade pendant hanging at the young man's waist. In an instant, their bodies separated. What seemed prolonged in narrative had transpired in mere moments, as Li Changxing dismantled the attack, countered, and seized the jade pendant, thus securing victory. The onlookers were astonished. 2 moves? Young master Bai only managed to withstand 2 strikes. What remarkable skill! Who on earth is he? Given such extraordinary talent, why did he only possess the early-stage prowess of a martial master? Indeed, why is that? Li Changxing handed the jade pendant to Prime Minister Xiang, who, after receiving it, returned it. Young master Bai observed the jade pendant in his hand with a complex expression, his face contorted, filled with jealousy and defiance. He had always been at the forefront among his peers, seldom defeated by anyone. Yet, this enigmatic individual managed to defeat him in just 2 moves, a fact he found hard to accept. Who on earth are you? Ha, there's no need for jealousy. I merely possess a certain understanding of martial arts. However, when it comes to cultivation, my meridians are inherently blocked, and despite utilizing secret techniques to reach the level of a martial master, I can advance no further. Upon saying this, Li Changxing displayed a melancholic expression. Prime Minister Xiang, witnessing Li Changxing's spinning tales to deceive, could not help but chuckle. The crown prince is merely teasing a child. Indeed, upon hearing this, young master Bai felt considerably relieved, realizing that this person was simply an incapable individual unable to break through. What does it matter if you win with your techniques? Your cultivation has stagnated. If it came to a real fight, he would still be stronger, I concede. Li Changxing chuckled inwardly. These young fellows had quite the tempers. He was there to borrow a boat, not to compete with these young martial artists. His true objective was to blend into the city aboard this vessel. As expected, after Li Changxing achieved successive and effortless victories, he garnered the attention and welcome of the crowd. A strong individual commands respect wherever they go. The middle-aged woman leading the group said, "Bring in another seat. Invite this young Master Zhao and the esteemed elder to take a seat." Li Changxing smoothly took his place. Prime Minister Xiang felt admiration. He expected the crown prince to employ such a method to infiltrate the city, which was quite unexpected, that moment. Cheng Shuang quietly withdrew and summoned a servant, instructing, "Go and inquire which factions, younger members have appeared in this vicinity." The servant complied and departed. On the ship, Li Changxing sat beside the young woman Qingying, who appeared quite annoyed. He teased her, "What's wrong? Is Miss Qing angry? It seems the elder brother has erred. Allow me to make amends with a cup of tea in place of wine." Cheng Ying raised her brows and retorted, "You silver-tongued flatterer. My father always said to steer clear of men like you who call themselves brother." Upon seeing a young lady, Li Changxing sighed, "If that is the case, I shall teach others for free. Who among you is not on good terms with Miss Cheng?" Cheng Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey you? How can you be like this?" "Ha ha ha, Miss Cheng. I'm merely jesting." "Fret not." Li Changxing found amusement in the flustered young lady. "If you're unwilling to be taught, why are you so flustered? What do you truly wish for?" Cheng Ying pouted. "You're only relying on your skills. You cannot continue your cultivation. It won't be long before I can defeat you." Li Changxing acknowledged. "Ah, indeed. Miss Cheng has boundless potential. This is beyond doubt." After some light conversation, he refrained from further chatter. His playful banter with the young lady primarily aimed to ease the atmosphere between him and the others, facilitating his successful integration into the city. The subsequent matches among the young fighters allowed him to participate in discussions regarding the merits and shortcomings of martial techniques. Li Changxing consistently identified their errors, providing guidance to correct them. This could be considered a form of compensation for his borrowed boat. Naturally, he pointed out only a few things, offering insights without delving too deeply. After several rounds of sparring, many individuals gained insights, significantly improving their martial techniques. Even Cheng Shuang began to admire Li Changxing in certain aspects. Facing his unique perspectives, she felt a sense of inadequacy. Such a person, even if unable to continue cultivating, possessed immeasurable value. If they could be won over, it would be a tremendous fortune for our radiant light sacred land. Although everyone benefited, the young woman Cheng Ying seated beside him was thoroughly vexed. Each time she sparred with her peers, Li Changxing's sharp tongue criticized her shortcomings, even suggesting she lacked the aptitude for martial arts and should hastily marry while still young. which made her grit her teeth in frustration. Chang'ing glared at Li Changsheng, who wore a half-smile. "You're truly despicable. Selfish. Are you even a man?" Li Changsheng merely teased her to pass the time on the boat. "TSK. Miss Cheng, you don't understand. What I teach them are merely a few basics, but what I've shared with you is indeed the most detailed. The reason for my harsh words is to prevent them from envying you and to protect you." Upon hearing this, Chang'ing's lips quivered with joy, yet she retorted, "Then, there's no need to say I should hurry and find someone to marry." Li Changsheng replied with a smile, "Is there a possibility that that person is Xiang Long?" Upon hearing this, realized Li Changsheng's playful banter and thought the crown prince was quite adept at charming young ladies. Suddenly, Cheng Shuang approached, interrupting their conversation. "Young Master Zhao, we are disciples of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Our meeting here is serendipitous. If you find time in the future, do visit our Radiant Light Sacred Land." Having said this, she handed over a letter of introduction. "With this letter, you shall be regarded as a guest of the Radiant Light Sacred Land." Li Changsheng accepted it, exchanging a few polite words. As the boat glided along, they arrived at the city gate's waterway dock. Here, officers were inspecting vessels, but upon seeing it was the Radiant Light Sacred Land's ship. They did not conduct checks and allowed them to pass. Li Changsheng disembarked smoothly and bid farewell to the Radiant Light Sacred Land members. "Wait for me a moment." Just before leaving, the young woman named Chang'ing suddenly approached him, saying, "This is a farewell gift from my aunt. Thank you for your guidance earlier." Li Changsheng was taken aback. The Radiant Light Sacred Land truly valued connections. "Thank you, and should the opportunity arise, I will visit the Radiant Light Sacred Land again." "You need not come. I do not welcome you." Chang'ing huffed indignantly. "Surely not. How about I teach you a few more moves? When we meet again, I will definitely defeat you," Chang'ing declared, clenching her fists in defiance. "Then I must hurry to find you, lest I be beaten by you." "Who cares about you?" she retorted. Storming off in a huff, Li Changsheng and Prime Minister Xiang strolled through the city. Prime Minister Xiang remarked, "Young Master, Kong Ding and the others are resting at designated locations. We shall not engage with them. They will depart the city early tomorrow." Li Changsheng nodded. With Prime Minister Xiang's south arrangements in place, it saved him much effort. He produced a silver note and said, "Go ensure they have enough to eat." Prime Minister Xiang expressed concern, "Young Master, if I leave, you will be without attendants. I can manage. I will stay at this inn. Once you've completed your business, come find me." Li Changsheng pointed, and before them stood the Yueli Inn. The two parted ways, and Li Changsheng settled into the inn to rest. Having left the capital for 3 days, he could finally enjoy a moment of respite. Just as he entered his room, Li Chang'e arrived. She appeared somewhat frail, a consequence of having her energy drained by Li Changsheng, resulting in a regression in her cultivation. She approached a table occupied by a man dressed as a wandering cultivator, saying, "Brother, have you made any discoveries in the city?" The man was indeed a member of the Li family. Li Qianji. The siblings had both come in search of Li Changsheng. "I have found nothing, brother. He cannot be faster than us. He must have blended into the city." Li Chang'e spoke with urgency and indignation. "Sister, do not be anxious," Li Qianji reassured her. "We have left the emperor and the Li family in the dark to pursue him. He cannot escape. I cannot find peace until I have torn him to shreds." "I understand, especially given your original cultivation level. Li Changsheng must have practiced demonic arts in the barbarian tribes. He used his dark powers to drain my energy without any side effects. Hence, our family has kept it a secret, hunting him down to obtain his supreme techniques. This is the path to our family's rise against Li Yuan. Brother, I cannot wait even a moment longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind them. "Waiter, half a gene of beef, a bottle of wine, and 2 small dishes." It turned out Li Changsheng had come down to eat after checking into his room, as the first floor of the inn offered a view of the outside scenery. Although he had disguised himself, Li Changsheng's voice was all too familiar to them. The siblings' faces lit up with surprise. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to find him without effort. "Brother!" Li Qiang's pale complexion flushed with vengeful anger. She had finally located the scoundrel who had drained her power, and she was determined to torment him mercilessly for her revenge and that of the second prince. While also seizing the hidden techniques he possessed, Li Qianji recognized the opportunity had arrived, but restrained his excited sister. "Sister, do not rush. We do not know how strong he has become. Brother, you are at the pinnacle of martial mastery. Are you afraid of him? He can siphon energy. How can I assess his strength? What shall we do then?" Poisonado, the old method. Ha, you're still clever, brother. Li Qingji produced a packet of poison, whispering a plan. You go to his room and place this drug inside. In a confined space, the poison will naturally evaporate. Once he inhales a couple of breaths, he will be utterly fatigued. Li Qianga navigated the situation with ease, for this was not the first time the siblings had engaged in such dealings. She approached the innkeeper, pulling him aside, and after a series of threats and bribes, she ascertained the number of Li Chongqing's room. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chongqing indulged in food and drink, she stealthily made her way to the outer wall of his chamber. From the crack of the door, she poured a white powder, poison, into his room. Ha, Li Chongqing, did you ever imagine I would find you here? You must be aware that I am searching for you, although I am not privy to the means by which you entered the city. But here you are, caught by me. Fate has aligned in my favor. Others claim you are ignorant of the path of cultivation. It seems they have all been deceived by you. Yet fear not, for you shall perish in an obscure corner, and the demonic arts that effortlessly siphon the vitality of others will soon belong to me. Li Qianga's once charming visage was now marred by a sinister and ruthless expression. She loathed Li Chongqing for draining her power, while simultaneously yearning for the techniques he possessed, willing to resort to fratricide if necessary. Chapter 28. Ha. Is this truly the extent of your abilities? In the imperial capital of Yuzhou, the Shun family estate had returned to tranquility. Early in the morning, Shun Weiyang gathered her long hair into an elegant updo. Leaving 2 wisps framing her face, approaching the bedside, she gazed at the white sheets, gently caressing a stain of crimson before tucking it away. In the days following Li Chongqing's departure, she had organized her personal affairs and even hired a group of servants. Most of the gifts sent by officials during the wedding celebrations, along with Li Chongqing's betrothal gifts, remained with the Shun family to alleviate their urgent needs. Today, she was set to leave the Shin household and relocate to the modest residence of Master Xiang. Sister, are you really leaving? A small girl clad in training attire rushed in. It was Shun Lan, who had previously sparred with Li Chongqing. Shin Weiyang gently stroked her sister's head and replied, Silly girl. Your sister is now the crown princess. Remaining in the Shen family would only invite calamity. Grandmother, I don't want sister to go. Shin Lan cried, clinging to her sibling. In her eyes, her sister had been forcibly taken by the brutish crown prince Li Chongqing, shattering her future and happiness. However, grandmother Shin pulled Shin Lan aside, scolding, Why aren't you practicing martial arts? What nonsense are you making here? Butler, old matriarch. Take this girl back to the training grounds and have her continue her practice. Yes, let go of me. I want my sister Wu Wu. I have lost my parents, my brother. Please, I want my sister. Shin Lan sobbed as she was dragged away. Shin Weiyang sighed, uncertain of how to explain. Perhaps when she grew older, she would understand. Grandmother Shin grasped Shin Weiyang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. My child, I have wronged you. Shin Weiyang shook her head. Grandmother, I am not wronged. In truth, I find the crown prince quite admirable. Grandmother Shun sighed. No matter how admirable he may be, it is of little consequence. Oh, have you truly surrendered yourself to the crown prince? Shin Weiyang nodded silently. Then let us hope for a child. Otherwise, alas. Shin Weiyang placed her hand on her abdomen, recalling the wildness of their wedding night 3 days prior. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Grandmother, I believe I will conceive. He told me that one must adapt to their partner, and he asked me to wait, and I shall. Grandmother Shun sighed softly. Whether Li Chongqing would return was uncertain. Yet, having something to hope for was a source of strength to carry on. Shun Weiyang departed from the Shun household with several servants in tow. Upon arriving at Master Xiang's residence, she did not change the sign and instructed the servants to make the necessary arrangements. Suddenly, a maid approached, saying, Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived. Shin Weiyang was taken aback. Could it be the emperor? She hurriedly tidied herself and led all her servants out to greet the visitor, only to find it was merely a eunuch. Your Highness the Crown Princess, I bring a decree. Your servant receives the decree, by the grace of heaven. It is hereby declared that the daughter of Lord Shun shall be the consort of the emperor. The realm rejoices. A chest of gold and silver is bestowed upon her. An elaborate proclamation followed, detailing ancestral ties, ultimately recognizing her as a daughter-in-law, and concluding with the delivery of a box of riches. The eunuchs presented the money and departed. Though not favored, some wealth had indeed been bestowed. However, upon opening the box, Shun Weiyang discovered that it contained merely a single ingot of silver, weighing perhaps 3 taels. Your Highness, these individuals must have greedily taken the Emperor's silver. Indeed, Your Highness, we should confront them in the palace. The nearby servants expressed their indignation. Yet, Shun Weiyang remained uncertain whether this was the Emperor's deliberate humiliation or if the decree-bearing eunuchs had acted independently. Regardless, both scenarios underscored her insignificance as the crown princess and the futility of her position. What could Shun Weiyang do? Now a married woman, yet her husband was absent. Each step she took invited scrutiny, jeopardizing Li Changsheng. She declared, "We must not trouble the crown prince. We still possess some wealth sufficient for our daily needs." At this moment, within the Yuelian of Nanyuan City, Li Changsheng felt satiated and returned to his room to practice. Upon entering, he noticed a slight itch in his nose and moved to the window to let in some fresh air. Contemplating his future amidst the cityscape. The journey to Yunzhou spanned thousands of miles, a formidable undertaking that required careful consideration. He had requested Xiang Long to procure a map, yet had yet to receive it. Uncertain if the old man harbored ulterior motives, Li Changsheng resolved to prioritize enhancing his own strength, recognizing the challenges of earning money. His understanding of the world remained superficial, particularly regarding the relationships between various sacred places. At that moment, Li Changsheng felt a flurry of tasks awaiting him, filling him with a sense of purpose. Creak. Suddenly, the door of the inn was pushed open, and in walked the siblings, Li Qianga and Li Qianji. They entered and promptly locked the door behind them. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, ready to act against them, but as he summoned his qi, he realized he could exert no strength. His body swayed unsteadily. Do not struggle, Li Changsheng. You have been poisoned. For 12 hours, you will feel utterly fatigued. Originally, I reserved this exquisite poison for exquisite courtesans, but you shall have the pleasure first, Li Changsheng. Did you ever imagine this would be your fate? You can barely move, can you? The siblings exchanged taunts. Li Changsheng suddenly stumbled, collapsing into a chair. What do you want? He asked, his complexion paling as he countered. He truly lacked strength. Despite his vigilance, he had still fallen victim. However, he soon discovered that the Tianma sherry was counteracting the poison, swiftly neutralizing its effects. This was not a cure. Rather, he was able to adjust his internal energy through his techniques, gradually pushing the toxins out through his pores. For an ordinary person, their techniques would have faltered long ago, but Li Changsheng possessed the Tianma sherry. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Are you skilled in martial arts or not? You not as foolish as you appear. You do know how to hide, Li Qianga remarked, advancing towards him and searching him thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Ultimately, she retrieved a pair of Yinyang jade pendants and an unused human sovereign flag. Along with a substantial amount of silver notes, Li Qianga casually pocketed the silver notes, pressing a knife to Li Changsheng's throat, demanding, "Speak. Where do you hide your techniques?" Li Qianji intervened, pulling the knife away. "Sister, there are countless unique techniques in this world. It is not necessarily the case that they are carried on one's person. We must not kill him, lest we miss out on that mysterious technique. We should be mindful of our surroundings. We cannot attract attention from others in the INN." Li Qianga nodded. "Brother, let us take him back and interrogate him slowly. After all, given his identity, the Emperor will not seriously pursue the matter should he die. Once senior brother Chang Jian successfully inherits the crown prince's position, he will become emperor. This obstacle should not exist," Li Qianji coaxed. "Crown prince, we are of the same blood. I do not wish for fratricide. How about you reveal your cultivation techniques to us, and I shall let you go? I swear, if I do not, I shall meet my doom." Li Changsheng let out a long sigh. "Be why now," as they conversed. He had regained his strength and confidence. He scoffed. "What do you have to be so proud of? Are you not afraid I will turn the tables on you?" The siblings exchanged glances, pointing at him and bursting into laughter. Li Qianga declared triumphantly, "This is a superb secret potion produced by a sacred land, rendering one utterly powerless. Even a martial sect master cannot resist it. You? If you truly can resist, why are you so weak?" Li Qianji added, "Do not speak of martial sect masters. There is a martial arts family in Dongzhou. Last year, while wandering there, I encountered a family that displeased me. I poisoned them all. Even the martial lord could not resist. All the women in that family were at my mercy." Li Changsheng was left dumbfounded, genuinely taken aback. How could these siblings take pride in their shameful deeds? Was this truly a world where strength reigned supreme? Li Changsheng felt exhilarated, reveling in the absurdity of it all. The siblings, misinterpreting his astonished expression as fear, grew ever more arrogant. Ha ha ha, those who know how to read the situation are the true talents. If you submit to me now, perhaps you may suffer less. Ha ha ha, well said. Li Changsheng grinned, baring his teeth. Li Qianji, furious, raised his hand and slapped him across the face. You mere stable prince, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Li Changsheng struck first with a surprise attack. With a swift motion, he deflected Li Qianji's palm and, in a fluid motion, seized his throat, reversing the demonic technique with a bloodthirsty soul-searching maneuver. It was executed almost seamlessly. Li Qianji attempted to resist with his internal energy, but he could not withstand the onslaught. His vital energy was rapidly drained, leaving him a mere skeleton in no time. A remnant of his soul was then drawn out by Li Changsheng, who, having satiated his thirst for blood, radiated a crimson aura. Li Qianga was horrified. Why had the poison, which had always proven effective, failed against Li Changsheng? Brother? Li Changsheng grasped the discarded imperial banner from the ground and thrust it into Li Qianga's screaming mouth. With a sinister smile, Li Changsheng sneered, "Heh heh heh. Is this the best you can do?" Chapter 29. This time, I choose the life of a demon god. Li Qianga was caught off guard. The siblings had used this poison before, with never a failure, thus their confidence was misplaced. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. She watched her elder brother visibly wither. Resembling a desiccated corpse, she let out a terrified scream. Li Changsheng immediately raised the imperial banner and forcefully thrust it into her mouth, stifling her screams, shattering her teeth, and causing blood to spill onto the floor. Yet, being a martial artist, Li Qianga swiftly drew her twin swords, determined to fight Li Changsheng to the death. However, when her blade struck the imperial banner, it could not break through. Despite its wooden composition, it was harder than iron. Li Changsheng coldly taunted, "What happened to your earlier bravado? Go on, scream." With a powerful flick, he sent Li Qianga sprawling in a sudden turn. She drew a pill and swallowed it, instantly unleashing the aura of a mid-tier martial master, launching a surprise attack with a move called Flying Sword of Absolute Edge. Li Changsheng was momentarily startled, evading the lethal strike just in time. He stood by the window, now free and poised to escape effortlessly. Yet, influenced by the earlier bloodthirst, all he desired at this moment was revenge against the siblings. Otherwise, he would forever be pursued by the Li clan. After all, there is a saying, one can kill a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Suddenly, the barely conscious Li Qianji, with a flicker of vitality, mustered his strength to say, "Kill him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Skin him alive." To have a shred of soul drawn out, yet still retain vitality speaks to the resilience of this individual. Before Li Qianga could retaliate, Li Changsheng struck first in the blink of an eye. They exchanged dozens of blows. Li Qianga was taken aback by the speed. Despite her superior cultivation, she found herself forced to retreat at every turn. This was the disparity in martial arts skill. After 30 exchanges, Li Changsheng kicked her sword from her hand, and with a vengeful slap, he struck her chest. Thud. Li Qianga felt a tremendous shock and crashed onto the wooden bed. In that instant, Li Qianji, still not entirely dead, gritted his teeth in rage. How could they lose like this? Had he known, he would have incapacitated Li Changsheng upon meeting him, falling into the trap of past experiences. Li Changsheng leaped onto the bed, forcefully pinning her limbs down. "Dare to kill me? My father is a martial king. Even the emperor must show deference. If you dare to move again, you won't see tomorrow. My family is filled with experts. You, a disregarded prince, are no more than an ant to be crushed." Slap. But the only response was Li Changsheng's palm. As the blow landed, the world fell silent. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no turning back in this vast world. Where is there not a home? If the Li family is no longer an option, then it is simply not an option. Rather than endure such humiliation, I shall choose the path of madness, a critical juncture in life. Oh, look, your death is pivotal to my own life as well. Choice 1. Exercise caution, secretly eliminate this pair of siblings. and strive to conceal your actions to minimize the Li family's pursuit. Reward: burning with divine palm, a commendable technique. Choice 2. Compromise and seek peace. Face the strength behind the siblings, choose to forgive. Save Li Qianji, strive for reconciliation, share techniques, and secure a favorable position within the Li clan. Reward: Xian Gui garment, a suit impervious to blades and arrows. Choice 3. Transform into a demon god and exact equal vengeance. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, they must perish. Await the arrival of their father and family, and annihilate them all, showcasing the grandeur of a prodigy. Reward: Overlord's Ascendant Pill, temporarily boosts 3 major realms. Still a turtle? Li Chongqing was enraged. He had been bullied to this extent, leaving the imperial capital, indulging in beef and wine, only to be ambushed. In his mind, only choices 1 and 3 remained. You have forced my hand. Li Chongqing seized Li Qianga's mouth with his bare hands, siphoning her power. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Li Qianga struggled, but her limbs were shattered by the imperial banner. The excruciating pain brought tears to her eyes. Her vital energy was gradually drained, leaving her weaker and devoid of any capacity to resist. Suddenly, Li Qianga felt her body grow weak. Her final strength was completely sapped. Woo-woo! Li Qianga was both terrified and bewildered, her eyes filled with pleas for mercy. Without martial power, she was but a shell of her former self. Her years of effort were rendered meaningless. Though you understand fear now? Do you regret your actions? She nodded fervently, her gaze pleading. She did not wish to die. Yet, Li Chongqing scoffed, you do not regret. You simply realize your impending demise. In the next moment, Li Qianga's mind went blank, her body stiffening. She perceived the absolute murderous intent in Li Chongqing's eyes. In that instant, she comprehended the terror of Li Chongqing. He was a ruthless individual, one who left no survivors, not even granting her the chance to plead for mercy. Li Qianga wept, truly remorseful. She regretted rising to the occasion for the second prince, repeatedly provoking Li Chongqing. Had she not antagonized him, she would not have been drained of her power, nor would her family have developed an interest in the techniques possessed by Li Chongqing, leading to their secret pursuit. Now, it was indeed her time to perish. Memories of the past flashed before her like a revolving lantern. How she wished for a second chance at life. Crack! The simple sound of bones shattering marked the end of her wicked existence. Li Chongqing exhaled deeply, murmuring, from this day forth, I shall no longer exhibit the mercy of my past. In that moment, Li Chongqing killed the version of himself that once was, the one who traversed here with ideals of honor and virtue. He would adapt to the cruelty of this martial world proactively. It was a realm where one either perished or caused others to perish. Half an hour later, Li Chongqing stood at the inn's entrance as Xiang Long returned from his errands. Young master, waiting for someone? Waiting for you, Grand Tutor. I am humbled. The esteemed identity of the Crown Prince should not require waiting. Enough, let us change locations. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Move. Xiang Long furrowed his brow. He sensed a change in the Crown Prince's demeanor, now imbued with a bewitching dominance and a hint of brutality, along with an unsettling excitement. His unspoken words and actions left him unable to refuse. Had the Crown Prince encountered something fortuitous? I acquired a few bags of medicine, along with 5,000 taels in silver notes. Xiang Long twitched at the corner of his mouth. Who could possibly drop such a large sum of silver? Surely someone had provoked the Crown Prince and ended up extorted for 5,000 taels. But what did that have to do with him? Xiang Long dared not press further. After the two departed, another half an hour passed. The inn's attendant let out a scream. In the room previously occupied by Li Chongqing lay a withered corpse, and a bloodied woman with broken limbs was discovered. In a short while, Li Qianga's family arrived. All 6 of her siblings and several accomplices were present. The Li family ordered the inn to be sealed off. When Li Wei arrived and beheld the tragic state of his youngest son and daughter, fury surged within him. Who did this? With a roar, his imposing presence radiated, suffocating the younger generation. A martial king's might was truly terrifying. But how could the dead answer him? Nearby, a son named Li Bufan examined the scene and said, Father, according to the inn attendant's description, it appears to be the Crown Prince. We must avenge our sister and 6th brother, Li Chongqing. Li Wei was incredulous. Could the Crown Prince possess such formidable strength? There are remnants of medicinal powder here. It is the debilitating poison from the Holy Land. My sister and sixth brother attempted to use it against Li Changsheng. The Li family members understood. They had stumbled into a trap. This pair of siblings was overly reliant on the poisons obtained from the Holy Land. Li Bufan analyzed. Father, it seems they failed to poison Li Changsheng, which implies he has the antidote or is immune to it. Boom! Issue a manhunt order. Search the entire city. Li Wei was enraged, his aura expanding, causing the entire inn to tremble and damaging nearby structures. The news of the deaths of 2 core members of the Li family spread rapidly, shaking the entire city. What background does the Li family possess? They are royal relatives and ancient martial clans, with countless capable individuals. Who would dare offend the Li family within the Great Yu realm? Surely, one must have lost their mind. But when asked who the assailant was, the information is exceedingly scarce. All that is known is that he is a young practitioner of the demonic arts. As soon as the Li family's bounty was issued, numerous individuals responded, eager to heed the summons from the Li clan. After all, assisting them in incurring a favor from such a powerful family is indeed a lucrative proposition. Chapter 30. The Concealment of the Shaking Light's Sacred Land. Li Bufan provided a portrait of this young man, who practices demonic techniques. Inciting the ire of both gods and MEN.IT would be optimal for fellow practitioners to capture him alive. But killing him during the capture would also suffice. A citywide lockdown has been enacted, with a thorough manhunt underway. Those who capture him alive will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. And the Li family will owe them a favor, along with the choice of 1 cultivation technique from their inner library. Those who deliver his corpse will receive 1,000 taels of gold and may select any technique from the lower tier of the Li family's library. Informants will be awarded with 1,000 taels of silver, a letter of recommendation from a martial arts sect or sacred land, a weapon, and a choice of any technique from the lower tier of the Li family's library. These bounty conditions are exceptionally generous, as in the martial world, resources are often concentrated in the hands of the powerful, while ordinary people merely strive to survive. Some sought detailed information on Li Changsheng, but all they received was a response regarding an unknown demonic fanatic. The Li family intentionally concealed and fabricated Li Changsheng's background, rendering his true identity a matter of little concern. It simply became a public narrative of capturing a demonic villain to uphold justice. Li Wei sat within the city lord's residence, his expression grim. Those responding to the Li family's bounty included local martial families, travelers in the martial arts community, and disciples from the Shaking Light Sacred Land. With so many participants, it would be nearly impossible for Li Changsheng to evade capture. Cheng Shuang furrowed her brow upon seeing the portrait. Was this not Zhao Changsheng, who had just arrived in the city today? No wonder he had suddenly boarded my ship, claiming it was a fleeting impulse. In reality, he was evading the Li family's pursuit. Yet how could he be so audacious as to attack a member of the Li family? The Li clan is a prominent family in the Eastern Wilderness, and they produced the Eastern Wilderness's first war god, Li Yuan. Beside her, her niece, Qing Ying, gazed at Li Changsheng's likeness with concern. After all, it was Li Changsheng who had a conflict with the Li family, not her. Why should she involve herself in their affairs? Who could ascertain whether it was the Li family at fault or the young Master Changsheng? Such matters of public morality are rarely upheld, only surfacing during significant moral dilemmas. Shielding the powerful and venerating strength is the norm. Aunt? Cheng Shuang shook her head, signaling her maid to remain silent and feign ignorance. Li Wei, consumed by rage, sought vengeance for his kin. In an instant, the atmosphere in Nanyuan City shifted dramatically. As night quietly descended, amidst the flickering lights, the citizens of Nanyuan were abuzz with discussions about the audacity of someone who would dare lay hands on a member of the Li clan. Relying on powerful connections, the local officials had become mere lackeys of the Li family, entering homes at will, while any large gatherings were subject to scrutiny. Li Bufan was leading several constables on a thorough search. House by house, today, he had lost his brother and sister, and naturally, his heart boiled with rage. Yet, upon reflecting that a person returning from a savage tribe, powerless and subject to bullying, could cultivate demonic techniques and slay those at the pinnacle of martial mastery, he was filled with fervor. In just a few days, the ability to seize another's power and make it one's own was not only tempting but astonishingly effortless, with no adverse effects. Such supreme techniques were known to only a select few. Thus, his entire family had sealed off the news, deceiving one another, vowing to acquire Li Changsheng's unparalleled techniques. With a creak, He pushed open the door to a rogue's hideout. This was a small settlement of a dozen households, where wooden houses were rented out to wandering martial artists. Someone had reported that a demonic fanatic was hiding here. Was it you who reported this? It was I, a mere rice merchant from the vicinity. Very well, lead the way. But, sir, what about the promised reward? I wouldn't be left out of the bounty, would I? You only get your reward upon capturing him. If you fail, you would have angered a formidable demonic figure. The risk is too great. I demand a portion of the reward up front. What demonic figure? Merely a small fry. Sir, do not jest. The city is in an uproar, and it is under lockdown. Can he truly be just a small fry? Li Bufan, incensed, cursed the greedy commoner. However, with only a dozen households, if they failed to find the right one, they would alert their quarry and achieve nothing. He produced 500 taels, saying, "Consider this a deposit. If it truly is that demonic figure, I will pay you the remainder. If not, you must return it." The rice merchant accepted the money and pointed toward one of the small houses. Li Bufan immediately ordered his subordinates to surround it. Just as he prepared to enter, the door suddenly swung open, and Li Changsheng swaggered out. "Who is this? Bringing me money and weapons? Li Changsheng, you? Li Changsheng's ostentatious demeanor alerted Li Bufan to the impending doom. He turned to see that his constables had been incapacitated by a group of martial artists and their weapons taken. These were all servants hired by Li Changsheng in the imperial capital. Li Bufan quickly took out a pouch of antidote and consumed it. "You didn't think I would fall for your poison, did you? I anticipated you would steal Li Qingji's poison. I always keep an antidote on hand." Boom! Suddenly, a trap beneath Li Bufan's feet opened up, and he plummeted downwards. He immediately employed martial skills to scale the walls of the pit, but upon touching the muddy walls, he found them coated in oil. Slipping, he twisted his fingers painfully and fell heavily to the ground, landing in a pit that was 5 meters deep. Boom! In the next moment, a large stone, prepped in advance, was hoisted up by several of his subordinates and dropped down. The pointed end was laced with poison. A pained groan emanated from Li Bufan below. Subsequently, the group began pouring boiling water into the pit. Initially, the sounds of martial experts striking the stone could be heard. But soon they fell silent. Clearly, Li Bufan would not realize that the stone was smeared with other toxins. Even if he were aware, he would lack the composure to respond, regardless of his efforts to suppress the poison with his techniques. But how could he contend with the onslaught of boiling water? After a stick of incense, the servants cleared the scene. As if Li Bufan and his men had never been there, Li Changsheng collected the wealth confiscated from these individuals, as he believed it best to retain control over the finances himself. "Your Highness, the carrier pigeon from the capital has arrived." At this moment, the leader of the servant army, Kong Ding, approached with a birdcage in hand. "This pigeon belongs to the Shen family. Shen Weiyang said we could use it to communicate." Li Changsheng took the letter and glanced at it. Filled with idle sentiments of longing, he chuckled. He did not believe Shen Weiyang would genuinely fall for him. It was merely a matter of political marriage. However, it would be interesting to observe her capabilities. Li Changsheng wrote of his being pursued by the Li family, curious to see how the emperor would react. He had no expectations, as he had already severed ties. Yet, he would relish the opportunity to constrain Li Wei and expose the hypocrisy of Empress Yu. Releasing the carrier pigeon, Li Changsheng surveyed his entourage of servants and declared, "This venture has been successful. Let us continue with the next. Who was the hunter, and who was the prey?" It is difficult to discern. Li Changsheng's chosen path is to eliminate Li Qianga and his siblings, luring their family to him, only to annihilate them all. This is a bloody road. After disposing of Li Bufan, he received his reward, a bottle of Overlord's Ascending Pill containing 3 pills. This meant he had 3 opportunities to masquerade as the weak, and he still possessed the life-saving blood demon, granting him the capital to gamble, no, to engage in strategic maneuvering. Chapter 31. How will Emperor Yu explain this? In the capital, a pigeon arrived at Shen Weiyang's new residence. "Your Highness, a letter from the Crown Prince has arrived. Quickly, let me see it." Shen Weiyang took the letter from the carrier pigeon and, upon reading it, her expression changed drastically. In Nanyuan City, not far from the capital, the entire Li family was secretly pursuing Li Changsheng. Was this the command of the second prince? But the second prince had traveled to the first sacred land 3 days prior and was not in the capital. The emperor? Otherwise, how could Li Changsheng, as a scion of the Li family, be hunted by his own kin. Shen Weiyang felt both fear and anxiety. This was a struggle for imperial power, a matter of life and death, devoid of any sentiment. Although Li Chongqing did not ask her to do anything in his letter, nor was it a plea for help, merely a recounting of his recent experiences, could she remain idle while her husband faced danger? If the emperor and empress were indifferent to the crown prince's plight, then she would seek out the Grand Emperor. An idea struck Shen Weiyang. She thought of the Grand Emperor Li Chuanguang. The most formidable swordsman of the Li family in this era was a figure of equal standing to the sword saint of the first sacred land. He resided in the capital, hidden in a humble abode behind the temple on Daming Mountain. Such knowledge is not common, but she, as the daughter of the Duke of the State, whose grandfather was a general of the Yu dynasty and a former subordinate of the Grand Emperor, had visited as a child. Now, as the crown princess, she would not be obstructed in her visit. Bring the carriage, we are heading to Daming Mountain, the Yu dynasty's palace. After the court session, Li Yuan felt dispirited. His eldest son had departed, his wife had scolded him before leaving, and now his second son followed suit. I am not wrong. Li Yuan remained steadfast in his belief that he was in the right. He acted for the sake of the brilliant populace, for the greater good of Daiyu. Even though Li Chongqing had served as a hostage in the Yu dynasty for 20 years and had achieved merit, he still adhered to the principles of loyalty and filial piety. What was wrong with enduring a little hardship? Such is the folly of compassion. Li Yuan took a swig of strong liquor. Dismissing Zhao Xuanji's words as utterly nonsensical, he was a father. Without him, how could that ungrateful son even exist? What right did that rebellious child have to oppose him, his own father? Were you not also quick to forget the crown prince? What sudden enlightenment do you claim to have? It's all an act, your majesty. Suddenly, the chief steward of the palace, Eunuch Sui, approached, stating, the crown princess has unexpectedly headed to Daming Mountain, seemingly in search of the retired emperor. The crown princess? Ah, that girl from the Shen family. Li Yuan recalled the Duke of Dinggua's residence, renowned for its loyalty and righteousness, and felt a flicker of leniency. How could she go to bother the retired emperor without first paying her respects to me? No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword aura surged into the sky from behind Daming Mountain, a glimmer of glazed sword light shooting up to the heavens. The powerful entities from various factions, sects, and sacred lands trembled at its presence. Has the sword sage also emerged from seclusion? What on earth is happening in Daiyu? Who has compelled both the sword sage and the blade sage to emerge simultaneously? A sword light radiates coldly across the 9 provinces, with sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. Even that old monster from the Li family has come out of seclusion. It seems the world is on the brink of turmoil once again. Quick, let us inform our ancestors. Li Yuan, still lost in his own sorrow within the palace, was taken aback. Not long ago, the blade sage had emerged, and now his own father was also coming out? Curiosity piqued, he called out, rebellious son, come here. A thunderous voice, imbued with the might of a sword, reverberated through the air. A powerful warrior, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, delivered the message. This transmission of sword intent could pierce the very hearts of men, sending a shiver down Li Yuan's spine. Subsequently, Li Yuan leaped into the air, soaring on his sword, and in an instant, he arrived at the grass hut behind the temple on Daming Mountain. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he found that Shen Weiyang had not yet arrived. Present were Zhao Xuanji and his father-in-law, Zhao Shengtai. Li Yuan observed that the expressions of the three were unkind, as if they had just engaged in a heated argument, and remarked, Queen, you have returned. Zhao Xuanji let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Zhao Shengtai expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Yuan, you have deceived us old folks terribly. Why have you concealed the existence of your eldest son all these years? Are you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan realized they had come regarding the matter of Li Chongqing. Having already sent away that son, why was there still so much trouble? He replied, Blade Sage, I was merely concerned about disturbing your seclusion. Besides, the crown prince is doing well and is not in any danger. Li Chuanguang shouted angrily, and you did not inform even me, the retired emperor, a mere barbarian. How dare they take your own son as a hostage? What were you thinking? Does it befit your name as a god of war? Li Yuan retorted, Father, back when you were injured by the barbarian demon and secluded yourself for 10 years to recuperate, how could I disturb you? Rebellious son. How dare you talk back? Li Chuanguang suddenly erupted with fury, causing Li Yuan to stagger back 3 steps. Abruptly, his father-in-law, the Blade Sage, also exerted pressure, unleashing his sword intent, making it difficult for the Yu Emperor to move, his feet sinking into the earth. He spoke in a deep voice. Father, I have not wronged the crown prince. I have neither stripped him of his title nor denied him his wishes to seek military merit at the frontier. Where have I gone astray? Still talking back? Li Chuanguang scolded. You refuse to part with even a single soldier, yet you send a son who has suffered for 20 years to the borders to seek military merit? Whom do you think you are fooling? Li Yuan, how could I have raised such a rebellious son? That is my eldest grandson. Had you informed me sooner, I would have rushed to that barbarian tribe and rescued my precious grandson. Zhao Xuanji interjected. Li Yuan, where is Chongqing now? I shall go fetch him. Li Yuan fell silent. The crown prince had slipped out of the city discreetly, and he truly did not know where he had gone. He had not even sent anyone to look for him, as he could hardly be bothered with such a rebellious child. He wouldn't spare a glance if he were to perish outside. He muttered, in any case, he has not yet arrived in Yunzhou. Suddenly, along the secluded path of the grass hut in the mountains, a beautiful young woman appeared. It was Shen Weiyang, accompanied by several maidservants and a sword servant. The sword servant bowed and said, Sword Master, a woman claiming to be the crown princess seeks an audience. Li Chuanguang was taken aback, exclaiming, My eldest grandson is married? How is it that I was not invited to celebrate this joyous occasion? The Blade Sage, Zhao Xingtide, grumbled, Am I to enjoy this occasion? What is this son of yours up to? Li Yuan felt utterly humiliated by their reproaches. Despite his authoritative presence among the officials, he had to tread carefully before his 2 fathers. Shen Weiyang knelt upon meeting them, pleading, I implore the retired emperor to save the crown prince. For the sake of our blood ties, spare his life. Please do not send the Li clan after him. Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. Fratricide among kin? Then they all turned to you, Emperor Li Yuan. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He swore he had not sent anyone from the Li clan to hunt down his own son. Kneel, boom! The Blade Sage and the Sword Sage unleashed their might simultaneously. Though both were at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, this time, the 2 fathers were truly enraged. Li Yuan, facing both, was unable to withstand their combined fury. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Zhao Xuanji, enraged, shed pearls of anger, striking him across the face. Li Yuan, your heart is truly ruthless. Indeed, for the sake of power, you are willing to go to any lengths. Even to kill Chongqing. He is the flesh of my flesh, born after 10 months of labor. Li Yuan felt utterly wronged. I have not. Crown Princess, why do you slander me? I swear by the heavens that I did not send anyone to hunt down the crown prince. Shen Weiyang produced a letter from Li Chongqing, stating, The crown prince is headed to Yunzhou, but he has also communicated with me via carrier pigeon. This is a recent incident he encountered in Nanyuan City. Zhao Xuanji took the letter and, upon reading it, was shocked. It's the Li Qinghe family. Could it be Chengjian? Li Yuan. Where is Li Chengjian? Li Yuan explained, after you left in anger that day. Chengjian said he would pursue you back. Did you not encounter him upon your return from the sacred land? Zhao Xuanji felt as though the world were spinning. It must be that Chengjian, in his quest for the crown prince's position, has allied with the Li clan to hunt down Chongqing. They are turning against each other. Why must it be this way? You are all dear to me. The room fell silent. This reasoning seemed plausible. Although throughout history there had been instances of fratricide, such actions defied morality and would be forever etched in the annals of disgrace. Asked the elder of the family. One could not tolerate such deeds. Zhao Xingtide snorted coldly. Li Yuan, I have looked down on you for a long time, seeing your lack of responsibility. Now, in your lust for power, you have truly failed as a father. If my 2 grandsons were to turn against each other and either were to suffer any harm, I will hold you accountable. Having said that, Zhao Xingtide soared into the air, racing towards Nanyuan City. He feared that if he arrived too late, he might lose his eldest grandson. Chapter 32. I haven't even exerted myself. Why are you all kneeling? My lord, I have discovered the whereabouts of that demonic cultist. Where? Please follow me. On a moonless night, within Nanyuan City, a man dressed as a martial artist cautiously approached the Li clan's members. Suddenly, Li Wei reached out and seized the man's throat, angrily demanding, "You won't deceive me. Speak, are these traps and schemes to murder part of your doing?" The martial artist, trembling with fear, stammered, "My lord, I do not know. I am merely a martial artist. How could I dare act recklessly?" Li Wei, furious, threw the man aside. He had long ceased to care about any bounties or messages. Once the bounty was issued, reports flooded in. False reports were one thing. At worst, he would just make a wasted trip. But the traps were everywhere, and every group he sent out returned with casualties. Nanyuan City was vast, and with night having fallen, so many had already perished, the subsequent search would be even more difficult. The key was that these rogues had stripped everyone of their weapons, money, and valuables. It was nothing short of plundering. This was the very style of the crown prince, which made the martial families hesitant to trust any reports. As Li Wei gazed at yet another fallen comrade, his fury reached its zenith. He no longer cared about familial ties, royal bloodlines, or supreme techniques. All he desired was vengeance for his children. This was the last vestige of dignity as a father. Yet, as anger surged within him, he regained his composure and thought, "Once I have gathered enough, there will be no place left for them to flee. The next step should be to leave Nanyuan City." Li Wei summoned the city lord and commanded him to open the city gates as usual the following day, while releasing false news to confuse the public. After all, the crown prince's entourage was too easy to identify. Even if they split up to escape the city, they would ultimately head in the same direction, at which point an ambush could be executed, in a certain dilapidated farmhouse within the city. Li Chongqing was counting the silver notes obtained from the slain pursuers. There was truly no faster way to earn money than through thievery and murder. Of course, it was these men who had struck first. Li Chongqing was merely retaliating in self-defense. Kong Ding rushed over, saying, "Your Highness, the city lord's residents and members of the Li family have ceased their search and have issued proclamations to calm the populace. Tomorrow morning, the city gates will open as normal." Li Chongqing's lips curled into a smirk. This was the only feasible solution for Li Wei, who found himself in a predicament. The bustling population of Nanyuan City made it difficult for him to remain hidden. Prolonging the situation would inevitably attract unwanted attention. It would be far more prudent to let him escape and then pursue him. However, Li Chongqing was not the type to sit idly by. He would never allow anyone who knew of his supreme demonic arts to live. He selected 5 of his most formidable servants and commanded, "Follow me. We shall strike." Without hesitation, the 6-man team made their way directly to the city lord's mansion, where the Li clan was temporarily residing. Upon arrival at the entrance, the guard shouted, "Who are you?" With a swift motion, Li Chongqing sent one guard flying with a resounding slap, then with a powerful kick. He shattered the mansion's grand doors. The occupants inside were taken aback. Who would dare to kick down the city lord's door? Were they seeking death? Li Chongqing proclaimed loudly, "I am of the Li family, and I have severed all ties with you. Will you not let me pass?" Suddenly, 2 swords shot out from the side, aimed directly at Li Chongqing's vital points. Clearly, the defenders of the city lord's mansion were quick to act, opting for a direct approach to subdue him. Yet, having recently consumed 3 Bawang Qingtian pills, Li Chongqing had already taken one before entering, resulting in a dramatic surge in his cultivation, bringing him perilously close to the initial stages of the martial monarch realm. The 2 swords swiftly struck at his heart and throat, but with his true energy shielding him, they could not penetrate. What is this? The 2 assailants, clad in the garb of the Li clan, were at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, formidable warriors in any context. Yet, their full-force strike felt like hitting an iron plate. Li Chongqing smirked, evading their attacks with ghostly speed, and with 2 swift strikes, he pierced through the backs of the 2 Li clan members, killing them instantly. Kong Ding and the others rushed forward, seizing their swords, searching for silver notes, and checking for gold teeth with practiced efficiency. Just then, Li Wei emerged, his lips twitching in disbelief. What barbaric behavior is this? Truly, this is the conduct of a child raised in a barbarian tribe. Li Wei leaped into action, his sword slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, transforming his form into a flickering butterfly of thunder, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a raging tempest. He was at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. While Li Chongqing was merely a martial master, coming here would surely lead to his demise. However, amidst his fury, Li Wei's mind raced. Something was amiss. Why would Li Chongqing come to court death? Surely, he must have a hidden card up his sleeve. But what could it be? It could not possibly surpass his own strength unless he possessed legendary pills like the Bawang Qingtian or the 9-turn Ascension pills, which could elevate one's cultivation by 3 great realms in a short span. Yet, such pills were exceedingly rare, their recipes lost to the ages, and he was just a barbarian prince. How could he have them? Li Wei concluded that Li Chongqing must have enlisted the help of a rogue master from the common folk, lying in wait to ambush him. Thus, he opted for a mid-range assault. Preserving an escape route with a whoosh, the sword energy, imbued with crackling thunder, surged towards Li Chongqing and his companions. At that moment, Li Chongqing's body, invigorated by the pill, radiated heat and power. Demanding release, he met the oncoming tempest with a seemingly mundane punch. What? The experts within the City Lord's mansion stood dumbfounded as they witnessed this ordinary punch shatter the renowned sword energy of the Li family's thunder sword art, which had been said to be indomitable. Furthermore, Li Chongqing's fist transformed into a colossal force, rebounding back towards Li Wei. Boom. The punch struck Li Wei, who was 5 steps away. He had been on guard against a stealthy attack and had no time to react. As he watched the overwhelming fist approach, imbued with supreme power, it shattered his protective barrier, causing his vital channels to rupture. Blood gushed from Li Wei's 7 orifices as he fell to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. Staring wide-eyed, he stammered, You have concealed yourself well. In his final moments, he let out a roar of unwillingness, martial monarch realm, and with that, he bowed his head in death. My son! Suddenly, an elderly figure with white hair soared out from outside the mansion. It was Li Qiangu, an important member of the Li clan and the father of Li Wei. Appearing at the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm, my child. He had just arrived, having sensed an unexpected disturbance in the capital, realizing that the Sword Saint Zhao Shengqiao was seeking his grandson. The Sword Saint had always looked down upon the Li clan and would not show mercy to any of their kin. Fearing for his descendants, he rushed over, only to find his beloved son slain by the prince. How could he not be engulfed in grief? Li Chongqing sensed the formidable aura of the elder before him, a force he could not contend with. His own power was a temporary boost from the pills, lasting only as long as a single incense stick. Meanwhile, this elder had genuinely cultivated to the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm. Withdraw. Seizing the moment of the elder's sorrow, Li Chongqing altered his plan and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He dashed towards the 3 sons of Li Wei, who had been spectating the chaos, their expressions frozen in shock as they processed their father's death. Li Chongqing paused, ascending the 3-story building with the swiftness of teleportation, appearing behind the 3 young men. Upon witnessing this, Li Qian was filled with both shock and fury, shouting, Li Chongqing, you impudent wretch! How dare you? I will tear you limb from limb. Li Chongqing sneered, when you sought to kill me, did you not dare to act? With a flurry of slaps, he sent Li Qian's 3 grandsons tumbling from the balcony. No. Li Qian howled in anguish as he watched his 3 grandchildren drop lifelessly to the ground. The blow struck him hard, causing his true energy to spiral out of control, shaking the City Lord's mansion to its very foundations, crumbling walls and collapsing structures, unleashing a tremendous wave of force that laid the mansion to waste. Yet, Li Chongqing stood firm against this onslaught of energy, unyielding. Old fool, a killer invites death upon himself. Do you not understand this principle? You impudent child, I will kill you. Chapter 33. 1,000 Miles of Flight. The demonic valley Nanyuan City, shattered by the chaotic wrath of Li Qian, who had just lost his entire lineage in one night, ignited a conflagration that engulfed the surroundings. Panic gripped the populace as flames soared high into the sky. Amidst the rubble of the City Lord's mansion, the Lord himself struggled to emerge from the debris. Had it not been for his martial king's strength, he would not have survived the recent shockwave. Yet, as he gazed upon the elderly figure and the young man before him, horror washed over him. Was the so-called demonic fanatic truly of the Li surname? Wasn't this merely an internal affair of the Li clan? They had all been deceived by Li Wei, used as pawns in his game. Li Qian spoke in a grave tone. Your aura is unstable. You lack the spiritual energy of the martial monarch realm. You have temporarily enhanced your strength through the consumption of special pills, but you cannot maintain this for long. Li Chongqing replied. Your eyesight is commendable. The pill I consumed is indeed the Bawang Qingtian. It suffices to eliminate your kin. You shall pay for this. Shouldn't you be the one to pay? You are the one who deserves death. Li Qin's hands shifted into claw-like forms as he channeled his energy, his hair and beard billowing in the wind. The air around him crackled with energy, forming tendrils of lightning that seemed to herald the arrival of a thunder god, instilling terror in all. This was the Li clan's ancestral technique, its power formidable. Li Chongqing surged forward, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Boom! The earth trembled as the point of impact between them split the ground beneath them. A massive shockwave radiated outward, scattering electricity, while the surrounding flames were abruptly extinguished by the force of the blast. After their initial clash, Li Chongqing realized the true might of someone who had genuinely reached the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm. Although he himself remained unscathed, his vitality plummeted rapidly. Suddenly, Li Chongqing flung his other hand, releasing a cloud of lime dust. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Li Qin's eyes were filled with the dust, forcing him to squint. Just as he began to channel his energy to clear his vision, Li Chongqing seized the opportunity to strike, landing a punch directly on Li Qin's chest. Puff! Li Qin coughed up blood, but withstood the blow thanks to his formidable physique. He attempted to grasp Li Chongqing, but his hand met only air as Li Chongqing retreated after landing his attack. He thought to himself, the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm is indeed powerful. You think you can escape? Li Qin's eyes snapped open as he used his energy to disperse the lime dust in his eyes, immediately pursuing Li Chongqing's position. Li Chongqing could not afford to linger. The effects of the pill were fleeting, and the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm was not just formidable in terms of cultivation, but in all aspects of power. Since he could not kill his opponent with a surprise attack, retreat was his only option. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Thus began a perilous contest of life and death. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground at Li Chongqing's feet. Fortunately, he was agile enough to evade the strike, using the surrounding buildings to shield himself as he fled. In an instant, the two had exited Nanyuan City, with one path leading towards Yunzhou and the other towards a great mountainous canyon. The route to Yunzhou was straightforward, making it all too easy for pursuers to catch up. However, the canyon to the right was a chasm split by a sword during the legendary battles between righteous and demonic forces, filled with miasma and treacherous terrain. Impudent child, prepare to meet your demise. Behind him, Li Qian soared through the skies on his sword, thunder rumbling ominously, leaving scorched earth in his wake. Yet, with the consumption of the second Bawang Qingtian Dan, Li Chongqing moved with the swiftness of a meteor. Their speed surpassed that of the majestic eagles soaring above by tenfold. Despite his lower cultivation level, Li Chongqing was able to outpace Li Qin. Thanks to the foundational techniques of the Tai Suimo, Shinjeyu Li Chun, increasingly speechless in his pursuit, pondered his identity. He was one of the prodigies of the Li clan, having begun martial training at the tender age of 3, achieving fame in Diyu by 18, enduring countless hardships by 50, and retiring at 90 after raising a family. Now, at 150 years old, he stood at the pinnacle of the Wu Jun realm, just a step away from the formidable Wu Huang realm of the eastern wilderness. Yet, he found himself unable to catch up with a mere martial master. Should word of this spread, he would become the subject of ridicule. Damn it! Why didn't this life choice system warn me of the numerous trials ahead? Others ascend to immortality or fall into darkness with a mere thought, but here I am, a complete stray dog. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing ahead was cursing as he at long last. After consuming the third Bawang Qingtian Dan, he reached the entrance of the Great Canyon. Upon glancing back, he saw Li Chun far behind. He quickly dove into the canyon, disappearing from sight. When Li Chun finally arrived at the same spot, he furrowed his brow. This place was known as the Imo Dao de Xiagu, a chasm carved by the sword of the demon lord in days of yore, where countless souls had perished, their essence trapped within the lingering sword intent that could not dissipate. Years of adventurers perishing here had caused the accumulation of wraiths, turning this place into a realm of unspeakable danger. How many Bawang Qingtian Dan does this kid possess? And his movement techniques, how extraordinary! Where on earth did he learn them? Could it be that he has obtained the legacy and elixirs of some great master? The Zhanyin Dan, the Bawang Qingtian Dan, along with his mysterious skills, truly, he must have stumbled upon immense fortune. But as he continued to curse, A glint of avarice shone in Li Chan's eyes. Perhaps if he could uncover Li Changxing's secrets, he might surpass the Sword Saint and become the strongest within the Li clan. With bloodlust surging, Li Chun gazed into the forested mountains, commanding in a harsh voice, "Li Changsheng, your sins are grievous, practicing dark arts. Do not think you can escape into the woods and elude death. You cannot escape your demise if you surrender and hand over all you have obtained. I, out of kinship, will accept you as my disciple, aiding you in securing the throne of prince, and together we shall dominate the world. Go hell with you. You old fool, I am right here in the mountains. If I see you again, I shall take your life," Li Changxing retorted angrily, swiftly changing his position. However, as he continued on, he noticed that despite it being dawn, no sunlight penetrated the forest, which was eerily silent. Looking up, he observed that the trees' bases were withered and desiccated, while above, an unearthly verdancy flourished, thick and impenetrable. Below, however, lay an expanse of white bones, devoid of even the smallest creatures. Kicking aside a stone revealed a multitude of venomous insects like centipedes, scorpions, and corpse worms scurrying away. "What kind of cursed place is this?" Li Changxing muttered, pressing onward. The effects of the Ba Wang Qing Tiandan would last for about half a stick of incense. Hearing the gentle sound of a stream, he thought that following the river would lead him safely to the next village. Yet, as he walked, he found himself at the edge of a vast chasm. Hiss, what a marvel! The canyon spanned dozens of meters, with a bottomless abyss of darkness below. It stretched endlessly to the left and right, a miraculous testament to the power of a single sword strike in the martial world. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a low growl from behind startled Li Changsheng. Turning, he beheld a golden hunting dog adorned with martial runes, accompanied by the seemingly righteous sword cultivator, Li Chen. With a swift motion, he enveloped the golden dog in a bag, transforming it into a charming little doll. "Humph, I have roamed the world for years, mastering numerous secret techniques. While I may not be able to catch you, I can certainly ensnare you. Do you think entering the Mo Dao de Xiagu will allow you to escape my grasp?" "Ridiculous, ha ha Li Changxing. You are out of options, damn. Why previous offer still stands. Become my disciple and relinquish all your techniques and elixirs, and I will ensure your position as prince remains secure, aiding you in your future ascension as emperor." Li Changxing took a step back, his expression graved. Li Chun, exuding confidence, said, "Thinking of jumping? I advise you to abandon that thought. Below lies the realm of lost souls, where countless spirits are trapped and vengeful spirits abound. Even I would not dare to tread lightly there." "What did you say?" "The atmosphere is filled with demonic energy. Countless vengeful spirits," Li Changxing replied. "Indeed, yielding to me is your last chance at survival." Chapter 34. The Shock of the Emperor of Yu. How could the prince possibly master martial arts? In Nanyuan City, Zhao Xuanji and Zhao Xingqiao arrived upon hearing the news. However, they were ultimately a step too late. Li Changxing had already escaped beyond the city walls. The father and daughter surveyed the ruins surrounding the city lord's mansion, which had been devastated. Zhao Xingqiao, filled with anxiety, while Zhao Xuanji remained somewhat composed. The princess consort mentioned that the prince was here. "Let us inquire at the city lord's mansion for information." The duo approached the city lord's mansion to gather news. The charming maid, Jin Xin, led the besieged city lord of Nanyuan through the rubble to them. Zhao Xuanji inquired, "What transpired?" "Honored to meet Her Majesty the Empress and the Sword Saint." The city lord of Nanyuan, his expression weary, recounted the events in detail. "The madman of the demonic path mentioned by Li Chun is named Li Changsheng. Are you certain? Do we have a portrait?" In reply to Her Majesty, the distance was great, and the light was dim. "I could not see his features clearly, however. I have seen the portrait album. Though the Li clan has not circulated it, I can affirm that the name Li Chun shouted in his rage was indeed Li Changsheng. This is to show you the image, but not to let you take it, so as not to leave behind evidence." Zhao Xingqiao snorted coldly. "Li Wei and his son are all dead. How could the prince, who lacks understanding of martial arts, have achieved such a feat?" Zhao Xuanji replied, "Father, according to the city lord of Nanyuan, it was a special elixir that forcibly raised his cultivation." Zhao Xingqiao laughed heartily. "My grandson is indeed clever. Li Wei and his son deserve death for their transgressions. Daughter, we should not linger here. Let us hasten to find Changsheng." When the news reached the imperial capital, Emperor Yu was filled with incredulity. All 6 of Li Wei's family members are dead. But they were at the Wu Wang realm. Li Qian is pursuing the prince. How could a peak Wu Jun fail against them? No, the prince knows nothing of martial arts, his vitality nearly extinguished, his bones weak and frail. This was what he had assessed when the prince returned, having checked his veins and bones, which had been rendered useless by the barbarian. Essentially, he was a cripple. How long had it been? Could the prince truly slay a Wu Jun? Smack? Emperor Yu threw down the official report, fuming. How could the prince, who knows nothing of martial arts, possibly kill? Are you all aware of the crime of deceiving the emperor? Beside him, the Grand Emperor scoffed. It seems the prince has not confided in you, the emperor. The prince harbors no trust in you. His father, upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression darkened. Did the prince have some hidden fortune, refusing to disclose it? Was that his source of confidence? Li Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Li Changsheng. How could he deceive his own father? Was he deliberately plotting rebellion? Li Chuanxiang added, was it you who instructed Li Qin and his son to secretly hunt the prince? Or was it the second prince's directive? Li Yuan's complexion turned pale. I had no part in this. He was on the verge of collapse. Why did the prince, upon leaving the imperial city, bring him so much trouble? He wished he had no such son. Father, I did not. Inside the imperial palace, call the Grand Emperor to me. Li Yuan fell silent. Was this a matter worth disputing? In reply to the Grand Emperor, I truly did not, and I believed his condition would lead to him contracting a chill on the way to Yunzhou, resulting in his demise. Hemph, you are hoping for the prince to die, aren't you? I believe he will return to plead with me at that time. If it is not you, then it must be Li Changjian. That lad has secretly left the palace and vanished without a trace. He may be manipulating the clan members against each other. How did you raise your descendants? I am truly burdened with state affairs. The Empress has been responsible for this matter. Truly, one thing brings down another. Emperor Yu, facing his own father, dared not utter a word. Grandfather Sword Immortal, my father is not at fault. Suddenly, Li Yuan'er rushed into the study, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she shielded her father. That prince, he spied on me while I bathed, filthy and unrefined, lacking etiquette, only concerned with wealth, utterly vulgar. Is it wrong for my father to allow him to pursue his interests? The sword saint was taken aback. He spied on you while bathing. Li Yuan'er's gaze flickered. This was indeed a baseless accusation. But now that the words had escaped her lips, there was no turning back. With a stiff resolve, she continued, yes, my father punished him by making him kneel for the duration of a meal, and yet he dares to rebel against you, father and mother, even seeking to sever ties. What kind of reasoning is this? Is there a son in the world who disobeys his parents? Smack! Li Chuanxiang slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground, stunned. Her grandfather, the sword saint, had never scolded her, let alone struck her. Yet now, for that barbaric prince, he had struck her? Li Chuangang furiously exclaimed. Your mother has told me that simply because you dislike him, you conspired with the second prince, Li Changjian, to harm him. Not only that, but you also commanded the eunuchs to humiliate him and forced him to reside in the stables. Do you think I have become senile? Li Yuan'er's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her eyes began to shimmer with tears. Yet, she felt no remorse for her actions. Rather, she believed that Li Changxing's return had disrupted the peace of her family, and now even her beloved sword immortal grandfather had struck her. The fault, in her eyes, lay not with her, but with Li Changsheng. Entering a rebellious phase, she cried and retorted, he should never have returned. He should never have existed. Grandfather is biased, and so are you. With that, she wept and ran out. Li Chuangang huffed in anger. You see, I warned you not to marry Zhao Shengchao's daughter. You clearly do not understand how to raise children, resulting in a child who cannot discern right from wrong. I should have insisted you take a concubine, to bear and nurture more children, bestowing blessings upon us, but you obstinately refused. You are driving me to my grave, Li Yuan responded. Changjian is remarkably talented. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. It is not necessarily true that Changjian was involved. It could merely be an act of reckless revenge by Li Wei and his son. The mere thought of Li Changjian prompted Li Chuangang to instinctively choose to believe it. After all, that grandson had grown up before his eyes, displaying humility and courtesy, and a commendable sense of chivalry. Given time, he could achieve greatness. Regardless, the priority was to bring back the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince must not fall into the hands of the first sacred place. After stating this, Li Chuangang took to the skies on his sword, whooshing away like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. This moment, in the East Palace, the second imperial concubine had been feeling lethargic and lacking appetite in recent days. She calculated the days and realized that her period had not arrived on time, but a delay of a few days was not unusual. However, after that fateful night, she felt a sense of dread and panic. Now, with news of Li Changxing being pursued by the Li clan, if he were to perish, this secret would remain forever buried. In this regard, Consort Su inexplicably hoped for Li Changxing's survival. After all, that infuriating crown prince still expected her to act as a servant. Was she inherently destined to play the role of a maid? Her mind was in turmoil, leaving her unsure of how to confront the situation. Suddenly, a palace maid approached and said, "Your Highness, the crown princess requests an audience." "Let her in." Shortly thereafter, Shen Weiyang arrived. Sister Su, Weiyang. They were familiar acquaintances, now turned sisters-in-law. It was indeed a curious twist of fate. "Sister Su, please help me. Assist the crown prince." Weiyang, how can a mere woman like me help? I beseech you to persuade His Highness, the second prince, to spare the crown prince. Consort Su fell silent, realizing that the second prince could leave at any moment, and she had no means to contact him. Furthermore, their marital relationship was merely a faade. In reality, Li Chengjian had never regarded her as a person. Consort Su replied, "You may inform the crown prince that the retired emperor is protecting him. The Sword Saint and the Empress also wish to bring him back, so there is no need for excessive concern." Upon hearing this, Shen Weiyang was overjoyed, realizing that her efforts had borne some fruit. "Thank you, Your Highness." She even bowed to Consort Su, who was of a lower status. Consort Su hastily stepped forward to support her. She could not bear such a grand gesture. However, just as she extended her hand, Consort Su suddenly felt an urge to vomit. Yet, despite the nausea, nothing came out. Onlookers were left astonished. Chapter 35. A Life Resurrected, New Choices in Life at the Edge of the Demon Path Grand Canyon. Li Changxing stretched out his arms and fell backward into the abyss, a clear indication of his refusal to submit. However, as he closed his eyes and slowly tilted back, Li Chen perceived nothing but flaws in his actions. Naive, with a swift motion, Li Chen reached out, a formidable force pulling Li Changxing back, gripping his throat. "Ha ha ha, fool! Do you think I would merely watch you perish?" Yet, as he tightened his grip on Li Changxing, he sensed something amiss. This person felt oddly limp. Suddenly, blood began to seep from Li Changxing's skin, as if he were on the verge of decay. "Blood demon?" Li Chen gasped in shocked. It was said that there existed a blood demon emperor who practiced supreme demonic arts, refining blood demons from mystic soil and essence to create lifelike avatars. This ancient and long-lost technique had resurfaced. His desire to seize Li Changxing intensified. After all, the blood demon emperor was a formidable figure from a millennium past, surpassing even the martial emperor. Should he obtain such a legacy, he would become the preeminent figure of the eastern wilderness. "You have indeed inherited the power of a great being," Li Chen exclaimed in delight. However, just then, a figure erupted from the ground beneath him. With a swift motion, a broken sword sliced through the air, severing Li Chen's hand. In retaliation, Li Changxing unleashed a strike with all his might. At the last moment of the Dan Medicine's power sustaining his martial sovereign strength, sword energy surged forth, spanning dozens of meters. Boom. The surrounding rocks shattered, and it was thought that Li Chen could withstand Li Changxing's surprise attack. Yet, in Li Chen's incredulous gaze, the sword energy pierced through his protective barrier, tearing apart his body, which had been honed over 100 years of martial training. He watched in horror as one of his arms flew away like a loose kite, soaring into the sky. "This is the ultimate irony. I will kill you!" Li Chen roared, his cosmic energy collapsing, spilling out uncontrollably. Thunder rumbled from the heavens, crashing down upon the earth, bolts striking Li Changxing. Enduring 3 strikes, Li Changxing was left writhing in agony, severely injured. The effects of the Overlord's pill had worn off. He remained merely a lowly martial master. He needed time to grow, but these adversaries would never grant him the luxury of time, for they feared his potential. He rolled on the ground, evading the falling thunder. Suddenly, Li Qin's severed arm landed before him. Rich with essence blood, Li Chongqing reversed the demonic technique, becoming bloodthirsty. After absorbing the essence blood's power, the heavenly demon relic frantically released its energy, repairing his damaged body, and Li Chongqing regained a portion of his vitality, unexpectedly breaking through to the mid-tier of the martial master realm. Indeed, the strength of a martial sovereign was a tremendous boon. Although his injuries had improved, he needed to escape swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Qin, hastily tending to his own bleeding wounds, unleashed a powerful strike of sword energy and thunder, only to find that it had failed to eliminate Li Chongqing, who, after absorbing his essence blood, was rapidly healing. What kind of technique is this, to heal so easily from such severe injuries? Stop right there. His eyes brimmed with fervor and jealousy. Yet, Li Chongqing no longer hesitated. He swiftly leaped into the abyss of souls. The depths of the abyss were shrouded in darkness. Li Chongqing tossed a firecracker into the void. Following its faint glow, he leaped across the rocky walls, avoiding a deadly fall. After all, this was a world of martial arts. Who would truly perish from a fall off a cliff? He bounded along the protruding rocks for over a quarter of an hour before finally landing on the ground. When he touched down, the surroundings were pitch black, with not a hand's breadth of visibility. The air was filled with the mournful wails of the dead, and chilling winds swept through, draining the vitality from his body. Although he had regained some strength, he had ultimately been injured by the lightning. Li Chongqing found a stone stump to sit upon, gradually calming his breath to restore his energy, allowing the heavenly demon relic time to mend his physical wounds. He also consumed 2 buns to replenish his strength. Damn this life choice system. It shouldn't offer me a life devoid of smooth sailing. I should be encountering fortuitous events everywhere, living a life where I can shine no matter where I go. Yet here I am, reduced to a stray dog, trapped in dire straits. Can I not receive a better choice? Please select a critical life path. Li Chongqing sighed in exasperation. Just as he complained, the system reappeared. Choice 1. Follow the river downstream. Return to the royal city, seek comfort from your father, and reform your ways to become an obedient and dutiful son. Reward: Xiantian battle garb, battle suit set. Choice 2. Strive for survival against all odds. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens. Seek a way to survive in the abyss of souls. Reward: a bottle of abstaining pills. Choice 3. Break free from the abyss of souls, rendezvous with your subordinates at the designated time, and proceed to Yunzhou, astonishing everyone. Reward: a life sword embryo can be refined into a sentient life sword. It seemed he had truly reached a dead end in life. Li Chongqing forced a bitter smile. The first option was clearly a pill of regret. Yet he had never regretted his actions. A man should stand by his decisions. Regretting would only lead to humiliation and oppression. He would rather savor a moment of freedom than endure a lifetime of confinement. Pass, pass, pass. The second option was merely a temporary respite within the abyss of souls. However, the third option was clear. Li Chongqing had arranged with his subordinates in Nanyuan City that should any unforeseen events occur and they become separated, they would reconvene at the Wu family fortress in the next town. If he failed to arrive in time, his subordinates would presume him dead, and the hard-earned team would dissolve. Besides, most of the military funds had been temporarily entrusted to Prime Minister Xiang. He could not possibly venture to Yunzhou alone. Wondering what news awaited him from the imperial capital, Li Chongqing had no expectation that his parents would care for his well-being, nor did he believe they would have a change of heart and come to his rescue. He did not covet such charity. He was prepared to kill, knowing full well he would not rest until the end. He was more concerned that the emperor might vent his anger on Shen Weiyang. After all, they had shared a fleeting romantic connection. He slightly regretted sending a pigeon to inform his family of his circumstances. What was I even hoping for? Li Chongqing shook his head with a bitter smile. After resting for a moment, his eyes began to adjust to the darkness beneath the abyss, allowing him to discern faint outlines. This was due to the presence of peculiar luminescent stones. The depths of the abyss were not entirely devoid of light. Was this the lingering sword intent of a powerful demon, along with its malevolent aura? The heavenly demon relic seemed remarkably efficient. Li Chongqing unexpectedly discovered that here, the heavenly demon relic released energy at a faster and greater rate, facilitating a swifter recovery from his injuries. Before him lay a vast expanse of white bones, all human remains, and the environment was somewhat damp, he refrained from proceeding recklessly. Back in Nanyuan City, Li Changxing had fervently absorbed information from various regions of Daiyu. This demonic canyon was, in fact, a site of mass graves. Each time the Yu dynasty faced a rebellion, captured insurgents were cast down to their deaths. Additionally, those who succumbed to plagues were also disposed of here to prevent further calamity. The souls of the deceased below were bound by sword intent, unable to reincarnate. Over time, their resentment grew immensely. Li Changxing took out his imperial flag, pondering. Could this refine my myriad souls, or rather? The imperial flag itself, Chapter 36. Is that the ancient sacred artifact, the imperial flag? With a deep breath, he waved the imperial flag in his hand, and the surrounding vengeful spirits, upon seeing their nemesis, dared not approach recklessly. The use of such extraordinary weaponry required a minimum foundation of true energy. After infusing his true energy into the flagpole and the yellowish dragon pattern on it seemed to come alive. Voraciously devouring the slower souls, it is said that what is deemed righteous in the hands of the wicked becomes wicked, and what is deemed wicked in the hands of the righteous becomes righteous. Li Changxing felt no burden regarding this weapon. He began to wield it with fervor. An abundance of souls bound by sword intent were drawn toward him. Come swiftly, I am the Prince of Daiyu, filled with great love, here to rescue you from this demonic canyon. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the abyss. It was fortunate that he possessed this treasured artifact. Otherwise, how could he confront so many souls? If each soul took a sip of his essence, he would be drained to the brink of death. Now, with the imperial flag in hand, he could absorb them instead. After a round of absorption, dozens of souls were confined within. The flag seemed to grow slightly larger, and the souls within yearned to break free, yet it was in vain. Without Li Changxing's consent, not even a whisper could escape. Panting heavily, he realized that in such a short time, his true energy had been nearly depleted. Forcing the imperial flag to function was only sustainable for a brief moment in his current martial artist realm. After meditating for a while and relying on the heavenly demon relic to continuously cultivate his technique, he found his recovery accelerated. Li Changxing mused that at this rate, how many years would it take to replenish the imperial flag? Leaving the abyss seemed even more implausible. He needed a method to enhance efficiency. With a flick of the imperial flag, one soul after another was extracted. It was indeed a chilling sight, yet Li Changxing remained resolute. Declaring coldly, I am the current Prince of Daiyu. How long have you been confined here? 5,000 years. Back then, this place was still called the Great Zhou. 300 years, Your Highness. I am from Daiyu. Please save me. 3,000 years. Can we escape this place? After a round of inquiries, it turned out that the souls had been imprisoned here for as long as 10,000 years, the first to perish in the battle between righteousness and evil. However, due to their prolonged confinement, they could never reincarnate, eternally tormented by the sword intent, with the longest suffering for a full millennium. They recalled only their identities at the time of death and yearned for a chance to escape the abyss. I am the Prince of Daiyu. Submit to me. Join me in conquering and shattering all obstacles in my way, and I shall restore your freedom. We are willing to follow the prince. These souls, having endured torment for years, showed no hesitation in their willingness to follow him. Moreover, having been drawn into the imperial flag, it would be a simple matter for Li Changxing to eliminate them should he choose to do so. They had no alternative course. At the very least, within the imperial flag, they would no longer be pierced by sword intent and tormented daily. Having secured his first batch of subordinates, Li Changxing rolled up the imperial flag and began to venture deeper into the abyss. Wherever he went, countless vengeful souls surged forth, yet they were all captured by the loyal souls within the imperial flag. After some instruction within the flag, they all became Li Changxing's spectral warriors. Those who resisted were directly refined and absorbed, enhancing the strength of the loyal souls. He even named the loyal souls within the imperial flag the Daiyu Loyal Soul Army. Thus, Li Changxing no longer needed to constantly wield the imperial flag, significantly reducing his true energy consumption. He only needed to expend energy when refining disobedient souls. Even so, the souls of the abyss continued to rush forth, yet they all fled in fear, providing him with few opportunities to refine them. Soon, Li Changxing arrived at the edge of an underground river. Following the flow downstream would lead him out of this abyss. With a flourish of his imperial flag, he gathered more and more loyal souls, amounting to 5,000, reaching the maximum capacity. The reason for this limitation was that the imperial flag had not yet been fully refined. Only after complete refinement could its true power be unleashed, entering its normal form. However, refinement required spiritual energy, essentially transforming true energy into spiritual power. Martial practitioners initially cultivate their blood and bones. Thanks to the heavenly demon relic and his bloodthirsty abilities, Li Changsheng had long surpassed this stage. He was now at the phase of accumulating true energy within his purple palace. Upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, he would undergo a qualitative transformation, cultivating spiritual resonance, enabling him to wield sentient weaponry. Yet, these 5,000 loyal souls had been meticulously selected. Only the strongest souls could enter the imperial flag. Li Changsheng found a piece of wood and tossed it into the stream, walking upon the water. The imperial flag in hand, crossing the waves beneath the realm of the vengeful souls, which specters would dare to approach. The entire army of loyal souls surged forth, tearing them apart and feasting upon their remains. Moreover, since these loyal souls willingly followed Li Changsheng, they radiated a golden hue akin to the flag itself, dispelling the darkness in this abyss. The brilliance of the imperial flag soared higher, reaching towards the heavens. Above the demonic canyon, Li Qian had lost an arm and dared not descend. The demonic sword intent would suppress his cultivation and aura, and a multitude of souls would relentlessly tear him apart. Li Changsheng was likely dead. However, my lineage should have been exposed. I must leave the Li clan. Glancing back, Li Qin noticed distant flashes of swords and blades approaching. Zhao Shinchao and Zhao Su, New Jersey? Humph, hypocritical beings. They must have surmised that Li Changsheng inherited a great power. If they truly cared for him, they would not have driven him to this point. Unfortunately, he has perished. It matters not. This canyon suppresses souls, and next time I can bind his spirit and interrogate him thoroughly. After some contemplation, he swiftly fled the scene, not wanting to be captured by Zhao Su, New Jersey. Moments later, the three arrived in a rush. Zhao Su, New Jersey remarked, "There was a battle here just now. The sword energy of a martial monarch has spread before us." "Where is he?" Zhao Shinchao examined the ground and found a pool of blood. Blood demon? The rumored substitute of the blood demon emperor's secret technique? "Father, we must find that old scoundrel Li Qian first. He is pursuing Changsheng. Has he captured him? My daughter, there is no need to rush. Look, this arm belongs to Li Qian. That old scoundrel has gained little benefit. However, if Changsheng managed to sever Li Qian's arm here, then does he not possess an abundance of elixirs? How could he have so many resources? Ha, that child probably returned with a trove of wealth. He merely saw through your intentions and chose not to reveal them. Father, I was led astray by Li Yuan back then. I will no longer be so naive. I treat all three children equally. You better mean it." Suddenly, a golden light surged from the depths of the abyss, followed by the ethereal shadow of the imperial flag towering into the sky. A powerful ancient aura radiated across the land, and the noble souls upon it emitted a golden glow, resembling celestial warriors. Li Qian, who was fleeing, looked up in astonishment. The imperial flag? How could it be down there? Damn it! It must be Li Changsheng. He is still alive. Hasn't he perished? What inheritance has he received? Even the imperial flag, this ancient sacred artifact? Meanwhile, on the cliff, Zhao Shinchao marveled. The imperial flag? An ancient sacred artifact? Is there a living person below? Zhao Su, New Jersey glanced at the abyss of souls and said, "Father, what does it matter if treasures emerge? I only wish to find my son. I covet no treasures." Far away in the imperial capital, Li Yuan sensed the emanating aura of the imperial flag and looked up in astonishment. The imperial flag? A counterfeit, perhaps? But even if it is a counterfeit, who dares to raise such a flag within Daiyu's territory? Is this madness? Someone, go investigate immediately. In the eastern wasteland, the news of the imperial flag resurfacing after the sword saint and blade saint emerged from seclusion immediately ignited the various factions. It turned out that an ancient sacred artifact had been unearthed, and the sword saint and blade saint had taken the lead, leaving others at a disadvantage. Not a loss, Daiyu is not nearby. Those two old men are also old rivals and will certainly not yield to one another. With this sacred artifact, the world can be unified. Chapter 37. The estrangement between husband and wife. Should the eldest son be retained? Li Qian, Li Wei, and their direct blood relatives are all present, Your Majesty. Xuanji, observe. They must all be eliminated. I refuse to see those who conspired against my son. Execute them, yes, summon the guards and imprison all of Li Wei's family in the death cell. In the capital of Yu, Li Changxing's whereabouts remain unknown, and the emergence of the human sovereign flag poses a significant threat to the rule of the Yu Emperor. Zhao Xuanji is compelled to return and deliberate on countermeasures. Concurrently, the second prince, Li Chengjian, is on a pleasure boat in Jiangnan, preparing for an intimate encounter with a courtesan when he is abruptly summoned back by Li Yuan for questioning. Li Chengjian protests. Father, mother, I assure you, I did not conspire with Li Wei and his son. I merely took a leisurely tour of Jiangnan. Internally, he laments his misfortune. Having indulged in revelry, he is now entangled in matters concerning Li Changsheng. He wonders how useless Li Wei is. If they were to take action, why not do so openly? If they were to eliminate Li Changsheng, he would rightfully ascend as the crown prince. Li Yuan responds. Your Majesty, I have dispatched men to search for the crown prince. Once he is located, we will bring him back. Rest assured, both your grandfather and I have been searching diligently. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Li Chengjian, in a tone of despair, implores, Mother, do you not trust your own son? Have I ever deceived you? Seeing her son's aggrieved expression, Zhao Xuanji feels powerless. Li Yuan continues. I have invited the national master to divine the crown prince's fate. Perhaps he can offer a solution. The national master of Dayu, who is also the second prince's mentor, possesses knowledge of divination through the art of hexagrams. Before long, the national master is summoned. Zhao Xuanji, resting her forehead in her hand, inquires, National Master, have you discerned anything? Your Majesty, this may portend dire consequences, he replies. What do you mean? The crown prince's destiny is fraught with conflict against his parents and siblings. If your Majesty insists on pursuing him, not only will there be no fruitful outcome, but you may also suffer as a result. How can my son bring harm to his parents? Zhao Xuanji demands. The national master raises his gaze, casting a glance at the second prince, who remains composed and returns a knowing look. Indeed, this is part of their collusion. He harbors deep resentment towards Li Changsheng, believing his existence undermines his own position. Thus, he seeks to tarnish Li Changsheng's reputation. The national master continues, based on the crown prince's birth chart, his star clashes with the royal family. This is a decree of fate. A mortal peril. Only by distancing the crown prince from your Majesty can there be hope. Zhao Xuanji, furious, retorts, enough. Are you suggesting I abandon my own flesh and blood? National Master, I simply require you to inform me of the crown prince's location. She demands. The national master replies, according to my calculations, the crown prince may be found in the southeastern region, near Wujia Fort, or possibly in Shuzhou. Shuzhou, the others exclaim, realizing it is the site of the impending national martial arts tournament. Li Yuan interjects, Your Majesty, various factions are stirring, and with the legendary human sovereign flag resurfacing, we are in tumultuous times. I believe it best to refrain from pursuing the crown prince. He will find his own fortune. And if he does not wish to return, let him be. Zhao Xuanji, considering the location of the Demon Path Grand Canyon, acknowledges the likelihood of his presence in Shuzhou. She pauses momentarily before taking to the skies on her sword to seek out Li Changsheng. Li Yuan, witnessing her determination, feels increasingly frustrated. He thinks to himself, this ungrateful child. I ought to bind him and confine him to prevent further chaos and restore order to this household. Suddenly, Li Chengjian kneels, exclaiming, Father, the national martial arts tournament is imminent. I have just broken through to the martial sovereign realm. I must perform well at the tournament, but I lack a suitable weapon. Seeing his son's respectful demeanor, Li Yuan nods, very well, I bestow upon you the sword of the late emperor. The sword of the late emperor? Li Chengjian gasps, recognizing it as the weapon wielded by the heirs of the past. Not only is it powerful, but it also serves as a symbol of identity and recognition. This signifies Li Yuan's increasing approval of him as the second prince. Thank you, father, Li Chengjian exclaims, elated, thinking to himself. The throne shall surely be mine. Li Yuan adds, I have recently heard that your wife is expecting. Since you have returned, go and see her. Do not squander your time in frivolity. Li Chengjian is taken aback, bewildered that his wife is with child. When did this happen? Why was I not informed? He quickly replies, Yes, father, I take my leave. Downstream of the Demon Path Grand Canyon, Li Changsheng, brandishing the human sovereign flag, vanquishes countless restless souls, surging forth from the abyss. With a splash, he leaps from a wooden plank onto the banks of a raging river. Having fled for days, he appears somewhat disheveled, his hair drenched, and bearing the marks of hardship. Gazing at the towering cliffs ahead, he leaps, escaping the waters and landing atop a tree. He looks up at the sky, arms outstretched to embrace the gentle breeze. Reveling in the taste of freedom for the first time since his rebirth, "I am finally free," Li Changxing exclaims triumphantly. One day, when I hold power, I shall eradicate all who have wronged me. One day, when the dragon finds water, I will make the Yangtze River flow backward, he shouts defiantly to the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustrations of recent times. From the capital to this moment, he has treaded carefully, mindful of every step. A single misstep could lead to his demise. For countless millennia, mortals have battled for supremacy and sought the path to divinity. In the future, I too shall stand atop that mountain, savoring the feeling of gazing down upon the world below. Expressing his inner turmoil, Li Changxing stows the human sovereign flag and continues on his journey. As he walks, he encounters a group of woodcutters and hunters. After some inquiries, he learns that ahead lies Wujia Fort, a prominent family in the area. Having made his life choices, he receives a reward from the life choice system. This reward, however, is slightly delayed due to the need for sustained effort. Suddenly, a beam of cold light descends from the heavens, landing before Li Changxing and embedding itself into the ground. A dark red longsword appears, its hilt adorned with black feathers. Li Changxing exclaims, "Is this the sword of my destiny?" It is not yet fully formed. It requires refinement to become a peerless weapon. With a swift motion, he cleaves a tree the thickness of a man in half. A boulder is sliced through with precision, as effortlessly as cutting tofu at a fine sword. But where is the sheath? How am I to carry it without one? He grumbles. What a stingy reward. I fought for my life to earn this, and they provide no sheath. Unable to procure a proper sheath, Li Changxing picks up a scrap of cloth along the way to wrap the sword. The striking appearance of the dark red sword might attract unwanted attention, and he wishes to remain inconspicuous. Before long, he arrives at Wujia Fort, a bustling town thriving on trade, developed by the Wu clan. To enter, however, one must pay a city tax. In this martial world, strength permits one to claim dominion. Outside Wujia Fort, Li Changxing observes a caravan, which is actually a decoy led by Xiang Taifu and his associates. At this moment, Xiang Taifu is anxious, having waited a day for the crown prince to arrive at the agreed time. He fears for the crown prince's safety. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and his hundreds of subordinates would be left without direction. Where is the crown prince? What shall I do? Xiang Taifu laments, holding a wine gourd and gazing skyward with a sigh. Suddenly, Li Changxing emerges. Xiang Taifu exclaims, startled, causing the wine gourd to slip from his grasp. Li Changxing catches it and laughs, drinking in broad daylight. Are we, Taifu? Overjoyed, Xiang Long bows deeply, exclaiming, Your Highness, I have awaited your return with great longing. Li Changxing helps Xiang Taifu to his feet and inquires, Where are the others? Have they been captured? Xiang Taifu explains, Some feared the risks and refused to come, opting to flee. We are left with just over 200, but all 50 martial practitioners are present. Rest assured, all supplies remain intact, with no losses. Li Changxing nods silently, recognizing the value of having capable subordinates. That is of no consequence, quality over quantity. Let us proceed into the city, he declares. Xiang Taifu hesitates, saying, Your Highness, we cannot enter. The people of Wujia Fort, fearing our numbers, will not permit us entry. Chapter 38. Ruthlessly punishing the talented. I never tolerate weakness denied entry. Why? It is said that due to the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament in Shuzhou, all martial practitioners must compete against the offspring of the Wu family for the chance to enter the city for free, while the losers must pay double the city tax. Shuzhou, the National Martial Arts Tournament? Li Changxing contemplates. Clearly, the competition for the title of top martial artist under 25 is about to commence. The goal is straightforward, to gain fame and fortune, then let us head to Shuzhou directly. If we hurry, we shall arrive by tonight. With newfound determination, the group swiftly sets off. However, after a short while, they encounter over 100 individuals charging towards them from the direction of Wujia Fort. At the forefront stands a young man, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you travel in such a large group? We are law-abiding citizens and have never set foot in Wu family fort. What concern is it of yours? I suspect you are in league with the rebels. Seize them." At the command, the people of Wu family fort swiftly surrounded them. Li Chongqing fell silent, clearly the target of their attention due to his convoy of military supplies. Maintaining his composure, he stated, "We are merely grain merchants from afar. If Wu family fort does not wish to trade with us, we shall take our leave. So why the hostility? We shall depart from your esteemed territory at once." The leader of Wu family fort showed no signs of retreat. He was Wu Tianbao, the young master of the fort. Having heard of the arrival of merchants, Wu family fort intended to suppress the prices by denying them entry into the city. However, this young master harbored ulterior motives, planning to seize their goods by force. "Humph, your words carry no weight here. Capture them and bring them before the authorities." Clang. Tensions escalated as both parties prepared for conflict. Xiang Taifu anxiously approached, saying, "Your Highness, perhaps it is time to reveal your identity. There are formidable fighters within Wu family fort. This man is Wu Tianbao, a prodigy renowned for his exceptional talents and favored status. Even if we can subdue the younger generation, we may still face the elders." Li Chongqing understood the background of his opponent, yet having vowed on the second day of his rebirth to no longer endure such provocations. He was resolute. After all, a servant army that had not experienced the crucible of bloodshed could not hope to achieve greatness. Observing the two plotting, Wu Tianbao drew his sword, threatening, "Do you wish to test the edge of my blade?" Li Chongqing unsheathed his own fateful sword and replied, "My sword is equally formidable. Let the battle commence." In an instant, both sides clashed. The warriors of Wu family fort were numerous, most at the Qixi realm, possessing greater combat strength. However, Li Chongqing's side had the advantage in numbers, momentarily holding their ground. An elder from the front remarked, "Young master, this group of fighters is quite considerable. It may be unwise to engage without reinforcements." Wu Tianbao arrogantly replied, "A mere band of country bumpkins, do we require experts? I see their leader is that swordsman. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Watch as I take him down." With that, Wu Tianbao leaped into the air, soaring like a bird, with his sword aimed directly at Li Chongqing. Enraged, Li Chongqing thought, "I seek no trouble with you, yet you dare to attack first?" The clash was fierce. With Li Chongqing forced to lean back, taking a step back, a peak martial artist? He is only a small realm above me. The gap is not insurmountable. With the first exchange, both recognized the difference in their realms. Wu Tianbao remarked, "You possess some skill. This sword is quite nice as well. It shall belong to me now." Xiang Taifu scolded, "Is Wu family fort a band of robbers? Do you intend to seize what is not yours? Do you hold the laws of our dynasty in such contempt?" Wu Tianbao laughed heartily. "Laws? Even if this were to escalate to the capital, we would not fear you. The value of the Wu family is not lesser than that of a few mere peddlers. Only the weak cling to laws. The strong rely solely on their own strength." Li Chongqing, greatly impressed, declared, "Well said." Wu Tianbao, thinking his words would incite anger, found Li Chongqing utterly unfazed. "What is your identity to speak so boldly? Take him down at once." Enraged, he brandished his sword and charged again. Wu Tianbao's swordplay was broad and forceful, perfectly matching his slightly superior realm. However, Li Chongqing excelled in finesse and cunning, swiftly gaining an advantageous position. Suddenly, he struck with a thunderous force. Thud! The battle came to an abrupt halt as his fateful sword severed Wu Tianbao's throat. "What?" Wu Tianbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, blood gushing forth. He had never anticipated that it would end so swiftly. Not only was he taken aback, but so too were all others present. Li Chongqing had progressed far too rapidly, young master. The people of Wu family cried out in horror. Rushing towards him, Li Chongqing leaped away, observing his fateful sword feasting upon the enemy's blood. Clearly, the method of refining this blade involved nourishing it with the blood of foes, employing violence to quell violence, embodying the very path of the sword. While the Wu family remained in shock over the death of their young master, Li Chongqing seized the moment and commanded, "Advance together." Kong Ding, witnessing the unfolding chaos, bellowed, "For the young master, charge forth." The morale of the servant army surged as they joined the fray in an instant. The hastily assembled warriors of Wu family fort were scattered and fleeing. Surveying the ground drenched in warm blood, Li Changsheng raised his fateful sword, which began to absorb the blood. With each intake of the searing essence, the blade solidified further, its slim form slightly widening. Xiang Taifu, lacking a proper sheath for this sword, found one nearby. Li Changsheng took it, finding it adequately fitting, and smiled at Xiang Long. After regrouping, they continued their journey towards Shuzhou. Back at Wu family fort, the corpse of Wu Tianbao was returned. Witnessing the scene, the residents fell into a state of terror. "Fort master, our young master has been slain. Who killed my son? In this territory of Wu family fort, who dares to disregard my authority?" Fort master, it was that group of merchants. They were unreasonable. We refused to buy their goods. They attempted to force a sale, and when the young master refused to leave, they stopped him and then killed him. In an attempt to evade blame, the servant lied, claiming the young master had sought to rob Li Changsheng's supplies. Wu family fort's master erupted in fury. "Preposterous! Assemble the men at once. We shall pursue. I will avenge my son." After some time, the servant army left behind to gather information returned with news. Li Changsheng, aware that the Wu family fort was pursuing him, remained calm. However, Xiang Taifu and Kong Ding were filled with dread. "Your Highness, the fort master is at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. We are no match for him. Your Highness, perhaps I should lead a team to cover your retreat?" Gazing at his two loyal subordinates, Li Changsheng calmly touched the imperial flag tied at his waist, saying, "Do not panic, we are in the right. Why should we fear?" Xiang Taifu, agitated, implored, "But how can we not be worried? Your Highness is of immense value. The journey to Yunzhou is long, and we cannot afford any mishap." Just as he spoke, the people of Wu family fort caught up with them. Xiang Taifu was uncertain of Li Changsheng's intentions. Yet if a fight were to break out, he would reveal his true identity. The local aristocracy would not dare to act against a royal prince. Yet, in the next moment, a long spear shot towards them. Whoosh! The spear struck down one of the pack horses, forcing the convoy to halt. This demonstrated the extraordinary strength of the thrower. Using the spear as if it were an arrow, Li Changsheng's expression darkened. Chapter 39. Do you understand? The imperial flag embodies this tyranny. With a thud, several steeds galloped towards Li Changsheng and his companions. At the forefront was a towering figure, resembling a fierce bear, with thick brows and large eyes. Exuding an aura of arrogance, he glared at Li Changsheng and demanded, "Are you the one who killed my son?" Li Changsheng replied. No, the sudden denial left the people of Wu family fort momentarily speechless. Logically, someone who dared to kill should have anticipated the pursuing forces. Should they not be prepared to accept responsibility? The fort master pulled a servant closer, asking, "Is this the man?" "Yes, it is him," the servant confirmed. "How can one act with such audacity yet refuse to take responsibility? You came to Wu family fort to engage in forced trading and killed my son. Today, I shall have your life." Li Changsheng countered, "I had no intention of selling goods. It was your young master who attempted to rob me. He sought his own demise, and I merely offered a small assistance." Upon hearing this, the fort master glanced at the lying servant, who now averted his gaze in shame. So that was how it transpired. With this revelation, Wu family fort found itself in the position of the unreasonable party. In this era, bandits were numerous, and it was commonly accepted that a thief killed during a robbery would not be pursued by the authorities, let alone the code of the martial world. Li Changsheng taunted, "Well then, may we engage in combat?" The fort master, seething with anger, though aware of his own lack of justification, was determined to avenge his son. "You seek death, boy. Let us fight." Xiang Taifu immediately positioned himself in front of Li Changsheng, intending to reveal Li Changsheng's true identity for self-preservation. However, Li Changsheng restrained him, saying, "Taifu, it is unnecessary to reveal that identity. Mere ruffians, step back. I shall handle this." The crowd was astonished. Wasn't he the prince merely at the martial master realm? Their opponent was at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Was the prince truly out of his mind? As Wu Baizhu paused, he lunged forward in an attempt to strike first and incapacitate Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng reacted with greater swiftness, brandishing the Runhuang flag, which transformed the flagpole into a grand banner. From within, the loyal spirit army surged forth, breaking through the flag in a mere instant. 5,000 loyal spirits drained Wu Baizhu of life, turning him from a robust warrior into mere dust. The abruptness of this conclusion was astonishing. Undoubtedly, this was a tactic of striking when the enemy was unprepared and unsuspecting. Wu Baizhu had never anticipated that a mere flag could be an ancient sacred artifact, nor that the loyal spirits within were anything but ordinary souls. Before others could recover from their shock, Li Changxing once again waved the Renhuang flag, and the 5,000 loyal spirits unleashed a soul-piercing battle cry. In a fleeting moment, the pursuing forces of the Wu family were utterly annihilated. This left the servant army dumbfounded, and even Xiang Long was left speechless in his astonishment. At that moment, he realized how little he understood of this esteemed prince of Daiyu. The prince possessed remarkable abilities indeed. Li Changxing commanded, "Gather the spoils and let us continue our journey." The servant army promptly advanced to collect the loot. After 2 fierce battles, their admiration for Li Changxing had reached unparalleled heights, and they instinctively pledged their loyalty in the imperial capital. Within the Eastern Palace, concubine Su gazed at the exquisite delicacies before her, shark fins and abalone, yet found them utterly unappetizing, craving instead some sour fruits. However, she had to endure, allowing the physician to take her pulse. The physician withdrew his hand and rose, stating, "Congratulations to the second prince. It is indeed a sign of pregnancy, and the pulse is stable." Concubine Su feigned delight, but internally remained as calm as a still pond, for this was the 3rd physician she had summoned. Indeed, she was healthy, while it was the second prince who could not bear children. But could she deceive the truth? She observed the second prince's expression, filled with uncertainty, which stirred her own anxiety. Li Changjian was naturally perplexed. Why was it that only his legitimate wife had conceived? Despite his years of indulgence, none of the women he had courted had borne him a child. Why, then, was it concubine Su? "Your Highness, this is wonderful. The medicine that father procured truly works." Concubine Su promptly produced a packet of medicinal powder. This was a fertility medicine that the Marquis of Julu had sought out the previous month, said to be effective only when taken by both partners. At the time, the second prince had paid little heed. As he had seen the trial medicine's subject enhance vitality after consumption, he had casually incorporated it into his daily meals. Was it truly effective? The second prince was both surprised and doubtful. Could this medicine genuinely be the cause? Elated at the prospect of finally having heirs, he felt he could now provide an explanation to the royal family, Li family, and all officials. Yet, he remained troubled by the time he had favored several palace maids, none of whom had conceived. Nonetheless, the second prince was not overly anxious. In this martial world, there were countless ways to ascertain whether concubine Su's child bore the Li family bloodline. When the time came, a simple test would reveal all. For now, however, the second prince's expression shifted, and he smiled, saying, "Excellent, truly excellent. Ha ha ha, concubine Su has accomplished a great feat." It seemed as if he had successfully navigated the situation, and concubine Su exhaled in relief. Yet, she had counted the days. There was no way this child could be the second prince's. Fortunately, the second prince was unaware of her menstrual cycle. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deceive him. She gently caressed her belly, thinking, "Child, your mother's fate rests upon you." After concubine Su became pregnant, the second prince immediately ordered that she be specially cared for and rewarded her with a wealth of gold and jewels. His demeanor towards her grew increasingly amicable, fearing that any misfortune might befall the child within her. Before outsiders, they presented themselves as a loving couple. For concubine Su, this was merely a facade. As long as she could survive, she would be content. After visiting his wife, Li Changjian withdrew, hastily summoning the national master and his father-in-law. "Now that concubine Su is with child, my position as heir will be further solidified. However, I must not allow Li Changxing to return. I must ascend the throne with legitimacy, without any blemish. Let my father bear the blame for the criticisms that may arise." The national master and Marquis of Julu exchanged glances. The fact that the second prince could confide in them indicated he regarded them as unwavering confidants. Naturally, the Marquis of Julu had no qualms. If the second prince ascended, his own status would also rise. Not long ago, the national master had committed treason for the second prince and now reaffirmed his loyalty, saying, "Your Highness, I have calculated. The crown prince's destiny is unfavorable. His fate is that of one with a life of abundance yet devoid of fortune. Though such individuals may possess noble destinies, they often experience a downfall due to the overwhelming forces acting against them, leading to a stagnant fate. The second prince was delighted. The national master's divination was indeed accurate. This indicated that his destiny surpassed that of the crown prince. Li Qingjian continued, "In 3 days, I shall depart for Shuzhou. This upcoming martial arts grand tournament will be my opportunity to make a name for myself." Contemplating the recent favorable events, Li Changjian felt invigorated. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Highness, urgent news from 800 miles away. A scout has reported." Li Changjian read the missive and declared, "The crown prince's whereabouts have been discovered. He is at Wujiabao, heading towards Shuzhou. My elder brother seeks to participate in the martial arts grand tournament and compete with me." "Does he?" "He still refuses to yield." The Marquis of Julu remarked, "The crown prince knows little of martial arts. What purpose does he have in going to Shuzhou?" The national master shook his head. "I have heard that Li Qin's attempts to hunt the crown prince have all failed. I suspect there may be a formidable individual supporting him. It is also possible that during his years in the savage tribes, he acquired their techniques and strategies. Your Highness, I believe the crown prince is intentionally heading to Shuzhou to overshadow you." Li Qingjian scoffed. "Ridiculous. With my father's assistance, I have just broken through to the martial grandmaster realm and obtained the sword of the immortal emperor, significantly enhancing my strength. There is no way I could lose to him. If he possesses any skill, why did he allow me to occupy the horse stable for half a year? Is he not merely relying on medicinal enhancements? Such substances will not be permitted in the martial arts tournament." The Marquis of Julu proposed, "The crown prince's low profile and anonymity would indeed facilitate our plans. I shall take a few skilled experts and personally visit. I assure you, I shall perform far better than Li Qin." Upon hearing this, Li Changjian was elated, deeply appreciating his father-in-law's support. "Are you serious, my lord?" The Marquis of Julu replied, "Your Highness, leave this matter to me. When you travel to Shuzhou, you will surely receive good news." The second prince laughed heartily. "Good, in 3 days, concubine Su and I will head to Shuzhou, hoping for favorable news from my father-in-law." Meanwhile, behind the door crack, concubine Su overheard the trio's scheming, her heart racing. Her expression wavered with conflict before she quietly turned to leave. Chapter 40. This unfilial son will be the death of me at Wujiabao. White mourning cloths adorned the city. Dozens of women and children wept before several empty coffins. Zhao Xuanji arrived upon hearing the news, intending to inquire about Wu Baizhu, but upon witnessing the scene, her heart sank. Zhao Xuanji soared above Wujiabao on her sword and called out, "I am Zhao Xuanji of the First Sacred Ground. What on earth has transpired here? How dare anyone commit such atrocities within the lands of Daiyu?" Zhao Xuanji, revered as a paragon of virtue, was well known throughout the eastern wilderness. Her presence was quickly recognized. A woman clad in plain white mourning garments stepped forward, saying, "I am Wu Min, the wife of Wu Baizhu. My husband and son were slain by treacherous villains. I beseech the Empress to seek justice for us." Others echoed, "We implore the Empress to seek justice for us." Zhao Xuanji produced a portrait, asking, "Is this the person?" Yes, that is him." A wounded servant leaped forth, exclaiming, he had initially been a servant accompanying the young master of the Wu family during a robbery and thus recognized Li Changsheng. This servant distorted the truth, recounting his encounter with Li Changsheng and his companions. However, Zhao Xuanji was aware that Li Changsheng was still in hiding, merely masquerading as a grain merchant. He would never truly sell grain, let alone force the Wu family to purchase it. Enraged, Zhao Xuanji retorted, "Do you not know who he is? He is the crown prince of Daiyu, you treasonous rabble." Upon hearing this, the people of Wujiabao fell silent. Their cries stifled. Chaos erupted within the Wu family. Zhao Xuanji pointed skyward, and a sword edict shot forth toward the first sacred ground, whoosh. When the sword edict reached the first sacred ground, it stirred everyone into action. The Saintess's edict. From the southwestern direction, the Saintess has issued a command. Summon all the masters of the sacred ground immediately. The sacred bell of the ground tolled. Ding, ding, ding. 9 tolls of the sacred bell signified an urgent state. All martial kings gathered. Concurrently, they soared toward Wujiabao with their martial prowess. Within half an hour, vibrant wings of spiritual resonance descended upon Wujiabao, leaving its inhabitants in awe. They had never witnessed so many martial kings and martial lords converging at once. The sky above shimmered with brilliant colors, the overwhelming pressure rendering them weak and causing sweat to soak the ground beneath them. We bow to the Saintess. The first sacred ground nearly emptied. A magnificent sight as all bowed in reverence to Zhao Xuanji. She pointed below, declaring, Wujiabao has rebelled and pursued my son. They must be punished. Kill. The martial experts echoed in unison. To them, Zhao Xuanji was not only the daughter of the revered Elder Sword Saint, but also the former Saintess, the Empress of Dayu and a peak martial lord. Who would dare harm her son? Weary of life, one might as well end it in an instant. The Wu family was awash in blood. Those outside, curious about the situation, were deterred by the sight of the elite forces of the first sacred ground, fearing to expose themselves lest they incur wrath. The lying servant was left until last. Zhao Xuanji gazed at the terrified servant, who was so frightened that he had lost control of his bodily functions, and inquired, Speak. What were the details of your encounter with the crown prince? The servant stammered. At that moment, the young master attempted to rob the crown prince's convoy, which led to the ensuing conflict. After the lord pursued him, he never returned, leaving only his tattered clothes. Humph! It was you who struck first. I have long heard of the Wu family's penchant for ambushing passing merchant caravans. Had it not been for the protection of the Marquis of Julu, how could you have survived until now? Tell me, who initiated the attack? It was the crown prince himself who personally killed our young master. The servant replied, trembling. Zhao Xuanji's heart stirred. What was your young master's realm? Peak martial master, the servant answered. Zhao Xuanji's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that Li Changxing's strength was not as it seemed? The thought that her son was not the useless child she had believed excited her. Indeed, her son could not possibly be worthless. Changxing must have anticipated her neglect and sought to provoke her. But why would he hide his talents from her? Changxing, I shall make it up to you this time. With her heart swelling with emotion, Zhao Xuanji looked forward even more to the true Li Changxing. She instructed the disciples of the sacred ground to return and sent word to the imperial capital, informing Emperor Yu of this delightful surprise. The crown prince not only understood cultivation, but could also subdue a peak martial master. In the imperial capital, Emperor Yu had just finished a solitary lunch and felt somewhat agitated. The once harmonious family scene had vanished, leaving him a true. When the human emperor's banner appeared within the Great Yu territory, he initially thought it was a counterfeit. However, with powerful figures from various factions emerging from seclusion, he realized something was amiss. Perhaps it was indeed a genuine ancient relic. Should the human emperor's banner fall into the hands of other nations or factions, Great Yu would be in peril. He recalled the intelligence and the direction of the human emperor's banner's appearance, and a conclusion formed in his mind. Could it be that Li Changxing had obtained the human emperor's banner? If that were true, it would validate the national master's divination. Had he inadvertently brought about the karmic retribution against his parents? This ungrateful child conceals his depths well. I should not have been swayed by his talents. Li Yuan reminisced about that day in the court when Li Changxing recited a frontier poem. A military song should be sung by a loving father, vows to extinguish the barbarian horde and march to war. Only to die on the battlefield for my father. Why must one return home wrapped in horsehide? What a beautiful poem, yet it was merely a ruse to deceive him into leaving the capital. Infuriating beyond measure, with a sudden slap, Li Yuan smashed the dining table, shattering it to pieces. The eunuchs and palace maids on either side knelt in fright, exclaiming, Your Majesty, quell your fury. At that moment, a shadow guard arrived with a report. Read it. A nearby eunuch opened the document and recited, The crown prince understands martial arts and has slain the young master of the Wu family, annihilating the Wu family stronghold. Li Yuan sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with astonishment. The Wu family stronghold, is that not a family under the Marquis of Julu? I have long wished to bring them under my command. This provides the perfect pretext. But that is a master of the martial king realm. This ungrateful son has indeed committed treason against the throne. Come forth. Your Majesty, a shadow guard appeared. Li Yuan commanded, draft an edict, conveying my decree that the crown prince disband his forces and return to the capital without delay. As you command. In the crown princess's residence, a distinguished guest had arrived today. Su Fei, dear sister, quickly inform the crown prince. He is in danger. What has happened, Sister Su? Su Fei recounted what she had overheard about the second prince plotting to assassinate the crown prince. The crown princess felt her scalp tingle. Had they become so brazen? Why was Su Fei not aiding her husband or father, but instead helping the crown prince? What benefit could this bring her? Shen Weiyang, puzzled, asked, Sister Su, why are you? Su Fei placed a protective hand over her abdomen and said, Their treachery is so great that I cannot think of myself. I must consider the child within me. The Empress Dowager is currently seeking the crown prince's return to mend their mother-son relationship. If this plot is uncovered, I wish to leave a path of survival for my child. Upon hearing this, Shen Weiyang felt a surge of emotions. Truly, women are weak, but for their children, they can be fierce. Yet for Su Fei, who was not regarded as a person by the second prince and seen merely as a political pawn by her father, her disappointment ran deep. Conversely, the child within her offered a glimmer of hope for the future. Moreover, she had already become Li Changxing's servant. If she did not cooperate, revealing their affairs would lead to her ruin. After dealing with Su Fei, Shen Weiyang discreetly sent a carrier pigeon. A day later, outside Suzhou City, in a small town, Li Changxing's caravan received a message from a pigeon. Xiang Long hurriedly sought out Li Changxing with the letter. Li Changxing learned of the second prince's orders for the Marquis of Julu to send experts to assassinate him, aiming to prevent him from garnering attention in Suzhou. He thought to himself, Su Fei's timely assistance has proven invaluable. At this critical juncture of life choices, the life choice system reappeared before Li Changxing. Chapter 41. My life choice is to achieve renown. Choice 1. Avoid the limelight. Steer clear of the martial arts tournament in Suzhou, and take the official road to Yunzhou, making haste to the border. Reward. Mo family flying car blueprint. Choice 2. Act meekly, seek forgiveness. Return to the imperial capital of Great Yu, and become a docile crown prince. Reward. 1 piece of purple iron stone, a necessary material for refining spiritual weapons. Choice 3. Forge my own path. Participate in the martial arts tournament, achieve fame and fortune, and proclaim to the world that I, Li Changxing, am not a worthless individual, but one of the contemporary prodigies. Reward. Dragon essence. Upon seeing these 3 life choices, one cautious and the other seemingly suggesting that compliance would lead to everything improving, the third path offered dragon essence, a true treasure forged from dragons, granting immense healing abilities and significantly enhancing one's strength. Even without dragon essence, I would not choose the first 2 paths. Li Changxing rubbed his hands together, formulating his future plans. After savoring a piece of candied fruit, he stepped outside. Outside, hundreds of servants and soldiers were engaged in drills, enhancing their discipline and combat strength. He had arrived in Suzhou City yesterday but had not entered. Instead, he rented a villa in a nearby market town. With funds at his disposal and people at his service, life was rather pleasant. If he were not a thorn in the second prince's side, he could enjoy a peaceful period of cultivation here. After all, in this world, martial strength is paramount. Li Changxing turned to Xiang Long, asking, Master, what do you think we should do next? Master Xiang replied, Your Highness possesses strength comparable to certain prodigies of the sacred grounds. I believe this martial arts tournament presents a rare opportunity to help you soar to great heights and clear your past name. What the master said echoed Li Changxing's third life choice. Li Changxing feigned humility, saying, But I am merely at the mid-stage of the martial master realm, not even a martial sovereign, with so many extraordinary talents. How can I stand out? Master Xiang continued, Your Highness was able to slay the young master of the Wu family with your martial skills. Such feats are indeed rare. Coupled with the human emperor's banner, you could vanquish the Wu family's lord of the martial king realm. This is fate's decree. I believe your chances of claiming the top spot are quite substantial. Xiang Long paused before adding, The martial arts tournament in Suzhou will gather talents from the East Wilderness, and Great Yu will also dispatch a significant number of personnel, so danger is unlikely. Moreover, Your Highness can participate incognito. If you achieve an astonishing feat, perhaps it will sway the emperor's heart. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing felt displeased. He sought to achieve fame, not to make his adoptive father regret his actions. He held no interest in the emperor's approval. Master Xiang further advised, Your Highness, I am acquainted with the city lord of Suzhou, Cheng Donglai. He is a reliable individual. Should you require assistance, he can be of help. Li Changxing inquired, Cheng, is he acquainted with Cheng Shuang of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground? Master Xiang nodded. Indeed, Cheng Shuang is his elder sister. The girl you teased, Jing Ying, is his second daughter. What a coincidence! The Radiant Light Sacred Ground ranks among the top 3 sects in Great Yu in terms of strength. Li Changxing shook his head. No need. I will enter the city discreetly. Master will remain here to assist in case of unforeseen events. It is far better to enter Yunzhou with a reputation than with a tarnished name. Master Xiang replied, understood. After a few brief instructions, Li Changxing brought along his 3 personal guards, Kong Ding, Guoshun, and Wu Wu, into the city. The ancient and storied city walls, the bustling figures of the Jianghu. Merchants and vendors filled the streets, all contributing to the vibrant atmosphere of this water town. Li Changxing contemplated his future. Strength, wealth, status, and beauty, all were within his grasp. Suzhou City would be the starting point of his endeavors. An hour later, the 4 arrived at the thriving Taohu commercial district, lined with impressive buildings. Welcome to the Xiangxian Tower, gentlemen. Will you be dining or lodging? The enthusiastic waiter greeted them with a smile. Despite being on the verge of exhaustion after several days of work, as they walked, Li Changxing observed many prodigious martial talents. Both inside and outside the city, carriages and teams were bustling about, creating a scene akin to a grand sports event, invigorating the local economy. Kong Ding remarked, "Let us dine. Prepare some local delicacies." Li Changxing and his companions ascended to the 4th floor, securing a window-side seat that afforded them a splendid view of the Taihu Lake and the bustling market below. As they made their way upstairs, Li Changxing noticed some martial artists from the Jianghu engaging in transactions involving spirit stones, materials exclusively utilized by cultivators of the Wuzong realm and above to enhance their innate spiritual resonance. The value of these spirit stones surpassed that of gold, and they primarily circulated among high-ranking martial artists, rarely coming into the possession of ordinary citizens. Contemplating his imminent breakthrough to the Wuzong realm, he lamented the scarcity of resources for his cultivation. Once seated, the group began to observe their surroundings, ensuring they could escape at a moment's notice. Li Changxing believed his careful disguise as a Jianghu wanderer, complete with a bushy beard, would prevent him from being recognized. However, he was wary of the cunning Li Chen, who would undoubtedly deduce his presence here, and the formidable Lord Julu, who was rumored to have sent assassins after him. Caution was paramount. Li Changxing summoned the innkeeper to inquire about the upcoming martial arts tournament. "Excuse me, good sir, when will the martial arts convention take place?" "Ah, my lord, are you unaware? It is to be held in 5 days." The innkeeper replied. "Very well, what entertainment does the city offer in the meantime?" "Well, my lord, if you seek amusement, you might consider the flower boats on Taihu Lake or participate in the poetry competition hosted by the Yuelu Academy. Should you compose a fine poem or verse, you shall attract the admiration of many young ladies and gain notable fame, along with rewards from the Academy." "Rewards, you say? That sounds enticing," Li Changxing mused. With his current lack of resources, the prospect of rewards was too tempting to ignore. But aren't most individuals here to compete in martial arts? Why engage in poetry? The innkeeper chuckled. "Ah, my lord, you are mistaken. Historically, the arts of literature and martial prowess have been intertwined. It is indeed rare for a martial artist to possess vast literary knowledge. Surely, you would not wish to be mocked as an uncultured brute, would you? Thus, this poetry competition was organized. Moreover, such events attract many eligible young women. I see, Li Changxing replied, recognizing the opportunity to provide a platform for young men and women to connect, perhaps even fostering loyalty to the court. The innkeeper continued, "The rewards from this poetry competition are quite substantial, drawing together talented individuals from far and wide, noble heirs, gifted scholars, and martial prodigies. The first round of examinations began just today, and the demand for paper in the city has nearly exhausted the supply. Furthermore, the esteemed Saintess in Miaoshi from the first sacred land has also arrived. She is renowned as the most beautiful maiden in the eastern continent. Merely catching a glimpse of her would be worth a lifetime." Such fervent admiration for a star, Li Changxing thought, somewhat bemused by the innkeeper's enthusiasm. He was more focused on the rewards than the spectacle, and he sent Kong Ding to gather information, who returned with news of the Academy's prizes: 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a miraculous herb capable of forging extraordinary physiques for martial artists. Having dined sufficiently, Li Changxing made his way to the Yuelu Academy, eager to impart a touch of enlightenment to the local populace. Drawing from the wisdom of 5,000 years of history. Chapter 42. A poem emerges, captivating the audience, claiming the top spot at the Yuelu Academy. A throng of martial artists and scholars gathered. all vying for recognition. Kong Ding reported, "Young master, I have inquired further. The first round of literary examinations requires participants to compose a poem about the peach blossoms, inspired by the nearby Taohuan. However, there is a stipulation. The poem must be inscribed onto a stone tablet using a weapon." Inscribing with a weapon? Indeed, the emphasis remains on martial prowess, Li Changsheng mused. Upon reaching the inscription area, he observed a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman shouting in frustration, "Why is my poem deemed inferior? Do you not appreciate its beauty? You are all a bunch of illiterates." The words she had inscribed on the stone tablet were a crude verse. 1 peach blossom. 2 blossoms, 3 or 4. 1 bottle of wine, 2 bottles, 3 or 4. Peach blossoms are plentiful, and wine is too, but true friends are scarce, leaving me to toast in vain. While others mocked her lack of education, Li Changxing discerned a powerful sword aura emanating from her calligraphy, suggesting she was, in fact, a formidable practitioner. Even with his profound understanding of supreme martial arts, he was astonished by her technique. Fortunately, this martial arts convention was primarily a gathering for the youth. Otherwise, he would have no chance to make a name for himself against such an opponent. Li Changxing requested a stone tablet for his inscription, only to discover there was a fee of 50 taels of silver. As expected, no profit comes without a cost. He produced 100 taels. "I wish to inscribe a poem. Here is 100 taels for the tablet inscribed by this lady. What value does a mere poem hold?" She scoffed. "Take it, you fools." Kong Ding lifted the tablet while Li Changxing examined it closely. As he scrutinized the engraved characters, the image of the woman performing her swordplay flashed through his mind. Her moves were fierce and unrelenting. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted towards him. "This young gentleman has an eye for quality. Yet, judging by your appearance, it would be best not to embarrass yourself. They are merely seeking to provoke you for that 50 taels. You'll be wasting your money. Thank you for the warning, esteemed senior, but I believe I must enlighten these illiterates." Li Changxing replied confidently, "I like your boldness. But do you possess the true skill? Let me tell you, that stone tablet is no ordinary one. Without the strength of the Wuzong realm, you cannot inscribe upon it." Following her pointing finger, he observed other martial artists laboring to inscribe their words, laboriously etching each character with great difficulty. This endeavor tested their martial prowess as well. "You, merely a mid-level martial master, face quite the challenge," she remarked, clearly recognizing his realm. "Hardly to the point of embarrassment," he retorted. Drawing his sword, he aimed it at the stone tablet. The blade danced like a dragon, shimmering with cold light, swiftly composing a poem about the peach blossoms, echoing some traces of the woman's earlier style. The woman raised an eyebrow, impressed, a remarkable ability to learn on the fly. No, it is a testament to high comprehension that allows one to emulate her sword technique and spirit. Look, another capable of inscribing on the Haji stone. What incredible chi! A martial master can inscribe. Isn't this stone tablet meant to filter out those of lesser skill? Look at his poem. In no time, Li Changxing completed his poem, drawing attention from the gathering crowd. In the Peach Blossom Grove lies the Peach Blossom Temple. Beneath the temple, the Peach Blossom Fairy. The Peach Blossom Fairy plants peach trees and exchanges blossoms for wine. Awake or asleep, I sit before the flowers, drunk or sober. I nap beneath them at half awake, half dreaming. Day after day, flowers fall and bloom. Year after year, as the woman recited these lines, she became captivated by the poem, gazing at Li Changxing with intrigue. This young man truly managed to inscribe with the prowess of a martial master. And his poem was commendable as well. In this age, many knew martial arts, and many could compose poetry, but few could excel in both and possess handsome features. She continued, "I wish to live out my days amidst flowers and wine, not bowing before carriages and horses. Others mock my madness, yet I laugh at their inability to see." Upon reaching the final line, the woman's face lit up with joy, clearly enamored by the verse. Such a splendid poem, truly, what a line. I laugh at those who cannot see. For Li Changxing, this poem resonated deeply with his current situation, walking his own path, unfazed by the winds from all directions. Though it was filled with imagery of flowers, peaches, and wine, it bore no vulgarity. Rather, its eloquence pierced through the paper, awakening the hearts of its readers. The martial artists who had gathered, though unable to comprehend fully, were nonetheless deeply impressed. The crowd swelled, eagerly sharing the poem among themselves. The scholars from the Yuelu Academy, upon witnessing the scene, exchanged glances and hurried inside to summon a teacher for evaluation. After perusing the poem, the Academy's instructor remained in deep thought, unable to settle his mind. He crouched down, gently tracing the engraved characters with his fingers, reflecting upon them as he muttered, half awake, half dreaming, day after day, flowers fall and bloom. Year after year, what a fine poem, what a fine poem indeed. May I inquire your name, young hero? Li Chongqing replied. My surname is Li. I have come to participate in the martial arts convention and, in my leisure, pen this poem to add some cheer. Young Master Li, this poem deserves the top position. Someone, hang it up. Immediately, the Academy's attendants rushed to display the stone tablet prominently. The long vacant top spot for poems finally found its occupant. Envious onlookers questioned, by what right? How is my poem inferior? Why does his peach blossom temple merit such recognition? Indeed, is there some hidden connection? Why has the top spot, previously unclaimed, suddenly been awarded today? Li Chongqing, brimming with confidence, considered that despite the poetry circulating in this martial world, it paled in comparison to the essence distilled from 5,000 years of history, an overwhelming advantage. The elder scholar, incensed, retorted, I am a former champion of the Yuanwu era. Having served as the Grand Chancellor of Dayu for 40 years, with countless students across the land. After teaching for 20 years, my insights into literature are profound. May I see the poem you have penned? With that proclamation, the crowd was taken aback to discover that he was not only a former champion, but also a long-serving Grand Chancellor and a venerable teacher. A local from Suzhou remarked. Elder Chang is a great scholar of our Yu dynasty. Half of the talented students hail from his tutelage. If Elder Chang deems it worthy, then it is indeed exceptional indeed. This poetry contest has been ongoing for many days, and the top spot remained unclaimed until today. Those lacking in culture should read more. Brute strength does not equate to intelligence. As soon as Mr. Chung spoke, his words left the dissenters speechless, while many others marveled at the brilliance of the Peach Blossom Temple's composition. Soon, the questioning voices were drowned out. Mr. Chung was exceedingly pleased with Li Chongqing's poem and promptly invited him as a distinguished guest to enter the next round of the literary contest. The top-ranked poem from Yuelu Academy was also announced, garnering considerable attention. Amidst the crowd, a woman of unremarkable appearance repeatedly recited Li Chongqing's poem, gradually disappearing into the throng. The poem was indeed exceptional, and the individual was commendable. It seemed fortune had favored this journey to the East Wilderness. Meanwhile, a nondescript scout in the crowd stole a glance at Li Chongqing's departing figure before hastily exiting the academy. Within Yuelu Academy, a large assembly of cultured scholars and martial practitioners gathered. Despite their genteel demeanor, each possessed the strength of the martial sovereign realm, their ages similar to that of Li Chongqing. They certainly belonged to the ranks of prodigies, and in any sacred place, they would stand out as elite. However, Li Chongqing was different. His cultivation stemmed from the celestial demon relic and supreme demonic arts. While these prodigies had relied on heavenly materials and earthly treasures from a young age, the individuals here had formed a small circle, resembling a social gathering, with all eyes fixated on one woman. Upon overhearing the discussions, it became clear that she was in Miaoshi, the saintess of the first sacred land. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a flower-like beauty. Dressed in a blue gown of palace attire, her figure was graceful, and even a light application of makeup rendered her stunning, overshadowing all others. The students of the academy swarmed around her, but Li Chongqing merely cast a glance, undistracted, thinking, she is about on par with my wife. Xin Weiyang. Suddenly, An Miaoshi's gaze turned towards him, causing the crowd to part and collectively turn to look at Li Changsheng. An Miaoshi remarked, you must be the esteemed Li Gongzi, who recently claimed the top spot in the first literary duel. Might I inquire if you have any insights regarding the second round of the competition? Chapter 43. The Saintess invites you aboard the flower boat. Having just arrived, Li Chongqing found himself the center of attention. The second round of the literary competition involved the exquisite chessboard, an ancient board exuding a formidable energy, captivating the mind in an extraordinary manner. The venerable elder of Yuelu Academy explained. This chessboard was left by the chess sage of the martial Dao 5 centuries ago. Having found no rival, he spent an entire year comprehending this exquisite chess game, only to conclude that he could not overcome it. After 10 more years of contemplation, he ultimately failed and met his demise after spitting blood. As Li Changxing approached, he felt a powerful, mind-controlling force emanating from the chessboard. Had it not been for the celestial demon relic, he would have been ensnared by the game. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He remarked, "This chessboard is rather peculiar. It seems as though it seeks to draw me in." Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were taken aback, for they had not experienced such a sensation. They naturally sat down to play, yet all had failed to win against the exquisite chess game. "How amusing! You are not afraid, are you? What could possibly be so strange about this chessboard?" one scoffed. "Indeed, everyone plays in this manner. Perhaps you simply do not know how to play chess," another suggested. "Just admit it. If you acknowledge your lack of skill, you could skip this round altogether. Forget it. There's no need to hope. No one has succeeded in overcoming this exquisite chess game in 500 years. Li Changxing shot a disdainful glance at these individuals, but in Miaoshi maintained her serious demeanor. She inquired, "Do you truly sense something amiss?" Li Changxing replied, "Indeed. It feels as though my soul is at risk of being lost." Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been drawn into the chessboard for a match. A bystander mocked. "Do not heed his words." And Xianzi.an Miaoshi cast a cold glance at the bystander, who immediately fell silent, daring not to speak further. An Miaoshi addressed the elder. "It seems the second player has emerged." The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ah, truly, heroes emerge from the youth." Although Li Xiaoxia's cultivation is not high, his literary talent is exceptional, and possessing such insight is indeed rare. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that they had been mistaken? And Miaoshi continued to explain, "Esteemed guests, this exquisite chessboard is a life-and-death game left by the chess sage, imbued with mysterious powers. Ordinary individuals who approach will be drawn into the chessboard to play. Only those with keen intellect can avoid the board's influence." It became evident that Li Changxing had not been lying. The earlier mockers now found themselves in an awkward position, realizing their own shortcomings. And Miaoshi elaborated, "Only those who can maintain clarity of mind will be able to play normally and break the exquisite chess game. Yet, in 500 years, no one has succeeded. And what of the first player?" Li Changxing inquired. The elder laughed heartily. "Of course, it is the current saintess of the first sacred land, in Xianzi. However, she was unable to defeat the chess sage. I wonder if Li Xiaoxia would be willing to give it a try?" Li Changxing had some knowledge of Go, yet he felt uncertain about tackling such a high-level game as the exquisite chess game. However, he sensed that the so-called mind control likely involved the presence of death souls hidden within the chessboard. Wasn't this similar to his own human emperor flag? That flag collected all, regardless of skill level. If he could capture the chess sage's death soul, the human emperor flag would gain another formidable ally. Without hesitation, Li Changxing took a seat and began his match. As he settled in, it felt as though his mind was influenced by an unseen force. The surroundings transformed, placing him within a world reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. Before him lay a celestial chessboard and an ancient, venerable figure, the death soul of the chess sage from 5 centuries past. "Young man, accompany me in a game of chess," a deep and resonant voice beckoned. Suddenly, the scenery shifted to a mountain peak, where a chessboard awaited him, opposite an elegant elder. Li Changxing surveyed the chessboard situation, realizing the white pieces had no viable escape. The strategies of placing oneself in peril to foster survival were rendered futile. The game was fraught with complexities, intertwining opportunities for both life and death, and he felt dizzy from the overwhelming intricacies. This deadlock, how could one possibly break it? To call this an exquisite chess game is quite the misnomer. Here, there is no chance for life. I choose to resign. Li Changxing was no Go master. He understood that simply comprehending the situation was a challenge in itself. He couldn't make a move that wouldn't result in his own demise. A single piece became surrounded, leaving him with 2 true eyes. Li Changxing, by his own hand, enclosed himself, leading to a large portion of his pieces being captured. "Why do you not contend?" the profound voice inquired again. Li Changxing retorted, "Contending is futile. Not contending is a form of contention in itself. Your turn. Let us conclude this swiftly." The chess sage lifted a black piece, examining the board, only to find no place left to play. Due to Li Changxing's self-sacrifice, a significant area of territory had opened, allowing the previously trapped white pieces to regain their competitive edge. In an unexpected twist, Li Chongqing inadvertently unraveled the exquisite chess game. Ah? Li Chongqing noticed the chess sage's peculiar reaction. Upon closer observation, it seemed that a casual move had revitalized the game. The chess sage suddenly set down his piece, filled with deep emotion. Gain is but loss, and loss is but gain. Ha ha ha, so it is. Remarkable, truly remarkable. With a hearty laugh, the chessboard vanished, and the ethereal figure of the chess sage stood before Li Chongqing, bowing deeply. Thank you, young friend. What a divine move. And what an uncontentious contention that I depart without regret. I have little to offer you. But this is my final vestige of martial sovereign protective energy, passed on to you, young friend. May it aid you in your endeavors. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's consciousness returned, and the chessboard released a torrent of energy, coalescing around him. It formed a layer of protective energy akin to that of a martial sovereign, a level of defense that could not be breached by those below the martial sovereign realm, capable of lasting 5 days. A modest gift indeed. A voice rang out from within the academy, echoing the laughter of the chess sage, which had been sealed for 500 years. Ha ha ha, splendid chess. My path is not solitary. The game has been broken. It has been shattered. My heavens, he truly broke it. Which sacred land does he belong to? Eyes widened in disbelief. They pondered if such a feat could truly be accomplished. The sacred maiden of the radiant light rushed out of the courtyard, gazing up at the dissipating energy, murmuring, "Great ancestor, you have finally found satisfaction. Yet, I can no longer heed your teachings." Meanwhile, Li Chongqing clenched his fist. Enveloped by an overwhelming aura, feeling exhilarated. Though he had yet to claim the prize for first place in the poetry competition, he had already acquired the protective energy of a martial sovereign. What a delight. He felt fearless against any being below the martial sovereign realm. Even Li Yuan would be left shaking his head in disbelief. The elder of Yuelu Academy observed the chess match in silence. Nodding thoughtfully, the exquisite chess game is indeed remarkable. The resolution was unexpectedly profound. Li Xiaoxia, you truly astonish. I hereby declare that the second round of the poetry competition belongs to Li Xiaoxia as well. Li Xiaoxia, the final contest of the poetry competition will take place in 3 days. Please compose a poem or verse themed around martial prowess. We shall await your great work. Li Chongqing replied, very well. Around him, the scholars and martial practitioners sighed, their gazes fixated on the enigmatic newcomer, curious about his background. However, upon investigation, they found no leads. With the game resolved, the crowd dispersed, and Li Chongqing prepared to leave. Suddenly, a woman from the first sacred land intercepted him. Li Xiaoxia, the saintess requests your presence this evening at dusk on the Taihu flower boat for a drink. Do not fail to attend. Li Chongqing's lips twitched. Had he truly caught her attention? A young man must truly take care to protect himself when venturing out into the world. Chapter 44. Why are you standing there in a daze? Take off your clothes. As the twilight descended upon the serene waters of Taihu, Li Chongqing arrived as promised. His interest did not lie with the saintess, but rather he was acutely aware that the Marquis of Julu had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. As a mere henchman of the second prince, their desire for his demise was palpable. Thus, Li Chongqing was not inclined to underestimate his adversary's intelligence-gathering capabilities. In this martial world, even without divine sight, there existed myriad peculiar methods for locating individuals. Hence, it was prudent for him to remain in the company of renowned figures, both to augment his own reputation and to satiate his curiosity regarding the saintess's clandestine invitation to the flower boat. The term flower boat initially referred to luxurious vessels chartered by noble families for leisure excursions, but over time, it had garnered connotations of revelry and indulgence, earning its poetic appellation. For those in positions of power, it became a source of prideful conversation. In truth, many respectable boat rides also took place. As the sun dipped below the horizon, numerous flower boats dotted the waters of Taihu, filled with martial artists. Talented scholars and songstresses, their voices rising in a harmonious symphony. Please, young Master Li, board the boat alone. Our master servants do not overstep their bounds. Why should we be denied entry? My dear brothers, it suffices that the small boats beside mine follow closely. Li Chongqing nodded in agreement, and his companions, Kong Ding and Guoshun, ceased to follow him. He boarded the vessel alone, only to find it devoid of any other guests. Traversing the deck and along the narrow corridor, he entered the spacious salon, adorned with vibrant flowers, where the melodious strains of a zither wafted through the AI art. It was in Miaoshi who was playing. Upon spotting Li Changxing, she ceased her performance. "Young Master Li, please take a seat," Li Changxing inquired. "What prompted the saintess to invite me? If you do not clarify, I cannot bring myself to sit." And Miaoshi rose gracefully, her long, pale yellow robe flowing elegantly, accentuating her figure. A delicate waist was cinched by a slender belt, and her bare feet, unshod, revealed pristine toes, adorned with a golden thread tied around her ankle. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, evidently arranged to appear nonchalant. One could not help but admire the classical beauty before him. A chivalrous heroine, and Miaoshi was unparalleled, even among the talented individuals Li Changxing had encountered, with the sole exception of his wife, Shen Weiyang. Even the most skilled of retouched beauties paled in comparison to the saintess. "Your Highness," An Miaoshi approached and unexpectedly performed a reverent bow. Li Changxing was taken aback, touching his false beard in disbelief. "How could I be so easily discerned? No wonder she is so forward. She has seen through my disguise. How did you come to know my identity? The changes in your Highness since childhood are minimal. Have you forgotten the little girl who played chess by the Qianlong Abyss?" Li Changxing scoffed. "I am no longer a prince. A prince remains a prince. It is an immutable truth." Li Changxing sank into a seat, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, feeling a sense of relief at his identity being uncovered. "Rise," he commanded. "Surely, you did not invite me merely to expose my identity? Speak your purpose swiftly." And Miaoshi slowly straightened, though her neckline was inadvertently pressed down by her ample bosom, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Li Changxing was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sight. How delightful it was in ancient times, devoid of constraints, where the distinctions of size were easily discernible. And Miaoshi was indeed a rare beauty of the world. Amused, Li Changxing thought, no wonder even the tavern attendants say that a single glance is worth dying for. And Miaoshi rose to fetch some food and wine for Li Changxing, who had chosen a seat by the window for a quick escape. Through the window, he observed that the boat had reached the center of the lake, and the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment, causing his ears to blush with warmth. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure flitting past. Zhao Xuanji. She seemed to be searching each flower boat, encountering resistance and even being physically rebuffed. At this rate, it would not be long before she reached his boat. What was her purpose here? Moreover, she had brought an accomplice. One might mistakenly think she was engaging in an illicit affair. Li Changxing had no desire to engage with this biased mother of his. He could not forgive her for her indifference during his times of struggle. Now that he had found success, she regretted her earlier neglect. He immediately stood to leave. "Your Highness?" And Miaoshi, holding a cup of peach blossom wine, asked, "You just arrived, and now you wish to depart?" Li Changxing replied, "Zhao Xuanji has arrived. I do not wish to cross paths with her." "Farewell." An Miaoshi, taken aback, responded, "The divine lady has come? Your Highness, you are already at the center of the lake. How can your small boat escape? Allow me to help you hide." Li Changxing said, "Very well. Where is a wardrobe? I shall crouch inside." However, there was no wardrobe on the boat, nor even a lower deck. The only option was a large wooden tub for bathing, still filled with warm water, evidently prepared for Miaoshi's use before their meeting. Suddenly, there was a loud thump at the bow of the boat. Zhao Xuanji had boarded. "I heard this is An's boat, and I wish to inquire about someone." An Miaoshi gestured towards the tub, saying, "Your Highness, do not mind the dirt. Perhaps you could hide inside temporarily? The water can muffle your presence, and even the most skilled would not detect your aura." Li Changxing saw no alternative and reluctantly leaped into the tub. Moments later, Zhao Xuanji entered the cabin. Her attendant immediately began searching the boat without any regard for propriety. Zhao Xuanji glanced around and soon spotted An Miaoshi emerging from behind the tub. "Divine lady, I pay my respects to you. May I inquire who you seek? It appears I am the only one aboard." Although both were disciples of the foremost sacred ground, Zhao Xuanji's prowess and status surpassed that of An Miaoshi, whose reputation in the martial world was well established. "Why are you alone in a boat, An Miaoshi? I have not seen you in quite some time, yet you have your subordinates following closely in small boats? I heard your family's precious chess set was compromised. Where are the invitees? The divine lady had business to attend to and left early. Have you just bathed?" "Indeed, I was just about to retire for the night." At this moment, the attendant had searched thoroughly, finding nothing. Zhao Xuanji stepped into Miaoxi's quarters and reached into the tub, stirring the fragrant water filled with floating blossoms. The dim lighting concealed the bottom of the tub, making it impossible to discern anything within. Not encountering anything unusual, she turned to Miaoxi and remarked, as the saintess of the foremost sacred ground, "You must maintain your virtue before marriage. Do not allow those scoundrels to tarnish your reputation." And Miaoxi extended her elegant arm, revealing the mark of a chastity seal still intact. "Rest assured, divine lady, I am well aware." Zhao Xuanji stated, "The person I seek is my eldest son. He has recently been estranged from the emperor. And if you happen to find him, please persuade him to return." "Very well. This is his likeness. Is this the talented young man who penned the verses for the Peach Blossom Pavilion?" And Miaoxi examined the portrait, unmistakably recognizing Li Changsheng, yet she shook her head in denial. "It is not him. If you see him, please notify me immediately." Zhao Xuanji expressed her disappointment before turning to leave. Miaoxi escorted her to the bow of the boat and then hurried back, exclaiming, Your Highness, your mother has departed." Gulping a sigh of relief, Li Changxing emerged from the tub, his body drenched and imbued with the floral fragrance reminiscent of Miaoxi. "Your Highness," she teased, "why are you dawdling? Remove your clothes. Are you not uncomfortable?" Li Changxing touched his wet face and asked, "Do you have any spare garments?" And Miaoxi replied, "Your Highness, what kind of question is that? As an unmarried woman, how could I possibly possess men's clothing? I shall send someone to procure a set for you. This is a perfect opportunity for you to cleanse yourself." Li Changxing deemed it a reasonable suggestion and consented. Chapter 45 The Saintess's Small Request. What are you anticipating? In the city of Shuzhou, the Marquis of Julu arrived with a cadre of assassins, intent on scouring the vicinity of Taihu. The National Master's divination foretold that the prince would be aboard one of the flower boats on Taihu. "Search diligently. No boat shall be overlooked. Once found, execute without hesitation." The assassins promptly plunged into the water, swimming towards the various vessels in search of Li Changsheng. Under the cloak of night, Zhao Xuanji meticulously searched each boat. Meanwhile, atop a pavilion in Shuzhou, the Sword Saint stood resolutely against the wind. Nearby, the great Yu Sword Saint, Li Chuanguang, stood upon a high building, observing, "Li Chuanguang, your family's values are commendable. Once I locate Li Changsheng, I shall reform him, making him take my surname." Zhao Changsheng, with one hand resting behind him, stroking his beard, Li Chuanguang chuckled, unperturbed by the taunt of his old rival. "Your family has done a disservice to this legitimate grandson. It is not the Li family that has wronged him. It is your Zhao family that bears the responsibility for raising Zhao Xuanji and her 3 children to such a state." Zhao Shangtai scoffed, "Neglecting to educate is the father's fault. I accept that my daughter was not properly educated. However, the troubles surrounding Li Changxing are a result of your son Li Yuan's incompetence." Li Chuanguang wished to avoid engaging in this fruitless debate over blame. "As long as you acknowledge your culpability, that is sufficient. You should focus on the outstanding talents participating in this year's martial arts tournament. Have you not noticed? Humph, it seems you have no retort now, do you?" Zhao Xingqiao expressed his grievances, also realizing that in recent days, many extraordinary talents from various regions had descended upon Shuzhou, accompanied by numerous notable figures. Although their presence was not overtly disclosed, the heavy atmosphere was palpably amiss, particularly as the powers of certain unique bloodlines could not be concealed. High-ranking martial artists possessed a certain sensitivity. The descendants of the Tianfeng lineage, practitioners of witchcraft and emissaries from the Canggu sacred land had all arrived. Moreover, several adversarial old-timers had emerged. It seemed evident that they were drawn by the ancient treasure, the human sovereign banner. With its appearance within the realm of Diyu, it rightfully belonged to Diyu. What business did these individuals have here? Upon hearing the Sword Saint's complaints, Zhao Xingqiao laughed heartily. "Li Chuanguang, you still care more for power than for your grandson. That human sovereign banner, as I predicted, is in the possession of Li Changsheng," Li Chuanguang replied. "A child throwing a tantrum will eventually return. However, these newly emerged prodigies pose a threat to the first sacred land, as well as to our Li clan. This is no trivial matter." Zhao Xingqiao remarked, "Our first sacred land has in Miaoxi. Who do you have in your Li clan this generation?" In Taihu, Li Changxing had his subordinates replace the water in the wooden tub and bathe anew. He pondered what he would do if Zhao Xuanji were to arrive and forcibly take him back. Would that not conflict with his aspirations for fame and fortune? Having severed ties, how could such a specter continue to haunt him? Did they truly expect him to return? Surely, upon his return, he would find himself under house arrest. Moments later, a fresh set of garments was delivered, and Li Changxing emerged from his quarters, dressed anew. The two resumed their seats. And Miaoshi urged, "Your Highness, why do you wish to leave the imperial capital? Even the Empress has pursued you. I fear the Emperor of you may be concerned for your well-being. Is this what you summoned me for?" He inquired. "Not at all. It is simply that there are no children in this world who defy their parents. Such behavior is emblematic of disloyalty and unfilial conduct, and I fear you shall become the target of public scorn. Facing great difficulties ahead. One should not counsel others to be virtuous without having endured hardship themselves. You must experience my suffering. Your kindness may not equate to mine, I understand your benevolence, but the waters here run too deep for you to navigate. I advise you to cease your discourse." Miaoshi found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his logic. With a sigh, she admitted, "Truly, you are a remarkable talent. Your skills in debate are extraordinary." "It seems I have been overly inquisitive," Li Changxing, not inclined to anger with one he had just met, asked. "Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Let us consider this an opportunity to make a new acquaintance." Miaoshi produced the exquisite chessboard from earlier. "This chessboard was bequeathed by my ancestors. Your Highness, did you encounter my forebear while unraveling the game?" "Indeed, I did. The chess saint possessed an ethereal elegance and grace, appearing quite pleased before his departure. In truth, this chessboard harbors a remarkable secret. It ensnares the players within the illusory domain of the Taishu chessboard once more." "Oh, and what of it? Was the Jinglong chessboard not already resolved?" "Your Highness resolved the game. However, the board has now fixed its gaze upon you. No one else may utilize it to regain its use. A second player must triumph over you. I see it so. It appears I have unwittingly become a mere instrument. That is a relic from the chess saint. It rightfully belongs to its owner," Li Changxing mused inwardly. "Indeed? Why would they summon me otherwise? What was I foolishly anticipating? Surely, the esteemed saintess would not be so enamored by my mere resolution of a chess game or the composition of a poem. This matter is simple. I shall assist you in unraveling it." Taking the chessboard, the captivating phenomenon reoccurred, and Li Changxing found himself once again enveloped in the chessboard's illusion. Only after he activated the board could Miaoshi enter his consciousness. The two casually engaged in a game, clearly showcasing that Miaoshi's skill paled in comparison to his own. Within a few moves, she was left utterly defeated. Miaoshi had not anticipated Li Changxing's prowess at chess. Yet, ultimately, he chose to show mercy, conceding the game, allowing her to emerge victorious. Thus, this wondrous chessboard returned to its rightful owner. "Thank you, Your Highness," and Miaoshi said, cradling the cherished chessboard from her ancestors, now under her complete control. "Not at all. I too have gained immensely from this experience." He glanced at the time. The night had grown late. Having evaded the assassins from the Julu Marquis, he surmised that he was safe for the evening. "Please, guide me to shore." Observing Li Changxing's eagerness to depart without inviting her for additional games, and Miaoshi felt perplexed. Was she truly so unattractive? Did she possess no allure whatsoever? During this martial arts tournament, countless warriors had sought her presence, with those ruffians employing various tactics just to catch a glimpse of her. Why then was the crown prince seemingly indifferent? Just as Miaoshi began to speak, a sudden sound of splashing water resonated from outside, followed by Kong Ding's voice. "Assassins!" As soon as the words left his lips, the boat's window shattered, and 4 drenched assassins stealthily boarded. "We've found him. It truly is him. Attack!" These 4 assassins were highly skilled. Upon confirming Li Changxing's identity, they simultaneously lunged at him with their blades. In an instant, the small flower boat was engulfed in a maelstrom of spiritual energy, overwhelming forces shattering the vessel's structure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Miaoshi swiftly incapacitated 2 of the assassins. "Martial King Realm?" she exclaimed. "Little girl, your strength is commendable, but you are no match for us." Alas! Miaoshi found herself engaged in a 1 versus 2 confrontation. Sensing the disparity in realms, she was soon forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng stood unyielding as the attacks clanged against his martial emperor realm's protective aura. This was a boon bestowed upon him upon completing the Jinglong chessboard. It had truly saved his life. The assassin strikes felt as if they were striking iron, producing no effect whatsoever. Is he not merely a martial master? The intelligence must be erroneous. Retreat. Realizing the situation had turned dire, the four assassins attempted to withdraw. Yet in the next moment, over a dozen top-tier experts soared in from the horizon, all of them of the martial monarch realm. The Sword Saint and Blade Saint, in particular, made a grand entrance. Grandson, your maternal grandfather has come. What scoundrels dare to wreak havoc within the realm of Du? The Sword Saint and Blade Saint acted in unison. With a single strike, they swiftly subdued the four Martial King assassins, bringing the conflict to a swift conclusion. Upon removing their masks, it was revealed that two were elders from the First Sacred Land, while the other two were notorious figures from the Eastern Wilderness's demonic sect. Lai Chuanguang cursed, Zhao Xingqiao, how is it that your First Sacred Land's members are involved? Are they seeking to harm my beloved grandson? Zhao Xingqiao, bewildered, could not comprehend why esteemed figures from the First Sacred Land would engage in such underhanded actions. Surely, this entailed internal strife. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Li Changxing below mocked, what is so surprising? Whether it be the Li clan or the First Sacred Land, they all wish for my demise, hoping to leave my position as Crown Prince vacant for Li Changjian to claim without contest, silencing the voices of the talented. Yet I shall not yield. You need not feign concern. You must have learned of my possession of the human sovereign banner, which is why you have come for me. I stated in the court that from this day forth, I sever all ties with you. Do not assume I shall feel gratitude for your actions. Li Chuanguang furrowed his brow. Why is this child so filled with rage? Zhao Shangqiao hastily exclaimed, Grandson, I am your maternal grandfather. I harbor no intentions of harming you. These four men deserve death. I demand their lives this instant. With that, he unleashed four lethal knife strikes, instantly cleaving the four assassins in twain. Staining Taihu Lake with their blood, Li Changxing furiously declared, I am about to capture them and interrogate the mastermind behind this plot. Why are you so eager to conceal the conspiracy for Li Chengjian? Zhao Shengqiao quickly retorted, No, absolutely not. Why does this only worsen? Daughter, you must explain this to your grandson. Zhao Xuanji soared into the air on her sword, gazing at the imperial flag in Li Changxing's hand. He appeared as a youthful hero, standing valiantly upon the battlefield. Exuding an imposing presence in that moment, he was unrecognizable from the frail wretch who had returned from the barbaric tribes half a year prior. Li Changxing had transformed significantly. Furthermore, the imperial flag belonged solely to him, ensuring the future of the Danyu's foremost sacred ground was secure. She lamented, regretting being deceived by Li Changxing's performance. He was clearly a gem lost to the sea. She regretted allowing that fool Li Yuan to trick her. Your Highness, be silent. Li Changxing disdainfully pointed at Zhao Xuanji, rebuking her. Truly, the souls of the wronged refused to dissipate. If you had allowed me to proceed to Yunzhou peacefully, I would have refrained from speaking. Yet, after repeated attempts on my life, you coddle Li Changjian. Does my very existence offend you? That is not true, Your Highness. Mother is worried about you. Worried? Then why did you not attend my wedding? If you truly cared, why did you send me to Yunzhou with not a single coin to my name? Such concern. Zhao Xuanji attempted to draw closer, only to be repelled by the loyal Soul Army. With a troubled expression, she said, Your Highness, please believe me, Mother truly means no harm. It was all orders from your father. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept across Taihu Lake, and a sinister female voice echoed, You remain unchanged. Zhao Xuanji, always casting your burdens upon men. You bear no fault. Ultimately, you endure it all. An immaculate white lotus. Who dares? Zhao Xuanji glared furiously. From the lake, a water spout erupted, revealing an unremarkable woman clutching a stone tablet. The tablet bore the very poem Li Changxing had transcribed, the Peach Blossom Temple. Zhao Xuanji, recognizing the figure, gasped in shock. Is it you? The demonic witch of the cult, Lung Qinxue? How dare you set foot in Danyu? The demonic witch mocked. What do I have to fear? Lung Qinxue goes wherever she pleases. Li Changxing also recognized her. Senior? Ah, my dear disciple, you ought to call me master. What master? You have secretly learned my sword techniques and inscribed this poem. That makes you my disciple. Your acceptance of discipleship is rather casual. My approach has always been relaxed, primarily guided by fate. I find you quite suitable. I appreciate your goodwill, but I require no master. Is that so? Should you refuse, these man-eaters will take you away, and even the imperial flag you hold will be seized. However, if you become my disciple, you shall have whatever you desire. Li Chongqing, resolute, would not easily heed the words of others. Yet, having already been exposed, he chose to confront the situation head-on. He raised the imperial flag, summoning 5,000 loyal Soul soldiers to encircle him. Loyal Soul army, heed my command. At your service. Fight to the death. Do not retreat. Yes, in the heart of Taihu, golden spectral souls encircled Li Chongqing, standing as a formidable threat, poised for battle upon the slightest command. Li Chongqing surveyed the myriad experts surrounding him and declared, "When the souls are exhausted, I shall destroy this imperial flag. The item is in my possession. Those with the capability may come and take it. Danyu Empress, you need not say more. Your attitude towards me over the past 6 months is already known to me." Witnessing such animosity from Li Chongqing, Zhao Xingqiao and Li Chuanguang were left speechless. This was no unfamiliar grandson but rather a sworn enemy. The two elders exchanged glances with Zhao Xuanji, bewildered by how the couple had treated Li Chongqing. It was utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Xuanji's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart filled with regret. How had she allowed things to come to this? Chapter 47. Accusation against Zhao Xuanji, the first challenge by Taihu Lake. Duke of Julu gazed at the imposing Li Chongqing, who stood defiantly against Zhao Xuanji and her entourage. He stumbled back in fright, scrambling to flee. How is it possible? How could he possess the imperial flag? Damn it, damn it. How could both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint appear? For martial kings, do you have any idea the stakes I've wagered? This won't do. I must inform His Highness at once. In stark contrast to the fleeing Duke of Julu, numerous opportunists gathered by Taihu. The ethereal silhouette of the imperial flag loomed against the heavens, its brilliance casting Li Chongqing as a war deity. The stalemate ensued. And Miaoshi stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, there is no need for such alarm. Within Danyu, who would dare to claim your imperial flag? Since you are here to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I trust the Empress, Sword Saint, and Grand Elder will ensure your safety." Zhao Shengqiao immediately concurred. The Holy Maiden speaks wisely. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on my grandson, I shall show no mercy. Li Chuanguang shot a glance at the surrounding martial artists. Signaling them to assess their standing, Li Chongqing snorted dismissively, neither affirming nor denying, and promptly took flight with the flag. He would not participate in this grand martial arts tournament. It was time to depart. Logically speaking, with the imperial flag in his possession, he should achieve fame and fortune, right? Suddenly, a young man obstructed his path. "You, Danyu's crown prince, why are you traveling on the same vessel as Missen?" Li Chongqing replied, "I won first place in the poetry competition and broke the Jinlong chess game. Missen invited me for drinks. What of it? Are you jealous? By what right do you question me? Step aside." The young man's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Miaoshi, his admiration evident. "I see. So you're just a sycophant." Suddenly, the young man lashed out, "I am her friend. Danyu's crown prince, I have heard of your reputation. A man devoid of virtue, ability, achievement, and integrity, who has committed heinous acts against palace maids, slain eunuchs delivering imperial edicts, and stormed the court, disloyal, unfilial, and unjust. Such a person seeking to draw close to Miss N is worthy of censure. I am concerned for Miss N, fearing she may suffer under your tyrannical influence." Li Chongqing frowned. "Have I wronged you? This man cannot be sent by Duke of Julu and the second prince. Can he? The slander is identical. What? You cannot compose poetry, yet you cannot surpass the Zhenlong chess game to win Miss N's favor, so you resort to slandering me? Do you think Miss N would favor a man like you?" And Miaoshi appeared uncomfortable, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. How could she respond? "Your Highness, this one is a descendant of the Tianfeng lineage, Danijin. Their clan possesses the mysterious path of martial arts rebirth, with astonishing bloodline powers, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, a formidable contender in this year's martial arts tournament. The Tianfeng lineage, a mysterious martial arts family with a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. Hailing from the Dian Dynasty. It is said that they can achieve rebirth through the phoenix's flame, regaining youth and extending lifespan, even attaining immortality. Li Chongqing scoffed. What nonsense bloodline. What type of beast is he? That he should be concerned with breeding, so fixated on bloodlines. His derision elicited laughter from those nearby, but both Li Chuanguang and Zhao Xuanji frowned deeply. Li Chongqing's words were far too excessive. The heir of the Tianfeng lineage held a significant identity and background, his protectors being two martial lords, definitely not someone Dan Yu could afford to offend. This was, without a doubt, a major diplomatic incident for Dan Yu. Zhao Xuanji quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please do not speak so," Li Chongqing retorted disdainfully. "So he can insult me at will. Did he not initiate the insults first? What? Any stray dog on the street can insult me. Your son? Oh, I understand now. That is not the case, Chongqing. Those who bullied you, Li Wei and his son, as well as the Wu family, mother has avenged you. So, when it comes to this so-called Tianfeng lineage, they are so powerful that they can insult me at will, and I must bow and apologize. Just as you sacrificed me to the barbaric tribes? Is that right?" Zhao Xuanji was left speechless. "Why do you refuse to heed your mother's words?" "All I do is for your own good." Li Chongqing did not believe a single word. He turned to Dan Haijin and asked, "Will you step aside?" Suddenly, Dan Haijin drew his long sword, declaring, "Where is this? This is where every young martial artist makes a name for themselves. Do you have the courage to engage me?" Upon hearing Dan Haijin's challenge to Li Chongqing, the crowd was taken aback. Li Chongqing's strength lay at the mid-level of the martial master realm, while Dan Haijin stood at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. One had been nurtured by rare treasures, while the other had endured hardships in the barbaric tribes. What miracle could possibly occur? Zhao Xuanji cried out, "Young Master Dantai, this is unwise. My son has just returned from the barbaric tribes and is not proficient in cultivation." "The outcome is all too apparent," Dan Haijin retorted. "So he fears. Ha! A coward who flees at the first sign of trouble. I am not devoid of compassion. Feel free to escape, for life is long and there will be countless opportunities to flee." Li Chongqing, instead of becoming enraged, was filled with curiosity. "You resort to the empty words of others to elevate yourself. Do you lack the art of conversation? Did I ever declare my intention to leave? I simply believe that wielding the imperial flag of humanity is an unearned victory." Upon mentioning the imperial flag, Dan Haijin hesitated, contemplating retreat. The imperial flag is an ancient sacred artifact, unparalleled in its significance, and certainly not comparable to the weapons at his disposal. Dan Haijin conceded, "Indeed, I have trained since childhood, while you, a wastrel from a savage tribe, would render my victory an unworthy one, inviting the ridicule of the world. Then let us not use the imperial flag, and I shall forego my personal sword. Let us engage in a fair battle," he proposed. Teske, how brazen you are, the descendant of the Tianfeng lineage." Suddenly, the demonic sect's enchantress, Lung Qianxue, interjected, "Are you not taking advantage of the innocent? Good disciple, do not heed his words." Li Chongqing retorted, "Elder, I never agreed to be your disciple." Lung Qianxue replied, "The duration of your cultivation varies. I possess a fair method. Let us compare our innate talents. We shall see whether the Tianfeng bloodline is superior or if the long-lost Xiaolei bloodline of the Li clan prevails." The mention of the Xiaolei bloodline astonished Li Chongqing, as he was unaware that the Li clan possessed such a remarkable lineage. In a wonder, Li Chan relentlessly pursued him, effortlessly wielding lightning with his sword. Its power was indeed formidable, and even after consuming a pill that elevated him 3 ranks, he could not prevail. Someone nearby remarked, "In the past, Emperor, you had 2 sons. If the crown prince possessed the Xiaolei bloodline, how could he have been taken as a hostage?" Another added, "Indeed, it is evident that the crown prince lacked any exceptional talent. Thus he was sacrificed." It appears that the descendants of the Tianfeng lineage are indeed more formidable. Li Chongqing, however, was indifferent to such comparisons, yet he was eager to ascertain the strength of his own bloodline talent. "Very well, let us compete." Due to the interference of the demonic enchantress, the heirs of the 2 great families found themselves engaged in a contest of innate talents. Li Chongqing inquired, "How shall we measure this?" Lung Qianxue produced an ancient bell, stating, "This is a sacred artifact of my sect, used to test the root bone and comprehension abilities of disciples and their innate talents." It tolls 9 times. No chime indicates a commoner. 3 chimes signify excellence. 6 denote extraordinary talent, and 9 represent unparalleled genius. To this day, only 1 or 2 individuals from the Eastern Wilderness have achieved 9 chimes. It is well known among those present, such as Li Chugang and Zhao Xingqiao, the significance of the ancient bell that can measure one's innate abilities. A shared understanding seemed to envelop the gathering, eager to witness Li Changxing's potential. After all, it had only been half a year since his return to Daiyu, and he was still inexperienced in the ways of cultivation. Li Changxing remained unperturbed. The number of chimes held no bearing on him, for he was exceptionally gifted. He mused, ideally, it would not chime at all, allowing these bothersome individuals to depart, granting me peace. Yet he was curious to discover whether he possessed the Xiaolei bloodline. Dan Jian, with an air of arrogance, declared, talent testing. Such trifles are child's play. Let me show you what despair truly feels like. He approached the mysterious ancient bell. Ding, 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 ding. It resonated. A total of 6 chimes echoing, the sound reverberating through the ages, resonating throughout Shuzhou, and then across the entirety of Daiyu before it finally ceased. Dan Taijin, with his chin held high, reveled in his talent, confident it would set him apart from his peers. Now it's your turn. The wasteful crown prince of Daiyu, someone like you should never stand beside in Xinzi. You will tarnish her reputation. Curse you, jealous fool. Li Changxing scoffed. He reached out to touch the ancient bell. Ding, 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 ding. Each chime louder than the last. The crowd listened intently, their expressions shifting from calm to shock as the bell tolled beyond Dan Taijin's 6 chimes. How many chimes? 9 chimes? 9 chimes. Chapter 48. The 9 chimes genius. Contest from all sides. Ding, ding, ding. A resounding 9 chimes echoed, reverberating beyond Daiyu, reaching the Eastern Wilderness, the northern savage tribes, and the ancestral grounds of the Eastern Sea Demons. The entire continent became aware that a peerless genius had emerged from the Eastern Wilderness. This is impossible, Zhao Xuanji exclaimed, wide-eyed. The martial families, with conditions, typically tested their children's talents around the age of 5 or 6. Although the methods varied, the results were generally consistent. Li Changxing had previously been assessed as merely above average. How could a mere trip to a savage tribe have so drastically altered his innate talent? The ancient bell of the demonic sect, a sacred artifact, had only been possessed by 1 or 2 individuals in the Eastern Wilderness since ancient times, the last being the first emperor of the Eastern Wilderness a millennium ago. Now, her son possessed such exceptional talent. It made sense. No wonder he had progressed from an inexperienced cultivator to the mid-level of a martial artist in such a short time. Daiyu Empress, how could you allow that savage to take the crown prince as a hostage? Heavens! The talent of the crown prince of Daiyu is truly terrifying. 1 in a million. What if he had not wasted 20 years in idleness? It is unimaginable what he could have achieved had he cultivated during those 2 decades. The emperor of Daiyu must be a fool. How could he have allowed such a gifted child to become a hostage? Listening to the discussions around her, Zhao Xuanji's emotions were a whirlwind. It turned out that the firstborn not only had to surpass the second son in talent, but was also a prodigy. Why had she sent such an exceptional son to a savage tribe? It was all Li Yuan's fault. Had he remained by her side, she would now have a son of extraordinary talent who would not be subjected to ridicule. My son, you must forgive your mother. Even the foremost sacred lands in Miaoxi regarded Li Changxing with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that he could not only compose poetry and engage in strategic games, but also possessed such remarkable martial talent. Given time, he might even lead the Eastern Wilderness, becoming the new martial emperor. The 9 chimes of the demonic sect's ancient bell astounded everyone present, especially as a bolt of lightning crackled around it, a manifestation of Li Changxing's talent. The Xiaolei bloodline. This indicated that the power of his bloodline was formidable as well. The 9 chimes of the ancient bell were well-deserved. Yet Li Changxing remained composed, fully aware that his innate talent was not extraordinary. The trials of being a hostage for 20 years had rendered him quite ordinary. When he first returned to Daiyu, Li Yuan had assessed his talent and bloodline, likely deeming it inadequate. His current prowess was entirely due to the Tianma Shirley and Tianma transformation pill. The transformation pill had transformed him, while the Shirley continuously infused energy to enhance his body. How could this be anything but favorable? But how might he harness the power of the Xiaolei bloodline? Li Changxing understood that the Li clan, a martial family with a lineage spanning over a millennium, inherently controlled the power of thunder and lightning. If he could not wield it, would it not be a waste? He could not simply rely on the clan's techniques, could he? Very well. I shall leave this place and devise my own plans. I would rather explore and awaken this power than learn the Li family's techniques. Withdrawing his hand, he turned to the stunned Dan Jin, saying, "It seems your talent is rather mediocre after all. You have no words left to say, do you? Your talent is unworthy of an Miaoshi. For your own sake, keep your distance from her." Dan Jin's expression darkened. He had believed his talent to be exceptional, only to be overshadowed by a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. An Miaoshi's cheeks flushed. She was uncertain whether Li Chongqing was merely teasing her or subtly expressing interest. Upon witnessing their exchange, Dan Jin's jealousy flared. An Miaoshi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness, and he had pursued her for years. Having been pampered since childhood, he harbored a somewhat unhealthy possessiveness. Viewing An Miaoshi as his own, Dan Jin thought, "I cannot let him escape so easily. I must stifle his rise here." Suddenly, a voice from behind, belonging to a protector, called out, "Young master, the crown prince of Dayu possesses an ancient sacred artifact. How could our Tianfeng lineage lack one? This is the Fire Phoenix Feather, bestowed by the family head to ensure your victory in the martial arts tournament." Gasps of astonishment filled the air once more. The Fire Phoenix Feather, a sacred relic passed down through the Tianfeng clan since ancient times, possessed tremendous power. Once cast, it would summon the Phoenix Fire Soul, incinerating all in its path and responding to the wielder's will. Dan Jin, upon seeing the family's sacred artifact produced, felt a surge of confidence. He scoffed, "Li Chongqing, now that we both possess weapons of equal caliber, do you dare to engage me in a fair fight?" Onlookers exchanged glances, incredulous at Dan Jin's shamelessness. Clearly, the Tianfeng lineage had invested heavily in this martial arts tournament, and it seemed they would not allow the crown prince of Dayu an easy escape. This was a martial arts competition. Conceding was an option, wasn't it? Concede. You just tested as a prodigy and then concede. Your heart cannot bear it. The demonic enchantress put away the ancient bell. Her purpose for coming to Shuzhou was to take on disciples. Upon witnessing Li Chongqing learn from her engraved stone tablet at the Yuelu Academy, she had developed a fondness for him. By producing the ancient bell earlier, she sought to gauge Li Chongqing's talent. He was the ideal disciple she must secure. She said, "Dan Jin, you have trained since childhood. My disciple has just returned from the savage tribe after 20 years as a hostage, enduring countless hardships. Having only trained for half a year, do you dare call this fair?" Dan Jin, fully aware of his shortcomings, refrained from arguing. Yet, his protector spoke. A true hero does not boast of past glories. The martial arts tournament is taking place in the present, where the competition is solely about the now. The sorceress Long Qinchua remarked, "My dear disciple, let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us return to master." A voice from the crowd belonging to the first sacred land shouted, "Long Qinchua, do not recklessly claim relations. That is my precious grandson, Li Chongqing. As long as you are willing to join our dojo, the emperor shall appoint you as a consort. Come to our eternal sacred land, and you shall become the new holy son. I willingly relinquish my position as holy son." The onlookers from various factions, eager to seize the moment, extended their olive branches to Li Chongqing, attempting to recruit him. This infuriated Long Qinchua, who exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? He is my disciple. Do not encroach upon him." Li Chongqing found himself speechless, pondering the peculiar behavior of this sorceress. He politely replied, "I thank you for your esteemed recognition, but I currently have no intention of taking on a master or joining any faction." Li Chongqing then glanced at Dan Jin and declared, "I shall first remove this obstructive toad." Li Chongqing's desire to compete surprised everyone, for even without participating, he would face no repercussions. He was merely at the initial stage of the martial master realm, making this a glaringly unfair contest. This child is simply too ambitious. With the ability to fully unleash the Fire Phoenix Feather, Dan Jin had an advantage, while Li Chongqing's human emperor flag could not be completely liberated. This was indeed inequitable. "You dare insult me? You seek death." Dan Jin, enraged by the derogatory remarks, was furious at being called a mere toad. As a descendant of the heavenly phoenix lineage, he was a prideful figure wherever he went. A true dragon among men, not someone to be scorned lightly. In a fit of rage, he launched a surprise attack, directing a beam of spiritual energy towards Li Chongqing. Quick to react, Li Changxing evaded, and a tremendous explosion echoed across the surface of Taihu Lake. The two leapt into the air, engaging in a fierce battle above the water's surface. However, Li Changxing summoned the human emperor flag, commanding his army of 5,000 loyal souls to pursue Dan Taijin relentlessly. The overwhelming pressure from this weapon was akin to a father overpowering his son. The Fire Phoenix Feather was a lethal hidden weapon. Without it, Dan Taijin stood no chance against the human emperor flag. After exchanging dozens of blows, Dan Taijin found himself in a dire predicament. Suddenly, after enduring numerous strikes, he leapt onto a decorative boat, seizing an opportunity to unleash the Fire Phoenix Feather, infusing it with spiritual energy, igniting the night sky over Taihu Lake. The fiery phoenix soared through the air, guided by Dan Taijin's finger. Charging towards Li Changxing, Li Changxing raised the human emperor flag, channeling his magical powers to elevate his momentum to its peak. "Loyal souls, bear witness," cried the 5,000 loyal souls in unison. "Kill, kill." Chapter 49. A Battle to Ascend to Divinity. Shaping the Dragon Element. Above Taihu Lake, Dan Taijin, relying solely on his bare hands, continually infused spiritual energy to catalyze the Fire Phoenix Feather, while to his left, Li Changxing wielded the human emperor flag. His true chi erupting at full force, the two forces clashing in a spectacular display. The Fire Phoenix Feather, a treasured relic of the heavenly phoenix lineage, was indeed formidable. Even a mere martial sovereign could contend with the martial king. Could Li Changxing withstand it? Boom! After a prolonged standoff, a massive explosion erupted at the center of Taihu Lake, sending shockwaves that whipped the onlookers' garments and sent decorative boats crashing to the shore. The clash of two ancient sacred artifacts resulted in a stalemate. Zhao Xuanji was astonished. Is it truly a tie? Has the human emperor flag, despite not being fully unleashed, managed to prevail? Zhao Shengqiao refuted. Not at all. The Fire Phoenix Feather is also an ancient sacred artifact, its rank comparable, enhanced by the release of spiritual energy. Its might is formidable. However, the human emperor flag's strategic utilization of the 5,000 loyal souls has sustained its position. The sorceress Long Qianxue scoffed, "Zhao Xuanji, are you blind? It is evident that your son's technique surpasses the rest. His endurance is far superior. Dan Taijin has exhausted his spiritual energy, while his true chi remains robust." Zhao Xuanji retorted, "Do not set your sights on my son. He will never take you as his master." In the heart of the battlefield, the 5,000 loyal souls withstood the fiery onslaught of the Fire Phoenix. Though their strength was significantly drained, yet they did not dissipate completely. Under Li Changxing's command, they retreated back into the human emperor flag. At the final moment, the loyal souls had just depleted Dan Taijin's spiritual energy. The Fire Phoenix Feather remained unscathed, yet the 5,000 loyal souls of the human emperor flag could no longer fight. They required spiritual nourishment to recover. Both combatants stared at each other, unable to control the ancient sacred artifacts any longer. Whoosh! But Li Changxing did not relent. He seized the initiative, drawing forth his life sword and sweeping it across. Clang! Dan Taijin immediately parried with his own sword. Having expended all his energy to wield the Fire Phoenix Feather, he was now utterly fatigued. Though his martial arts realm was superior, he lacked the strength to continue and could only rely on his physical prowess, which was insufficient to withstand Li Changxing's remaining vigor. "I in disbelief," he exclaimed. "How can you?" Li Changxing possessed the heavenly demon relic, perpetually cultivating the supreme demonic arts, and thus maintained his strength. With one strike after another, employing the continuous sword techniques from the Void Demon God technique, he forced Dan Taijin into retreat after retreat, ultimately shredding his garments and dislodging his hairpin, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. Dan Taijin was a strong contender in this year's martial arts tournament, a likely candidate for victory. Yet now, he was merely a plaything in Li Changxing's hands. "Prince of Du, cease this at once." The protectors of the heavenly phoenix lineage swiftly intervened, shielding Dan Taijin from further humiliation. If this continued, their heir's spirit would be utterly crushed. Li Changxing, with a triumphant smirk, asked, "What now? Is it still possible to call this a fair contest?" At this moment, Dan Taijin appeared disheveled, his belt undone, no longer resembling the noble scion he once was. Humph! Without uttering a word, Dan Taijin turned and walked away, and this gesture signified his acknowledgement of defeat. Li Chongqing exhaled a sigh of relief. He had expended considerable true qi and was nearing his limits. Thankfully, he had emerged victorious. With this battle, he had achieved renown and claimed his reward, the dragon element. Suddenly, an ominous red energy orb materialized in Li Chongqing's hand. The dragon element had appeared before him as if summoned by fate. And without hesitation, he swallowed it. Upon consuming the dragon element, Li Chongqing's body erupted in a blinding crimson light, a faint red dragon shadow spiraling around him. Roar! As the absorbed dragon element coursed through him, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Before the spectators could fully grasp the reality of Li Chongqing's triumph over the heavenly phoenix lineage's prodigy, they realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Is this the first genius of the ages? To break through so effortlessly? Can one truly ascend to a new realm merely through a single contest? The heavenly demon relic swiftly assimilated the energy bestowed by the dragon element. Enhancing his flesh and blood with its unique properties, by refining this treasure, he would gain extraordinary self-healing abilities and significantly augment his power. As he cultivated, the surrounding temperature soared, creating a mist upon the surface of Taihu Lake, gradually enveloping Li Chongqing. Suddenly, Zhao Xingqiao and Li Chenggan, among others, descended around Li Chongqing, seemingly aware of his impending breakthrough, wishing to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. However, their concerns proved unwarranted, for during the absorption of the dragon element, Li Chongqing also possessed the protective energy gifted by the chess sage from the rare chessboard, which allowed him to boldly break through in public. He had refrained from using it earlier out of respect for his opponent. After a brief moment, Li Chongqing released a deep breath, having broken through to the martial sovereign realm that, of course, ascending 2 minor realms was merely a fraction of the dragon element's effect. The more significant transformation was the qualitative leap of his physical form, granting him the ability to heal. In this martial world, those with special bloodlines possess innate healing capabilities. However, Li Chongqing now possessed their strongest ability and talent, representing the dragon element's ultimate enhancement. Consider the future. When Li Chongqing engages in combat, both parties battered and bruised, he would gradually recover, leaving his adversaries in despair. As the mist dissipated, Li Chongqing found himself rejuvenated, sensing the spiritual energy within his dantian. Unlike true qi, this energy did not originate from the nourishment of his flesh but seemed to be a transformation of true qi itself. Li Chongqing raised the human emperor flag, channeling a copious amount of spiritual energy into it. The heavily injured 5,000 loyal souls began to regain their vitality, reigniting their formidable fighting spirit and strength. Boom! One by one, the loyal souls lined up in formation once more. Long live the prince, they chanted in unison. Buzz! The human emperor flag, now nourished by their souls, was fully liberated, transformed into its ultimate form. A pole crowned with a dragon's head, resembling a long spear, its surface adorned with peculiar markings. A grander flag billowed in the wind, appearing almost alive and vibrant. Loyal souls, pave the way. Yes, your highness. Li Chongqing commanded the loyal souls to clear a path as he departed. Having already achieved fame and claimed his reward, and there was still the final task of the poetry competition, to compose a poem on the theme of martial prowess. Li Chongqing turned to look back, and a multitude of skilled warriors gazed upon him. Of course, their intent was not to slay him. Zhao Xuanji was still weeping there, hoping to retain this rebellious son with her tears. Zhao Shengqiao felt helpless, racking his brain to devise a way to convince this grandson of his. Others, though tempted to act, dared not move, for they were acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint. Here in Daiyu, disturbing the esteemed war godly Yuan of the Eastern Emperor posed the question of whether one could even leave Daiyu alive. Weighing the pros and cons, they chose to refrain from action. Li Chongqing found their cautious demeanor amusing as he boldly recited a poem by the immortal poet Li Bai. In May, the mountains are draped in snow, no flowers bloom, only the chill does grow. From the flute, I hear the weeping willow, yet spring's hues remain unseen. A sorrowful tableau, petit dawn. I battle to the sound of gold drums. At night, I rest, embracing my jade saddle's hum. I wish to wield the sword at my waist. To cleave through the imperial palace's gates. In the final line, he altered Lulan to imperial palace, a meaning unmistakably cleared. An Miao Shi, please take this poem to enter the competition. If I triumph at the poetry conference, remember to reserve my reward. With that, He turned and departed. Chapter 50. The Emperor of Yu was astonished and ordered the immediate recall of the second prince's sword. The news of Li Chongqing's 9 chimes of talent from the Devil Sect's bell in Shuzhou rapidly returned to the imperial capital of Daiyu. What? That rebellious son possesses 9 chimes of talent. Could it be that Long Qianxue is deceiving the world with a false bell? What? He wields the imperial flag. No wonder. No wonder he could. What? Moreover, he has defeated the Tianfeng clan, who wielded ancient sacred artifacts. The crown prince secured victory at the Shuzhou Poetry Conference. Explosive news cascaded in. The Emperor of Yu felt his scalp tingle. The imperial flag. It is an ancient sacred artifact that can summon 100,000 heroic spirits to battle. A one-man army. How could it fall into that rebellious son's hands? No, something is amiss. How could the crown prince's talent be so exceptional? Upon his return, I feared he was merely a trickster, yet I specifically tested the crown prince's bloodline, confirming it as mine. However, when assessing his talent, he was evidently of ordinary aptitude. The Emperor of Yu was elated. The imperial flag, an ancient artifact, astonishingly belonged to the Li family. My Li clan shall rise. Li Yuan acknowledged his regret. He should not have hastily expelled Li Chongqing from the imperial capital and should have shown him some affection. The Emperor of Yu immediately commanded, "Summon the second Prince Li Chongjian." In a short while, Li Chongjian arrived, clad in splendid robes, proudly displaying the former emperor's sword, eager to showcase his favored status. "Father Emperor, you summoned me." After much contemplation, "I believe the former emperor's sword is unsuitable for you." "Ah?" Before Li Chongjian could react, the Emperor of Yu effortlessly drew the sword back. Li Chongjian's face turned pale. He had just hosted a banquet for the ministers, flaunting before many officials and brothers of the Li clan. Suddenly receiving a summons from his father, he thought it urgent, rushing in with enthusiasm, only to find it was a retraction of a command. You, are you still a dignified ruler of a nation?" Yet, Li Yuan, thick-skinned, dismissed the public nature of it. "It can be taken back as easily as it is given," Li Yuan continued. "The martial arts conference is imminent. Why are you still here? You show no ambition, constantly forming cliques and engaging in petty schemes. Chongjian, you have disappointed me gravely." Li Chongjian's mind was in a whirl. What is happening? Wasn't everything fine until suddenly I was being scolded? He quickly knelt, saying, "Father Emperor, I do not dare to slacken my cultivation for even a moment. I am now at the early stage of the martial sect." "Humph, what use is being at the martial sect?" Li Yuan reprimanded. "I entered the martial sect at 16. The Tianfeng clan's prodigy, Dan Aijin, is now at the pinnacle of the martial sect. Can you contend with him?" Li Chongjian was too frightened to speak further. Li Yuan added, "Just now, the crown prince has already defeated Dan Aijin. Even if he does not seek fame, his name has spread far and wide." Li Chongjian felt a cold sweat trickle down. The crown prince knows nothing of cultivation. The barbarians did not allow him to train. What gives him the right? Fool. He has been back in Daiyu for over half a year. Can he not cultivate during this time? He could defeat Dan Aijin in just half a year? Li Chongjian felt the information was erroneous. "Father Emperor, how true is this news?" "Of course, it is entirely true, if you do not believe it. Go to Shuzhou and see for yourself. You may leave." After dismissing Li Chongjian, the Emperor of Yu summoned the Shadow Guard. "Your Majesty," Li Yuan handed over the former emperor's sword, saying, "Command the 5 divine generals to escort this sword to the crown prince. Tell him that I have forgiven him and that he may return." The Shadow Guard accepted the sword, saying, "Your Majesty, the order was previously given to summon the crown prince back to the court. Hurry, retrieve him. He must not see this, yes." After the Shadow Guard left, Li Yuan mused, "By granting him the former emperor's sword, that rebellious son should understand my heartfelt intentions. There should be no more grievances." Meanwhile, as Li Chongqing departed from Shuzhou, he was followed by numerous individuals. He knew that Zhao Xuanji would not relent until she captured him again. He merely did not wish to provoke her further. They could not forcibly take him, for Li Chongqing bore the protective aura of the martial emperor left behind by the chess saint, rendering him unafraid of being forcibly taken away. However, he found their persistent following tedious. Within the temporary residence, the servants were busily gathering supplies, preparing to depart. Xiang Long observed the heavyweight figures at the entrance, feeling quite overwhelmed. Zhao Xuanji inquired, "Grand Tutor, will the crown prince come out to see us?" Xiang Long awkwardly replied, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has stated he wishes to go to Yunzhou and will not return to the capital. As his grand tutor, do you not know how to persuade him? Have him consider his parents. Zhao Xuanji initially intended to suggest he think of his parents, but felt it would only complicate matters, so she fell silent, feeling quite vexed. She then added, Consider the Crown Princess, who leaves their bride on the first day of their marriage to venture to the frontier. Xiang Long countered, Your Majesty, the prince has no choice in the matter. If he remains in the capital, he will have no future. That was then. Now I support him. What about the second prince sending assassins after the crown prince? How should the empress handle this? There is no such thing. It's a misunderstanding. I am his own mother. Would I harm him? Have him come out. I will explain everything to him. Indeed, do our two grandfathers not deserve a chance to meet him? Xiang Long glanced at the Blade Saint and the Sword Saint, finding it rather surprising that two of Daiyu's top powerhouses remained so composed. The old minister shall give it a try. Inside, Li Chongqing was adapting to the changes brought about by entering the martial sect. The transformation in his true energy had led to a qualitative change, giving rise to a spiritual resonance. He seemed to possess an abundance of this resonance. If I am not mistaken, what you have absorbed is the exceedingly rare dragon essence. Li Chongqing glanced at the uninvited guest, the demon sect's enchantress Long Qianxue. She had somehow eluded the so-called masters outside and quietly entered his estate, insisting on taking him as her disciple. Li Chongqing was not intimidated by her and naturally would not agree. However, Long Qianxue persisted, When will you leave? Did you not wish to sever ties with the Daiyu royal family? If I leave, who will protect you? Do you realize how many martial emperors lurk outside this town, all waiting to devour you? Li Chongqing understood this logic. He had not anticipated the appearance of so many formidable figures in Shuzhou. What a pity I am only at the martial sect, he sighed. Otherwise, listen, are you speaking human words? Long Qianxue retorted. For someone your age to reach the martial sect is already extraordinary, let alone you consuming dragon essence. You only achieve this after defeating Dantai Jin. How does this count? Killing with intent, perfectly suited to my sect's tastes. Li Chongqing's lips twitched. Indeed, he had defeated Dantai Jin, fulfilling the conditions for his rise to prominence, which earned him the dragon essence. Long Qianxue then pointed to a nearby stone monument. You still keep the stone monument engraved with my sword technique. You cannot hide your intentions. If your sword skills were commendable, you would not resort to stealing my techniques. I intended to comprehend the strengths of others. That's entirely different from taking on a master. Long Qianxue was not leaving. She had come to the world's premier martial arts conference to scout for disciples. Having finally found a suitable candidate, she was not about to give up easily. What? Does a good disciple come with conditions? Li Chongqing did not respond, for he saw another pivotal life choice looming. Choice 1. Remain prudent, return to his mother, be a compliant child, surrender the imperial flag in exchange for the stability of the crown prince's throne. Reward. 7. Return fire pill. Choice 2. Break through the encirclement, amidst the predatory gazes of numerous martial emperors, and reach Yunzhou. Reward. Supreme sword technique, superior sword art. Choice 3. Employ a clever ruse, passing through the chaos. Have his subordinates proceed to Yunzhou first while he remains in Shuzhou to eliminate the behind-the-scenes assassin. Duke of Julu, Su Mingxi. Reward. Supreme sword path, superior sword art. Hist. Li Chongqing was overjoyed. Truly, he thought of something, and it arrived like a timely gift. Chapter 51. Refusing the imperial edict. He crafted a counterpoem. Li Chongqing now found himself troubled by various factions, all fixated on the imperial flag and on him. He had to admit that without his maternal grandfather and biological grandfather watching over him, he would not be enjoying such ease now. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Your Highness, I seek an audience. Li Chongqing was aware of Xiang Long's arrival and wished to have the enchantress retreat. However, upon turning around, he found that Long Qianxue had vanished without a trace. Puzzled, he marveled at her skill. Indeed, she was a master of the demonic arts, capable of appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Come in, he said. Xiang Long entered cautiously and spoke. Your Highness, as per my understanding, the Sword Saint and Blade Saint are unaware of your existence. They wish for you to join them for a meeting. Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen seems eager to discuss something with you. Considering his current situation, Li Chongqing realized he had to rely on his maternal grandfather and his biological grandfather. and thus he needed to meet them. He rose and stepped outside the estate. A considerable crowd had gathered, including many experts from the First Sacred Ground and the concealed members of the Li clan, led by Li Chugang. Upon seeing his son emerge, Zhao Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "I did not come to see you," Li Changsheng scoffed, then faced the two family elders, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Blade Saint and the Sword Saint." Zhao Shengqiao remarked, "Grandson, there is no need for such formalities among family. Do not think your mother is unreasonable. Your grandfather is quite understanding. If you choose not to return to the imperial capital, you are welcome to stay with us at the First Sacred Ground, and I shall immediately abdicate my position in favor of the Holy Son. Li Chugang added, "Changsheng, I confess I was unaware of your identity back then. I was in seclusion nursing my wounds, and by the time I emerged, you had already become a hostage for Dayu." Zhao Shengqiao scolded, "Old fool, are you stealing my lines?" Li Chugang, unfazed, replied, "Is that so? I merely speak the truth. In any case, this was a mistake, a fault of your father and mother." Seizing the moment, Zhao Xuanji interjected, "The queen was also compelled. It was all your father's doing." Li Changsheng raised his hand, stating, "Enough. If you wish to discuss these matters with me, it is unnecessary. I have never held resentment for being sent to the barbaric tribes as a hostage. As the crown prince of Dayu, I willingly made sacrifices for the diplomatic relations and peace between our nations. What concerns me is that I have returned for half a year. What have I gained? After all I have given, what have I received in return? I implore the queen to enlighten me." Zhao Xuanji fell silent, struck by the weight of his words. Zhao Shengqiao and the others hastily responded, "Grandson, we are all family. Let us discuss this behind closed doors. If you feel wronged, we are here to ensure you receive fairness." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp voice pierced the air. A group of spirit shadows, led by a royal envoy from Dayu, marched in with great authority. They were the first batch dispatched by the emperor to summon Li Changsheng back to the capital. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the envoy recognized Li Changsheng instantly. "On that day in the court, I saw you clearly. Long live the Blade Saint. Long live the Supreme Emperor. Long live Her Majesty the Queen." After reciting the decree, the envoy straightened his posture and addressed Li Changsheng. "By the mandate of heaven, the crown prince is summoned." The envoy continued, "Let it be known, by the decree of the Emperor of Dayu, the crown prince is commanded to disband his faction, relinquish the position of General Filong, and return to the capital with the human emperor's banner, without delay. This decree is absolute." Li Changsheng regarded the imperial edict with a smile. Suddenly, he drew his sword and swept it across, blood splattering 3 steps away. "Changsheng, no, stop!" With a single stroke, he severed the decree in two, wounding the envoy's arm in the process, who cried out in pain. "How dare you defy the decree in front of Her Majesty and the Supreme Emperor? You are truly seeking rebellion, Li Changsheng. His Majesty has already bestowed the sword of the former emperor upon the second prince. Your days of ease are over. The crown prince is rebelling." Zhao Xuanji seethed with fury, her anger boiling over. She recognized this envoy as one of Li Chengjian's men, known for his arrogance. With Li Yuan sending such a person, it was truly counterproductive. Moreover, granting the former emperor's sword to the second prince before officially naming him heir was a provocation. Li Chugang, exasperated, muttered, "Li Yuan, that ungrateful wretch, does he have any idea of the current situation?" Li Changsheng disregarded their expressions and coldly stated, "Return and tell Li Yuan that my ties with him are severed. I no longer wish to be associated." Zhao Shengqiao, feeling urgency, thought it better to take him back to the First Sacred Ground for proper guidance. He suddenly took action. "Grandson, come back with me to the First Sacred Ground." But a powerful golden aura intercepted Zhao Shengqiao's attempt, repelling him back. "What is happening?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. "I have broken the chess saint's exquisite chess formation, and now I am surrounded by protective energy. Do you think you can seize me? Not a chance. Have you finally revealed your true intentions? I once believed you would respect me, yet it seems you only wish to use force. For now, I may not be your equal, but when I surpass you, humph." The crowd was struck dumb. The renowned exquisite chessboard held such marvels. However, the protective aura would eventually dissipate, and its duration remained uncertain. Yet for now, they were utterly helpless against Li Changsheng, who was merely at the martial emperor realm. Li Changsheng observed their helplessness, throwing his head back in laughter and reciting a poem. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, I shall bloom while all flowers wither. The fragrant scent wafts through the capital, and the city is adorned in golden armor. Zhao Xuanji, upon hearing this poem, was utterly astonished, not only at its beauty but also at its profound meaning. What a splendid son he was! How had he transformed into an adversary? Others were equally struck dumb by the revelation. What had driven the crown prince to rebellion? Changsheng, what must I do for you to forgive your mother? Keep your distance. If you regret it, I may consider forgiving you. Changsheng, be gone. I have no mother like you. Li Changsheng shut the door with an unperturbed demeanor. The tears of a crocodile mattered little to him. Let them wallow in regret as they gazed at the firmly closed door. Li Chugang and the others sighed deeply. Soft approaches had been tried and failed. Harsh measures had also been attempted to no avail. Why was the crown prince so difficult to manage? Li Chugang declared, I shall return and have Li Yuan come personally. You will remain here to guard the crown prince. There must be no mistakes. Understood. Many experts from the Li clan responded in unison. Zhao Xuanji inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Changsheng is far too stubborn. Zhao Xingqiao remarked, he is indeed stubborn, just like you when you insisted on marrying Li Yuan. It is the father's fault for not teaching him. Look at how he was raised. If he does not learn, he deserves it. Father, this is not the time for blame. You must find a solution. You saw what just transpired. I have already resorted to force, yet that protective aura of the martial emperor. Ah, the chess saint is still my ancestor. I cannot use brute strength. Then let us follow him. From his attitude earlier, he does not seem entirely resistant to me. I have a plan. Back inside the estate, Xiang Long felt a mix of emotions and asked, Your Highness, what shall we do next? Li Changsheng commanded, immediately mobilize and head towards Yunzhou. As Li Changsheng issued his orders and returned to his room to contemplate his strategy. Suddenly, the seemingly unremarkable demonic enchantress appeared once more, arriving as silently as before. An idea struck Li Changsheng. He could utilize her. Oh, how intriguing. So you possess protective energy. And no wonder you have been so audacious all along. Little rascal, you truly have an array of hidden talents. Long Qianxue, do you have any means to help me slip past everyone unnoticed? Upon hearing this, Long Qianxue's face lit up with excitement. She had been waiting for this moment, of course, while I may lack other skills. I have plenty when it comes to hiding. If you were to take me as your master. Chapter 52. In the Haohuan sect, only you and I remain. If you can assist me in leaving, I might consider accepting you as my disciple. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Long Qianxue not only did not feel anger but instead burst into laughter. You are such an amusing person. It's no wonder Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji cannot tolerate you. They are all so rigid. But you only wish to exploit me to escape these people, am I wrong? If I were to become your master, how could I allow myself to be manipulated by you? Li Changsheng inquired, What skills do you possess? Long Qianxue pinched her own face, stretching her skin with a mischievous grin. I shall teach you the art of skinning, a technique to come and go without a trace. The art of skinning? She leaned against the table, her body slightly tilted. Dio, you truly think I look like this? With that, she turned swiftly, and during her transformation, her modest attire fell away, revealing a pair of jade-like arms. In a flash, she completed her disguise, changing from a simple commoner's garb into a magnificent red skirt without sleeves. Gone was the previous image of a plain woman. Her bright, clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes fluttered gently. Her flawless skin radiated a faint blush, and her delicate lips resembled rose petals, tender and inviting. Her voluptuous form was captivating, her tall stature presenting a mesmerizing silhouette, if the likes of Su Fei were akin to a crimson peony confined within palace walls. And Xin Weiyang represented a pure jasmine from a wealthy household. Then in Miaoshi was like a charming and reluctant peony. As for the enchanting Long Qianxue, she was a blooming oleander, beautiful yet toxic. Long Qianxue tucked away her earlier guise, a touch of madness lingering in her demeanor as she caressed her cheek. This is my mother. She passed away when I was 5. I cut her skin to commemorate her. Li Changsheng was rendered speechless, yet he harbored skepticism towards her words, for after all, the sorceress might be lying, testing him. Ha ha ha, do you think I am cruel? Every cause has its effect. Does your mother not love you? As for that, he could not say. When my master brought me to find her, she had already been besieged and killed by the righteous masters. I merely wished for my mother to accompany me forever. And thus I preserved her beauty eternally. So, she was indeed a woman starved of love since childhood, that I can comprehend. However, for the people of this era, such a notion is undoubtedly unacceptable. Lung Qianxue spoke her words, yet secretly employed the arcane arts of sorcery to bewitch Li Changsheng. This rebellious youth, who strayed from the path, was precisely to her liking, particularly given his handsome visage and unique identity. He was a delectable morsel worth savoring. Strangely, as Li Changsheng locked eyes with this enchanting sorceress, he felt disoriented, as though struck by a jolt of electricity. The energy of the celestial demon relic surged, restoring clarity to his mind. What is happening? Is this akin to the situation during the rare chess game? Could it be that Li Changsheng, was not dull? He quickly deduced the reason. The protective aura of the martial emperor realm rendered him impervious to anyone's touch. Yet her seductive techniques were indeed formidable. He immediately feigned being enchanted. You cannot partake in my past, but I hope we shall weather the storms of the future together. Lung Qianxue was elated. Ah, the little prince of Dayu. How well you play your cards. She gazed at Li Changsheng's smile, which bore a hint of warmth, his chiseled features imbued with a sense of nostalgia and deep affection. Resolute yet tender, a youthful countenance seemingly filled with admiration. Damn it, such a handsome man. I find myself losing control. Lung Qianxue felt her own heart waver, suspecting that her enchanting methods had perhaps overstepped their bounds and rebounded upon herself. The heart she had kept frozen for a century inexplicably began to race. With her breath unsteady, she hastily diverted her gaze and composed herself. Why have you changed so drastically in demeanor? Are you not feigning ignorance? The sorceress crossed her long legs and absent-mindedly twirled her hair, pondering. I must admit, you possess a certain charm. Damn it, have I fallen victim to my own enchantment? I am willing, Li Changsheng responded directly. I have yet to stipulate my conditions. Then I am also willing. You do not even know the name of my sect? It matters not. As long as you are present, I shall be. Lung Qianxue leaned on her delicate hand, reveling in his words. How delightful they were. Her enchanting sorcery was unmatched, invincible. Li Changsheng remained unfazed. He would first deceive this sorceress and then slip away. Securing his freedom, Master, how many of us remain in the Hahuan sect? He inquired. Lung Qianxue smiled brightly. It is just you and me. Very well. I have some human skin here. I shall teach you the art of transformation. Subsequently, Li Changsheng learned a peculiar technique of transformation. As a martial sovereign, he grasped it swiftly, akin to the art of bone contraction, requiring fine control of his vital energy and muscles, exceedingly intricate. Lung Qianxue guided Li Changsheng in practice, and within a short while, his physique transformed to that of a young girl, his garments hanging loosely. Not bad. You have great talent. Lung Qianxue nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if by magic, she produced a piece of human skin. Li Changsheng received it. It was thin, resembling satin that could be easily folded, treated to eliminate any scent, even carrying a hint of Lung Qianxue's fragrance. This is for a woman? He asked, astonished. Only by assuming a female identity will others not suspect you. She replied. Real human skin? Ha ha ha, guess again. In this world of martial arts, there are numerous wondrous things. Would one truly require genuine human skin for such a purpose? Li Changsheng examined it closely and declared, it is fake. Real human skin cannot be preserved so long, nor would it be this thin. Why not clarify to the world? Lung Qianxue's expression faltered. Ever since she had mastered the art of skin transformation, anyone who witnessed her capabilities would label her as malicious, a sorceress to be eradicated. Li Changsheng was the first to question the authenticity of the so-called human skin and to ascertain its falsehood. Lung Qianxue lightly placed her delicate hand on his shoulder. Come, allow your master to assist you. Remove your clothing. Master, please do not overstep. Really, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Why the shyness? With a mischievous smile, Lung Qianxue turned around, hands clasped behind her back, and secretly produced a copper mirror. Li Changsheng could only shake his head, bemused by the sorceress's antics. Lacking the skill to swiftly don the skin as Lung Qianxue had, he struggled somewhat. However, after considerable effort, he beheld his reflection. His appearance had completely transformed into that of an ordinary girl. Should he stroll down the street, discerning the truth would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, Long Chinchue caressed his cheek, resting her head on his shoulder, and asked, "What do you think, disciple? My methods are unparalleled in this world. Do you wish to learn?" "I do." "Then what will you offer as tribute to your master?" Chapter 53, Farian, Save Me. What? Together in the bath. As night deepened, Xiang Long directed his retinue towards Yunzhou, mobilizing various forces. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Li Changxing had blended among the townsfolk, donning human skin to masquerade as a frail woman. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Changxing emerged. Long Chinchue remarked, "Disciple, you must return to the Hahuan sect to formally pay respects at the ancestral shrine to complete the disciple acceptance ceremony." Li Changxing produced a slip of paper, stating before that, "I must go to Shuzhou to locate someone." This was information he had gathered through his retinue in recent days. The Duke of Julu was still residing in Shuzhou. It was he who had dispatched assassins to eliminate him, for martial kings attempting to slay him, then a mere martial master. This man must not live. Otherwise, he would not find peace. "Very well. Your master shall accompany you. But you must act discreetly, I understand." The two returned to Shuzhou, yet upon entering the city, they witnessed a fiery phoenix soaring through the sky, a prodigy of a sacred land laid low. A crowd of martial artists swiftly gathered to observe. "You have lost, Saint Son of the Radiant Light Sacred Land." In midair, the expression of Dantai Jin was dark as he descended, engulfed in flames. "I have indeed lost, but you cannot defeat the Prince of Dayu." The Saint Son retorted defiantly, "Silence." Dantai Jin, furious, unleashed a punch, flames erupting and scorching the earth around him. The chattering Saint Son hastily fled for his life. After releasing his fury, Dantai Jin's expression grew even more sullen. In recent days, he had relentlessly challenged various prodigies, but from some point onward, it was said that he could not defeat Li Changxing, the Prince of Dayu, which he found intolerable. Subsequently, every defeated opponent of his brought up Li Changxing to provoke him. Once or twice was manageable, but as the occurrences multiplied, Dantai Jin felt as though he were losing his mind. Furious beyond measure, he seethed, "Li Changxing, next time, I will surely defeat you." Li Changxing silently passed by, offering a moment of silent tribute for him. Following the address from the intel, he arrived at the relay station of the First Sacred Land, where the Duke of Julu was temporarily residing. This intention was blatant. He sought the protection of the martial artists from the First Sacred Land. Moreover, entry to this relay station was restricted to those affiliated with the First Sacred Land. Pondering how to enter, Dantai Jin approached the relay station door, holding a gift box. Dantai Jin of the Tianfeng lineage, seek an audience with Fairy Un. No sooner had he spoken than another young talent arrived. Hanfeng of the ancient Sacred Land, seeking an audience with Fairy and Miaoshi of the First Sacred Land. As Li Changxing glanced over, he noticed that this individual had also arrived bearing gifts. Clearly well prepared, before long, a throng of young talents appeared, each one clutching presents. The sight of rivals ignited an intense rivalry, leading to a flurry of verbal exchanges, escalating into a competition right there on the spot. Many disciples from the First Sacred Land emerged to maintain order at the entrance. Li Changxing, indifferent to their jealousy, seized the opportunity presented by the crowd's concentration at the front and stealthily slipped toward the back entrance. Guards were stationed there as well. Long Chinchue remarked, "Little one, after we finish here, will you come with me?" "Yes," Li Changxing replied. Without delay, Long Chinchue approached and enchanted the two guarding disciples. Subsequently, Li Changxing deftly slipped inside. Observing him, Long Chinchue pondered, "This lad, he doesn't appear to be under my enchantment. Normally, those enchanted lack such independent thought. Could it be that my charm has faltered? Impossible. How could it fail?" The station was expansive. Akin to a vast courtyard, Li Changxing hurried along the corridor, quickly locating the men's quarters. He didn't even need to search. He spotted Duke Julu, who wore a troubled expression, just releasing a carrier pigeon by the corridor's edge. Sighing, Duke Julu lamented his predicament. Having suffered a setback, he dared not leave the First Sacred Land station easily. He needed a way to seek forgiveness from the second prince. But upon raising his head, he found himself staring at Li Changxing. "Who are you? You are not a disciple of the First Sacred Land. What brings you here?" With a smirk, Li Changxing lunged forward, launching an attack. Duke Julu was taken aback and immediately attempted to defend himself. However, as his cultivation level was merely that of a martial artist and having neglected his martial training over the years, he quickly exposed a flaw to Li Changsheng. With a burst of ethereal energy, a gentle tremor sent Duke Julu sprawling to the ground. Li Changsheng seized his hand, twisting it behind his back, and with a forceful twist, he broke it with a sharp crack. Just as Duke Julu was about to scream in agony, Li Changsheng covered his mouth, stifling any sound. Duke Julu struggled helplessly, enduring the pain as he asked, "Who are you?" "Li Changsheng," Li Changsheng replied, raising his hand to strike at Duke Julu's heart. With a resounding slap, he inflicted a wound that shattered Duke Julu's resolve. Blood spewed from Duke Julu's mouth in disbelief. In merely 2 months, Li Changsheng had grown to such an extent. However, before he could succumb, Duke Julu produced an iron ball and hurled it outside. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, clearly signaling for assistance from the first sacred land. Li Changsheng, unperturbed by being discovered, was more concerned about not being tracked by the disciples of the sacred land, who would surely swarm around him. Following his lethal strike, he prepared to leave but noticed commotion at the main entrance. "What is happening?" "There's a fight inside." "Quick, there's an assassin. Hurry, and Fairy is under attack." "And Fairy, I come to your rescue." In an instant, a multitude of young prodigies clamoring to see in Miaoshu surged into the station's courtyard. Li Changsheng, seeing no other option, wandered for a while and, realizing he could no longer hide, randomly chose a room to enter. Who's there?" Upon entering, he stumbled upon a Miaoshu bathing in a large wooden tub. Naturally, a screen obscured the view. Miaoshu raised her hand, using her sword to point at Li Changsheng's throat, but in that moment, he grasped the blade, preventing it from advancing further. This young lady, and Miaoshu peered through the screen, unable to discern her assailant's true identity. "The assassin who just killed Duke Julu is fleeing this way. Are you in danger?" she asked, hearing the chaos outside. "Assassin? I heard outside that Duke Julu Shuming has been killed. Did you do it?" Li Changsheng nodded. Why then? Some disciples had already rushed to the door. Miaoshu hesitated, showing no emotion regarding Duke Julu's demise, as she had been one of the targets during the attack on the flower boat. She recalled Li Changsheng's analysis about the assassins sent by Duke Julu. However, when she encountered him at the station, her identity had prevented her from taking action. Now that Duke Julu was dead, she felt a sense of relief. "Come in." She gestured for Li Changsheng to join her in the tub. Li Changsheng hesitated, but noticing the increasing number of people gathering outside, he saw no choice but to comply. Leaping into the tub, Chapter 54, the fairy's gifts. The situation unfolded abruptly, leaving Li Changsheng questioning in Miaoshu's assistance. However, donned in a disguise, she was unaware of his true identity, making her willingness to help a double-edged sword. "And Fairy, we must rush in," someone urged. "Indeed. And Fairy may have already been taken hostage. You mustn't be too reckless. This is the first sacred land's domain. You cannot act carelessly. You're all dead and still dawdling. Hurry, everyone, charge in. We merely worry for Fairy's safety. Brothers, charge." With a creak, the door to Miaoshu's room was suddenly flung open. The assembled talents caught sight of Miaoshu, freshly groomed and elegantly attired, glaring coldly at the intruders. The intruders were momentarily taken aback, utterly captivated by her beauty, akin to a lotus emerging from water. As she combed her hair, she inquired, "What? Do you think you can just barge into my abode? Do you truly believe I am without temper?" The expressions of the crowd turned awkward as they hastily explained the presence of an assassin and their concerns for Miaoshu's safety. "Fairy, forgive us. We only rushed in out of concern for your well-being. I have not seen any assassins. If there are any, they have surely gone elsewhere." "You may search elsewhere," Miaoshu replied, clearly displeased with their intrusion. Had it not been for the sheer number of people present, she would have wished to strike them down. Dantai Jin presented a gift box, stating, "And Fairy, I apologize for the intrusion. I have tried my utmost to prevent their entry. But alas, I am outnumbered. Please forgive me. However, I bring you a spiritual fruit, the Lingjiao immortal fruit. Consume one, and your beauty shall endure." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. The Lingjiao immortal fruit was a treasure beyond price, granting eternal youth to its consumer, far more potent than many rejuvenating techniques. Miaoshu frowned, reluctant to accept it. Accepting such a precious gift would imply an inextricable bond between them. She was no green tea, nor did she wish to exploit these gentlemen's generosity. Your kindness is appreciated, Dan Haigongzi, but please take it back. Such a valuable item is beyond my means to accept. Dan Haijin, ever the persistent admirer, insisted that once a gift was given, it could not be retracted, expressing his hope for an opportunity to spar with Miaoshu. Others followed suit, offering various treasures, from elixirs to exquisite garments, and even spiritual stones, hard currency among martial artists. More valuable than mere money. Miaoshu felt her scalp tingle. What were these men up to? Even within the first sacred land, she had never encountered such sycophantic behavior. After much negotiation, the crowd finally retreated. And Miaoshu sighed in relief, closed the door, and turned to see Li Changsheng rolling out from under the bed. He had not jumped into the bathing tub, as that would ruin his disguise. As soon as he surfaced, a sword was pointed at him. "Your Highness," Li Changsheng exclaimed, "how did you discern my identity? Even with the new guise, I can still recognize your aura. Besides, your sword is quite distinctive." With no choice, Li Changsheng removed his disguise, revealing his true self and restoring his physique. Upon recognizing him, Miaoshu finally relaxed. If Li Changsheng had indeed slain Duke Julu, it made sense to her. The one who hired an assassin should expect retribution from enemies. "Your Highness, you were supposed to be in Yunzhou. How did you evade so many skilled individuals?" "I have my methods," Li Changsheng replied with a smile. Glancing at the array of gifts and fairy, "You seem quite popular." "Your Highness, please do not touch these. I intend to return them, Dado. None of those talents or sons caught your eye?" "Your Highness." And Miaoshu's tone grew urgent. Miaoshu is not an ordinary person. Moreover, as the holy maiden of the first sacred land, I must remain chaste until a marriage is arranged, and I must maintain distance from other MKNT this. Li Changsheng chuckled, approaching Miaoshu. "Then why do you not maintain distance from me?" And Miaoshu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Your Highness is special. You are the crown prince of Dayu, while I am merely a commoner. Commoners do not dare to overstep. Besides, the first sacred land is inherently a faction under the auspices of the Dayu royal family." Li Changsheng smiled. "I am special. Then it's not unreasonable for me to accept a portion of these gifts without guilt. Is it?" And Miao Shi, however, was indifferent. "If your Highness desires it, take it. I shall merely deal with those others." Li Changsheng, unreserved, responded without hesitation. He produced the last of his Zhenyan Dan and said, "I gift you this Zhenyan Dan. Should you encounter a potential marriage partner in the future, you may use this to test their character, lest you be deceived." Miao, she accepted the Zhenyan Dan with genuine surprise. Indeed, the gifts bestowed by the prodigies of the sacred lands were invaluable. Yet she possessed none quite like this in a world rife with deceit. Discerning true intentions from mere facades was challenging, especially for a woman of her standing, who attracted many covetous gazes, but who among them was truly sincere. This Zhenyan Dan would serve as a crucial test, making it all the more precious. "Your Highness, you ought to return to the imperial capital," she urged. "Why are you so insistent that I go back? I thought we became friends during our last encounter on the flower boat. Are you in league with them?" "Your Highness, reports indicate that Yunzhou is under siege by the demonic tribe. The situation is dire." "Oh? Are you concerned for my safety?" "Your Highness, please do not mock me." "Very well then. I shall take these 500 spirit stones, a vial of spirit ascending Dan, Lingji grass, and the 9-turn blood replenishing Dan, Your Highness." And Miaoshi's urgency was palpable. How could Li Changsheng be so resolute? He knew well the dangers that Yunzhou posed, yet he still intended to go there. Was he courting death? Moreover, with Li Changsheng's current talents, he could easily be a core disciple anywhere he chose. Yet, he obstinately pursued the most challenging path. However, Li Changsheng understood that for someone of his caliber, no path was devoid of trials. Every choice in life bore its own weight. Indeed, choices were often more significant than mere effort. He busied himself with packing, preparing to leave after taking what he wanted. Suddenly, Miaoshi interjected, "Your Highness, will you not take the Lingzhou Xiangua? Just one? Keep it for yourself. A girl should cherish her beauty." The Lingzhou Xiangua not only possessed the ability to enhance one's appearance, but also had miraculous effects in augmenting spiritual power. "Why not share it with your Highness?" With that, Miao, she drew her sword. And the Lingzhou Xiangua was split in two. Li Changsheng gazed at the half offered to him, warmth blossoming in his heart. It seemed that apart from Xiang Long and Miao, she was the one who treated him with such kindness. Such a precious treasure was rarely shared. Evidently, she held him in high regard. Li Chongqing felt a surge of gratitude. And Miao, she truly lived up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness, possessing a remarkable charm that endeared her to all. The two shared the Lingjiu Xiangua, but upon consuming it, they immediately sensed something amiss. A sudden surge of demonic energy accompanied the fruit, flooding their bodies. Miao, she furrowed her brow, realizing the peril. This is bad. The demonic energy is present. That wretched Dan Taijin has employed underhanded tactics. Your Highness, quickly expel it. As she reached out to help him, Li Chongqing's Tianma surely activated normally, digesting the malevolent energy, converting it into nourishing essence instead. All is well. Huh? Your Highness, how are you unscathed? And Miao Shi, astonished, watched as her strength waned, collapsing into Li Chongqing's arms. Chapter 55. I swear I saw nothing. In the fleeting moment, and Miao, she felt her vitality deplete, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. The flow of spiritual energy within her slowed, and a sharp pain pierced her heart. Cold sweat dripped from her brow as she lay in Li Chongqing's embrace. Your Highness, I apologized. I was careless and have caused you trouble. Li Chongqing sensed no abnormality. On the contrary, he felt invigorated, his sinews and spiritual resonance enhanced. Do not apologize just yet. How do you feel? How may I assist you in alleviating this? And Miao, she replied, we must summon the female elder from the sacred land. Quickly, or else, cough. The female elder? The elders from the sacred land have been summoned by Zhao Xuanji to monitor my retinue and have already departed. Damn it. That Dan Taijin must be scheming to secure first place in the martial arts tournament by resorting to treachery. Do not scold just yet. If we do not act swiftly, what will happen? It will leave behind a permanent malady. This demonic energy originates from forbidden arts of the demonic tribe and can taint all items. Touching anything contaminated will lead to infection. With no elders present, how can I assist you? How did you manage to expel it? Well, I possess a mysterious technique. I did not perceive any oddity. Li Chongqing subtly concealed the truth. To him, the demonic energy posed no threat. Rather, it seemed like a mere snack for his Tianma Eshilid. Miao, she pleaded, if your Highness would, please absorb the demonic energy from my body and then resolve it. This process cannot have any barriers, including clothing. Will you not kill me after this? Your Highness, what a thing to say. To be saved by you is my utmost fortune. I implore you to act swiftly. Otherwise, my future will be irrevocably ruined. Since you insist, then, Li Chongqing wasted no time. He swiftly unfastened in Miao Shi's waistband, revealing a white undergarment beneath. Miao, she understood that to avoid lasting consequences, there was no other choice. Unfortunately, with the battle in the sacred land, not a single female elder was present to help suppress the demonic energy. To encounter Li Chongqing and have him refine the demonic energy was a stroke of luck. If not dealt with promptly, her martial path would be forever marred. She could only hope that Li Chongqing would act honorably and not take advantage of her vulnerability. Should he abuse her, she would have no choice but to accept it. Overwhelmed with shyness, and Miao, she tightly shut her eyes, feeling her last garment being removed, followed by her bare skin pressing against Li Chongqing's. Her breaths quickened, unsure whether it was the pain from the demonic energy or the intimate contact that stirred her anxiety. However, Li Chongqing began to channel his supreme demonic arts. His spiritual resonance poured into Miao Shi's body, locking onto the chaotic demonic energy. Employing the exquisite techniques of the Tai Su Emotion Ju, he sealed her meridians, gradually absorbing the tainted essence. The demonic energy began to leave in Miao Shi's heart, slowly transferring into Li Chongqing's body. Feeling the malevolent energy being extracted, and Miao Shi let out a sigh of relief and cautiously opened her eyes. Before her sat Li Chongqing, calm and focused, diligently working to absorb the demonic energy. Miao, she gazed at his handsome face, momentarily entranced. Eventually, after completing the operation, Li Chongqing refined the absorbed energy, restoring both of them to normalcy. Miao, she suddenly noticed a blanket draped over her. And as she looked up, Li Chongqing was already dressed. Xianzi, I deeply regret any offense, I swear. I saw nothing just now. Miao Shi, blushing with shyness, thought to herself. I can't possibly believe you. Just moments ago, I was completely exposed. Yet, she managed to speak. Your Highness, please call me Shi Erd Li Chongqing. With a steady heart and unwavering composure, insisted, I assure you, I did not see your figure. However, his mind was entirely occupied with the enchanting silhouette of an Miao Shi. Exquisite and delightful. Soon, he found himself with a nosebleed, feeling a warmth in his nasal cavity. He hastily wiped it clean and explained, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a side effect of dispelling the demonic aura. In Miao, she could not help but stifle a laugh. For her, maintaining her maidenhood was a small price to pay. Otherwise, the demonic energy would completely corrupt her body, making it impossible to extricate herself, thus ending her martial path for life. At that point, she would become a mere puppet in the hands of Dan Taijin. Given the circumstances, the outcome was, in fact, the most favorable. Through the screen, Li Chongqing observed the hazy outline of her donning her garments, and he felt a surge of unruly fire rising within him. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost control, but fortunately, he had upheld the boundaries of propriety. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. An Miao Shi, now fully dressed, approached him, slightly bowing in gratitude. Since all is well, I shall take my leave. Do be cautious of gifts others send you. That Dan Taijin? The next time I see him, I shall not let him off easily. Your Highness, please wait a moment. A sudden jolt surged through Li Chongqing's heart. Could it be that she was asking him to take responsibility? After all, he had a wife at home, and his brother had a Sufei as well. Your Highness, I have a humble request. The martial arts tournament is currently underway, and we have yet to compete against one another. I wish to settle this with you. Li Chongqing pondered for a moment and asked, what is your realm? The peak of martial sovereign, so formidable. You do not plan to take the opportunity to eliminate me during our duel? Do you? Your Highness, how could I dare? I merely admire your magnificent prowess when you defeated Dan Taijin and wish to learn a few techniques from you. Then let us spar in the Peach Blossom Grove at Peach Blossom Monastery, to avoid drawing attention from outsiders. Very well, as you wish, Your Highness. Chapter 56. Battling in Fairy, she surrenders in a flurry in Suzhou City. At Peach Blossom Monastery, Li Chongqing, who had just stepped into the realm of martial sovereign, wielded his yet-to-be fully refined life sword embryo, engaging in fierce combat within Miao Shi amidst the woods. And Miao Shi launched a series of relentless attacks, her sword slicing through the air like a night hawk taking flight. Li Chongqing had no time to react as the blade grazed his skin, followed by a flurry of swift strikes that left one breathless. However, having absorbed the dragon essence, his minor injuries healed in an instant. And Miao Shi furrowed her brows. She had witnessed Li Chongqing absorb dragon essence with her own eyes that day. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. This indicated that without revealing some true abilities, it would be impossible to breach Li Chongqing's defenses. She gripped her sword once more, unleashing a surge of icy spirit that lowered the temperature around them. Li Chongqing was astonished. What transformation in martial arts was this? Such elemental changes were typically reserved for martial sovereigns. The sword energy became even sharper, as the cold frost hindered Li Chongqing's blood circulation. True Spirit's 9 transformations. An Miao Shi moved with agility, her swordplay becoming increasingly profound, while Li Chongqing appeared somewhat clumsy. This was due to his recent ascension to the martial sovereign realm. His spiritual resonance was still insufficient unless he summoned the human emperor's flag. However, as the holy maiden of the foremost sacred ground, she undoubtedly possessed formidable weapons. If her ordinary weapon could not prevail, then he would certainly lose. Li Chongqing shifted to a defensive counterattack, relying on the restorative powers bestowed by the dragon essence and the heavenly demon relic. He steadied himself. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of blows, their sword techniques flowing like water, constantly evolving and adapting. Their swordplay was a dazzling display, with endless variations and no fixed patterns, leaving no conclusion in sight. This lad adapts remarkably quickly. At that moment, atop the high walls of Peach Blossom Monastery, the recently arrived Long Qianxue observed the two engaging in combat within the Peach Grove and nodded in approval. While Li Chongqing appeared to be on the back foot, in reality, he was holding his ground. With her longer training and more refined swordsmanship, and Miao Shi was unable to break through, as their strengths ebbed and flowed. This lad, thanks to the dragon essence and his own potent healing, could not be bested by an Miao Shi. However, this rascal, silently following the holy maiden here to determine the outcome? Has he truly succumbed to my charm? That cannot be. My allure has never failed. Is it possible he remains unperturbed? He is already married. How could he maintain such an innocent heart? Ah, this disciple truly gives me no peace. I shall have to charm him again later. After 1,000 exchanges, in Miao she still could not best Li Changsheng. She resolved to change her strategy, exerting herself fully. Your Highness, it is time to determine the victor. Let us reveal the human emperor's flag. Li Changsheng's expression darkened. The 5,000 loyal souls of the human emperor's flag were still in recovery, their power diminished compared to when he faced the heavenly phoenix feather. Yet, in Miao Shi's aura suddenly surged, channeling her bloodline power and switching to a slender sword of flowing frost. Each of her moves now bore immense strength, unmatchable by those below the martial king realm. The human emperor's flag was unleashed once more. This time in full liberation. Though lacking the full strength of the loyal souls, the human emperor's flag was nourished by spiritual resonance and gained enhanced power. With a gust, a single strike forced the surrounding frost to retreat. Stirring the petals of the peach blossoms into a whirlwind around them, boom! The two clashed head-on, waves of spiritual energy rippling outward. Despite the disparity in their realms, the ancient sacred artifact still held the advantage, resulting in a stalemate. After several exchanges, the loyal souls surged forth, catching in Miao Shi off guard and forcing her into a corner. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changsheng pressed forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Clang! The spear atop the human emperor's flag collided with the long sword in Miao Shi's grasp, locking them in a stalemate. The tremendous surge of spiritual energy immediately attracted numerous martial artists from Suzhou City, who swiftly gathered at Peach Blossom Monastery. Look, the human emperor's flag, Li Changsheng. Isn't he supposed to have left? What a clever ruse. Never mind the details. Look, he is fighting in Miao Xi.an Miao, she faltered for a moment. The frost sword of Inferi was also a rare treasure, rivaling some ancient sacred artifacts. As the crowd grew, Li Changsheng remained focused on Miao Shi, pouring forth his spiritual energy. An Miao Shi, possessing the dignity of a martial artist, did not wish to lose. She too was resisting with all her might. Both were on the brink, and if one could endure just a little longer, victory would be theirs. Suddenly, Li Changsheng erupted with a surge of lightning. While operating the Taishu demon god art, he experienced a sudden awakening, igniting a power from deep within his being. Through the cultivation method, after completing 81 cycles, he forcibly summoned it forth, the Xiaolei bloodline. Boom. One of the core abilities of a Li clan, the Xiaolei bloodline, was forcibly activated without the aid of any specialized Li clan techniques. Li Changsheng's eyes emitted a purple light of lightning, which spread outwards. When it struck in Miao Shi, her resistance from the cold frost spirit meant that only a minuscule current reached her. And Miao Shi suddenly felt a jolt at her chest. Was it not where Li Changsheng had just massaged her? Her cheeks flushed with sudden embarrassment, believing Li Changsheng had done so intentionally. How impudent! Your Highness, oh dear! The center of her chest received another slight shock. As she was repeatedly jolted, memories of her healing moments resurfaced, leaving her feeling exceedingly bashful. The desire to determine the victor diminished. Yet, she misunderstood. Li Changsheng swore that he had merely triggered his bloodline power, lacking any control over it. Who would have known it would fortuitously land upon her chest? In a contest of strength, the slightest breath could tip the scales. Yet, in Miao she misinterpreted the situation, her determination wavering, leading her to lose the will to continue fighting. Clang! The frost sword was knocked away, and the spearhead of the human emperor's flag pressed against Miao Shi's throat. She covered her chest with her hand, blushing as she said, Your Highness, you have won. Please do not electrocute me any further. Li Changsheng had yet to respond, thinking to himself, When did I electrocute you? Do not present yourself as a victim. He looked up and noticed the commotion had attracted quite a gathering. He murmured, I take my leave now. Your Highness, please wait. And Miao Shi produced a small pouch and said, I forgot to mention to you, at the Suzhou Poetry Conference, your poem won first place in May. The mountains are blanketed in snow, devoid of flowers, only cold remains. From the flute, I hear the willows bend. Spring sights yet to be seen, at dawn. The drums of war sound at night. I rest upon my jade saddle. I wish to wield my sword at my waist. to cleave through the palace gates. Your Highness, this final meaning seems rather ominous, Li Chongqing reprimanded. Mind your own business. Do you wish to teach me poetry? Yes, I dare not. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Li Chongqing had received the reward for achieving the top rank, a result he had never anticipated. It appears that Yuelu Academy possesses quite a reputation. The reward consisted of 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a miraculous herb capable of forging the extraordinary physiques of martial artists. The silver note was but a single piece, while the spirit stones were weighty, accompanied by a box containing the so-called miraculous herb, which turned out to be body-refining Ganoderma, a rarity that could assist martial artists in honing their physical forms. Generally of little market value, it was indeed a precious item. However, by mere coincidence, Li Chongqing had already consumed the celestial demon transformation pill, making the body-refining Ganoderma merely one of the ingredients in its formula. He said, "Thank you. Until we meet again." An Miao, she wished to say more, but Li Chongqing leaped away, vanishing behind a cluster of buildings. Meanwhile, those observing began to discuss amongst themselves. Another victory? First defeating Dan Taijin? And now An Miao this prince of Diyu, is indeed a master of concealment. It seems the Li clan of Diyu is poised to produce another god of war. But I have heard that Li Chongqing is not favored. The true favored one is the second prince, Li Chengjian. Haven't you heard? Li Chongqing composes rebellious poetry. He is no docile subject, there's bound to be a spectacle. I fear you will face turmoil. What does that concern us martial artists? True, but to catch a glimpse of the immortal and would be worth the price. Chapter 57. The Emperor tears apart rebellious poetry. Most ruthless among monarchs on the bustling streets of Shuzhou, Li Chongqing ran while glancing back. Hot on his heels was the relentless Long Qinxue. Disciple, you truly have not fallen under my enchantment. You are disobedient. Your master must punish you. As Li Chongqing turned, he saw Long Qinxue drawing near. Just as he was about to be caught, he dove into a nearby brothel. Upon entering, he produced the 1,000 taels of silver he had just received, declaring, "Block the women outside for me. The money is yours." The madam, noticing the strikingly handsome man and the beautiful woman, mistakenly assumed they were a couple, thinking to herself that all men are the same. Even the most beautiful women will grow tiresome over time. Rest assured, my lord, it will be taken care of, the madam replied. When Long Qinxue arrived and saw she was at a brothel, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You rascal, do you think your master fears such places? It seems you need a good lesson. With that, Long Qinxue swiftly followed him inside. Madam, your husband is quite preoccupied. What do you wish to do? The ladies, adorned with heavy makeup, swarmed around her. Long Qinxue, obstructed by their actions, grew furious. With a surge of spiritual energy, she sent all the brothel women flying. As she entered further, she was met with another group of women. Madam, this is where you err. Which man has not taken multiple wives since time immemorial? A man goes out to have fun, and when he returns home, he can treat you kindly. Get lost? Long Qinxue had no time for the madam's twisted reasoning. However, the sheer number of women in the brothel prevented her from finding Li Chongqing, who had already altered his shape and slipped out the back door, escaping unnoticed. Ha ha ha, you think you can control me? You are sorely mistaken. Once outside the brothel, Li Chongqing joyfully purchased a horse and galloped out of the city gates, heading straight for the Demon Path Grand Canyon. With the human emperor banner now fully liberated, he could rally countless heroic spirits to fight for him. Henceforth, he would be free. Meanwhile, far away in the Grand Palace of Diyu, Li Chugang and Zhao Xuanji had returned after several days, bringing with them 2 pieces of rebellious poetry. Lai Yuan gazed at the poems laid before him. His countenance darkening ominously, he murmured, I wish to wield my sword and sever the palace gates. This rebellious son, does he dare to revolt? He picked up another piece of paper, reading, When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers will bloom, and all will perish. The fragrant aromas will waft through the capital. The city adorned in golden armor, is he truly inciting rebellion? Does he not think I will not dispose of him? Furious, Li Yuan tore the 2 poems to shreds, leaving a flurry of paper scattered about. Now, the entire eastern wilderness laughed at him. The emperor of Yu, Li Yuan, was mocked for his failure to educate his son, creating such a spectacle. His son rebelled against him, yet he, the father, could do nothing in return. His authority was challenged, and he longed to strike down this rebellious child. This infuriates me. Li Yuan slammed his hand upon the stone table, cracking yet another corner of the newly replaced table. This was the third one this month. Nearby eunuchs and palace maids fell to their knees in terror, trembling. The emperor had already been enraged several times over the matter of the crown prince. At that moment, the Empress Zhao Xuanji, sipping tea nearby, shook her phoenix crown and slowly approached. You are still here brooding. Chongqing has become what he is today, and it is of your own making. I have done nothing wrong. I act for the welfare of the people, for the greater picture. Chongqing has told me he does not blame us for sending him to the barbarian tribes as a hostage. His resentment lies in our failure to treat him well upon his return. Have I not treated him well? He cannot endure the slightest grievance. He is not a child. The struggle for imperial power has always been one of life and death. Why can he not assist Chengjian properly now? Chongqing's strength likely surpasses Chengjian's. We have both underestimated him. The emperor of you is rendered speechless. The true word pill, the human emperor banner, the 9 echoes talent. These all prove Chongqing's remarkable value. How ridiculous that you still wish to control him. He is mocking you and me. Now he has gone to Yunzhou. If he truly accomplishes something, I am curious how you will face him. Li Yuan was left without a retort. How had this man, once tormented by the barbarians, whom even the finest doctors claimed would not survive for more than a few years, suddenly risen? And now he had escaped his grasp? Sighing, Li Yuan lamented, after all, he is of the Li clan. He has merely sensed the injustice. I have given him fairness. I sent him the sword of the former emperor and secured funds for him from the Ministry of War. Is that not enough? I simply arrived too late, and no sooner had he spoken than an attendant rushed in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, there is trouble. What is it? The crown prince is missing. Did he not lead his retinue to Yunzhou? The crown prince has pulled a golden cicada shedding its shell. He did not go to Yunzhou, but instead returned to Shuzhou, defeating the saintess of the first sacred land, and then vanished. Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji stood up simultaneously, exchanging astonished glances. So many martial emperor and martial lord experts were with him, and he managed to escape? Li Yuan was shocked once more. Wait, did he defeat the saintess? This rebellious child's talent. Need we even speculate? The crown prince must have encountered a fortuitous event, perhaps even inherited great power. Suddenly, the Grand Emperor Li Chugang appeared, rebuking them. You cannot absolve yourself of blame for the chaos that has ensued. Father, this cannot be blamed on me. Enough. It is meaningless to assign blame now. The crown prince possesses the protective aura left by the chess sage from 500 years ago. No one can touch him. I have commanded the Li clan. Once the protective aura fades, apprehend him immediately. The protective aura left by the chess sage? This rebellious child truly has the luck of a Dojit Li Yuan cursed. Li Chugang turned his gaze to Zhao Xuanji, saying, Empress, the crown prince's rebellious poetry is an act of treason, openly defying the royal family. Once he is captured, keep him close and educate him, as long as he is treated fairly. He will harbor no resentment. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xuanji, adding, You have been busy ensuring the relationship is clean. Do not wander heedlessly. Zhao Xuanji, expressionless, replied, Understood. Li Chugang continued, Though he is exceptionally gifted. Your differential treatment was also a mistake, but those matters are in the past. The royal family's authority must not be challenged. If his thoughts are not aligned, then even the greatest talent is wasted. I believe Chengjian is a better child. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, but alas, Chengjian's talent does not compare to his. I possess a secret method that can reverse talents, transferring his abilities to Chengjian. Father, I propose we proceed as such. Once his good fortune has waned, we shall capture him and educate him properly, and he will comply. Empress, do you have any objections? Zhao Xuanji, who had been silent, now numbly nodded. This was a stark contrast to her previous public display of tears, begging for Li Chongqing's return and acknowledging her mistakes before the saintess of the first sacred land. Was it all merely an act? Meanwhile, fully aware that he would not be spared, Li Chongqing hastened alone to the Demon Path Grand Canyon. He raised the human emperor banner and leaped into the abyss. When he would emerge once more, the human emperor banner would command an army of countless loyal spirits. Whether a hero or a coward, the battlefield would reveal all. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince captures the rebel army. this time. He is truly urgent to others. The Demon Path Grand Canyon was a place of certain demise, but for Li Changxing wielding the human emperor banner, it was a treasure trove of opportunity. The imperial banner has yet to be fully unleashed. Yet he strides through the gorge, absorbing all the lost souls within in such an environment. The recovery of the loyal soul army becomes significantly easier. However, those disobedient souls attacking Li Changxing are all transformed into sustenance for the imperial banner. Aiding the revival of the 5,000 loyal soul soldiers. In less than half a day's time, Li Changxing departs from the Great Canyon, riding towards the direction of Yunzhou. At this moment, the imperial banner has been revitalized and has recruited 30,000 loyal soul soldiers. They lack physical form, require neither food nor drink, and exhibit absolute loyalty. Each possesses the strength to contend with formidable martial sovereigns. They harbor but one desire: to be reincarnated by Li Changxing in the future. In the wilderness, Li Changxing and Xiang Long have agreed to meet at the outpost of Yunzhou, outside Tianmin Pass. Calculating the time, it should be today. After slaying the Marquis of Julu and leaving Xianzhou City, he obtained this profound swordsmanship. Observing its exquisite nature, it is indeed a professional sword manual, distinct from the heart methods. Each discipline has its specialization, and this one is even more formidable. He must catch up with the main force and study it thoroughly. These past few days without anyone attending to him have been quite unusual. Li Changxing rides to a river valley pass ahead, noticing numerous dilapidated and abandoned grain carts, alongside some desiccated bones. This is still an ancient, poorly maintained official road, with trees on either side stripped of their bark. Delving deeper by several miles, he witnesses two factions engaged in combat. One side comprises his servant army, led by 50 martial warriors, conducting a well-organized defensive battle. They cannot charge forth to protect the substantial grain and wealth at stake. Xiang Long, being an old fellow, cannot flee and still requires protection. The attackers do not appear to be highway robbers, but rather some common folk wielding hoes and wooden sticks. These peasants, though frail, possess numerical superiority and archery skills. Moreover, these peasant insurgents seem to be employing smoke tactics. Having learned of my presence in Xianzhou City, various masters have dispersed. Haha, it truly feels as if I am commanding from afar. However, I too must swiftly enhance my strength. The protective aura of the martial emperor realm has dissipated, and I cannot afford to remain passive. Li Changxing muses, observing the battlefield ahead, estimating there are just over 1,000 individuals. Do they think they can exhaust my forces with this wheel battle? He is unfamiliar with military formations. Yet in this martial world, individual strength suffices. Li Changxing seizes his life sword and flings it forth, releasing a soul that manifests a crimson shadow. Supreme swordsmanship, sword control technique. This is a newly devised technique he has just conceived. The crimson sword light darting across the battlefield. Li Changxing does not aim to kill but rather to injure. With his involvement, the two sides are torn asunder, and the fighting has considerably eased. Xiang Long glances over, elated. Your Highness, Your Highness! Li Changxing slowly strides onto the battlefield, and the servant army kneels, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Your Highness. He nods silently, inquiring, What has transpired? Xiang Long replies, Your Highness, we have encountered a group of rebels at Yunzhou and Tianmin Pass. Li Changxing interjects, Rebels? What rebellion? Do they have the luxury of a decent meal while toiling away like this? Look at their coarse garments, wielding farming tools as weapons, each one gaunt and emaciated. His words render Xiang Long momentarily speechless, and even the rebels opposite appear bewildered. The leader among them states, No need for pretense. They call you Your Highness. Are you not the crown prince recently returned from the barbarous tribes? Li Changxing clarifies, I did not return. The crown prince chose to come back on his own. I have heard you compose 2 rebellious poems. How do you know such recent news? I have my ways, however. It seems the rumor of the emperor sending the crown prince to Yunzhou to meet his end may indeed be true. Brothers, if we slay this crown prince, we shall not fear retribution. The insurgents raise their hammers, hoes, and sickles, chanting, Kill, kill, kill. Li Changxing sighs, Are you certain? With that, the imperial banner emerges. 30,000 loyal soul soldiers array themselves before him. Each donned in armor, their souls gleaming gold, exuding an aura as imposing as Mount Tai. The insurgents, upon witnessing this, retreat in terror, their previous numerical advantage evaporating. The loyal Soul Army can even fly, sealing off all avenues of escape. Now it is the turn of Kong Ding and the other servants to laugh heartily. Rebels, do you not know our highness's might? Ha ha ha, swiftly surrender. Before the crown prince, you are not. Despite their panic, the insurgents maintain their composure. Surrounding their masked leader, the insurgent leader proclaims, fellow villagers, when we killed the officials and began our relief efforts, we had no choice but to take to the mountains as bandits. We anticipated this day would come. It seems that day has arrived. He is the crown prince of Dayu. Killing him would be a great deed, and we may be welcomed back to the court. The leader intends to deliver further impassioned rhetoric before resolving to fight to the death. But Li Chongqing interrupts, did I say I would kill you? If you seek death, find a crooked tree to hang yourself from. Must you drag others to their demise? The insurgent leader scoffs, do you expect us to believe you will spare us? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Li Chongqing asserts, I shall spare you, but on one condition. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's words, the insurgents reignite their hope for survival. Li Chongqing continues, follow me, and I shall draft a letter of amnesty to enlist you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Long urgently interjects, Your Highness, this is overstepping. You will be held accountable, Grand Tutor, which is the greater crime. Composing rebellious poems or overstepping, both are grave. Thus, Grand Tutor, from the moment I left the capital, there was no turning back. Returning now, would I not be stripped of my cultivation and relegated to a cripple? Confined, it would not be long before news of the crown prince's sudden demise would circulate, and my life would come to an end. Xiang Long falls silent, having contemplated this path, but did not expect the crown prince to act so swiftly. By the way, Grand Tutor, the Marquis of Julu is dead. I avenged you. Xiang Long's aged eyes widen in disbelief. The nemesis of his entire family, the Marquis of Julu, is finally dead. Though he did not slay the enemy himself, he is still an accomplice. Is he not? His heart races, and he kneels before Li Chongqing, expressing his gratitude for avenging him. Your Highness, Li Chongqing sighs. His choice to return to Xianzhou City was also motivated by a desire to assist this old minister in his vengeance. Otherwise, the identity of the Marquis of Julu, once back in the capital, would not have met such an early demise. After hearing Li Chongqing's conditions, the common folk opposite begin to murmur, uncertain of how to proceed. After conferring with his subordinates, the insurgent leader states, if you wish to grant us amnesty, will we have enough to eat? How can we trust you are not deceiving us? Has your family ever cared for the lives of common folk like us? Li Chongqing waves his hand, saying, distribute half of the grain to them. As long as I have food, I need not prove anything to you. Witnessing the food being brought forth by the servant army, the common folk can no longer contain themselves. The first to defy the leader's orders rushes forward, followed by a surge of others eager not to miss out on the provisions, in a matter of moments. The insurgents become a chaotic mob, scrambling for food. The insurgent leader, witnessing the scene, can only sigh in resignation. Everyone has been starving for too long, with their retreat blocked by the loyal Soul Army. The insurgents have now turned into famished raiders. He approaches Li Chongqing, kneeling once more, asking, Your Highness, how will you deal with us? Li Chongqing replies, I have said I will not kill you. A dynasty that cannot ensure its subjects are fed should not drive the hungry to their deaths. Those surrounding them, both the servant army and the insurgent peasants, feel a lump in their throats. The heart of His Highness seems to hold the plight of these common folk, the servants too. Having ventured forth in pursuit of Li Chongqing due to their inability to secure 3 meals a day in the capital, are reminded of their own struggles. Li Chongqing continues, follow me, and I guarantee you will have enough to eat. Will you come with me? Long live the crown prince, someone shouts, and soon others join in, echoing the chant. Quickly, news of this insurgent group being subdued near Yunzhou and Tianmen Pass reaches the capital. Long live the crown prince? You ungrateful wretch! You have chosen the path to your own demise. Li Yuan clenches his teeth in fury upon receiving the report. If Li Chongqing's disobedience before could be seen as mere childish rebellion, to showcase the imperial temperament, he would not resort to overly drastic measures. Later, composing rebellious poetry, he had considered granting him a chance due to his talent. After all, 20 years as a hostage is not without merit. However, now, proclaiming long live the crown prince and unilaterally enlisting rebels, he has crossed line after line, encroaching upon the very limits of imperial authority, Li Yuan's threshold. This time, Li Yuan did not explode in wrath. Instead, he was compelled to seriously contemplate how to address the crown prince issue. Chapter 59. A complete severance of relations, brothers at odds. In the imperial study, various ministers observe the emperor's somber expression. They are all aware of the concerns plaguing Emperor Yu. The crown prince has crossed the red line, necessitating rectification. Your Majesty, the crown prince's cultivation is merely at the martial sovereign realm. We need only dispatch a martial king. No, a martial lord general to quell this, I humbly concur. The formidable warriors of the Wu realm possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, and it would take no more than 2 days for them to apprehend the crown prince and bring him back to the court. Father Emperor, I am willing to lead a contingent of elite soldiers to ensure the crown prince's return to the capital. Suddenly, the second prince stepped forward, proactively accepting the mission. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to achieve merit. With the crown prince now effectively severing his own prospects, he no longer needed to concern himself with the inheritance of the throne. The accolades he would earn through this endeavor would be substantial. Ensuring abundant praise when he eventually ascended to the throne, he harbored deep resentment. Why should the wasteful Li Chongqing overshadow him? That ancient bell's 9 chimes as a talent were merely fabricated by others on his behalf. As for defeating the prodigies from various regions, it was all thanks to the ancient relic, the human sovereign banner. He could accomplish the same. Upon witnessing the proactive second prince, Emperor Yu reflected on the earlier retrieval of the previous emperor's sword. The second prince did not display any dissatisfaction. Rather, he remained obedient. The emperor felt quite pleased and remarked, "A son should act thus. What manner of son constantly rebels against his father?" Having made up his mind, Emperor Yu retrieved the previous emperor's sword, which he had not yet had the opportunity to bestow. "Very well, I grant you the sword of the immortal emperor and command you to assemble the troops of the Kuaishing division. You must ensure that the crown prince, no, that rebellious son, is brought back. I accept the decree." The second prince was overjoyed. The identification of the heir, the previous emperor's sword, had finally fallen into his hands. Previously conferred in private, it was now granted publicly, making it difficult to retract. The surrounding ministers, witnessing this, ceased their commentary, clearly acknowledging the emperor's resolute determination. Meanwhile, the crown prince's faction had completely fallen from grace. And the political landscape of the Daiyu court remained unchanged. At this moment, within the home of Li Chongqing and Shen Weiyang in the capital, Shen Weiyang felt a wave of nausea at the scent of food. Her appetite entirely absent. All she desired was some sour plums. "Your Highness, your condition?" "Shoo, silence. It must not be known." Shen Weiyang gestured for silence. Although she was the daughter of a general, she had always been fond of medicine. Thus she was acutely aware of her own body. She was already with child. But now, the complexities surrounding Li Chongqing far exceeded her expectations. Initially, she had aimed to provide support to the Dingwa Marquisate. Yet the situation had drastically changed. The crown prince was now openly defying orders and composing rebellious poetry, and she was at a loss for what to do next. Based on previous circumstances, she could at least rely on the bloodline of the Li family within her womb to ensure her survival. "Sister." Suddenly, her younger sister Shen Lan arrived, exclaiming dramatically, "Sister, it's serious. The crown prince is planning a rebellion." Shen Weiyang's expression shifted. Had the crown prince truly reached such a juncture? However, in this martial world, the strong dominated. How could the crown prince possibly contend with the numerous powerful figures of the Wu emperor realm within the Daiyu dynasty? Not to mention that Emperor Yu himself was the Eastern Emperor war god, and the Li clan, the foremost sacred ground, along with many allied families, served as unshakable pillars. The crown prince was being foolish. Shen Weiyang thought as she supported her forehead in worry. "Sister, you must hasten to request a divorce from His Majesty. The crown prince was already deemed incompetent, and now he is even more so. Conspiring against the throne, he is truly unfilial and unjust." Shen Weiyang scolded, "Be silent. No matter the circumstance, he is not someone you can disparage." Shen Lan, perplexed, replied, "Sister, why do you still defend him? If he truly wished you well, he would not entertain thoughts of rebellion." Shen Weiyang retorted, "I am not a worm in his stomach. How could I possibly know his thoughts?" As the two sisters conversed, a maid entered to announce that concubine Su was visiting. Shen Weiyang dismissed her sister, saying, "Lan'er, you should return and inform mother and grandmother that I am well." Shen Lan huffed, Sister, you are far too obedient. I say we should hang the crown prince and give him a good beating to make him behave. What sort of person does he think he is to dare incite rebellion? No sooner had Shenlan departed than concubine Su arrived. Although news of the death of the Marquis of Julu had reached them, the identity of the murderer remained undiscovered. Due to her pregnancy, concubine Su was exempt from mourning at home, yet she still donned plain garments. She felt little sorrow for her father, who had orchestrated her life and relentlessly forced her to consume various obscure fertility drugs. At least she would no longer be a puppet of the Marquis of Julu's estate. Yet, she was far more concerned about Li Changsheng. It was not merely that night when Li Changsheng had introduced her to the pleasures of womanhood. It was that the child in her womb was his. A peculiar thought arose within her. What if Li Changsheng suddenly transformed into a martial genius, breaking through to the Wu Emperor realm and becoming the Emperor of Daiyu? With her as the Empress, and their child destined to become the Crown Prince? After all, rumors were circulating that the Crown Prince possessed unparalleled talent as a martial prodigy. Upon their meeting, the two women exchanged pleasantries. Concubine Su remarked, "The nausea I experienced after consuming your sister's dish has indeed subsided." Concubine Su, "Your pulse appears steady. Simply avoid wind and chill, and there should be no serious issues, I am aware. I merely wish to inform you about the Crown Prince." Shen Weiyang was puzzled. Why did concubine Su consistently express concern for the Crown Prince? Should she not be pleased with his misfortunes? His Highness is in trouble this time. It is imperative that Li Chengjian commands the experts of the Kuaishing Division to apprehend the Crown Prince. Li Chengjian was accompanied by several masters of the Martial King realm and 4 formidable warriors of the Martial Lord realm. The Kuaishing Division was an institution within Daiyu that recruited powerful martial artists, accessible only to those beyond the martial sect level. The strongest among them were martial lords, and their numbers were significant. This indicated that, in the eyes of the Daiyu court, the Crown Prince's petty antics were about to come to an end in this martial world. A martial powerhouse was sufficient to crush a well-trained army. "You must inform His Highness as soon as possible," concubine Su declared before taking her leave. "Sister Su," Shen Weiyang rose, watching the departing figure of concubine Su, utterly baffled. Sister Su is truly kind-hearted. Even in mourning for her father. She brings news. Could it be? Shen Weiyang dared not dwell on the thought, knowing it would not yield any favorable conclusions. She quickly summoned a carrier pigeon to relay the news to Li Changsheng. Her own future was now intertwined with his, and she did not wish for anything untoward to befall him. As night fell over the territory of Daiyu and Yunzhou, the environment grew increasingly desolate the closer they approached Yunzhou. The common folk were displaced, businesses had vanished, and apart from the core strongholds, the surrounding towns had been ravaged. Li Changsheng and his companions set up camp by a river valley. Xiang Long entered, holding a carrier pigeon. "Your Highness, there is a letter from the princess." Upon opening it, Li Changsheng realized he had landed himself in grave trouble. Yet, he had anticipated such a turn of events and was unfazed. For martial lords, however, upon reading the message, he found himself in a quandary. This was no easy matter. A critical turning point in life lay before him. Life choice 1. We are all family. Forgive my youthful ignorance. Submit to Emperor Yu and return to the capital, becoming a dutiful son. Reward: 9 revolutions golden pill. As long as one breathes, it can preserve life. Life choice 2. Retreat to another place. Seizing what one can wherever one goes. Success will crown one as a hero. Failure will render one a tyrant. Reward: Great Wilderness Spirit Pill. Top-tier cultivation elixir. Life choice 3. Take root in Yunzhou. Amass troops for self-preservation. Tell that man on the throne, if he continues to meddle, you will raise an army to restore the rightful ruler. Li Changsheng surveyed the life choices presented, his scalp tingling. Is there truly no favorable option? Chapter 60. The Enchantress Master is irresistibly alluring. Is this the taste of soft rice? Bitter, more bitter than bitter melon. Li Changsheng could not help but express his dissatisfaction with the life choice system that offered no easy paths. Life choice 3. Take root in Yunzhou. Amass troops for self-preservation. Inform that man on the throne, should he persist in his meddling, you will raise an army to restore the rightful ruler. Reward: Purple Wonder Profound Technique, top-tier dual cultivation method. Yet the rewards were irresistibly enticing, Li Changsheng mused. A top-tier dual cultivation method. Is this a suggestion that I should return to rescue Shen Weiyang? Within the camp, Li Changsheng observed Han Feng. the newly subdued leader of the righteous army, kneeling before him. Han Feng was a martial artist from the rivers and lakes, in his 30s, who had lost his parents to famine. After gaining knowledge, he returned to his hometown, but, unable to bear witnessing the suffering of the people, he rose in rebellion, slaying officials and opening granaries to provide relief, ultimately becoming the leader of the righteous army. Han Feng possessed initial cultivation in the martial sect realm and was, indeed, a rare talent in martial arts. However, he was not adept in combat. His strength lay in witchcraft, including divination, spreading plagues, and raising poisonous insects. Your Highness, calamity may soon befall you. On a table within the tent lay a map of the Yunzhou territory, marked with tortoise-shell hexagrams and divination coins. Han Feng observed the repeated divination results, which had all been the same for several iterations. Li Chongqing replied, I am aware that the second prince has brought 4 martial lords from the Kuaishing division to capture me. It seems your highness is quite well informed. Tell me, do you perceive any opportunity to turn the tide? The dynamics of genius and fate are fluid. Where there is danger, there must be opportunity. Whether your highness can seize it is crucial. Li Chongqing appreciated this sentiment. Crisis. Where there is danger, there must be opportunity. If I cannot seize it, then I deserve to fail, but I believe I will not lose. Are you familiar with the Lord of Yunzhou? Yes, he is a ruthless yet formidable commander who would sacrifice surrounding villagers to protect Yunzhou, allowing the demon clan to slaughter the populace without intervention. Anyone who dares to defy him within the city meets a grim fate. At that moment, Xiang Long interjected, in Yunzhou, the land is vast yet sparsely populated, and the roads are rugged and difficult to traverse. Although the court allocates funds each year, after being subjected to the relentless exploitation by those aristocrats, little remains. The court has but one expectation of the Lord of Yunzhou. The city must remain intact. Xiang Long's words served as both an addition and a caution to Li Chongqing, indicating that life in Yunzhou was quite challenging, and the court might not be particularly invested for certain reasons. A visit to Yunzhou would not yield favorable treatment for him. Han Feng then remarked. Moreover, the Lord of Yunzhou is a member of the Li clan. At the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm, Li Chongqing fell silent, finding himself in a predicament akin to being beset by both wolf and tiger. Xiang Long proposed, Your Highness, why not consider a journey to Cangzhou? The region is vast and rich, abundant in resources, and harvest season is fast approaching. However, Li Chongqing was not inclined to run about and engage in plunder. That would render him a rebel. He desired a territory where he could settle and cultivate diligently. He wished to prove to those in the capital of Dayu that he, Li Chongqing, was no less capable than their favored second prince, and that he could even stand against them. Otherwise, his 20 years as a hostage would have been in vain. With a furrowed brow, Li Chongqing stepped out of the tent and approached a stream by the river valley. He contemplated, leaning towards a third option in life, not merely for the dual cultivation technique, but for the dignity it afforded him. His life, after all, was his to choose. Even the second path was fraught with thorns. The first path harbored its own dangers as well. In this era of great strife, if one does not occupy a seat at the table, they inevitably become part of the feast. My dear disciple, you truly are a challenge to find, came a sultry voice from behind him. He turned to see a peasant woman approach, but as she spun around, her human facade peeled away, revealing a stunning enchantress clad in red, Long Qianxue. Li Chongqing's mouth twitched. When had this woman begun trailing him again? It was utterly absurd. Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied, I am merely testing you. Only upon passing this trial will I consider taking you as my disciple. Long Qianxue, annoyed, grasped Li Chongqing's ear and declared, You little rascal, do not overreach. If it weren't for your modicum of talent and your decent appearance, I wouldn't waste my patience on you. Come, return with me to the Haohuan sect. Li Chongqing countered, Master, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. I see you as rather sweet yourself. Having used me, do you wish to escape? You said it yourself, in the realm of yin and yang. Only you and I remain. Thus, wherever the disciple goes, so too shall the sect be. Upon hearing this, Long Qianxue found a sliver of logic in his words, albeit not much. She retorted, It is the master who determines the sect's location. Do you wish to defy the heavens? Suddenly, Li Chongqing seized Long Qianxue's delicate hand and said, Therefore, Master, am I not preparing funds for the reconstruction of our Haohuan sect? Eh? And how do you intend to deceive me this time? Li Chongqing grinned. You see, Yunzhou is an excellent location. If we can take it, we can revitalize the Hahuan sect and secure a place to call home. Lung Qinchua replied, Do you think your grandfather and maternal grandfather are fools? They have refrained from acting against me in Shuzhou because they could not be bothered. Now, you attempt a clever escape, but soon enough, they will return. Li Chongqing responded, Master, you are unaware. When I departed from the barbarian tribe, they intended to tear up the treaty between our nations and launch a large-scale invasion of Dayu. Therefore, if I claim a territory here and do not sever ties with Dayu, the court will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinchua felt a stir in her heart. Such a situation existed? Of course, Li Chongqing was fabricating tales. He had no idea whether the barbarians would actually come. Yet, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind, providing a solution to his troubles in serving. His enchanting master was simply irresistible, with a double meaning of allure. The second prince had brought martial experts with him, so why not enlist his master's aid? The Lord of Yunzhou was a martial monarch. Surely, she could assist. What a splendid tool she would be. No, what an excellent master. Benefiting from her support did not equate to mere dependence. Master, I am genuinely concerned for you. Look, I have even gathered so many followers for the Hahuan sect. Li Chongqing indicated towards the camp where the servant army was training. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinchua found his reasoning somewhat compelling. Utilizing Li Chongqing's identity could indeed be a golden opportunity to restore her Hahuan sect. The reason the First Holy Land had thrived for a millennium was precisely because it was backed by the royal family of Dayu. If Li Chongqing were to ascend to the throne, the Hahuan sect could bask in glory as well. Have you had your fill of groping? Li Chongqing awkwardly chuckled, releasing Lung Qinchua's hand. Master, what do you wash your hands with? They are so smooth. I'm curious and would like to buy some for my wife. Humph, I am inherently beautiful. Lung Qinchua withdrew her hand, yet appeared unperturbed. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, Very well. I shall trust you once more. Should you deceive me again, I will not accept you as my disciple. You cheeky rascal, seeking a beating. Master, I was merely jesting. Hee. The two exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Reaching a mutual understanding. Chapter 61. The Crown Prince has gained influence. The northern barbarians are truly coming outside Yunzhou. Several flying swords soared through the sky. In the martial arts world, the strong could traverse the heavens and earth. These sword cultivators from the capital of Dayu had traversed thousands of miles in an instant. Li Chongqing had just welcomed his master, Lung Qinchua, when a commotion erupted outside. Flying on swords? Martial King Realm experts? I suspect there are more. Quickly, inform His Highness. Look, those garments belong to the officials of Dayu's Kuaishing Bureau. What shall we do now? Within the encampment, the servant army was busy cooking. Upon seeing the formidable figures overhead, they were filled with despair. They were not equipped to handle such adversaries. Li Chongqing, come forth to receive the edict. In midair, standing atop the sword of the late emperor, Li Chongjian held the imperial edict with an air of triumph. This struggle for imperial power had ultimately been a victory for him. Li Chongqing stepped out of the tent, emboldened by his master's presence, unperturbed by such trivial matters. What is this, my dear second brother? Have you traveled all this way just to grovel before me? Li Chongjian shouted in anger. You're still defiant even when facing death. Listen well, do not think for a moment that Father has not given you a chance. By the mandate of heaven, I decree. Suddenly, the banner of the emperor was unfurled, its grand presence overwhelming. The fully liberated imperial flag absorbed 30,000 loyal souls, ready to contend against the martial king realm. Boom! The war drum sounded, and the servant army swiftly entered a battle-ready stance. Observing the second prince's behavior, they felt contempt, believing Li Chongqing to be overly foolish. Though you think that sheer numbers will intimidate me? Foolish Li Chongqing, today I shall show you what it means to be a martial arts master. Eliminate everyone else, leaving only his wretched life. A martial king realm expert, prepared to strike. A sudden surge of demonic energy erupted below, shrouding the area in dark mist. Ha ha ha, who dares to harm my disciple? Lung Qinchua's chilling laughter and demonic voice resonated, leaving the second prince and his entourage dizzy from the shock. Demonic soul sound? A martial emperor realm demon cultivator. Someone recognized Lung Qinchua's prowess. A martial emperor was sufficient to suppress them, so this was Li Chongqing's confidence. The second prince's men were taken aback. How had Li Chongqing managed to recruit a martial emperor expert in such a short time? Typically, Daiyu offered exorbitant rewards to recruit a martial king, often going to great lengths to entice experts from the Kueishing Bureau. Yet here was Li Chongqing, seemingly penniless, yet backed by a martial emperor? In an instant, the swirling black mist enveloped the area. Li Chongjian quickly covered his hands, but as the smoke dissipated, he found himself unscathed. However, all his subordinates had vanished without a trace. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, severed limbs fell from the sky, landing beside Li Chongjian. Li Chongjian's heart raced, his pulse quickening. 8 Martial King realm experts and 4 Martial Monarch realm warriors had been slain in the blink of an eye. He had no chance to escape. Lung Qinchue sauntered forward, licking her fingers. Is this what frightens you? You are? You are the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, the greatest enemy of your mother. Ha ha ha. Lung Qinchue. You hold a revered status. Why would you assist this waste of a prince? Lung Qinchue glanced back at Li Chongqing and smiled. A waste? Young man, what is your talent? She then produced an ancient bell used to test a martial artist's talent. Li Chongjian trembled, extending his hand, but hesitated to touch it. His abilities were mediocre, relying on various precious materials to enhance his strength. Lung Qinchue mocked, you don't even dare to test your talent. Yet you have the audacity to ridicule my disciple. You are nothing but the waste birthed by Zhao Su New Jersey, and even inferior to the saintess of your first holy land, Li Chongjian retorted angrily. Silence, do not insult my mother. Slap. Lung Qinchue delivered a resounding slap, sending his teeth flying and rendering him speechless. Master, Li Chongqing approached at this moment. Could you perhaps leave some for me next time? Li Chongqing gazed upon the sea of corpses scattered across the ground, his heart aching. These were the vital sustenance for his imperial sovereign banner, the essence he had refined through arduous cultivation. Despite the self-sustaining cycle of cultivation his body had formed under the influence of the heavenly demon relic, he still felt that his progress was painfully slow. Such a wealth of elite martial artists. A veritable treasure trove for absorption. If others were to discover Li Chongqing's thoughts, they would surely be struck with terror. What manner of devil was he? Cold Qinchue placed her hands on her hips, declaring, enough, let's save it for next time. What will you do with your brother? First, I shall cripple him. Li Chongqing raised his hand, poised to render Li Chongjian powerless. Wait! Li Chongjian cried out in panic. Your Highness. I am your brother. Your Highness. I was wrong. I deeply regret opposing you. This Crown Prince's sword, I present it to you. I have no desire for the position of Crown Prince. Gazing at the terrified, submissive Li Chongjian, Li Chongqing, sword of the late Emperor of Daiyu in hand, scoffed, you forced me to dwell in the stables, to crawl beneath the eunuchs, and now you beg for mercy? You do not regret your actions. You are merely frightened. With that, Li Chongqing raised his sword, ready to strike him down. Li Chongjian screamed in terror, do not kill me. Spare me. I can be of use, while I am in your hands. Father will not send anyone to pursue you. He will only send envoys to negotiate. Li Chongqing hesitated, the blade hovering above his second brother's head. There was a semblance of reason in this. Vengeance was indeed significant, but so was pragmatism. Bring forth the second prince's peep a bone and detain him, he commanded. Understood. Li Chongqing deftly averted the crisis, subsequently summoning Master Xiang to compose an article regarding the Qing army. 2 days later, in the royal capital of Daiyu, Li Yuan stared blankly at the memorial presented before him. 8 Martial Kings and 4 Martial Lords. Such strength could constitute the backbone of any mid-tier sect. With so many formidable warriors, they could traverse any region of the eastern wasteland with impunity. Initially, he had presumed that Li Chongqing commanded only a band of servant soldiers and some righteous rebels. Even dispatching merely martial kings would suffice. Yet now, the second prince had also brought martial lords, all of whom had perished. Who, then, were those surrounding the crown prince? Your Majesty, there is no news as of yet. This ungrateful wretch, he infuriates me. How dare he claim that I have sycophants whispering in my ear, harming his loyalty? We must mobilize troops to protect the throne. Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch. Li Yuan's anger surged, and he slammed his palm upon the writing desk, shattering it to pieces. Your Majesty, please calm down. The ministers in the imperial study hastily offered counsel, assuring him that the situation remained manageable. seemed imperative to teach this rebellious son a lesson. Li Yuan rose with an imposing demeanor, his face as cold as I see that I in the realm of martial arts, strength reigned supreme. Since Li Changxing had martial emperors by his side, he would dispatch martial emperors to the eastern wasteland. In that land, the strongest were merely martial emperors. Engagements among equals rarely yielded easy victories, typically favoring numbers. Dayu had stood tall in the eastern wasteland for many years, with a reliable number of martial emperors at its disposal. Suddenly, a panicked eunuch rushed into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, it is dire news. The 4 northern towns have been besieged by barbarians, resulting in countless deaths and the plundering of innumerable livestock. The border is in peril." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and sat back down. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, "Summon the Ministry of Officials, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Grand General of the nation, Duke Dingwu, to the palace." Chapter 62. Master, I am but a child. Within the imperial study, Li Yuan was genuinely anxious. The matter concerning Li Changxing remained unresolved, and now the northern barbarian tribes were encroaching once more. Reflecting on 20 years prior, peace had been maintained at the borders due to the crown prince being held as a hostage, facilitating trade between both sides. However, the barbarian territories were inhospitable, plagued by fiends, yielding scant resources and thus perpetually incurring trade deficits. Yet, due to the Crown Prince Treaty, the opposing side had largely honored their commitments and refrained from aggression. Now, their sudden onslaught suggested a long-planned scheme. "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, I advocate for war." The Grand General of the nation spoke resolutely. "For the past 20 years, Dayu has enjoyed peace and prosperity. We are no longer in the dire straits we once faced." The Minister of Revenue interjected, "Your Majesty, war is not advisable. The realm has been stable for 2 decades. To engage in conflict now would be unwise." The Grand General countered, "If we do not fight, how will the people at the borders survive? Should we retreat to the interior? Would that not be akin to the fall of Yunzhou City? What difference is there? As generals, we must be prepared to shed blood for the sake of Dayu." The Minister of Revenue was cut off and found no opportunity for further argument. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. "In these years of peace, we have received little intelligence regarding the barbarians. Aside from their shamanic warfare techniques, how many martial emperors have emerged from their ranks?" Upon finishing, he turned his gaze to Duke Dingwu, who stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, the barbarians have been embroiled in internal strife. The discord among the Lesser Kings has prevented their king from uniting them, resulting in the Lesser King's southward march to raid our borders. While he commands numerous martial lords, I have heard no news of any martial emperors in his ranks." "Oh, there is discord among them?" Li Yuan's spirits lifted upon hearing this. If they were not united, it presented an opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. He was also troubled by the predicament of Li Changjian being captured by the Crown Prince. Feeling the strain of managing both issues, surely, that lad would not dare to harm his own flesh and blood, and no matter what, they were kin. "I shall grant you one more chance." Li Yuan suppressed his indignation. Deciding to bolster defenses at the northern borders for the time being and refrain from pursuing Li Changxing further. After concluding discussions with the court ministers, Li Yuan made his way to the rear garden. He needed to appease his wife, Zhao Xuanji, urging her to continue efforts to bring Li Changxing back. "Your Majesty, regarding the Crown Prince, you may still need to bring him back." "Bring him back? Is it not sufficient for him to earn merit in Yunzhou? Why must you send Cheng Jian to capture him? Now, both of my sons are absent, and you come seeking my assistance?" Zhao Xuanji's tone was laced with resentment. She believed she had been striving for harmony within the family. Yet Li Yuan continued to complicate matters. Li Yuan responded, "My actions are for your sake, for Li Chengjian's sake." Zhao Xuanji retorted angrily, "Oh, so you compel them to turn against one another while claiming it's for my benefit? You invoke your father to pressure me, expecting me to be a dutiful daughter-in-law and a good mother. You even demand I consider you honor, forcing me to stay here to avoid embarrassment for the Li family. Now, what do you seek from me?" Li Yuan, feeling cornered, replied, "What good will it do if you merely put on a show outside? It will not change his heart. By the time he returns, you will have forgotten your own son. You can deceive others, but you cannot deceive me." "You?" Li Yuan. Zhao Xuanji, flushed with anger, pointed accusingly at him but found herself at a loss for words. It turned out that Zhao Xuanji's sudden realization was entirely to preserve her image as a benevolent mother. Nurturing and loving. She had made a public appearance, and now the entire Dayu was aware that the crown prince had a conflict with the emperor, not with her, the empress. Yet, she still endeavored to mediate relations, even summoning her father, the sword saint, from retirement. What a commendable wife! What a devoted mother! Tears welled in her eyes. Li Yuan continued. I know you are upset with how I have handled matters, but how could I have anticipated that the crown prince would have martial emperors at his side? Now Qingjian is in his grasp, and I must address the northern conflict while you seek to evade responsibility. Zhao Xuanji retorted. It was so then, and it is so now. Apologize to our son. Admit your faults, perhaps he will return. And why do you not apologize to him? Acknowledge your mistakes. The couple glared at one another, neither willing to relent. Apologize? Admit faults? They are our children. How could we possibly lower ourselves to apologize? After their quarrel, Zhao Xuanji added, I will try to persuade him to return, but you must ensure the Li family does not intervene behind the scenes, lest I be implicated. Li Yuan nodded. Agreed. The following day, after Li Chongqing had captured Li Chengjian, he awoke in his tent to discover that the rewards for his life choices had arrived. A tome of the purple enigma cultivation technique lay in his hands. His heart soared with joy, as this signified the resolution of his current crisis. He perused the text and was taken aback by the myriad of postures and techniques described within, many of which were suited for the intimacy of the bedchamber. Of course, that was merely the surface. This dual cultivation method encompassed inner cultivation principles, allowing the convergence of yin and yang for mutual advancement. It was indeed an excellent practice for couples, growing stronger together with each session. However, Li Chongqing felt no urgency to begin his training, primarily due to the absence of a partner. Moreover, he had recently been engrossed in the Supreme Sword Dao, a transcendent sword technique in the Eastern Wasteland. Mere strength was insufficient. It was fundamentally a clash of brute force. One must understand that there are always those greater than oneself. Without skill, one is destined to suffer defeat. As Li Chongqing began to indulge in his newfound treasure, he planned to delve deeper into its mysteries later. Just then, the tent flaps were suddenly drawn back, and a figure stepped inside. Master, there is another eunuch seeking you outside. Oh? As cold Qianxue entered, she spotted Li Chongqing holding a cultivation manual. She approached and seized it from his grasp. I wondered why you had taken so long to emerge. What are you secretly studying? Upon flipping open the first page of the purple enigma, she was met with an illustration of a young man pushing a cart, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Having lived so long as a solitary individual, she had never encountered such explicit content. Who could blame her, given the decline of the Hahuan sect? A solitary male cultivator is nowhere to be found, and the female cultivators are gradually dispersing. Were it not for her having cultivated a technique pilfered from another sect, she would not possess her current early-stage martial emperor strength. Yet, has she never seen a pig run after having eaten one? Lung Qianxue did not discard the book. Instead, she flipped to the later chapters. Tsk, dear disciple, you seem quite irritable, she jested. That's not it, master. Li Chongqing attempted to explain, but was silenced as Long Qianxue playfully pressed him onto the couch, her dress cascading down to reveal her exquisite fair legs, slender yet curvaceous, a sight to behold. In decent exposure, he awkwardly averted his gaze. Long Qianxue continued perusing, her cheeks growing warmer with each page, her tongue grazing her lips. Now, tell me, how did our long-lost technique from the Tiandi Inyang Hahuan sect come into your possession? What could Li Chongqing say? He certainly could not confess to having a cheat. Long Qianxue's brows furrowed, her form leaning closer, her chest subtly rising. Her beautiful, frosty visage conveyed a serious demeanor. She clearly held great concern over the sect's lost techniques. If you cannot clarify, then I shall have to request your assistance in my cultivation, she declared. Li Chongqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at his slender, graceful master, whose skin was like cream. It was not an unappealing proposition. He stammered. I found it, yes, at the Li family's library, within the royal palace of Dayu. Long Qianxue's brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. The Li family? At that time? No, it cannot be. Why would it be the Li family? Humph, the debt of your family shall be repaid by you. Li Chongqing exclaimed. Master, I shall repay it. We can march to the capital together. But suddenly, the enchantress Long Qianxue leapt onto the couch, pinning Li Changxing down, her hand playfully grasping his chin. Repay? First, let us collect some interest, disciple. Possessing this technique means you can assist me in breaking through to the mid-stage of martial emperor. This is a punishment for your Li family. Li Changxing was uncertain whether the enchantress was jesting or serious, feigning ignorance. Ah, master, I am but a child. Long Qianxue teased back, a child? Oh, I adore children. Chapter 63. The Hypocrisy of Zhao Xuanji. The prince's little scheme, you insolent brat. Do you comprehend the power of the two primary techniques of our Tiandi Yinyang Hawan sect? Li Changxing gazed at his seemingly famished master, vigorously shaking his head. Long Qianxue elucidated, in our sect, men cultivate the Zichai Xuangu, while women practice the Tiandi He Bai technique. When a couple cultivates together, they can progress collectively and also practice the He Bai sword technique. With a modicum of success, they can establish themselves in this martial realm. You must think that those of the Tiandi Yinyang Hawan sect are a group of debauchers. However, our sect has a strict code. Monogamy is mandated. Forbidding polygamy or polyandry, Li Changxing inquired. Isn't that prone to lead to madness? Not necessarily madness, she replied, but it is likely to incite jealousy and conflict, leading to mutual slaughter, which would spell ruin for the sect. There may be good examples, but there are far more bad ones, Li Changxing stated. Thus, this technique should not serve as the foundation of the sect. Master, I suggest we burn it. Please return the technique to me. I shall lead by example. Rather than returning it, Long Qianxue tucked it into her bosom, presenting herself provocatively towards Li Changxing, who might have thought she intended to nurse him. If you dare take it, Master will return it to you. After all, it is a manual for male cultivation, and it is of no use to me. Besides, it is merely the two of us left in the sect. Li Changxing, unable to resist the audacity of Long Qianxue, swallowed hard. No wonder she was dubbed the Enchantress. Her allure was simply overwhelming and would not be accepted by conventional societal norms. But who was Li Changxing? He was not a fool like Li Chengjian, who rigidly adhered to outdated rules. You seized my technique first. I shall reclaim it from your possession. Just as he reached out, the curtain was drawn back, and Xiang Taifu and Han Feng entered. The two had intended to urge Li Changxing to step out to receive the imperial edict, as another envoy had arrived from the capital, and the ruckus caused by Li Chengjian, imprisoned against a pillar, was quite bothersome. However, upon entering, they were met with the sight of Li Changxing's hand reaching toward Long Qianxue's ample bosom. Seeing this, Xiang Long quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming, Your Highness, I seem to have suddenly developed an eye ailment and cannot see. Han Feng, equally embarrassed, stumbled backward, retreating hastily. Witnessing the poor acting of his subordinates, Li Changxing nonchalantly pinched the edge of the book that had slightly slipped out of her garment. With a swift motion, he extracted the technique from her grasp, causing the flesh of Long Qianxue's chest to jiggle slightly. Master, you also said this is meant for male cultivators. It is of no use to you. Having secured the technique, Li Changxing hurriedly made his exit. Long Qianxue watched his retreating figure, her dark eyes suddenly glimmering with a crimson hue. Good disciple, you truly are a treasure. Outside the camp, Li Changxing beheld a phoenix carriage surrounded by numerous eunuchs and warriors of the Li clan, many of whom were at the martial emperor stage. In truth, Li Changxing had not remained stationary. It was simply that Yunzhou was vast, and they were still some distance from the city. With so many people, their pace was sluggish, resulting in the court discovering them twice. However, with Li Chengjian in hand, these martial experts of the Li family did not dare act recklessly. They understood that Li Changxing was accompanied by a martial emperor-level expert, the enchantress Long Qianxue. Should a confrontation ensue, they would likely be unable to pursue if she chose to flee with Li Changzheng. At that moment, Zhao Xuanji descended from the phoenix carriage. A red carpet was unfurled, and the enchanting, regal Zhao Xuanji made her way to the camp. The servants and soldiers were all abuzz, for they were merely martial artists of the Jianghu. Yet they were granted an audience with such a mesmerizing beauty. Son, Zhao Xuanji appeared pitiful. Li Changxing, irritated, retorted, What is it? Why bring so many experts from the Li clan without taking action? Zhao Xuanji replied, My son. Suddenly, Long Qianxue interrupted her, casting, Enough. Zhao Xuanji, how shameless you are, day after day. You flaunt your victimhood. Your own son is being bullied to such an extent, and you remain indifferent. How disingenuous. Zhao Xuanji huffed. Lung Qianxue, keep your distance from my son. Changsheng, this woman is not virtuous. She is a demoness. Do you wish to descend into the demonic path? You are being hunted by Li Qian and others. I will annihilate Li Qian's entire family for you. When you were troubled at Wujiao Fortress, I wiped it out. I only wish for you to return to my side so I can care for you. As she spoke, Zhao Xuanji's eyes glistened with tears, pointing to the Li family experts behind her. She added, they are sent by your father that I am powerless to stop them. But as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Li Changsheng, uninterested in idle chatter, asked, how is Xin Weiyang? Zhao Xuanji replied. Of course, I have been looking after her, ensuring she suffers no harm. Li Changsheng responded. Oh, I thought she had already perished. You did not abduct her to threaten me in exchange for Li Changjian? Zhao Xuanji's expression faltered. After all, she was the daughter of the Duke of the State. The Duke of the State had been designated to marry the prince, approved by the emperor, yet after the marriage ceremony, she vanished. Outside eyes viewed that young lady of the Xin family as a victim. Are you here to retrieve Li Changjian? Yes, Changsheng, as long as you are willing to return to your mother. I shall grant any condition you desire. I truly cannot bear to be without you. Very well, if you can pass my test, I shall return. Li Changsheng smirked, while those around him were perplexed, unaware of his true intentions. Li Changsheng then commanded that 2 large cauldrons of oil be set up, one on each side, boiling hot. There was a wooden plank suspended above the cauldrons, which could be pulled to cause the plank to collapse, sending whoever stood upon it into the boiling oil below. Li Changsheng and the bound Li Changjian were positioned on either side. Zhao Xuanji, witnessing this scene, understood immediately. Was this not a choice between 2 options? Changsheng, why must you force your mother? Zhao Xuanji feigned tears, but inwardly, she cursed vehemently. Li Changsheng declared, if you do not wish to choose, you may leave now, and I shall ensure Li Changjian's safety. Yet, Zhao Xuanji remained unmoved, neither departing nor acquiescing. Lung Qianxue mocked, Zhao Xuanji, leaving is the only way to preserve both your sons. Or are you waiting for Li Changsheng to plunge into the oil and become a cripple? You truly are heartless. Zhao Xuanji retorted, Demoness, did you teach my son to employ such vile methods? Do you wish to see me humiliated and harm my son? Still, she did not leave. Zhao Xuanji implored. Changsheng, this is a ruse, is it not? Do not be so naive. Who would willingly harm themselves? Suddenly, a servant hurled a turkey into one of the cauldrons. Sizzle. In mere moments, the turkey was thoroughly cooked. Zhao Xuanji's face turned ashen, realizing the cauldron was indeed real. Bind me. Surrounding servants quickly bound Li Changsheng tightly. Everyone turned to the 2 cauldrons, bubbling ominously, uncertain of Li Changsheng's thoughts. Zhao Xuanji felt a twinge of panic. What to do? If both sons fell into the cauldron, whom would she save? Li Changsheng called out, Your Majesty, you still have time to leave. I will ensure Li Changjian's safety. No, I want to bring you back. Changsheng. Zhao Xuanji was still unable to leave. With a command from Li Changsheng, the boards beneath Li Changsheng and Li Changjian sprang open, and both plunged into the cauldron of oil simultaneously. Chapter 64. Capturing the Empress Mother, the Prince Consort's night visit. At Li Changsheng's decree, the planks beneath the 2 brothers gave way at once, sending them into the boiling oil. Previously, 2 live chickens had been thrown in as a test, proving that this was not vinegar, but indeed a pot of real oil. Zhao Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically. She leaped forward into the camp and caught the falling Li Changjian. One attempted to stop her actions. In contrast, the cauldron below Li Changsheng was kicked aside by Lung Qianxue, leaving him unharmed. Changjian, my child, are you hurt? Zhao Xuanji asked anxiously, cradling the frightened Li Changjian in her arms, her hands frantically searching him for burns. However, after saving Li Changjian, she realized this was her instinct. Her greater concern lay with her second son rather than her first. She quickly turned and said, Changsheng, cease this farce. Such tricks are utterly meaningless. In your mother's eyes, you are both the same. Do not let that witch, Lung Qianxue, deceive you. Mother knows that with her assistance, you will come to no harm. Before she could finish, Li Changjian suddenly picked up a bamboo skewer and blew a cloud of toxic mist towards Zhao Xuanji. Cough. What is this? Zhao Xuanji gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Changjian, why would you poison your mother? But Li Changjian swiftly broke free from his restraints and stepped back, pulling off the human skin mask that concealed his true identity. Beneath it was the real Li Changsheng, while the figure opposite him, who had also removed his disguise, was merely a small soldier with a physique and voice reminiscent of Li Changsheng. What? Zhao Xuanji staggered, feeling dizzy. She glanced left and then right, realizing she had been deceived. She was well aware of Long Qianqua's infamous techniques. She had once been nicknamed the Faceless Witch. Since Li Changsheng had persuaded Long Qianqua, how could he let such exquisite craftsmanship slip by? He had captured Li Chengjian, anticipating that Dai would send someone to seek retribution. Thus, Long Qianqua had crafted their disguises over the past few days, making any escape easier. The rumors surrounding the creation of these skins suggested that it required the brutal flaying of humans. But in reality, it did not necessitate actual skinning. Rather, it was made using a special elixir. Those tales were merely slanders aimed at discrediting Long Qianqua. Therefore, the true purpose of this oil cauldron ruse was not to test which son Zhao Xuanji favored more, but rather to ensnare her as well. Upon inhaling the toxic mist, Zhao Xuanji realized it was no ordinary poison. It was a debilitating powder provided by Long Qianqua, which could leave even a martial lord incapacitated for 12 hours after just one whiff. Unless one possessed the power of a martial emperor, they could not dispel it through cultivation. The earlier charade involving the oil pot was designed to draw Zhao Xuanji into the camp. Zhao Xuanji's expression darkened with fury. Changsheng, you deceived me? I am your mother. Li Changsheng replied coldly. When I returned to the capital, living in the stables and eating spoiled food, how could you forget I was your son? Zhao Xuanji's anger flared. Are you unable to get past this hurdle? Aren't you doing well now? Mother never wished for such a situation. Indeed, this obstinate refusal to admit fault was the true nature of the Dai Empress. Had you chosen to leave earlier and not participate in this oil pot test, I might have regarded you as a deficient mother. But now, you remain merely the Dai Empress, Li Changsheng stated icily. Zhao Xuanji's pupils dilated. Had she made yet another mistake? Years ago, Dai was besieged from all sides. Teetering on the brink, Li Yuan had intended to send their eldest son to the barbarian tribes as a hostage. Though she had hesitated, she ultimately let go with a heavy heart. Later, when Dai stabilized, she worried for her son, contemplating several times to venture into the barbarian tribes to visit him, but her second son, Li Chengjian, and daughter, Li Yuaner, had cried and pleaded against her departure, softening her resolve. Eventually, she grew accustomed to the family of four, to the maternal grace of the empress, to the lofty lifestyle, and to a life unmarred by scandal. 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and she had forgotten she had an eldest son. After he returned, she felt anxious, fearing he might become a blemish on her life, and used illness as an excuse to let Li Chengjian handle everything. Later, when the emperor sought to depose the eldest in favor of the younger, though she knew it was unjust, she chose silence. Her repeated avoidance had driven her to push her own son away. But what could she do? She was not the emperor, and her eldest son was disobedient. Someone, confine the Dai Empress, administer her medication regularly. Li Changsheng's words pierced Zhao Xuanji's heart. The servants, observing her in the guise of an empress, ushered Zhao Xuanji into the camp, then placed her under soft house arrest alongside Li Chengjian, who had gone days without food. Upon seeing his mother enter, he rejoiced. Mother, you came to rescue me? I want to kill Li Changsheng. That bastard hasn't fed me for 2 days. But soon, upon seeing Zhao Xuanji shackled and bound, Li Chengjian was stunned. Mother? How could he dare to shackle you? Is he planning a rebellion? Outside the camp, the Li clan's experts realized the perilous situation upon witnessing the empress poisoned and captured. One of the Li clan's experts inquired. Shall we charge in, elder? The elder shook his head. We must tread carefully. Now both the second prince and the empress are in the hands of the crown prince. Elder, if we lose the empress now, we cannot provide an account. What are you worried about? A tiger does not eat its young. Besides, the empress has not wronged the crown prince. His only desire is that throne of his. Then, elder, shall we summon the second prince consort? Shortly thereafter, a carriage arrived before the Li clan elder, prince consort. Despite being a martial emperor himself, the elder still bowed to Su Fei. Su Fei asked, Gentlemen, please rise. What is the current situation? This visit from Su Fei was her own initiative. Zhao Xuanji misinterpreted her concern for the second prince as a sign of a wife's natural worry for her husband. Even in her pregnant state, she felt compelled to maintain harmony. She believed she could rescue her son, Li Chengjian, and thus agreed to let Su Fei follow the party. Once Li Chengjian was saved, they could reunite, creating a lovely tale. However, in truth, Su Fei was genuinely worried for Li Chongqing and wished to sneak a glance at him. She did not want her child to grow up without a father. The Li clan elder awkwardly stated, "The Empress has been deceived by the Crown Prince's scheme and has been captured. We are currently deliberating on how to respond." Within the carriage, Su Fei inquired through the curtain, "Sir, for the safety of the second prince and the Empress, I believe we cannot launch a direct assault." "That is also our thought," the officials agreed. "The Crown Prince has powerful allies. If we charge in recklessly and he harms the second prince while escaping, that is not the outcome we desire. As for those servants and commoners, the Crown Prince will not concern himself with them, so you seek my counsel to persuade the Crown Prince? Indeed, we kindly request the second prince consort to exert herself. While you negotiate with the Crown Prince, we can move in stealthily to rescue them. Gentlemen, what is your confidence level?" 10 out of 10. "As soon as we rescue the second prince and the Empress, we will come to your aid." Su Fei chuckled coldly to herself. This was merely a bargain to exchange her life for the second prince and the Empress, if things unfolded as they anticipated. It would be her, the pregnant woman, who would be sacrificed. But how could they know that Su Fei had long since become Li Chongqing's person? Su Fei declared, "Very well, please make the arrangements." That night, Xiang Taifu entered, saying, "Your Highness, the second prince consort requests an audience." Li Chongqing was taken aback. Why had she come as well? Let her enter on her own. Chapter 65. Su Fei achieves great merit and asks for more affection in the future. On a moonless night with high winds, Li Chongqing saw Su Fei within the tent. She was as delicate and beautiful as before, clad in a pale yellow palace gown that only enhanced her charm. "Humph, you certainly have courage to come to such a place." "Your Highness, I am with child." "What child?" "A baby." "Ridiculous. Who knows if it is mine or another's?" The Li clan possesses a secret method of bloodline verification. Any offspring can be examined later. So what? Thus, Your Highness, you cannot afford to lose. Li Chongqing was rendered speechless. This woman had indeed become his servant. "Very well, you deserve to be my servant. Come here, crawl over here on your knees." Su Fei offered no resistance. Crawling to Li Chongqing's feet, he grasped her chin, observing her pitiful expression, and remarked, "It seems you are a person of your word, willingly becoming my servant." Su Fei raised her chin defiantly. "Thanks to Your Highness, I have now gained a position in the palace. The second prince dares not strike or scold me. As long as I bear a child for the Li family, my life will be secured. I am willing to save your life." Li Chongqing flung her away forcefully, saying, "But you came here just to say this." Su Fei's head was tossed aside, emitting a shy sound as she continued, "Your Highness, the Li clan's experts are planning to come and take you back. Furthermore, I overheard the Empress conversing with them. Once you are captured and returned, they will employ a secret method to transfer your talents to the second prince, rendering you an ordinary person, forever remaining by the Empress's side." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's powerful physique trembled. Was he to be rendered a useless being incapable of cultivating martial arts? In this grand era of martial arts, what significance would it hold to be unable to practice? He had believed that despite his parents' favoritism, their anger at his rebellious actions would ultimately lead them to regard him as a cherished kin. Little did he expect that in the hearts of Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji, he held not an ounce of standing, merely because he had utilized the talent-detecting ancient bell of the Hahuan sect. Revealing an extraordinary aptitude of 9 chimes, he was deemed unworthy of such a gift. Everything revolved around Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing was seething with anger. He had long wished to sever ties with them. Yet the Li clan continued to covet his title as the emperor's flag and his talents. How outrageous! Consumed by resentment, he realized they were still trying to deceive him under the guise of familial bonds and regret. The sight of Zhao Xuanji weeping pitifully was utterly bewildering. Fortunately, Li Chongqing had a resolute heart. Had he been a touch softer, he might already be on the path to his demise in the capital. The mere thought of the second prince's arrogant demeanor infuriated him. When had they infiltrated? It should be soon. "Your Highness, prepare accordingly." He silently nodded. He couldn't help but admire the strategy of subduing Consort Su. It had afforded him foresight into numerous crises. "Well done. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. Consider what you desire, and I shall reward you upon my return." With that, Li Chongqing exited the tent to confer with Xiang Long, Lung Qianxue, and others regarding their countermeasures. The infiltration of 2 martial monarchs from the Li clan was no trifling matter. Long Qianxue could manage but one, if the queen and the second prince were rescued. They would lose their absolute leverage. After all, one consort Su alone would not compel the Li clan to relinquish their pursuit of Li Changsheng. Xiang Long pondered for a moment, and a plan emerged in his mind. Your Highness, if the Li clan's experts are hiding in the shadows to rescue someone, we can disguise our soldiers with human skin masks and attire to create confusion. When the time comes, if they save the wrong individuals, they will remain oblivious, and the second prince's consort will fall into our hands, granting us greater leverage. Li Changsheng found this strategy commendable. Master, you must remain busy for a while longer. I will ensure your efforts are rewarded. Rest assured, I shall hold you to that. Simply see to it that you repay me well. With Long Qianxue's involvement, the art of deception became exceedingly effortless. The moniker of the thousand-faced demoness was not merely an appellation of the martial world, but a title born of fear. Soon, they located a woman from the peasant uprising whose physique closely resembled Zhao Xuanji's, and Long Qianxue crafted a mask for her. After the task was completed, Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and returned to his tent. Upon his arrival, Consort Su immediately knelt before him. He regarded her with a glance, extended a hand to assist her up, and said, Consort Su, you have achieved significant merit this time. Speak, what reward do you desire? It is my profound honor to serve your highness. I only hope for your affection. She responded, affection? How would you like me to show you affection? Suddenly, Consort Su clung to Li Changsheng, her soft bosom pressing against his back. Your highness, I have no one but you. I yearn for your affection. Li Changsheng turned, grasped her hand, and pressed her down within the tent, saying, Isn't this akin to sending yourself away? But I am your servant. Your highness, be it 1,000 miles or 10,000, I would follow. Li Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, when a woman took the initiative, a man had little to say. Your highness, aside from you, I have no other support. I merely wish to live. To strive to live. What wrong have I committed? After the passage of an incense stick's time, the camp was filled with the clamor of chaos. Assassins. Quick, apprehend the assassins. Form ranks, charge. It turned out that the 2 martial monarchs from the Li clan, clad in night garb, had been discovered as they attempted to raid the camp. If they could rescue Zhao Xuanji and the second prince, their plan would succeed. Securing Zhao Xuanji and the second prince's safety, they could then eliminate Long Qianxue and bring Li Changsheng back to the imperial capital. The plan was impeccably devised, but alas, there was a traitor among them. The 2 martial monarchs seized a fainted man and woman, leaping into the air, their spiritual wings poised to escape. Yet, midway, Long Qianxue unleashed a palm strike from afar, the pressure akin to surging rivers, instantly halting their advance. The Li clan experts, fearing harm to the second prince, hurriedly evaded, unwilling to engage. Long Qianxue laughed heartily. Are you capturing the real ones or the fakes? Did you not learn from Zhao Xuanji's lesson? Upon hearing her words, the Li clan experts were taken aback, hastily holding their breath and tearing at the human skin masks on the 2 captives. After a struggle, they revealed 2 commoners. Realizing they had been deceived, they were infuriated and discarded their captives. With hundreds of tents within the camp, where could the true queen and second prince be? That would not be easily discerned, and Long Qianxue would not allow them the peace to search. You were tricked, so kill them. Kill them. Capture this demoness to threaten the prince. The 2 martial monarchs were exceedingly furious. Were it not for the fear of collateral damage, they would not be so hesitant. Now they resolved to charge forward as the 2 experts from the Li clan advanced towards her. Long Qianxue summoned her flying sword, her spiritual energy transforming into a grand rainbow as she soared through the air. Capture him. If we seize him, the prince will be powerless. Demoness, do not flee. Suddenly, Li Changsheng emerged, supporting the second prince Li Changjian. Stop. Otherwise, I shall sever a finger. The Li clan experts, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to halt. Questioning, are you deceiving us with another skin suit? A gash appeared on Li Changjian's thigh. I am real. I am Li Xiantian, the Grand Elder. I am Chengjian. Save me, save me. Hearing Li Chengjian's cries for help, the Li clan experts were enraged and vexed. Li Changsheng, you turn against your own kin. I shall have you expunged from the family tree. I care not. The Li clan shall have a page solely for me. Li Changsheng, you barbaric prince, Devoid of propriety, with a swift stroke, Li Chongqing inflicted another wound on Li Chengjian's other leg, blood splattering across the ground. His voice cold, he declared, "Leave immediately, or I shall render him powerless. Let us see how you will report to Li Yuan." Li Xintian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Stop, Prince, regardless of your words, you are still a scion of the Li clan, a royal descendant. You bear the identity of the great Yu royal family. What do you truly desire? What meaning lies in mutual destruction? It will only serve to amuse the world," Li Chongqing replied. "Return and inform Li Yuan to issue a self-condemnation edict, apologizing to me. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the great Yu Li clan. I shall then release these two." Chapter 66. The Regret of the Yu Emperor, the Self-Condemnation Edict issued. "Your Highness, your demands are excessive and violate ethical principles." Li Chongqing dismissed the Li clan expert's objections, issuing a direct command. "Shoot!" Whoosh, 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 bolts of arrows flew toward the two captives. Although they were martial monarchs, the fear of collateral damage loomed large. Capturing two impostors had sealed their fate. Zhao Xuanji had yet to reveal herself. Lung Qianxue, known as the Thousand-Faced Demoness, had crafted countless facsimiles. At times, brute force could not resolve every issue. The two Li clan experts exchanged glances, ultimately retreating. The pressure lifted from the camp. Returning to tranquility, Li Chongqing returned to his tent, finding Consort Su bound by her garments. "Your Highness," she inquired, "will you release me? The conditions here are harsh. You should return. You know what to say." Consort Su responded, "I shall claim that I was bullied by your Highness, and then I shall depart." Li Chongqing did not engage further, instead asking, "How is Xin Weiyang? Is she with child?" Consort Su admitted uncertainty, as she refrained from contacting Xin Weiyang unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, Li Chongqing dispatched someone to escort Consort Su back. At the valley entrance outside the camp, Li Xintian welcomed Consort Su's return. "We have failed in our duty. I ask for your forgiveness, Consort Su. It is truly that the prince is far too cunning. There is no need for such formality, gentlemen. The situation is complex. We should return to the capital and let His Majesty make the decision. Yet the queen has been captured. This is a grave sin. Then let us return to the capital quietly. Do not leak any information. Otherwise, will the second prince once again suffer physical torment?" Li Xintian sighed. "He may be adept at murder and arson, but negotiations are not the purview of a mere martial artist," he mused. "How is this prince so cunning? Surely he has learned from the barbarian tribes. If it were just him, Li Xintian felt a deep sense of frustration. As a martial monarch, how could he not subdue a mere martial disciple? After much deliberation, he accepted Consort Su's suggestion, sending people to monitor while secretly returning to the capital. With spiritual wings unfurled, Li Xintian swiftly returned to the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Li Yuan was troubled by the turmoil in the northern borders and the conflicts with the Great Feng Dynasty due to recent floods. Compounding his distress was the fact that the recently concluded Grand Martial Arts Tournament crowned the Saintess and Miaoxi of the First Sacred Land as the champion, who had, ironically, lost to Li Chongqing. The prince possessed such prowess. He ought to be proud. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the prince was now opposing him. The more the prince accomplished, the more irate Li Yuan became. Why is he so exceptional? Li Yuan regretted having misjudged him initially, yet out of pride, he would not admit his error. With such an attitude, no matter how outstanding one might be, what difference did it make? Ungrateful son. At this moment, he should have been captured by your mother, right? You wretched child. How could you dare to lay a hand upon your mother? After all, it has always been I who has borne the brunt of the blame. Suddenly, a shadow guard approached. Your Highness, elderly has returned and seeks an audience outside the palace. Oh? Which wayward child has been apprehended? Summon him. However, as Li Xintian and his brother entered, they knelt before Li Yuan, who furrowed his brow. Where is the empress? What of the crown prince and the second prince? Li Xintian recounted the situation, leaving Li Yuan speechless with fury, inwardly cursing Zhao Xuanji for her foolishness in being deceived. She was well aware that Long Qianxue was a cunning woman, and yet Li Chongqing had mingled with her, becoming equally sly. Hold on, Li Yuan suddenly inquired. What does the crown prince call that sorceress? He refers to Long Qianxue as master. Wretched child, are you intent on descending into the path of darkness? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was filled with wrath. he paced back and forth, realizing that this was a time fraught with troubles. And yet he had a rebellious son dragging him down. What did he demand? The Crown Prince requested that His Majesty issue a self-reproach edict and apologize to him, thereby severing ties and ceasing to meddle in his affairs. Li Yuan fell into a stunned silence, filled with regret. He lamented being deceived by a mere poem, to sing military songs while feigning a paternal tone. Wretched child, he seethed in fury, his aura expanding. The rage of the first god of war of the eastern wilderness surging to the heavens, the chaotic energy threatening to topple the palace. Your Majesty, please calm your anger, urged the surrounding eunuchs and ministers. Li Yuan's chest heaved with pent-up emotions. How could he remain composed? The Crown Prince had audaciously demanded a self-reproach edict. This was not merely an act of overstepping bounds, nor just a grievous disrespect. It was a direct assault on his dignity, a humiliation laid bare before the world. His esteemed reputation as the first god of war of the eastern wilderness and the virtuous emperor of Daiyu was crumbling. Now, his wife and children were under Li Chongqing's control, and he feared that Li Chongqing might commit an act of treason. The family disgrace would only serve to intensify his plight. Summon the National Master. He commanded, yes. The National Master approached the emperor, his martial prowess revealing the emperor's current state of tumultuous emotions. Your Majesty, please take care of your health, he advised. Li Yuan leaned against the dragon throne and queried. National Master, do you possess any means to ascertain the Crown Prince's fortunes? The National Master produced a tortoiseshell and a half-moon divination tool, comparing the Crown Prince's birth chart, and began to perform a divination ritual. Anamomami.as the National Master completed the ancient incantation and shook the tortoise shell. The divination pieces began to crack. Analyzing the results, he stated, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is receiving external support. The royal court is flourishing, and his fortunes are at their peak. Unless faced with overwhelming force, it would be difficult to suppress him. Even if ensnared in a web of fate, he could still escape unscathed. Li Yuan fell into contemplation. Thus, to subdue the Crown Prince would mean going against the tide, requiring several times the effort compared to normal circumstances. While metaphysics may seem intangible and unreliable, the National Master's divinations had aided the fortunes of the Daiyu Kingdom on several occasions, lending his words considerable weight. This was a stark contrast to the previous nonsensical collaboration with the Second Prince. This time, it was a genuine divination. Summon Consort Su into the palace. Moments later, Consort Su entered and knelt. Your Majesty, I have heard that you, in your deep affection for your husband, took the initiative to approach the Crown Prince and plead for the Second Prince's release. Yes, Your Highness, but the Crown Prince refused, and I was powerless to change his mind. What did he say to you? Consort Su felt a flush of embarrassment, but managed to keep her head bowed, concealing her reaction from the emperor. She replied, The Crown Prince expressed that he feels undervalued and desires to forge his own path to demonstrate his strength. He also mentioned wanting to cultivate himself into a formidable warrior. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment before asking, Do you believe the Crown Prince truly intends to rebel? Consort Su's heart stirred. How had Li Chongqing discerned the very questions posed by the emperor? During her time in the camp, Li Chongqing had instructed her on various matters, providing her with responses should the emperor inquire. Your Majesty, I do not know. However, the Crown Prince stated that should you not fulfill his wishes, he would kill Changjian. I implore you to save Changjian. Upon hearing Consort Su's words, Li Yuan surmised that this rebellious child still harbored grievances regarding the favoritism shown to the Second Prince. Whether he truly intended to rebel remained uncertain. It seemed more a display of teenage rebellion. Li Yuan thought of Li Chongqing's 20 years of suffering in the barbarian tribes. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes, having reached a certain resolution. Bring forth the edict. The crowd gasped. Was the emperor truly about to issue a self-reproach edict? This was no trivial matter, akin to striking oneself in the face. And it was well known that the emperor valued his reputation. However, the self-reproach edict also held benefits. First, it demonstrated the emperor's resolve and commitment to the nation and its people, such as pledging to govern diligently. Second, it could ease various conflicts, whether between sovereign and subjects, civil and military, or across social classes. Third, it could win the hearts of the people, stabilize the nation, and foster a united and progressive atmosphere. Yet, Li Yuan felt compelled. Should he delay further, He feared the two sons would turn against each other, leading to a significant scandal. I shall read, you shall write. Since my ascension, my actions have been reckless, causing suffering to the realm. And there is no turning back. From this day forth, all actions that harm the people or waste the nation's resources shall cease. I have foolishly neglected the crown prince, failing to reward merit and refusing to acknowledge mistakes, resulting in estrangement between father and son. I hereby take responsibility and apologize to the crown prince. Upon reaching this point, Li Yuan glanced at the scribe, whose hand was poised to write. He continued, "Yet the crown prince is the heir to the throne, possessing virtue and talent. He should toil for the future inheritance of the realm and return to oversee the nation. Should he refuse, I shall still appoint him as General Filong, stationed at Yunzhou to guard our borders and protect the homeland." After the officials completed the writing and presented it for review, Li Yuan stamped it with his seal. He then ordered, "Summon the crown prince's consort into the palace." Chapter 67. What to do when master always seeks to use seduction on me? I pay my respects to your majesty. Within the imperial palace, the crown prince's consort bowed before Li Yuan. As she was now the crown prince's consort, she referred to herself as this child. Deeply anxious, Shen Weiyang was uncertain of how the emperor would treat her. Feeling that it was all somehow related to Li Changsheng, she merely hoped that the Shen family would not suffer any repercussions. Li Yuan remarked, "You must know quite a bit about the crown prince's affairs." This child. Li Yuan raised his hand to interrupt Shen Weiyang, saying, "Take this self-reproach edict to him and inform him that the crown prince of Dayu is forever his, that he bears my blood. An unbreakable bond. His uproar has my acknowledgement." "Thank you, your majesty," Shen Weiyang responded. Li Yuan added, "Shen Weiyang, you are the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Your father and brothers have all contributed to the protection of the nation. You too should strive to be as capable as men. Now, with both the empress and the second prince forcibly detained by the crown prince, they cannot return. You must find a way to persuade the crown prince to release them. Otherwise, if this drags on, the public will accuse the crown prince of being disloyal, unfilial, and unjust, which will not bode well for him. Fortunately, the situation is still under my control, and few are aware. I fear that delays may lead to unforeseen changes." Shen Weiyang thought to herself, the public is already hurling such accusations. Who incited them? Was it not the second prince, and was it not your majesty who indulged the second prince? Now regretting? No, now worried? Yet she replied, "Yes, your majesty." Accepting the self-reproach edict, Shen Weiyang did not expect to find herself enlisted for such a purpose. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by numerous skilled individuals from the Kuaisheng Gate and palace eunuchs and maidservants, she set forth towards Yunzhou in a grand procession. The next day, a carrier pigeon arrived. Li Changsheng immediately grasped Li Yuan's next course of action. It seemed the emperor could no longer withstand the pressure and was willing to reconcile, even inviting him to return to oversee the nation. If he declined, the original plan would proceed, allowing him to remain in Yunzhou. The notion of overseeing the nation was undoubtedly a ruse, but on the surface, it presented Li Changsheng with a choice, indicating a thaw in their relationship. Of course, it was more likely a means to expedite the return of the empress and the second prince. After all, the crown prince's abduction of the empress and the second prince was still a secret. If it became public knowledge, it would turn into a scandal of monumental proportions, a tremendous embarrassment. "Hemph, you think to deceive me into returning." Nevertheless, the emperor's acknowledgement of his faults still indicated that the empress and the second prince held significant importance in his heart. Li Changsheng glanced at Zhao Xuanji and Li Chengjian within the camp. Both had been subjected to the effects of a drug, unable to break free from its control. Li Chengjian's complexion was pale, having suffered 2 stab wounds the other day, and now trembling from the pain. Zhao Xuanji sighed, "Changsheng, if only I had treated you better from the start, perhaps you would not be in this predicament. It is hard to say. If I could start anew, mother would treat you well. Even now, but you cannot continue like this. Stop claiming kinship. I have already severed ties with you. It was Li Chengjian who first sought me out. It was you who pursued me relentlessly, Changsheng. Your brother came to find you merely to bring you back. Then how do you explain his collusion with Lord Julu to assassinate me in Shuzhou?" Li Chengjian was taken aback. "That was not my doing. Lord Julu acted on his own accord to curry favor with me. I had no part in it." "Less of your excuses," Li Changsheng interjected. "I shall not believe a single word you say. Focus on your meal. Once you have finished, You may depart as he stepped out of the tent. He cast a lingering glance at the food, noting that Li Chengjian, who had been starving for many days, was now devouring it ravenously. Little did he know that the meal had been laced with a type of goo worm known as Chongqing goo, which he had obtained from the rebel leader Han Feng. Han Feng was adept in the arts of witchcraft and divination. Unwilling to let Li Chengjian go so easily, Li Chongsheng sought counsel from others. Thus, Han Feng proposed the idea of using the goo worm to control Li Chengjian. This particular goo worm was mild in nature, posing no harm to the body under normal circumstances. It could coexist with its host and even alleviate some minor intestinal ailments. However, it was frightened by the sound of a specific flute. Upon hearing it, the worm would become agitated, causing excruciating pain to the host. Furthermore, if it remained within the host's body for more than a month, it could not be safely extracted. This stratagem effectively addressed Li Chengjian's predicament while also allowing him to serve as a pawn. Upon returning to the camp, Li Chongsheng let out a long sigh. If the message delivered by the carrier pigeon from the princess consort was accurate, he had gained a slight advantage in his confrontation with Emperor Yu and could afford to rest for a while. Suddenly, his master, Lung Qianxue, entered the tent. Master, why is it again tonight? He inquired. I see you are already burdened with the affairs of state even before becoming emperor, she replied. Li Chongsheng was at a loss for words. Ever since Long Qianxue discovered his dual cultivation technique, the Zikaxuan Gong, she had taken to preparing various types of tendon soup for him each evening, be it pig, deer, or cow tendon. Given the scarcity of resources in Yunzhou, he was perplexed as to where she procured such high-quality ingredients. Master, I believe our Haohuan sect should recruit more disciples. Having only one disciple is rather lonely, he suggested. Lung Qianxue giggled. What are you afraid of? Afraid that Master might devour you? Your matters are about to be resolved. We are merely a day's journey from Yunzhou City. I intend to establish the most impressive sect in the region. She declared. Master, should we not establish our sect on the mountains? He queried. Mountains? What, to raise mosquitoes or snakes and vermin? You clearly have never lived on a mountain. It is stifling and utterly dull, devoid of even a single person to converse with. She retorted. Li Chongsheng countered, but as far as I know, the First Sacred Land and the Yaoguang Sacred Land have their sects situated upon mountains. You only know part of the story, don't you? These sacred lands occupy auspicious locations, from which they have built towns around them. Now, our Haohuan sect consists solely of you and me. Would you not fear being devoured by your master in this isolated setting? As Long Qianxue drew closer, Li Chongsheng let out a dry chuckle and quickly averted his gaze. His master, a bewitching sorceress, was unpredictable, sometimes flirtatious, sometimes cold, leaving him at a loss as to her true intentions. However, he was certain that she was employing some form of seduction, for every time she engaged him in private conversation, his mental state would waver, reminiscent of the intricate game of chess known as the Zhenlong chessboard. Thankfully, the Tianma relic helped him maintain his composure. Truly, she was a sorceress, and exceedingly dangerous. Turning his head away, he thought to himself, I must exercise caution. I cannot allow myself to be led astray by my master's charms. Meanwhile, Long Qianxue's expression darkened as she pondered. Something is amiss, it makes no sense. After consuming so many tendons, this young man, vigorous and full of life, should have succumbed long ago, coupled with my seductive arts. How has he not been bewitched? Could he be the legendary innocent heart, untainted by desire? No, that is impossible. A man who does not stray is as rare as a three-legged cat. My master once said such a creature does not exist. It appears I must employ a different tactic. I refuse to believe that with the right method, this mere disciple will not succumb to my charms. The next morning, the emperor's edict of self-criticism arrived. The eunuch delivering the message read the edict aloud in front of Li Chongsheng. Although he had anticipated this moment, hearing the once arrogant and imperious Li Yuan finally admit his faults brought him great satisfaction. Your most favored son has now fallen to such depths, while I, the one you least regarded, have surpassed your expectations. Li Chongsheng, not waiting for the eunuch to finish, snatched the edict to read for himself. Although it was labeled a self-criticism, its insincerity was palpable. It was merely a means to persuade Li Chongsheng to release his grip on power. He inquired, Has Emperor Yu sent only you? The eunuch replied. Your Highness, the princess consort has also arrived. Li Chongsheng was taken aback and looked up to see the princess consort indeed approaching. guarded by martial experts from the Kueisheng faction. This was not without its implications. "Your Highness," Shen Weiyang exclaimed, her expression filled with longing after being separated from her husband for so long. "You may enter with me. Let the others wait outside," he instructed. Once inside the tent, Shen Weiyang immediately threw herself into Li Changxing's embrace. "Your Highness, I have missed you," she confessed. "Was it necessary? Did Li Yuan compel you to come?" he asked. She shook her head. "The Yu royal family expressed a desire for my presence, but I came willingly because I missed you. Moreover, I have good news to share." With that, she took Li Changxing's hand and placed it on her abdomen. Li Changxing's brow arched as he sensed a unique flow of energy. Shen Weiyang was expecting their child. The saying, "a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold," rang true. Their night of fervor had indeed borne fruit. Li Changxing thought to himself, "My odds of winning the lottery have soared." He gently caressed Shen Weiyang's belly, which was still not visibly rounded due to the early stage of her pregnancy. "Your Highness, you are the second person to know about this child," she revealed. Li Changxing's emotions were complex. Although their relationship had been primarily one of mutual benefit, she had consistently chosen to identify as his wife. This unwavering commitment moved him deeply. She embodied the age-old adage of marrying a chicken with a chicken. Marrying a dog with a dog brought him to tears. During this time, Li Changxing's actions had been rebellious, challenging imperial authority and trampling upon Emperor Yu's boundaries. Shen Weiyang had likely endured considerable pressure as well. Suddenly, Li Changxing embraced her tightly. In that moment, he accepted Shen Weiyang as his wife. "Stay with me. I will provide for you and the child," he vowed. Shen Weiyang's body trembled slightly as she nestled against him, tears streaming down her face. His words had validated her, proving that she had finally received his acknowledgement. "However," she replied, "Your Highness, there are many in the Dingwa Marquisate. If I do not return, my grandmother, sister, and sisters-in-law will worry about me." Li Changxing fell silent, understanding her implications. If Shen Weiyang failed to return, the Dingwa Marquisate might face retribution. The matriarch of the Shen family, having seen her father, husband, son, and grandson sacrificed for the greater good, would find it tragic if her final years were stripped of honor because of him. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his own inadequacy. Facing the entirety of the Great Yu alone felt insurmountable. He could devise plans to capture the Empress and the second prince. He could leverage his bloodline to ensure that Emperor Yu's forces would not pursue him relentlessly. Yet, he was still merely a minor martial sovereign. Incapable of shaking the foundations of the great Yu Dai in this martial world, the strong ruled supreme. Li Changxing gently stroked her back. "I cannot return until I reach the martial emperor realm. If I do, I will be placed under house arrest." Shen Weiyang replied, "Then do not return. I can take care of myself and the child." Li Changxing furrowed his brow. Yet, he knew this was not a sustainable solution. "Weiyang, grant me a little time. Before the child is born, I will return to the capital. I will not allow anyone to bully you and our child." "Your Highness," Shen Weiyang gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with affection. "Your words are enough for me." Their eyes locked, filled with mutual longing, weaving a tapestry of deep connection. The saying goes that absence makes the heart grow fonder. During this time, Li Changxing had been well fed with tendons, a fitting metaphor for their shared passion. Overwhelmed with desire, he scooped her into his arms and carried her towards the bed. "Your Highness, it is too soon for such actions." She protested. "I know. I will be gentle." Before long, soft sounds of intimacy filled the tent, leaving those outside in an awkward silence. The crown prince had disregarded everyone to engage in a discussion about life with the princess consort. Yet, what could they do but wait in anticipation? Outside the tent, Long Qianxue listened to the sultry sounds and stole a glance inside. "Oh," she exclaimed, her face flushing crimson as she fled, unable to shake off the vivid imagery in her mind. Despite being a master of the dark arts and the enchantress of the Hahuan sect, Long Qianxue was not without her own vulnerabilities. Though martial practitioners often appeared youthful, with longevity and vitality, she was not a young woman anymore, being of the same generation as Zhao Xuanji, yet still a novice in matters of intimacy. Should word spread, she would be ridiculed as the shame of the Hahuan sect. Fuming, Long Qianxue gritted her teeth. "That insufferable brat. All the pig, cow, and deer tendons I prepared have gone to waste. Despite having deflowered himself, how could he still resist my seductive arts? Where did it all go wrong?" Could it be that I am simply overdressed? Ever since Li Chongqing had evaded her charms in Shuzhou City, she had been unable to comprehend how someone of such low cultivation could evade her martial emperor-level seduction. In the past, her displays left no one untouched. For a master of martial arts, it is imperative to thoroughly study one's techniques. Otherwise, one risks suffering a fatal setback. An hour later, Shen Weiyang emerged from the tent, her face flushed and her expression radiant with joy. She followed Li Chongqing to the tent where Zhao Xuanji was being held captive. Zhao Xuanji had been on a hunger strike for several days. However, due to her high cultivation and ample vitality, the effects were not significant. She aimed to leverage her starvation to compel Li Chongqing to release her, while also harboring concerns about the potential toxicity of the food. It must be said that Zhao Xuanji displayed considerable astuteness in this regard. Upon opening her eyes and noticing Shen Weiyang's arrival, she inquired, "Princess, has the Empress conveyed any imperial edict?" Shen Weiyang elucidated the situation. Zhao Xuanji was taken aback. "Has His Majesty issued a self-reproach edict?" "Your Majesty, you have suffered an injustice," Li Chongqing interjected with a chuckle. "Ah, you truly are a family, save for me," Zhao Xuanji retorted. "Prince, you shall come to regret your actions today," Li Chongqing scoffed. "You have no regrets. Why should I?" Zhao Xuanji continued to argue her case, stating, "As a mother, have I erred in any way? Should I feel remorse? I am not merely your mother. I am also the mother of Cheng Jian and Yuan'er. Prince, you are exceedingly selfish." "Ah, indeed, indeed." "You are absolutely correct," Li Chongqing replied, unwilling to waste further words with her. Releasing the two would enable him to evade the pursuit of the Dayu court, granting him true freedom. Rather than being a self-reproach edict, it was more akin to a certificate of transaction for his liberation. From the moment he encountered the Empress until now, engaging in a battle of wits. Not only did he attain personal freedom, but he also eliminated the threat posed by the Dayu court.